Chapter 3202, The Eighth Little Vine, 3202. The eighth little vine, Xiaoxian's heart suddenly tightened and she stared at the coffin. At this moment, she was a little excited and nervous. Finally, this day had come. Seeing this, fifth senior brother said, "No hurry, sister-in-law, finish my wine first." Hanfei said, "She has to reach the immortal level first." Fifth senior brother nodded slightly. "She has to reach the immortal level first?" Fifth senior brother nodded slightly. "She has waited for so long. She probably won't mind waiting a little longer." Xuanhuan also nodded slightly. "I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. Let's talk about it after I become an immortal," Hanfei said. "Enter my origin star and cultivate in seclusion." Okay, without further ado, Hanfei entered his origin star with Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was going to cultivate in seclusion, and he also had something to do too. The eighth vine had returned. When Hanfei came to the demon purification pot, he saw a drop of dew lying quietly on the leaf of the eighth vine. This drop of dew was obviously a reward from the demon purification pot for taking the eighth vine back. In his eyes, information emerged. 2N name dew of origin. Introduction. In the chaotic era, before the creation of heaven and earth and the establishment of all laws, there was a divine dew called the dew of origin. The dew of origin can nurture the initial life of chaos, nourish the initial laws of chaos, transform into the initial great Tao of chaos, and give rise to nature treasures. With a single drop of the dew of origin, only one birth can be chosen. Duty effect. Give birth to a life, a law, a great Tao, or a treasure. Noti the dew of origin can only be found by chance. Hiss, wow, there's actually a treasure of this level? In other words, could it be that the dew of origin was the source of all races? A drop of the dew of origin gave birth to an ancient race from the chaotic era. Apart from ancient creatures, this thing could also give birth to supreme treasures, such as the creation divine prison. This drop of dew could give birth to treasures of that level. As for the laws of origin and the great Taos of origin, he wasn't clear about the exact differences between them and the current laws and great Taos. However, he had an all-knowing fifth senior brother in the chaotic ice domain whom he could turn to whenever he encountered a problem. In the chaotic ice domain, fifth senior brother was still eating. Seeing Hanfei appear again, he couldn't help but ask, "Little junior brother, want some more?" However, Hanfei wasn't in the mood. He said directly, "Fifth senior brother, I have a question. How are the laws of origin, or the great Taos of origin, different from the current laws or great Taos?" Fifth senior brother's eyes lit up. Of course they can't be the same. "Do you know what the words, the primordial chaoses mean?" Hanfei shook his head. If he knew, why would he bother to ask? Fifth senior brother smiled and said, "For example, the great Tao of strength that you have grasped now is to enter the Tao with strength and then slowly understand more of it. And the great Tao of strength of origin is the birth of power, which means that after you grasp the great Tao of strength of origin, your comprehension of the great Tao of strength will be complete. No matter what the great Tao of strength contains, you will be able to grasp it all in an instant. This is also why, in the chaotic era, the strong masters of some races were born extremely powerful, even comparable to gods. Do you think they can be the same thing? Fuck this, wouldn't this be like reaching perfection in a single step?" Fifth senior brother shrugged. "That's why countless strong masters and countless big clans were born in the chaotic era. It's because they were ridiculously strong." Hanfei thought for a moment. "Is the law the same?" Fifth senior brother said. "Of course, let me still use the law of strength as an example. There are countless laws of strength. Ordinary people can become peerless experts after walking several of them to the extreme. However, the law of strength of origin contains all the states of the law of strength. The law of strength you're cultivating now is cultivated according to the law derived from the law of strength of origin." Sizzily, ah. Looking at the dumbfounded Hanfei, fifth senior brother said leisurely, "Little junior brother, you must make good use of the dew of origin. If you use it well, you can become the strongest overnight, or even become a god in a day. If you don't use it well, it will be a waste." Hanfei asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, do you know about the dew of origin?" Fifth senior brother smiled and said, "Yes, that's why the demon purification pot is so popular." Hanfei's heart sank. This was only the eighth vine, but there was already something like the dew of origin. What would be born when the ninth vine returned? Hanfei looked at fifth senior brother, who smiled and said, "What the ninth demon purification divine vine will produce is meant to deal with the ominous. Don't think too much about it." "Thank you for answering my questions, fifth senior brother." Hanfei wasn't disappointed to hear that the ninth vine was aimed at the ominous. Dealing with the ominous was equally important to him. Returning to his origin star, Hanfei thought for a moment and had an answer in his heart. Although the effect of the dew of origin was powerful, he had to use it carefully. Creating a new race of life was meaningless to him or to the sea realm. A great Tao of origin could immediately allow him to comprehend the great Tao to the extreme. This might be very strong, but he had many great Taos. Perhaps it could make a certain great Tao abnormally powerful, but since the chaotic era, no one had been able to win against the ominous with a single great Tao, so he could give up on this choice. Supreme nature treasures were very powerful. This drop of dew of origin could give birth to a supreme nature treasure that exclusively belonged to him. This tempted Han Fei, but no matter how tempted he was, this couldn't push his current path forward. Chapter 323-32323, The Eighth Little Vine, 33233, The Eighth Little Vine, 33. Therefore, he only had one choice, which was to nurture a law of origin. With his dual spiritual heritages, according to his guess, he should be able to master two origin laws at the same time, life and death. Among them, the requirements to comprehend the law of life were too harsh. Perhaps there were people in the world who could, but they would definitely not be able to master it completely. However, the dew of origin could provide him with the most complete law of life. This was what he urgently needed now. Although it seemed extravagant to nurture a law with the dew of origin because a law couldn't compare to a supreme nature treasure in value, it was of great significance to his special dual spiritual heritages. This meant that he could comprehend his original law without needing to go to the river of origin. Since he had made up his mind, he immediately swallowed the drop of dew of origin. With his thoughts, the origin spiritual heritage began to operate. The dew of origin was placed in it, blooming with some power that was similar to divinity but seemed to be stronger than divinity. Buzz! In an instant, Han Fei's consciousness seemed to be immersed in a warm river. It was as if he could feel a tolerant power in every part of his body, flesh, and every cell. Even his soul seemed to have been gently cleansed. Han Fei was so immersed in it that he couldn't extricate himself. After a long time, Han Fei finally felt that his body seemed to have turned into a river, flowing like water. He was like a river flowing between the heavens and earth, flowing through the sea of stars and the stars. A seed was absorbing the myriad techniques of the heavens, absorbing the colorful dust drifting in the chaos, and then sprouting and growing. He seemed to sense everything growing in this tree, blooming, bearing fruits, withering, decaying. However, at the root of this tree there was still a trace of vitality. It was not extinguished. This trace of vitality was bound by the rotten tree. He wanted to break free. He wanted to break the shackles. After countless years, this trace of vitality finally broke through the shackles. He completely fused himself into this rotten wood. After a long period of absorption, he finally revived. Han Fei continued to flow. He sensed that countless stars were born in the river and countless lives were descending. He felt that he was vegetation, wind, rain, earth, countless creatures, and even the stars themselves. He seemed to be everywhere. Everything in the world was me, yet not me. Some people were fighting, their bodies were broken, and their lives were lost. However, Han Fei could clearly sense that although their lives had disappeared, the river that represented their lives had returned to the place where life should have existed. His flesh and blood seemed to melt in this world, returning to a time when nothing had happened. Their souls were also a kind of life, returning to a sea that belonged to the soul. The river of life had flowed past this sea. Han Fei had been flowing. He had seen the rise and fall of all things, life and death. Life nurtured everything, encompassed everything, and even death, as if it were an unending and tireless will. In his origin star, the origin spiritual heritage in Han Fei's body emitted light. In his body, countless laws surrendered. No laws dared to move when the origin spiritual heritage emitted light. They didn't even tremble as if they were completely silent. After a long time, Han Fei couldn't tell how long it had been. He felt that it was very long, but everything seemed to be fleeting and unreachable. However, the moment he came back to his senses, plants and flowers bloomed everywhere on his origin star. Xuanhuan, who was cultivating in seclusion, the lava giants who had been in the area of Han Fei's origin star where the flow of time had slowed down by half, and everyone on the thick surface of his origin star seemed to have noticed something wrong. The lava giant's settlement. Someone exclaimed, "Elder, the internal injuries in my body are all healed." "But Elder, why do you suddenly look much younger?" The lava giant races Elder, "This is the human emperor's origin star. Perhaps he has obtained some kind of treasure that contains vitality. On the ground outside the origin star, the human race that Han Fei created was already at its peak. Some people with incomplete spiritual heritage had their spiritual heritage restored, and some who were sick and dying and unable to recover felt that there was a power healing their injuries for some reason. So, on the altars, countless people were singing and kneeling on the ground, thanking the gods for their blessing. Xuanhuan was unrestricted in Han Fei's origin star. Walking among the endless flowers, she saw that Han Fei exuded an inexplicable attraction of life. Little black and little white circled around him. Even the Emperor Sparrow unfolded his wings and soared into the sky. Huff! Han Fei let out a long breath. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw that Xuanhuan was looking at him with her rosy cheeks and watery eyes. Aren't you cultivating in seclusion? Why are you here? Immediately, Han Fei felt the change in his origin star and couldn't help but sigh. Is this the law of life? Xuanhuan, on the other hand, put her arms around Han Fei's neck and said softly, "Why don't we have another baby?" Han Fei laughed. "You speak as if our first child has been born." Chapter 3204, 3204, 3204, The Eighth Little Vine, 43204, The Eighth Little Vine, 4. Xuanhuan clung to Han Fei's ear and said seductively, "I don't care. I haven't fused with my other self yet anyway. Han Fei turned around and pounced down. You're provoking me. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson today. In the endless sea of flowers, some indescribable sound continued day after day. Finally, when everything returned to calm, the two of them languidly hugged each other in the grass and watched the stars. The starry river was quiet as they fell asleep. This might be one of the few times they had fallen asleep naturally since they were young, half a year later. More than 200 years had passed in Han Fei's origin star. Xuanhuan had finished the wine given by fifth senior brother and officially stepped into the immortal level more than 10 years ago. Chaotic ice domain. Xuanhuan looked at herself in the coffin and took a deep breath. I'm going to start the fusion. Han Fei nodded. Okay, I'll guard you from the side. Xuanhuan's reincarnation body trembled, her soul scattered in the world, and her body turned into infinite power that surged into the coffin. In order to protect the child in Xuanhuan's stomach, the reincarnation body had to return to the original body. In this process of fusion, not only did Xuanhuan's original body need to undergo a qualitative transformation, but the child in her stomach would also absorb the power from its mother and undergo a transformation. In the coffin, Xuanhuan's flesh and bones were transforming crazily, and the power that her reincarnation body carried was quickly consumed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. After a full 7 days, fifth senior brother suddenly said, Little junior brother, resources. Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately took out a huge amount of resources and 1,000,000 spiritual fruits. At the same time, as he issued an order in his heart, infinite vitality in the world crazily poured into Xuanhuan's body. Fifth senior brother suddenly looked at Han Fei. This level of vitality, this form of vitality, little junior brother, have you comprehended your original law? Han Fei said. I haven't fully grasped it yet. Fifth senior brother said with interest. Interesting, the law of life. This is the first time I've seen such a level of law of life. Little junior brother, I have now started having expectations of you. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Senior brother, can you not interrupt me at such a critical moment? Fifth senior brother snorted. Take out a drop of your essence blood, otherwise your previous bloodline is not enough to support the child's potential growth. Han Fei immediately injected his natal blood into Xuanhuan's body. Fifth senior brother said, All right, the growth of her original body is already very fast, but it can't be too fast. This requires a transition. About 300 years. There's a high probability that she can revive in no more than this period of time. 300 years? Han Fei looked at fifth senior brother in shock. The latter said, Do you think it's very slow to fuse a sea establisher body with a reincarnation body and become an immortal in 300 years? Not slow, not slow. Han Fei realized that it did make sense. Xuanhuan's situation was special. 300 years wasn't a long time. Anyway, it would only take more than half a year in his origin star. Fifth senior brother asked, Are you going to stay here? Han Fei thought for a moment and then looked at the chaotic ice wall. I'll go kill the ominous. Upon hearing that Han Fei was going to kill the ominous, words immediately appeared on the distanceless gate. Okay, you have to keep your word. You have to kill 100,000. Han Fei laughed. Don't worry, it'll only be more, not less. After putting Xuanhuan back into his origin star, Han Fei went to the ominous guardian place outside the chaotic ice domain for the first time. Here, he found a darkness blocked by the ice domain, surrounded by countless ominous creatures. It gave Han Fei the feeling that they were bees. Countless bees surrounded the beehive and attacked whenever an outsider came. When Han Fei arrived here, more than a dozen destruction-level ominous creatures swarmed over. Han Fei even saw 2 or 3 humanoid ominous creatures, but they didn't attack immediately. Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei strolled in the vast river of stars, and all the 8 small vines of the demon purification pot shot out, piercing through a group of ominous creatures in an instant. And the ominous creatures were like moths to a flame, never stopping. The suicide charge was extremely crazy. When more than 52,000 ominous creatures died under the small vines of the demon purification pot, Han Fei finally felt that the demon purification pot couldn't absorb anymore. Obviously, 52,000 ominous creatures was the demon purification pot's limit. This number of kills seemed terrifying, but in fact only a small portion was destroyed. At the moment when the demon purification pot couldn't absorb it anymore, the 3 humanoid ominous creatures suddenly moved. Yes, they were waiting. They didn't take action until the demon purification pot couldn't kill the ominous creature anymore. Oh, world-ending level ominous creatures. Chapter 3205. 3205 Birth and Farewell 1. 3205 Birth and Farewell 1. A world-ending level ominous creature was equivalent to a great monarch. When he was in the hidden monarch city, Han Fei had seen world-ending level ominous war beasts and world-ending level ominous creatures. This time, these 3 were exactly world-ending level ominous creatures. Han Fei didn't avoid the battle. He might not have been able to defeat a great monarch in the sea realm with his current strength. However, ominous life forms had special characteristics. Han Fei jumped back and distanced himself from the ordinary ominous creatures. These three world-ending level ominous creatures thought that Han Fei was going to retreat and sped up to chase him. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he suddenly stopped. As he clenched his hand, glowing magical chains swarmed over from all directions. Each of them contained the power of purification. Ominous creatures hated the power of purification the most, so when such a large number of chains of laws rolled over, their instinctive reaction was to retreat. However, then they seemed to realize that the person in front of them was only at the immortal level, and the demon purification pot had lost its effect. This was the best opportunity to kill him. How could they retreat? Therefore, the three world-ending level ominous creatures roared, calling other ominous creatures to hurry up. As for themselves, they released boundless black fog, trying to resist these chains of laws and kill Han Fei. Having completely mastered the law of life, Han Fei found it difficult to judge how strong he was now. He stopped retreating and said, "Purify." In millions of voids of this world, the purifying power hidden in the world suddenly bloomed. Large swaths of black fog sizzled and dissipated crazily. Roar! The three world-ending level ominous creatures roared angrily, but the power of purification hadn't hurt them yet, so they were still charging at Han Fei. There was a faint smile on Han Fei's lips. Although it wasn't obvious, he sensed life from this ominous creature. Deprive. As soon as Han Fei spoke, all the laws of life in this world seemed to be dissipating, and these three world-ending level ominous creatures had completely severed their connection with their river of life. This meant that as long as they died once, they would never have a chance to be reborn. This was the power of the law of life. Great monarchs and even gods were difficult to kill because they had incomparably powerful vitality. They could constantly revive with endless resources and couldn't be killed no matter how hard you tried. However, once their connection with the river of life was cut off, it meant that as long as they died once, they would really die. Swish, swish, swish. The chains of law covered the sky and the earth. The three world-ending level ominous creatures didn't realize that the river of life had been separated from them and were still charging at Han Fei. However, ominous creatures were still ominous creatures. This place was full of the power of purification, and they were still injured in the end. Puh, puh, puh. Two world-ending level ominous creatures were pierced by the chains of law and had their way blocked. The other one was about to reach Han Fei when the small vine suddenly activated and pierced through him with a swish. This ominous creature didn't care at first, but the moment he was pierced, he was a little stunned because he found that he was really dissipating. The ominous power couldn't be recombined at all. It wasn't that there was a problem with the ominous power, but that there was no life power to support him to revive. Han Fei waved his hand gently, and the light dispersed the ominous. This world-ending level ominous creature was cleansed so easily as if it had never existed. As for the other two world-ending level ominous creatures, they were pierced by the chains of laws and couldn't escape for a moment. They could only barely resist. Han Fei strolled across the sky and came to the two world-ending level ominous creatures in the blink of an eye. He gently held a law chain with his fingers and said indifferently, "Life extraction." Buzz. A large amount of vitality flowed out of the bodies of the two world-ending level ominous creatures. This was not the kind of flow of 100 or 1,000 years, but the loss of life foundation. Without the connection with the river of life, their bodies were like containers, and the life power they could store was limited. Han Fei just extracted the life power casually, and in the blink of an eye, the life power in their bodies was drained. Without the enhancement of life power, the world-ending level ominous creature was nothing but a ball of ominous power. The law chains burst out with a purifying brilliance and dispersed them in the blink of an eye. Oh. It seems that the existence of ominous creatures is also based on the long river of life, no different from the myriad races. This means that they still belong to the category of creatures in the Sea of Stars. Han Fei didn't feel smug because he had killed three world-ending level ominous creatures, because this was a law suppression. If it were a great monarch of the sea realm, even if he could deprive the river of life here, he wouldn't be able to control the other party. After all, the other party only needed to escape the range of this place. Furthermore, the purification law divine chain was useless to ordinary monarchs, so he could only use the law to fight the ominous now. Chapter 326 Birth and Farewell 2326 Birth and Farewell 2326. Of course, the main function of the law of life was not to fight, but equaled a super-strengthened version of the heaven enlightenment divine technique. He no longer needed to consume his lifespan to release the healing divine light. Furthermore, the healing effect was much stronger than the heaven enlightenment divine technique. Even if his body was pierced, he could recover in the blink of an eye. This was the power of the life law of origin. Now that he had already grasped the law of life, there was only the law of death left. There was only one drop of the dew of origin, so it couldn't allow him to grasp a second original law. Therefore, he could only go to the immortal temple. However, Han Fei felt that even if he really reached the immortal temple and mastered the law of death, he probably wouldn't be able to master the law of death to a level comparable to the law of life. After all, the life law of origin contained all branches of the law of life, and it was difficult to master the law of death to this extent. However, he couldn't stop trying to master it just because he couldn't easily master it completely. It was necessary to master both laws. Half a year later, Han Fei went to the Sea of Stars 3 times and killed a total of 150,000 ominous creatures, which made the distanceless gate very happy. This person was indeed very strong. The original City of Origin and the 10,000 scale race combined couldn't kill as many as Han Fei in half a year. However, when Han Fei went for the 4th time, he found that the ominous and shrouded areas were gone. They seemed to have retreated. After asking 5th senior brother, the latter said, the high-level ominous creatures are intelligent. They found that the ominous creatures below the doomsday level can no longer deal with you, so they chose to retreat for the time being. After all, the ominous creatures are not fools. There's no need to keep sending their lives to you. Han Fei was helpless. He didn't expect to repulse the ominous creature so easily. 5th senior brother seemed to understand Han Fei's thoughts and couldn't help but say, little junior brother, don't think that the ominous retreated because they were afraid. It's just that they are restricted in the chaotic ice domain. Otherwise, with your killing method, they would have already gathered their army and released doomsday-level ominous creatures. Huh? Why are they restricted here? 5th senior brother said with a smile. Because the ominous hasn't fully returned. Furthermore, in the depths of the Sea of Stars, there are countless people resisting. The chaotic ice domain is just a battlefield in the rear. The existence of the ominous creatures here is just to test the situation here. Only when the ominous discovers that there are no strong masters guarding this place and there is a possibility of breaking through, will a big battle break out here. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, a big battle won't break out in the chaotic ice domain. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. So, the chaotic fire domain and the chaotic lightning domain are also the same? Of course. 5th senior brother said lazily, so, guarding here is actually quite boring. Han Fei asked, does the wars breaking out in the Sea of Stars refer to the front line? I went to the front line once when I was in the Hidden Monarch City. The battle there seems to be quite fierce. 5th senior brother said, that's just a certain line of defense in the rear. There are dozens of such lines of defense in the rear. Hissa, he couldn't help but be shocked. He seemed to have underestimated the intruding ominous. On this day, Han Fei was eating barbecue and exploring the magical effects of laws with 5th senior brother. It turned out that 5th senior brother's understanding of laws far exceeded his own. The laws he grasped also far exceeded his imagination. 5th senior brother knew every idea he proposed and could also derive many magical effects of laws. Suddenly, Han Fei sensed the fluctuations of Xia Chan's life. In addition to Xia Chan, he also sensed another young life fluctuation. Buzz. Han Fei threw away the barbecue in his hand and summoned the tree coffin. Xia Shan frowned slightly and seemed to be about to wake up. Han Fei didn't intend to keep it a secret that Xia Shan could pass 300 years in half a year, and 5th senior brother was not surprised at all. Since 5th senior brother was so knowledgeable that he even knew about the Dew of Origin, it was almost certain that he knew that the demon purification pot could accelerate time. In fact, if it weren't for the fear of insufficient resources, Han Fei would have continued to strengthen the time chain in his origin star. After all, after the battle in the Godfiend Sea, he had consumed a lot of resources. Not only had he left half of the resources for the human race, but also the food for Little Black and Little White, the food for the Emperor Sparrow, the need for his advancement, the compression of his origin star core, and the cultivation needs of the billion human beings on the periphery of his origin star. All of this was like a big mouth swallowing the resources in his body. In the battle in the South Sea Divine Realm, although many great monarchs died, he didn't obtain the resources in their origin stars. This time, Xia Shan's recovery and the birth of his child also consumed a lot of resources. Therefore, Han Fei finally started becoming frugal again. At this moment, Han Fei asked nervously, 5th senior brother, why don't I see Xia Shan's belly bulging? The 5th senior brother said, she's a monarch after all. It's not surprising that she has an entire world in her body. Otherwise, do you think that within such a small space, it would be enough for a divine child to draw energy and be born? Chapter 327 Birth and Farewell, 3327 Birth and Farewell, 327 Birth. Han Fei opened his mouth, thinking that he was inexperienced. Han Fei asked, 5th senior brother, do you think my child is someone's reincarnation? 5th senior brother said, with me here, who can silently reincarnate here? Don't worry, unless someone is as capable as eldest senior brother, it's impossible to hide it from my eyes. Han Fei nodded slightly. That was good. After all, eldest senior brother helped Xia Shan steal the miracle fruit first. It was inevitable for him to have such thoughts. Suddenly, Han Fei sensed an inexplicable affinity. It was a bloodline connection, inexplicably intimate. Buzz. Xia Shan's body was shining with golden light. She slowly opened her eyes and looked much more haggard. Han Fei waved his hand and boundless vitality enveloped Xia Shan. Only then did she look better. A mass of golden light slowly emerged from Xia Shan's body. The moment this golden light appeared, the sky above the chaotic ice domain was enshrouded in colorful rays of light. Han Fei saw dancing dragons and phoenixes, roaring exotic beasts, phantoms of divine trees and flowing water. Even the sky emitted faint immortal sounds. 5th senior brother clicked his tongue. It's really not easy for this little guy to persist until now. The heavenly blessing is magnificent. Such talent can only be described as terrifying. Han Fei grinned from ear to ear, his palms sweating. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Brother, huh, Yinner? Han Fei looked back blankly and saw Yinner flying over. Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian stepped in the air and arrived leisurely with a smile. Fifth senior brother slightly cupped his hands. Congratulations, fellow Taoists. Are you satisfied with your grandchild? Han Guanshu returned the salute with a smile. Haha, shared joy. Of course I'm satisfied, Brother Zhang. I have a pot of fine wine here. Would you like to drink it? Oh, then let's have a drink together. Wait a moment, I'll make 2 dishes. Fifth senior brother grinned from ear to ear. How could the wine brought by Han Guanshu be ordinary? He was afraid that Han Fei wouldn't be in the mood to cook, so he decided to cook by himself. Zhang Linxian put on a faint smile. Fire, don't panic. The divine embryo has just appeared and hasn't been baptized by the heavens and earth. You still have to wait. Han Fei asked. Mom, why are you here all of a sudden? You came just at the right time. Zhang Linxian smiled. How can your father and I miss such a day? However, the astronomical phenomenon doesn't seem to be enough. Not enough? Zhang Linxian waved her hand, and a purple mist rushed to the divine fetus. Boom! Rumbling sounds burst out between the heavens and the earth. Mystic birds danced, lightning composed, wind and rain danced, and laws descended. Han Yinner pulled Han Fei's arm hard, obviously very nervous. She finally had another family in this world. Han Fei, Yinner has already proved Tao? So fast. Yinner said, Brother, you're already an immortal. Han Fei thought to himself, my path to the immortal level is full of obstacles. These 2 have never appeared by my side. Han Fei glanced at Jiang Linxian. Mom, did you kill those 2 gods? Jiang Linxian smiled. I didn't do anything. Han Fei suddenly looked at old Han, who was showing off a wine calabash to 5th senior brother not far away. He narrowed his eyes slightly. So, it's old Han. Han Guanshu smiled at Han Fei. Son, would you like a drink? Han Fei said. You can drink it yourself. Although Han Fei looked calm, he was quite shocked in his heart. He had thought about it. If it wasn't the Void Temple, who did it? The demon god definitely wouldn't help him do this. Even if he attacked, he couldn't instantly kill 2 gods. He wasn't familiar with the others, but old Han and his mother were elusive. It was difficult to tell what their real strength was. He had once thought of a question. Old Han and his mother were gods in their 9 lives. Then where were their divine bodies in their previous lives? Would gods definitely abandon their bodies when they reincarnated? How many gods were buried in the graveyard of gods? Their bodies had been there since ancient times. How could the bodies of old Han and his mother in their previous lives disappear? Now, old Han had killed 2 gods with a flip of his hand. Old Han was even stronger than he imagined before. Han Fei didn't ask further. He was too lazy to think about old Han and his mother's plan. In this place, the glow gradually disappeared into the divine embryo. Hiya! Suddenly, the cry of a baby resounded. The golden light gradually turned into a set of immortal clothes and dimmed. A cute baby cried in midair, rubbed her eyes, glanced at Han Fei, and then looked at Xuanhuan, who had opened her eyes. Han Guanshu saw it from afar and laughed. A granddaughter is great too. Finally, the little guy chose to abandon Han Fei and crawl towards Xuanhuan in the void. Mama, Xuanhuan hugged the little baby, flew out of the coffin, and then landed on the ground. The little guy rubbed against Xuanhuan, struggled out of Xuanhuan's hand, climbed to Xuanhuan's shoulder, and then circled Xuanhuan's head. Before Xuanhuan reached out to grab her, she flashed and appeared directly above Han Fei's head. Daddy? Han Fei was stunned. This was real teleportation. The little guy was born with the mastery of the great Tao of space. Han Fei and Xuanhuan were both stunned. Isn't this baby too smart? Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. Is she already a venerable? She doesn't have to transcend a heavenly tribulation? Chapter 328 Birth and Farewell. 4328 Birth and Farewell. Jiang Linxian smiled. The heavenly tribulation turned into a gift from the heavenly Tao and disappeared. It's not unheard of for an innate divine embryo to become a venerable from birth. In the chaotic era and the primordial era, there were many such cases. However, most of them didn't have as many astronomical phenomena as this little girl. Xuanhuan finally noticed Zhang Linxian. She had seen Han Guanshu, but never Zhang Linxian. As if thinking of something, Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei in a panic, and Han Fei smiled. This is our mother. Xuanhuan glared at Han Fei, then slightly bowed to Jiang Linxian and said in a very low voice, Mom. Zhang Linxian couldn't hide the smile on her face. She said gently, Alas, his father gave me a nature divine bracelet that can cleanse the mind and hide my aura. I'll give it to you now. Xuanhuan blushed and was about to decline when Han Fei said, Take it. Our mother is very rich anyway. It would be a waste if you don't take it. Han Fei was carrying the little girl down from his head. However, the little girl's figure dispersed into a shadow. This time, she appeared directly in Han Guanshu's hand and extended her little hand to grab the wine calabash. Han Guanshu chuckled. Little kids can't drink. Come, Grandpa has a jar of nectar here. Have a taste. With that, Han Guanshu raised his hand and a small purple bottle appeared in his palm. The little girl hugged the purple bottle, cutely bit off the stopper with her mouth, and then lay flat in midair, pouring the nectar from the small bottle into her mouth. Han Yin'er suddenly said, "Brother, she looks a bit like you when she eats resources." Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Nonsense, that's impossible." Yin'er giggled. "So, what's my niece's name?" While Han Fei was thinking, Xia Xiaochan suddenly said, "Han Chanyi, Han Chanyi." "Hiya," the little guy who was drinking the nectar called out, seeming to approve of the name. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Xia Xiaoshan, and Xia Xiaoshan said, "Without Chanyi, there wouldn't have been her and me, so just call her Chanyi, okay?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed that after Xia Xiaoshan completely fused with her reincarnation body Ye Chanyi, she didn't completely forget that part of memory. Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, let's call her Han Chanyi." Han Yin'er said, "Yi, come to me. Auntie has something fun for you to play with." After a few moments, the cube was restored, leaving Han Yin'er dumbfounded. When she played the cube back then, she was puzzled. She felt that her intelligence seemed to have suffered a blow. However, the baby seemed to sense Han Yin'er's depression. She flew to Han Yin'er's side and handed the nectar to Han Yin'er's mouth with her chubby little hands. Ha ha ha. This action made everyone laugh. One day passed. In the chaotic ice domain, Yi Yi was sleeping soundly in Xia Xiaoshan's arms. Under the effect of the nectar, the little girl had slept for a day, and from time to time, Dao runes spread out of her body. Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan were saying goodbye to old Han, Zhang Linxian, and Han Yin'er. This was because Zhang Linxian said that it was time to take Yin'er to the Sea of Stars. In the Sea Realm, Han Fei would have to depend on himself on everything. Han Fei had heard this countless times. Old Han said this every time, but in the end, no matter what happened, this guy would always be found. Therefore, Han Fei was already immune to such parting words. They could go wherever they wanted. Anyway, existences who could kill gods could do whatever they wanted in this vast, starry sky. Han Yin'er said, "Brother, we'll come back to see you." Han Fei said, "Ha, you can go in peace. I'll visit you in the Sea of Stars someday." Han Guanshu said leisurely, "Son, just follow your feelings on the path of cultivation. Your mother and I won't give you any advice. No matter which path you think is feasible, just keep walking." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "I won't suddenly discover your trace again, will I?" Han Guanshu chuckled. "I won't interfere in your life anymore." Han Fei didn't believe him at all. Zhang Linxian looked at Han Fei gently and said, "Fire, one day, even if you break through the limit of the supreme divine technique, don't rush to become a god. A real strong master never cares about the god realm." Chapter 3299. Visit the Immortal Temple. 13299. Visit the Immortal Temple. One old Han and the others left again. There was no telling if they were really leaving or not. Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan certainly couldn't stay in the chaotic ice domain anymore. Han Fei said, "Fifth senior brother, I'm leaving." Fifth senior brother smiled and waved his hand. "Go." By the way, let me remind you that some things in life have to be put down. Sometimes, when you put down something, you may get it. Han Fei paused and nodded slightly. Then, Han Fei looked at the chaotic ice wall and said, "Old distanceless, can you give us a ride?" Han Fei's ability to kill the ominous had already been fully recognized by the distanceless gate. He directly repulsed the ominous, which made the distanceless gate very happy. However, in the end, the distanceless gate was still the distanceless gate and wouldn't become a tool for private use, at least not yet, so a line of words quickly appeared on it. "How about 50,000 ominous creatures at a time?" Han Fei, seeing Han Fei fall silent, another sentence quickly appeared on the gate. 30,000 is fine too. Deal. Han Fei was not speechless because he had to kill tens of thousands of ominous creatures, but because he was wondering how the distanceless gates were made. Despite having unparalleled abilities, they strictly disciplined themselves and others. They seemed to exist only for the sake of destroying the ominous. Han Fei smiled and said, "From now on, every time I call you, I will kill 30,000 ominous creatures. However, let's forget it this time, okay?" The distanceless gate seemed to know Han Fei's temper and stopped bargaining with him. It probably thought that this one person was equivalent to 2 races, which was not bad, in the infinite mining area, Free City. It had only been a few years since the human race built the Free City, but it had directly transformed the ecological layout here. Now, the entire Free City was full of spiritual plants. However, not every one of these plants came from the all-about demon plants shops. The 8 camps outside the infinite mining area also provided a tremendous number of plant seeds. The human race was hospitable and friendly. When there was no war, they directly entered a high-level development process, Thug Academy. The admission requirements were so harsh that many people were intimidated. Only the top heavenly talents could be admitted. Old Bai and Old Jiang had retired and become the honorary presidents of the Thug Academy. They established a plantation and cave abodes in the back mountain. Of course, their cultivation was not boring. Every now and then, various people would rush into their cultivation ground. For example, at this moment, Zhang Panpan slipped in with a few companions of her team. A young man said, "Panpan, will we really not disturb the old president's cultivation?" A young girl, exuding a handsome temperament with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, was none other than Zhang Xuanyu's daughter, Zhang Panpan. She snorted, "Of course not. Grandpa Jiang must be making delicious food. I can smell it." The other woman said, "Panpan, I heard that President Jiang is very good at arrays. Can we really slip over?" Zhang Panpan bowed and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. I've inherited Uncle Human Emperor's true skills. I've cracked old Jiang's array techniques more than 800 times. Don't use voice transmission. Although I've cast a concealment technique on you guys, in the eyes of the strong, voice transmission is no different from talking loudly. Besides, old men like to eavesdrop. It's a bad habit passed down from ancient times." They moved stealthily along the way. Some turned into flowing water, some shuttled through the grass and leaves of the plantation, and some turned into a little bug, flying among the spiritual plants. Zhang Panpan used many array techniques along the way and quietly erased hundreds of arrays and seals along the way. Finally, they passed through a plantation and came to the foot of a mountain. Zhang Panpan was overjoyed. "We arrived. Let's hurry up while Senior Uncle Chu and the others are recruiting." The others were also excited. At this moment, they saw intertwined knife beams on a mountain. Someone was shocked. "Is this the knife beam left behind by Master Human Emperor?" Zhang Panpan said proudly. "Of course, Uncle Human Emperor didn't just leave behind a knife light. Hurry up. Don't think about comprehending knife intent. What you need to comprehend is the realm of the intent." After a while, in the back mountain of the Thug Academy, knife lights bloomed and there was a constant roar. Including Zhang Panpan, the 5 of them were carried to the small square of the plantation by Old Bai to stand as punishment. Old Bai put his finger on Zhang Panpan's forehead. "You're simply lawless. Is this knife light something you can comprehend now? It's the lingering rune left by Han Fei when he fought a fierce battle with someone in the infinite mining area. At that time, Han Fei was close to the monarch realm. Fortunately, I set up the ultimate seal, or you wouldn't have been killed." Zhang Panpan pouted. "I saw Junior Uncle Q often go in." "Of course. What is Q Jinan's current strength, and what is yours? You haven't even entered the sea establishment realm, yet you dare to go anywhere. You're really troublesome." Not far away, old Jiang, who was cooking in the open-air study, shook his head slightly. "Okay, although she is a little too bold, she is kind of capable, being able to lead so many people to pass through so many layers of seals. Your squad is not bad either. Stay for lunch. Chapter 322 N3222. Visit the Immortal Temple. 23222. Visit the Immortal Temple. 2. 322. Yay! Zhang Panpan immediately jumped up and wanted to run to the open-air kitchen, but in the next moment, she was pressed to the spot by Old Bai. "Stand until it's time for dinner." Zhang Panpan pouted again, and the other 4 all rolled their eyes. They knew that Zhang Panpan was going to suffer a setback, so they simply didn't move. Swish. Suddenly, a void door appeared here. Old Bai and Old Zhang were shocked. Old Bai stood in front of Zhang Panpan and the others in an instant, and Old Zhang activated all the seals in the plantation in an instant. In the front yard of the Thug Academy, Q Jinan and the others who were supervising the admissions suddenly changed their expression. After a while, Q Jinan said calmly, "Don't worry. If anything happens, they'll start fighting before we sense it." Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan walked out of the door, with Yi Yi sleeping soundly in Xia Xiaoshan's arms. Well, Old Bai widened his eyes and was about to scold Han Fei for coming back without telling him. However, before he said anything, he was shocked by Xia Xiaoshan, who came out from behind. What surprised him even more was that Xia Xiaoshan was holding a child in her arms. Well, Old Bai couldn't believe it. "Xiaochen, is it really you?" Xiao Xiaoshan grinned. "Grandpa President, long time no see?" Old Bai put on a rare, brilliant smile. "I haven't seen you for a long time. You have already had a baby?" Han Fei smiled and said, "The process was a little tortuous, but the final result was good." Old Bai and Old Zhang naturally knew what happened to Xiao Xiaoshan. Every time they thought of her, they couldn't help but sigh and say that Xia Xiaoshan's life was full of misfortunes. Seeing Xia Xiaoshan return, even Old Bai couldn't help but sigh. Of course, his eyes fell on Yi Yi from time to time. Han Fei said, "President, my daughter Chanyi. Good, what a good name." While Old Bai was sighing, a big head came close. Old Bai immediately glared at him. "Zhang Panpan, who allowed you to move? Continue to stand as punishment." Xia Xiaoshan turned her head and looked at Zhang Panpan. She couldn't help but chuckle. "With your handsome and unbelievably beautiful face, you must be Zhang Xiaonyu's daughter, right?" Zhang Panpan nodded quickly and asked tentatively, "Are you Aunt Xiaoshan?" Xia Xiaoshan couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, good eyesight." "Nice to meet you," Old Bai quickly interjected. "You don't have to give her anything." "You can't give her anything. This girl doesn't lack treasures. I've confiscated all her treasures. Even if you give treasures to her, it will be in vain." Zhang Panpan stomped her feet. "Old man, why are you like this?" The 4 people behind Zhang Panpan all looked at Han Fei with admiration in their eyes. They were all excited. Zhang Panpan looked at Yi Yi in Xiao Xiaoshan's arms curiously and said, "Uncle Human Emperor, are you going to put baby Chanyi in the Thug Academy?" Han Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect this little girl to be able to guess this. However, it did make sense. Zhang Xuanyu came back once a few years ago and probably left after staying for a few days. Zhang Panpan probably felt the same way. Even old Bai sighed slightly. When he saw the child, he knew what Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan were thinking. Although the human race was recovering and growing quickly, they didn't have an absolute strong master. Of course, they knew that Han Fei was very strong, but no matter how strong he was not a great monarch yet. However, in the Central Sea Divine Realm, there were a lot of great monarchs. Therefore, they knew the heavy burden on Han Fei's shoulders. He couldn't stop. He had to become stronger. It could be said that the current human race was protected by Han Fei alone. Therefore, even if he had a child, Han Fei couldn't take her with him because it was too dangerous. Han Fei smiled and said, Panpan, you have to take care of your sister in the future. Zhang Panpan nodded quickly. I will take good care of my sister. No one can bully baby Chanyi. Xia Xiaoshan reached out and touched Zhang Panpan's head. Panpan, thank you. Zhang Panpan immediately raised her head. Aunt Xiaochan, it's my duty. Well, have you seen my father? Han Fei smiled and said, your father's strength has improved greatly, and he has already stepped into the carefree level. At this moment, he might have already gone to the West Wilderness. Don't worry. Your uncle Lorengquang is also in the West Wilderness. Nothing will happen if the two of them stay together. Besides, I'm going to the West Wilderness too. When Zhang Panpan heard that Zhang Xuanyu was fine and had even advanced to the carefree level, while she was happy, she missed him very much. But then she changed the topic and said, Uncle Human Emperor, did my father cheat on my mother and have illegitimate children with Bitei Chiz? Giggles Xia Xiaoshan chuckled. Don't worry. Even if your father wants to, he doesn't have the time. That's good. Han Fei shook his head slightly. Like mother, like daughter. With her personality, no one would believe that she wasn't Yi Xian's biological daughter. Yi Xinyan, who had rushed back, hurriedly called out, Pan, don't pester my eldest senior brother. After that, Yi Xian and the others arrived. Yi Xian said, eldest senior brother, why hasn't my husband returned again? Han Fei said, I'll bring him back next time. Okay, since you're all here, let's have something good. Well, Pan, take your partners. Chapter 3211, 3211, 3011. Visit the Immortal Temple, 30s ed. 311. Visit the Immortal Temple, 3. With that, Han Fei waved his hand and threw an immortal-level ancient demon tiger to the ground. Han Fei made a seal with one hand and directly sealed the ferocious tiger's suppressing pressure. Otherwise, Zhang Panpan and the others wouldn't even have a chance to approach. Han Fei said, Old Zhang, this immortal-level ancient demon is for you to make tiger bone soup. Old Zhang snorted. How many people can drink it? These brats can't even drink a drop of it. Let's just eat my braised pork. As he talked, Old Zhang dragged the ferocious tiger away and began to set up layers of seals, warning, Zhang Panpan, you can touch any seal, but not this one. Otherwise, we can't save you. Humph, I'm not stupid. Zhang Panpan counted with her fingers, Sea Establishment Realm, Sky Opening Realm, Star Transformation Realm, Late Stage Star Transformation Realm, Peak Level, Late Stage Star Transformation Realm, Dao Lock Level, Dao Proving Level, Carefree Level, and Immortal Level. Zhang Panpan and the others couldn't help but secretly click their tongues. How many realms between this dead tiger and them? Even if you let us touch it, we won't. Then, Kui Jinin and the others returned one after another. Even Han Xuan came to freeload. Half a day later, the crowd dispersed. Only Old Jiang, Old Bai, and Han Xuan were left. Old Jiang said she was born a venerable. Han Fei, are you sure we can raise this little girl? Xia Shan said. Grandpa President, I want Yi Yi to have a relatively complete childhood like us. Therefore, we will seal Yi Yi's power. Han Fei nodded slightly. President, you've raised Pan. She is very good now. Now it's Yi Yi's turn. Don't favor one over the other. Old Bai blew his beard. So we're just here to take care of your children? Han Fei laughed. Of course not. Isn't my clone here? As he spoke, Han Fei formed seals, and layers of sealing chains entered Chanyi's body. Old Bai said disdainfully, Han Song is also cultivating in seclusion. Isn't it us who will take care of your baby in the end? In my opinion, with your current strength, can't you each leave a clone here? Han Fei's smile faded slightly. President, Yi is born extraordinary. We can't create too ordinary a family environment for her. Pan is following in her father's footsteps. We have to give Yi Yi a goal too. She will grow up, become stronger, and experience hardships like everyone else. Han Song will secretly guide her forward, and it's time for us to walk the path we should walk. Alas, Old Bai sighed. I know, as the human emperor, you have no choice. Fine, leave Yi Yi to me. Be careful. I don't want Yi Yi to ask me where her parents are after she grows up. Han Fei cupped his hands. Thank you, President. A layer of mist appeared in Xia Xiaoshan's eyes. She didn't dare to linger. She could only leave quietly while Yi Yi was still sleeping. Her path was not simple either. She had to take back the inheritance left by the god of the Southern Dipper. She would fight with Han Fei in the West Wilderness and the Central Sea Divine Realm together. How could she fight if she was too weak? Reluctantly giving Yi to old Bai, Han Fei and Sha Xiaoshan disappeared with a swish. After a while, outside the infinite mining area, Sha Xiaoshan was a little depressed. Han Fei gently stroked her shoulder. I seem to understand old Han and my mother a little bit. Sha Xiaoshan was silent for a moment. Help me point out the location of the Merman royal family. After all, she is my mother. Han Fei nodded slightly. When the human race defeated the 10,000 scale race, Sha Hongzhu and the others seemed to have realized the powerful heritage of the 10,000 scale race and the city of origin and left alone. They seemed to have gone to the city of wanderers first and then left the chaotic wasteland. Over the years, he hadn't asked where they had been or what they had done. The human race and the Merman royal family had never been absolute enemies. Therefore, Han Fei actually didn't have any ill feelings towards the Merman royal family. Sha Xiaoshan said again, you can go to the West Wilderness first, or find your original law first. After that, I'll go get the inheritance left to me by the god of the Southern Dipper. Han Fei said, although it's an inheritance for you, I'm afraid it won't be that simple to completely grasp it. I know, but I'm already an immortal level powerhouse now. I'll master it as soon as possible and go to the West Wilderness. Last time, I was the only one missing in the Battle of the Thousand Star City. I don't want to miss the battle in the Central Sea Divine Realm this time. Han Fei nodded. It was good that Xia Xiaoshan didn't go to the West Wilderness for the time being. God knew what other turmoils there would be in the West Wilderness. Of course, it was also possible that the primordial divine race was already prepared and only needed to unseal their bloodline now. If that happened, the turmoil in the West Wilderness might be smaller than he thought and end faster. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator. For the first time, he confirmed that the Merman royal family was still in the Eastern Sea Divine Realm. For the second time, he confirmed that the Merman royal family was among the major factions in the Eastern Sea Divine Realm, near the floating island. For the third time, he confirmed a more accurate location of the Merman royal family. Although they were husband and wife, he and Sha Xiaoshan had their respective paths, just like Luo Xiaobai, Le Renquang, and Zhang Xuanyu. Han Fei and Sha Xiaoshan finally separated after spending a few years with each other in Han Fei's origin star. After Sha Xiaoshan left, Han Fei activated the Jade Slip to summon the Distanceless Gate. Swish, the Distanceless Gate appeared, accompanied by words on it. Where do you want to go? Chapter 3212. Visit the Immortal Temple 43212. Visit the Immortal Temple 4. Han Fei said, you lead the way. Let's go to the Sea of Stars to kill a wave of ominous creatures, and then you send me to the Immortal Temple. Okay, one day later. In the Sea of Stars, a door suddenly appeared in a dark mist full of death energy. Han Fei walked out of the Distanceless Gate only to feel that his surroundings were filled with boundless death energy. This death energy appeared to be flowing like a surging river of death energy. Han Fei stood still for a moment and then his body was covered with death energy, which even tried to drill into his body. However, the law of life automatically activated, condensing a law barrier on Han Fei's body and shaking off the death energy in the blink of an eye. With a thought, Han Fei perception permeated into the death energy but was also contaminated by the aura of death. This aura of death would devour the body and soul. Besides, the many laws here were also accompanied by the power of death. If it weren't an undead creature, even if a monarch entered this place, he would probably not be able to survive for long. Han Fei shouted, I'm Han Fei from the Void Temple. I'm here to visit you. I request an audience with Death God. Yes, the master of the Immortal Temple was not called the Master of Undead, but the Death God. He had learned this from his eldest senior brother. As a disciple of one of the three temples, it was naturally not a problem for Han Fei to visit the Immortal Temple. Soon, a figure shrouded in a black robe suddenly appeared from the aura of death. Hee, so you're a fellow Taoist from the Void Temple. I was wondering who would dare to barge into the Immortal Temple. However, fellow Taoist Han Fei, although you have a good relationship with the Immortal Temple, you can't meet Master Death God just because you want to. If Master of the Void comes, Master Death God will personally welcome him. However, when you're here, it's only I who came to welcome you. The people from the Immortal Temple were all wearing black robes, and their faces couldn't even be seen. Han Fei didn't know who they were. Han Fei asked, who are you? The first Yama, the judge. Oh? Mr. Judge, how can I meet Senior Death God? The judge said in a teasing tone. Under normal circumstances, you won't be able to meet Master Death God. However, Master Death God has already known your intentions and only said one thing. What is it? Only after walking through the 10 directions purgatory can he see me. Han Fei raised his eyebrows slightly. What if I don't? The judge thought for a moment and added, the Immortal Temple has always been a place for the dead. The 10 directions purgatory is a place to test the potential of the undead. You're a living person. Even if you walk through the 10 directions purgatory, it'll be pointless. Therefore, I don't recommend you take this suffering. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. How can a mere purgatory shake my Tao heart? Mr. Judge, lead the way. Keke, the judge chuckled. You chose the path yourself. If you walk it, you might not be able to return. Han Fei said fearlessly, that's my own choice. The judge nodded slightly and turned to rush through the river of death energy. Han Fei stood on the creation divine chain and followed behind him unhurriedly. After a while, Han Fei saw a mirror standing quietly in the void. This mirror was so high that he couldn't see the end. When he looked at the mirror, it seemed that his soul would be absorbed in. The judge smiled and said, "When you are immersed in the mirror, you step into the 10 directions purgatory. Let me remind you that there are countless creatures taking trials here, so please don't interfere with other people's trials." Han Fei cupped his hands. Sure, Han Fei wasn't worried that the Immortal Temple would deliberately harm him. Firstly, there was no reason. Secondly, if they did that, they would become enemies with the Void Temple. Therefore, Han Fei looked at the mirror without hesitation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In Han Fei's ear, the judge's voice vaguely sounded. "This is a mirror of virtue and justice. What is reflected in it is good and evil in your past. Please ask yourself, Buzz." In Han Fei's eyes, he suddenly saw countless lakes. Since he was young, from the first time he killed to the slaughter to this moment, he seemed to have seen his entire life in an instant. Han Fei saw a road appear in front of his eyes. The scenes of his past were reflected on both sides of the road. Ask myself? Ask what? My Tao heart is firm. I only kill those who deserve to be killed and do what I should. Everything I want is what I need. Break. In front of Han Fei, the countless images that appeared beside the road instantly shattered. It was also at this moment that Han Fei's heart suddenly did a flip. This was because he discovered that all his strength had disappeared. He couldn't sense any power, any specific soul state, or any great Tao or law. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to have become an ordinary person. Chapter 32W3032W2, Comprehending Life and Death in the 10 Directions. Purgatory WW2, Comprehending Life and Death in the 10 Directions. Purgatory WW1. Han Fei knew that since he saw his past life, the 10 Directions Purgatory trial had already begun. The first level of purgatory should be the past that he had just seen. Most people would have infinite mixed feelings if they had enough time when they saw this. The memories of the past came back to his mind, accompanied by too much regret, thinking, and endless choices. If he was obsessed with these things, he would definitely be tortured by the subsequent purgatory. Han Fei was not stupid, so he dropped it immediately, so this path was immediately much quieter. The judge's voice rang in Han Fei's ears. In this world, the judgments of right and wrong reside within one's own heart. The hellfire may cleanse one's sins, but what remains indelible are the memories of this lifetime. Han Fei said indifferently, "There is no absolute right choice, nor is there an absolute wrong choice. Making a decision at the appropriate time is the best choice. What accompanies these choices are merely the costs we bear. Can this ever hinder my Tao heart?" The judge didn't speak. Han Fei walked on this road, and the scene in front of him began to change. He saw many people, many races, and countless creatures. When he set foot in this place, he became one of these countless creatures. On Han Fei's left and right sides were extremely high walls. At the end of the line of sight was the end of the wall. At this moment, the two walls were approaching each other. Once the two walls were pressed together, all the creatures between them would be crushed into powder. Around Han Fei, there were swimming fishes, big birds sprinting in the sky, giants rampaging, sweeping across the people in front of him, and some people crying and running forward. Han Fei was the only one who didn't move. Judging by the speed at which the two walls were closing in, approximately 10% of the beings here are being crushed. However, was that so-called exit truly an exit? He could guarantee that as long as they rushed out of the exit, there would be another checkpoint waiting for them. Most people still couldn't escape the fate of being crushed to death. Han Fei stood still, letting the countless people around him rush past and escape to the exit. He was the only one who didn't move, even though he was only an ordinary person now. Seeing that the two walls were getting closer and closer, there was no one around Han Fei. Most of the creatures had escaped, and a small number of them were still running desperately, although they couldn't escape. The running creatures didn't even have a chance to cry for help, because most people couldn't think of crying for help. At this moment, the two walls were already very close. Han Fei's expression remained unchanged, allowing the walls to squeeze his body and crush his flesh and blood. When he was completely crushed, there was only darkness in front of his eyes, but he didn't even blink. In the next moment, Han Fei's figure appeared in the dark void. He was still an ordinary person, and opposite him was a huge black-robed man. The black-robed man asked, "Why didn't you run?" A faint smile hung on Han Fei's lips. "Why should I run? If I've guessed right, there will be many such small trials or small purgatory. Once I run away, there may be 10 or 20 waiting for me. Perhaps you are using this method to screen talents or observe their temperament, intelligence, and ability. However, I'm here to meet Senior Death God, not to take trials, so this kind of trivial matter is meaningless. In addition, fellow Taoist, you have become so big, it's very inconvenient for us to talk." Hee, interesting. Human Emperor Han Fei is indeed extraordinary. I am the second Yama, Great Monarch Punisher. This trial has a total of 16 levels of purgatory. There are quite a number of people who can't even take a step in this purgatory. Please enter the next level of purgatory. Han Fei nodded slightly, and the scene around him changed. In front of him was a sea of fire, in which countless voices were wailing. "I don't want to reincarnate. I don't want to reincarnate as an undead. Let me go. Let me die." Ah, why can't I blow myself up? I want to blow myself up. Senior, please grant me death. I would rather my soul dissipate. Roar. Someone was roaring and pounding the ground. Some people were in so much pain that they were attacking others, hoping that this kind of venting could divert their attention. However, Han Fei was already used to this pain after 200 years of hellfire burning. He only frowned slightly. Had the Immortal Temple mastered the hellfire burning technique? However, he immediately understood. Even the ancient god of Thundernote had mastered the method of hellfire incineration. The death god of the Immortal Temple couldn't be weaker than the ancient god of Thundernote. It was only natural that he had mastered the method of hellfire incineration. Han Fei didn't complain. This level couldn't be passed by standing still. He saw a mountain in the distance, which was the only mountain here. Most people knew that they had to run to the mountain, but they roared in pain as they ran. Some of them couldn't even move at all. This was because they were better when they weren't moving. It seemed that the pain had decreased a lot, but once they moved, they felt that their bodies and minds were burning. Han Fei, experiencing it with his current mortal body, actually had similar feelings as other beings. He could also feel the torture on his body and soul. He even felt that his legs were incinerated and he couldn't open his eyes at all. However, unlike others, his Tao heart had long been tempered through countless life and death experiences and countless battles. Chapter 3214, Comprehending Life and Death in the 10 Directions. Purgatory 23214. Comprehending Life and Death in the 10 Directions. Purgatory 232. Therefore, although he felt that his body was shattering and melting with every step he took, he didn't frown. After walking for a while, Han Fei found that many people struggled in the hellfire. According to what everyone had done, the intensity of the hellfire was different. Although Han Fei's karma had basically been burnt up, this part of the road was not a test for him in the first place, but he walked on it on his own. On the way, Han Fei saw many determined people, including many races that Han Fei had never seen. Looking at the creatures struggling forward, he couldn't help but feel curious. Han Fei walked to a bull-headed giant and said calmly, "What are you holding on for?" The bull-headed man looked at Han Fei with difficulty and growled in his throat, "I don't want to die." This answer was too common. Han Fei wasn't interested and continued to ask along the way. For example, seeing the hawk struggling on the ground because of the heat, Han Fei asked, "What are you holding on for?" The hawk's sharp cry was like a human's roar. Being an undead creature is also a path. "I want to continue to become stronger. I want to become strong." Han Fei asked, "What will you do after you become strong?" The hawk flapped its wings. "Revenge." "Oh, hatred." Han Fei walked forward unhurriedly as if this body was not his at all. Along the way, he asked countless people, but the answers he got were mostly similar. Most of them did it because they didn't want to die. They felt that reincarnated undead creatures were still alive. There were also some people who wanted to continue cultivating because of their faith. Some people didn't want their traces in this world to completely disappear. That would be no different from turning into ashes. There were also a small number of people who fought for righteousness and eliminating the ominous. Everyone seemed to have a reason. This motivation drove them forward. Although the hellfire was burning fiercely, Han Fei hadn't seen anyone being burned to ashes yet. This meant that no matter how hard these people struggled, they would eventually reach the mountain in unparalleled pain and escape the burning of the hellfire. Therefore, although this seemed difficult, most people could still complete it. Han Fei felt that it took him no more than a day to reach the mountain. After arriving here, he saw a precipice where the techniques of turning into the undead were engraved. It was the way to teach them how to absorb death energy. Furthermore, under this technique, there was a word mark. This can be your destination, but it can also be your starting point. Cross this cliff and you'll probably die. You'll either become an expert or be obliterated. Please choose carefully. The hellfire was no longer burning here, but countless creatures gathered here and began to cultivate to turn into the undead according to the cultivation techniques. Yes, there were many more people left than those who continued to walk. Perhaps only 1 or 2 of the thousands of creatures would try to walk to the 4th level of purgatory. The first level reflects my life and clears your Tao heart. The second level has many small trials to select talents. The third level is the burning of hellfire to cleanse sin. Han Fei discovered that the first 3 levels of purgatory should be just a basic test for the reincarnated undead. Although this basic test seemed difficult, it was just a basic test. Han Fei wasn't here to turn into an undead creature, so he didn't study the cultivation techniques but continued to move forward. At this time, another black-robed man appeared in front of Han Fei, and his voice carried a bit of majesty. "Fellow Taoist Han Fei, every dead person who turns into an undead has their own desires. Although you are not here to turn into an undead, have you ever thought that after you die, you will become an undead?" Han Fei asked. "Who are you?" "The third Yama, Great Monarch Hellfire Herding." Han Fei curled his lips slightly. "Herd hellfire? That's appropriate," Han Fei said calmly. "That's a good question." Han Fei frowned slightly. All undeads had their own requirements. If he were himself, he might have given up if he died. Although undeads were also living in certain ways, he felt that this way of living was too boring. If he only lived for himself, Han Fei felt that he might not change to become an undead. However, he didn't just live for himself. He still had a lot of things to do and hadn't met the people he wanted to see. Would he be willing to give up? Once a person had a bond, he would hesitate, so Hanfei wasn't sure what he would choose. Great Monarch Hellfire Herding said in a low voice, "That's an honest answer, but this answer is not enough. Since you don't know how to choose, try it." The 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of Purgatory are only trials for the undead. Although they are 100 times more difficult, they can't shake your Dao heart. There's no need for you to go anymore. Go to the 7th level. In front of Hanfei's eyes, the scene changed again. This time, Hanfei seemed to have returned to the Heavenly Water Village. Yes, it was this village. At home, by the cliff, Hanfei was still a 12-year-old boy. However, his memories still existed. A black-robed man stood beside Hanfei at some point in time. He said, "I am the 7th Yama, Great Monarch Reincarnation. Of course, it's impossible for me to achieve true reincarnation. I'm just creating a fake world of reincarnation." Chapter 325 Comprehending Life and Death in the 10 Directions. Purgatory 3325 Comprehending Life and Death in the 10 Directions. Purgatory 3333. Hanfei, you made me reincarnate with my memories? The black-robed man chuckled. Why do you have to forget your memories? In this life, you are just an ordinary person. The others you know are also ordinary people, but your life is still exciting. With that, the black-robed man left. Hanfei, come and have some soup. Hanfei looked back and saw that it was Tongjae. Hanfei couldn't help but sigh when he saw Tongjae again. Although in reality, Tunga still lived in the human race and had sons and daughters, and his strength had reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, he was still that boy here. Looking at the spirit swallowing soup, Hanfei couldn't help but sigh. This was where he started. Who knew that one day he would stand at the peak of the sea realm and become a peerless expert? Hanfei knew Tongjae's aptitude, so he took the soup and asked, "How's your cultivation going?" "Huh? Cultivation? What cultivation?" Hanfei frowned slightly. He wanted to feel his spiritual heritage, but at this moment he was really an ordinary person without any abilities. He took the spirit swallowing soup and found that no data appeared in the soup. Even the demon purification pot didn't give any feedback. "It's not a cultivation world?" Hanfei said again. "Tongjae, I remember that the fishing trial will be held in a few days, right? Don't come to me during this period of time." But Tongjae looked at Hanfei weirdly. "What fishing trial? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the fishing season? There's still half a year to go until the fishing season. When the time comes, let's work harder and try to gain more. Let's treat your illness first." "Illness? Sure enough, I'm still sick. Is my spiritual heritage still incomplete?" Tunga touched Hanfei's forehead and asked in confusion, "You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Is it because you're too weak?" Hanfei slapped Tunga away speechlessly and thought to himself, "Fine, this life is interesting. Since I'm here, I'll take it easy." Several days later, Hanfei had a general understanding of this world. This was not a floating island at all, and there were no fishing boats here. However, this was a low-leveled martial world, and people still had a certain space for forced promotion. This village was still the Heavenly Water Village and was a small island on the sea. There were thousands of such small islands. These countless small islands surrounded a very large island called the Thousand-Star City. To Hanfei's surprise, his parents, Old Han, and his mother were all there. Because they were fake figures fabricated by that Yama, they were just ordinary people, not gods. Hanfei quickly accepted this reality. He also wanted to see what kind of reincarnation world Great Monarch Reincarnation had created for him. On the 3rd day after Hanfei came here, during class, he suddenly felt an abnormal pain in his body. This body was only a mortal body, but he could feel this excruciating pain, as if some kind of power was really scraping his bones and blood. Although Hanfei's Dao heart was firm, it was only in terms of mentality and spirit. The more spirited he was, the more painful he would feel. Lying on the ground twitching, Hanfei thought to himself, "Is this my illness? After all, this is a low-level martial world. If I have no ability at all, how can I experience life as a cripple?" At this moment, the people in the class were in a panic. Xiaoyu shouted, "Shut up, I know his illness. Call the teacher. I'll give him a massage to soothe his muscles." Everybody else, get out of the way. Hanfei was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, but in his heart he thought that Xiaoyu was quite decisive, although she didn't seem as cute as before. About 5 minutes later, the familiar Mr. Wang Jie came and injected a force into Hanfei's body, which immediately soothed him. When Hanfei stopped twitching, Wang Jie heaved a sigh. Hanfei could hear regret and helplessness in his sigh. Days passed one after another. Hanfei knew that he wouldn't be able to go back until he experienced all of this. He simply began to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. Of course, he had a stronger body tempering technique, but his body couldn't withstand it. It took him a full month to barely complete the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. However, after it, his episodes went from an average of once every 3 days to once every 7 days. After living here for 3 months, Hanfei's illness was basically cured. In the 3rd month, there was basically no illness. Furthermore, Hanfei's physique began to grow rapidly, and his muscles began to take shape. Half a year later, Hanfei had completely become a normal person, or to be exact, stronger than normal people. His general strength might be equivalent to that of a level 5 fisher. He seemed to be gradually getting used to this life. With his parents and Tunga by his side, Xiaoyu often came to him, probably because she had a crush on him. Wang Jie also began to see him in a different light. Some people who bullied him were punished by him, and the village leader saw his change and talent and praised him for it. This was a very ordinary life, even more ordinary than when he lived in seclusion with Zhu Yingling. It was a little like the life he had when he first met Zeman Linglin. Chapter 3216, Comprehending Life and Death in the 10 Directions. Purgatory 4. 3216. Comprehending Life and Death in the 10 Directions. Purgatory 4. On this day, Han Fei was still sleeping soundly in bed. The door suddenly opened, and old Han and Zhang Linxian said, "Son, get up, it's fishing season, we're going to sea." Zhang Linxian said gently, "Haven't you been clamoring about going to sea? Come on, let's go to sea together." Han Fei got up lazily. He was already used to this kind of life. It was more like a vacation than a reincarnation trial. Old Han was a simple fisher. His mother could make beautiful embroidery, so she made more money than old Han did. Tangay was just an adopted son that old Han picked up by accident, but old Han really treated him as his biological son. Han Fei rose slowly. "Okay, where is Tangay?" Han Guanshu smiled. "Tangay is already on the boat." Han Fei stretched. "Aren't we going to have breakfast first?" Zhang Linxian handed out a few skewers with meatballs on them with a smile. "I bought them at the market. They're hot octopus meatballs." Han Fei was stunned for a moment. He was really not used to this kind of mother. The contrast was too great. Han Fei pretended to be happy and took the meatball. "I'll leave half for Tangji." Old Han laughed. "Tangjie left these 3 to you. Do you think Tunga sleeps like a pig like you? Fine." After a while, Han Fei came to the fishing port by the sea. This place was already overcrowded with people everywhere who were going to sea to catch fish. Han Fei even saw Xiaoyu jumping up and saying, Han Fei, let's see who catches more fish." Han Fei said casually with a hint of ridicule, "Then you are bound to lose." Such a small scene actually didn't interest him much, but seeing that everyone was in a good mood, he wasn't in a bad mood. Xiaoyu even waved her fist at Han Fei angrily. After a while, sails were raised and small boats ran to the sea one after another. The seemingly dense small boats turned into stars as soon as they entered the sea. They were not close to each other. Wherever a boat stayed, others would bypass it automatically. Old Han began to set up a net. Tanga and Han Fei had already started fishing, and Han Fei's mother began to sprinkle the fish food bait. A normal person wouldn't be able to fish in the sea. However, this was a low-level martial world after all. Although they weren't strong, they had some abilities. At first, it took Tangay about half a day to catch a total of 3 fish. After all, it was difficult to catch sea fish. With the help of Zhang Linxian, Old Ten caught a total of 12 fish, 2 crayfish, and even a small sea turtle. Han Fei, on the other hand, caught 11 fish on his own, which stunned Tangay and Old Han. Tangay was stunned. "Han Fei, why didn't I know that you were so good at fishing?" Old Han also said, "Hey, son, after you recover, you seem to be very good at everything." His mother said, "What are you talking about? Fire was smart in the first place. Clearly, he has mastered some technique." Han Fei chuckled. "Actually, different fish are at different depths of water. Get a good grasp of the depth of the water, set up bait, and use a little bit of skill. In this fishing season, it's not difficult to fish." Old Han turned around and laughed. He patted Han Fei's shoulder with his big hand. "You speak in such a persuasive manner that I almost believe you." Tanga said, "Let me have a try too." Just as they were delighted, they suddenly heard their mother scream. They saw a black shadow flash past with a swish. Snap. The black shadow was nailed to the mast. On a closer look, it turned out to be a long conch that looked like a cone. On the conch shell, blood was dripping. The moment he saw the conch, Han Fei's face changed. A nail conch? How is it possible that there are sea demons in this world? Han Fei went to the market more than once. He had checked the entire fish market. There were no sea demons at all, but just ordinary fish. However, the appearance of this nail conch ruined his peaceful life. "Mummy, Linxian, what's wrong?" Zhang Linxian fell backward with a hole in her chest. In panic, Old Han scrambled to help Zhang Linxian up, and Tangay crawled over crying. The beautiful picture of life a moment earlier was gone at this moment. Han Fei subconsciously raised his hand and summoned the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, at least the healing technique. However, this power couldn't be used at all. Half a year was neither long nor short. Although Han Fei knew that this was a fake reincarnation world created by Great Monarch Reincarnation, the people, senses, and experiences here seemed to be real. This was completely different from the environment. This was the reincarnation comprehension created by a certain power. It was just like when he returned to the past and met Seaman Linglin. All of this was so real that even if Han Fei knew that it was fake, he couldn't break free from it. This was really like a reincarnation cycle that had to be completed step by step before the end of this cycle. Chapter 3217, Secret of Death, Origin of the Three Temples, 1. 317, Secret of Death, Origin of the Three Temples, 1. Han Fei had thought that this was an ordinary world. The meaning of reincarnation might be to let him experience another life and watch the people around him live and die. However, he didn't expect everything to happen so quickly. Humans were animals with feelings. Han Fei had been with the ordinary Zhang Linxian in this world for half a year, and he seemed to be able to remember every detail of the past half a year. However, right in front of him she was nailed to death by a low-level nail conch. He, an immortal-level powerhouse, could only watch his family die in front of his eyes. At this moment Han Fei had mixed feelings. What he cultivated was not the ultimate affectionless Tao. At this moment he was angry, indignant, and puzzled about this reincarnation setting. Swish-to-clang, clang! Another nail conch shot out of the sea, and Han Fei slapped it with his fishing rod. Although the fishing rod in his hand was just an ordinary one, Han Fei hadn't forgotten his combat experience. Therefore, although this kind of nail conch whose attack methods were very singular succeeded once, there wouldn't be a second time. Lingxian, Lingxian. Old Han was not a god this time. Zhang Linxian's body was pierced, and he was helpless. At this moment, tears were streaming down his face as he tried to block the bloody holes on Zhang Linxian's body. But how could such big wounds be blocked? The deck was dyed red, and old Han was wailing. Tungay was lying on the deck, dumbfounded. Han Fei looked at the sea and saw a few marching sea leeches. Not good. Han Fei suddenly lifted Tunga up and shouted at him, "Come on, set sail and leave this sea area." Tunga's eyes were full of tears, and he seemed to have no strength at all. Han Fei shouted, "Set sail now, or we'll all die." After that, Han Fei shouted, "Old H-Dod, there's something in the water. We can't stay in this sea area long." However, Han Guanshu seemed to have lost his soul and didn't hear her at all. Han Fei shouted, "Mom has already died. Do you want the two of us to follow her?" Han Guanshu's body trembled. He looked back at Han Fei in confusion. He didn't understand why his biological son was so calm and exuded a strange and awe-inspiring temperament. However, there was a lot of indifference in this temperament. But it was his mother who was dead. Leave it to me. Although Han Guanshu was reluctant to put Zhang Linxian down, he knew his priorities. With his help, the boat quickly sailed away from this sea area. There were more and more marching sea leeches nearby, and Han Fei and the others found that many boats were fleeing like them. Halfway through, Han Fei saw a long tentacle cutting through the air. In an instant, he slapped the tentacle in the air. Unfortunately, he was only holding an ordinary fishing pole and couldn't inject spiritual energy into it, so he couldn't smash the tentacle at all. Tentacle lobster? The tentacle swung at Han Fei, and his body was only slightly offset, easily avoiding the attack of the tentacle lobster. Seeing that the shrimp's pincers were almost hanging on the boat, Han Fei held the side of the boat with one hand and turned in the air. Except for one hand, he almost threw all the other parts of his body out of the boat. Seeing this scene, Tunga and Han Guanshu felt a chill down their spines. Tunga muttered, Han Fei, son, don't come over." At that moment, Han Fei kicked the tentacle lobster off the boat with the power of his body. The tentacle lobster smashed into the water, raising several cold glints. Han Fei tilted his head and a knife stabbed into the edge of the hole next to his ear. "Bladefish?" Han Fei's eyes flashed and he grabbed the knife. The knife of the bladefish was a good weapon, at least when he was a fisher. After a while, a large number of boats gathered at the port of the Heavenly Water Village, and there were screams everywhere. Someone shouted, "Don't go to sea, don't go to sea." All the fish and shrimp in the sea had become monsters. Someone went crazy. "Dead, they're all dead, my son," someone shouted. "Run, it's all bugs, the sea is full of bugs." On a boat not far away from Han Fei and the others, a corpse suddenly twitched. Seeing this, Han Fei was about to remind them when he saw a long shadow break out of the body and enter the stomach of another person on the boat. Ahaha! For a time, there were endless screams. Snakebelt. After running for his life, Han Guanshu seemed to have calmed down a little. He quickly landed the boat, hugged Zhang Linxian, and shouted at Han Fei and Tang Jie, "Go ashore, quickly go ashore." Han Fei looked back at the boats that were still going back, many of which had already stopped near the shore. He even saw that the tide had begun to surge. Besides, the sky was getting darker and the sea wind began to howl, indicating that a disaster was coming. When Han Fei and the others escaped to the shore, a wave as high as 1 meter had already formed behind them. This wave was actually very small in the seafront area, but this was only the beginning, and the most important thing was not the wave itself. In the wave, hermit crabs were washed up. Those hermit crabs had very fast speed. Taking advantage of the wave to rush to the shore, they began to attack the crowd. In this low-leveled martial world, although everyone had a little strength, they were still far inferior to sea creatures. Chapter 3218 through 218, Secret of Death, Origin of the Three Temples, 23218, Secret of Death, Origin of the Three Temples, 2. No one could break the shell of the hermit crab, but its claws could easily knock people down. In addition to hermit crabs, there were also some sea scorpions swarming to the shore. In the blink of an eye, the offshore area was dyed red. Some people were pierced by the scorpion's tail, some were stabbed to death by hermit crabs, and a snakebelt was running around but was knocked to death. Someone shouted, "Not good! The tsunami is coming. Run! The village is situated on high ground. Run to the village," someone cried. "My father was dragged into the sea, right on the shore. Can someone save him?" "Dad, Mom, where are you?" Almost in the blink of an eye, everything changed. Han Fei frowned. This didn't seem to be a completely fictional reincarnation world. Everything in this world was too real. People's emotions, the attacks of monsters, and their daily lives were all too normal. Furthermore, every person, every shout, and every voice he saw had their own unique emotions. Han Fei knew that great monarchs had the ability to independently create countless types of characters. However, this didn't seem necessary. Either this world had been woven by great monarch reincarnation for a long time, or this world wasn't actually woven by great monarch reincarnation, but had once appeared in the long river of history and now was directly intercepted and used here. Han Fei couldn't help but think of his mother's methods. She used to intercept the fragments of time and made him return to 100,000 years ago. Now, when the familiar creature appeared here, Han Fei knew that this world wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Great monarch reincarnation didn't just let him live as an ordinary person. Han Fei looked at old Han and Tanga Yi, thinking that he was no longer a child. Since you want me to live here, I have to live my way. It seems that I have been fighting all my life. Now, I'm just fighting in a different place. Han Fei didn't say this for old Han and Tanga Yi to hear. He knew that great monarch reincarnation was watching. No matter what he hoped to comprehend or what he should comprehend, he didn't want to go against his true intentions. If it were when he was young, he would run for his life without hesitation, but now, he wouldn't. Han Fei rushed towards the nearest hermit crab with a knife in one hand. Old Han hurriedly shouted, "Fire, what are you doing? Come back!" However, Han Fei didn't seem to hear it at all. The hermit crab thought that Han Fei was just an ordinary person, and he was so small. How could it take him seriously? It didn't dodge at all. It raised its two claws and hooked at Han Fei. Pooh, pooh, puh. Before it saw how Han Fei attacked, two knives flashed and the crab's two claws were cut off. When it felt fear and was about to retract into its shell, Han Fei had already stabbed his knife into its forehead. A young man who was almost stabbed to death by a hermit crab looked at Han Fei in shock, but Han Fei had already turned around and left. Someone had a snake belt drill into his body and was staggering, trying to cry for help. The others were all escaping, except for Han Fei, who rushed to his side in 3 or 5 steps. With a cold flash in his hand, he poked his stomach, and a bloody hole appeared, and a long snake flew out. Phoofed! With a cold flash, the snake belt was cut in half from head to tail. Han Guanshu, Teng Ge, and some people who were about to escape were all shocked to see Han Fei's action. Han Fei shouted in a childish voice, "Those who can still fight, help the people around you. It's best if you can take the bodies of these sea creatures back. We must retreat within half an hour." Han Fei didn't care if anyone listened to him. He rushed forward and killed more than a dozen sea creatures. Near the shore, because of the congestion of boats, He Xiaoyu dragged 2 bodies with tears on her face. She wanted to take them back, but she was too young and weak to do so. It was already very good that the little girl was not crying on the boat at this moment. However, this couldn't go on. Han Fei had already seen a tentacle lobster crawling towards He Xiaoyu from a boat near her. Watch out. Han Fei jumped among the boats. His footwork was weird, and he was like a swimming fish. When a tentacle was thrown at He Xiaoyu, a cold light flashed, and a knife swept across the sky more than 10 meters away, cutting off the tentacle and stabbing into the mast next to He Xiaoyu. Han Fei jumped up and came to He Xiaoyu. At the moment when another tentacle was thrown at him, he had already pulled out a knife, grabbed one of the shells of the tentacle lobster with one hand, and turned over in a weird posture. Then he stabbed the knife into the place where the tentacle lobster's head and body met. As the knife chi in his hand shook, the tentacle lobster's brain was shaken into mush. He Xiaoyu was dumbfounded when she saw Han Fei jump over and kill a lobster the size of a human. Han Fei looked at He Mingteng and He Xiaoyu's mother in the pool of blood and heaved a sigh. Without saying anything to He Xiaoyu, he pulled her to jump onto another boat. Chapter 3219, Secret of Death, Origin of the 3 Temples. 3219, Secret of Death, Origin of the 3219, Secret of Death, Origin of the 3 Temples. 3. My parents are still on the boat. I'm not leaving, Han Fei shouted. If you don't go, you'll die too. If you die, who will avenge them? The word avenge them Ti Chao Yu's soul. She followed Han Fei numbly. Along the way, a snake belt darted at them. Han Fei slashed back and cut the snake belt into 2 from head to tail without even looking at it. This scene was witnessed by some observant people who were astounded. Han Guanshu and Teng Ge had also witnessed Han Fei's strength. They even wondered if this was the Han Fei they knew. Half a day later, the tsunami ravaged the coast of the island for nearly 10 kilometers. God knew how many people had died during this fishing season. At this moment, Han Guanshu, Teng Ge, and He Xiaoyu seemed to be waiting for Han Fei's explanation. They felt that this person seemed a little different from the Han Fei they knew. Han Fei said, "I have a master who is known as the God of Death. He secretly taught me these. Cough, cough, Ed." When Han Fei said this, someone in the dark mist in the Sea of Stars couldn't help but cough a few times. Heh, this kid is interesting. Great Monarch Reincarnation asked, "Lord Death God, to be honest, I don't know why you let him enter this reincarnation. Even without the demon purification pot, with Han Fei's strength, how can ancient history of this level stop him? I don't want to stop him. I want to torture his mind and make him experience life and death. Finally, let him experience death 1 year later." With countless cultivation techniques and skills, Han Fei still walked the path of body refining. Although he didn't have the demon purification pot this time, it didn't matter. This was because he discovered that this low-leveled martial world was gradually changing and already had the conditions for his cultivation. At this moment, the population of the Heavenly Water Village was almost halved. Although the tsunami didn't drown the Heavenly Water Village, it turned it into an isolated island. With the help of Old Han, Han Fei promoted cultivation techniques, combat skills, forging, and so on. In the meantime, he was already a level 8 fisher. It was not that he didn't want to improve quickly, but his aptitude was too poor. It was already a fantasy for him to upgrade at such a speed. Every day, they would either go hunting by the sea, cultivate, practice combat skills, or forge weapons. Han Fei even wanted to build a fishing boat, but he didn't have floating stones, so it was not possible. 3 years later, Han Fei had become a great fishing master, and he had become a young leader in the Heavenly Water Village. However, the island area of the Heavenly Water Village was disappearing at a speed of nearly 1 kilometer a year, so Han Fei couldn't just sit idle. He had to establish a fleet and find a way to connect to other towns. Without a fishing boat, they could only use human lives to continuously explore the route. When he was exploring the route, Han Fei ran into the dragon eel. 6 of the 7 boats sank. When fighting the dragon eel, Han Fei watched Old Han being slapped into the water. He wanted to save him, but if he got off the boat, the last boat would also sink. On this boat, there was Tunga and He Xiaoyu. At the moment when Old Han sank into the sea, he stuck his head out and said, "I'm going to see your mother, live well and walk out of here." After a while, Han Fei looked at the corpse of the dragon eel in front of him without saying a word. Tunga was also sad and sat with Han Fei. He Xiaoyu squatted next to them trying to comfort them, but she didn't know what to say. Han Fei's mind was actually exceptionally clear. This was a choice he made. He couldn't help but think of the conversation he had with the judge in the first level of the purgatory. He said, "There is no absolutely right choice, nor is there absolutely wrong choice. The choice at the right time is the best choice. The merits and losses that come with the choice are just the price to pay." Although he still maintained the same attitude, mental torture was inevitable. Han Fei probably already knew the trick of great monarch reincarnation. He would let the people around him die one by one. If this is the only way to comprehend the law of death, so what if I don't? Unfortunately, no one answered him. Han Fei smiled self-mockingly. Yes, as the judge said, from the moment he entered the 10 Directions Purgatory, he couldn't stop. He could only bite the bullet and walk over. Sure enough, 2 days after Old Han died, he found a new land, the Blue Sea Town, and successfully met the genius cultivators Xia Xiaochan, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, Liren Kuang, as well as Old Bai, Old Zhang, and the others. When they appeared, Han Fei spat. He knew that this reincarnation was fake. Even if it seemed that it couldn't be more real, it was just a piece of ancient history. These people weren't the real Xia Xiaoshan and the others. The Heavenly Water Village and the Blue Sea Town must just be fabricated names. However, no matter who they were, it was very likely that these people had really existed. However, according to the personality of Great Monarch Reincarnation, they would die one by one in front of him. As Han Fei expected, when he tried to connect the Heavenly Water Village and the Blue Sea Town, He Xiaoyu died in his arms. Chapter 3220, Secret of Death, Origin of the Three Temples, 43220, Secret of Death, Origin of the Three Temples, 4 Actually, I think you know. I just didn't expect that I would tell you one day. I like you, and I don't want to die. What a pity, soon after He Xiaoyu's death, the environment in the ocean became more and more dangerous. The islands were blocked by seawater, and it was almost impossible to cross them. Some islands were directly submerged by seawater, and no one there returned alive. Han Fei knew that the age of sea demons had come. According to the time, the people here didn't even have a fixed cultivation system. Besides, the sea demons had just risen, so the time should be in the age of the gods. The primordial land fell apart, and all the races suffered a catastrophe. The gods were gone, the descendants of gods were sealed, and the entire sea realm and even the entire sea of stars were in a revival stage. This was a blank period, a sign that the primordial era had turned into the age of gods. Han Fei's spiritual heritage was limited. Although his growth wouldn't stop, his speed wasn't that fast. The number of people he could save could be counted on one hand. Therefore, he established a fleet, reacquainted with Xia Xiaoshan and others, and led the fleet to seek survival in the age of sea demons. For ordinary people, this was doomsday. The first group to follow the team were naturally from Heavenly Water Village. They themselves knew that if they didn't leave, they would eventually die. Therefore, a huge fleet began to navigate among the islands under the Blue Sea Town. When the route to the Thousand-Star City was opened, the fleet became even more prosperous. Different from his adventures in the past, although Han Fei had countless cultivation techniques, no matter how he tried to change his spiritual heritage, seek opportunities, or even get the countless opportunities he wanted, his strength couldn't improve quickly. This situation lasted for 300 years. Han Fei unknowingly ruled the Thousand-Star City, but he still couldn't resist the one after another invasion of sea demons. In the past 300 years, he could only watch tens of thousands of islands under the jurisdiction of the Thousand-Star City sink and be destroyed one after another. He had wanted to explore the giant islands outside the Thousand-Star City countless times, but in the vast sea, he couldn't find another giant island despite sending countless fleets. Finally, on this day 300 years later, there was only Thousand-Star City left in the Thousand-Star City, standing alone on the sea. Everyone's mood fell to the valley. Too many people didn't want to fight anymore. On this day, the sea demon tide came again. Han Fei, who was in the city, suddenly found that this scene was just like the battle in the heavenly desolate city that he and xuanhuan experienced back then. Looking around, the four seas were all his enemies, and most of the human beings here, including himself, would die here. Over the years, Han Fei had been used to death. He had watched the first batch of people who followed him all die. He had considered the true meaning of death countless times. But every time, he felt that this reincarnation world was not teaching him the law of death at all, but torturing him, a kind of mental torture. Or rather, this reincarnation was teaching him to face death. At this moment, everybody was fighting. Han Fei wanted to give up because they had no chance of winning this battle. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance, he would try. However, there was no such thing as a 1 in a million chance. This was a dead end. Beside Han Fei, Tangge had already become a brave and strong expert. He patted Han Fei's shoulder and said, "I know you have tried your best. To be honest, if I had known that this would happen, I would have gone with Mom and Dad back then. At least, I wouldn't have to suffer. Brother, after this battle, you can take a rest." Han Fei didn't speak, but watched Tangge leave. Xuanhuan smiled and said, Fei, to be honest, I have been looking forward to dying on the sea. I envy those who have died in battle, and miss Old Bai and the others. Renquang held a dozen skewers of barbecue in his hand, chewing and saying, "What a pity. I won't be able to eat these again." Han Fei finally said slowly, "Then take a few more bites now." Renquang laughed. "It's about time. I hope I can have a good sleep later. I can have everything in my dream." Luo Xiaobai took a deep look at Han Fei and said calmly, "I'm leaving. If there's a chance, try to break out of here and have a look of the outside world." "I'm with you." Okay. The slaughter turned into bloody flowers. On the first day of the bloody battle, Tangge was drowned in the fish tide. Zhang Xuanyu defended one side with his spear, but he was swallowed by the sea demon tide in the end. Although Han Fei knew that they were not the people he knew, they had been together for more than 300 years. Besides, wouldn't the ominous battle be like the sea demon tide today? If one day he was also so powerless in the face of the ominous, would he have to watch them die one after another? Han Fei fought mechanically until he found that only xuanhuan was left beside him, and when he looked up, there was no longer a living person standing. xuanhuan was dying and revealed the last smile at Han Fei. Idiot. When xuanhuan fell, Han Fei finally couldn't hold back the indescribable pain and burning fury in his heart anymore. At that moment, he seemed to suddenly understand something. Why did the undead exist? Was it because they wanted to continue living? Obviously not. When death became a common companion, whether one was alive or dead, it no longer mattered. Chapter 3221, 32221, Secret of Death, Origin of the Three Temples, 5. 3221, Secret of Death, Origin of the Three Temples, 5. Did the undead cultivate to continue cultivating? But what was the purpose of cultivation? Endless battles, countless life and death separations. What was the point of such cultivation? Every undead cultivator had a reason, and the death god was no exception. Why did he create the undead cultivation technique? Perhaps, in the final analysis, he still couldn't achieve the ultimate affectionless. Was it because there were too many people he couldn't bear to part with? Suddenly, Han Fei asked, "Why didn't you choose to die?" At that moment, everything around him seemed to be frozen, and a calm and magnetic voice said indifferently, "Because they can't die in vain. Otherwise, what are our efforts worth? Therefore, I was born from death and want to kill to the end of the world. I want them to follow me to seek an answer." In the next moment, Han Fei was drowned by the endless tide of sea demons. He felt that his consciousness was fading, and it was weirdly quiet. He didn't think at all, but he seemed to exist. Han Fei didn't know if he was alive or dead. If he had to describe his current state, it would be to describe it as empty, quiet, and blank. He couldn't feel time or life. It was as if he was wandering in the sea of stars and had seen the endless desolation in the sea of stars, but he didn't have any memories of it. Han Fei seemed to see two lights and wanted to follow them. He followed the two lights for a long time, but he couldn't catch up with them. After an unknown period of time, at a certain unintentional moment, he seemed to see the appearance of the two lights clearly. The two scimitars seemed a little familiar. Han Fei seemed to suddenly regain consciousness. He suddenly woke up from this chaos. He still had a road to walk and a war to fight. He remembered what the person said. Those people couldn't die in vain. Someone had to find an answer. It was also at this moment that a fuzzy figure seemed to appear in this endless desolation and silence. The man said casually, "Do you feel it? Buzz." At that moment, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and felt the return of all his power. The moment his perception returned, the figure in front of him turned from blurry to reality. In front of his eyes, there was a white-robed man standing with his hands behind his back. The man said casually, "Fire of Hope? You woke up earlier than I expected." Han Fei suddenly came back to his senses. The 300 years of experience seemed to be vivid in his mind. The feeling of emptiness and chaos also lingered in his heart. The man said leisurely again, "What did you comprehend?" Han Fei tried to calm himself down and slowly said, "Death has no law. Death is a state, a piece of chaos, and this state is eternal immortality, but also like death." What else? The light in Han Fei's eyes became brighter and brighter. Death is not the end of everything, but the beginning of everything. There are no laws in the world, but because of the beginning, there are laws and great doubts. So, the man in white chuckled. So what? Han Fei's eyelids twitched as he said with difficulty, "So, everything is born from death, including life." No, the void is not in death. Time is not either. Death, void, and time. At this moment, Han Fei understood. He suddenly understood why there were 3 temples in this world. It was because these 3 were the beginnings of chaos. The laws of life were one level weaker than these 3. But Han Fei vaguely felt that something was still wrong. Without the void, time was meaningless. Without life, death was also meaningless. Therefore, at that level, life was weaker than death. Death was the source of life. However, in a sense, life and death were equal. Han Fei said, "Therefore, there is no law of death in this world at all. Instead, there is the infinite tolerance of death. You use this tolerance to create the undead, mixing death and life. Therefore, the undead creatures are not real dead things, but a special life form between life and death." At that moment, the eternal darkness spiritual heritage in Han Fei's body began to tremble. The man in white said, "I told you from the beginning that once you walk into the 10 directions purgatory, there's no turning back. You've comprehended it, so you will never die again." Chapter 3222, 3222, Re-222, Return to the Graveyard of Gods, 13222. Return to the Graveyard of Gods, 1. Han Fei's feelings at this moment were extremely complicated. The man in white said that he would never die again. It was indeed literal. He would never die again. As long as the void was there, time was there, and the death chaos was there, he would not die. However, immortality was not an absolutely good thing. He wouldn't die, but if he was scattered, he would return to the state of no memory, no feelings, and boundless quietness. Then, at some point in time, he would suddenly revive. However, perhaps when he revived again, things had changed. He wasn't dead, but everything related to him might have been completely erased. Just like in the past 300 years, in the end, he was the only one left. Han Fei suddenly regretted coming to the Immortal Temple, because at this moment, he didn't even have the right to die. And the experience of the past 300 years was actually telling him that no matter how long the people around him could live and how strong they were, they might not be able to survive him in the end. In this vast sea of stars, he would eventually become a lonely existence. Han Fei felt fear, a fear that he couldn't die. He couldn't help but look at the white-robed man in front of him. Senior Death God? Han Fei thought of this person. He was the man who once appeared in the Tao Enlightenment Palace of the Divine Capital Dynasty, and he was also the one who helped him sever the negative. "It's me," Han Fei immediately said. "Senior Death God, if this is only the 7th purgatory, what will the subsequent levels of the purgatory be like? The levels of the purgatory behind?" The Death God said indifferently, "You finished the 10 directions purgatory." "Huh? I just experienced a reincarnation." The Death God slowly turned his head, but Han Fei couldn't see his face clearly. He said, "Stepping into the reincarnation, you were in the 7th level of the purgatory. I forgot to tell you that if you die in the reincarnation, you will really die." "Really dead? How is it possible?" Han Fei was shocked. "I died once?" The Death God's voice was calm. "How can you know death without experiencing death? The entire reincarnation is the 7th level of the purgatory. During this period of endless life and death separation, mental torture is the 8th level of the purgatory, and the 9th is death." Han Fei's pupils were constricted. "I've really died once." Suddenly, Han Fei asked, "How long have I been dead?" 300 years. You have too many opportunities that others can't have. Even in death, there is a power to guide you to revive. Therefore, it only took you 300 years to comprehend death. Han Fei's heart trembled. 300 years in reincarnation, 300 years in reality. He had spent a lot of time on this trip, but on second thought, it seemed that time was no longer the most important thing for him. At this moment, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage was operating in Han Fei's body. Death was not a law, but a state. After comprehending this state, Han Fei knew that there was no need for him to pursue the existence of the law of death. Han Fei asked again, "Senior Death God, since the 9th level of the purgatory is death, what about the 10th? The Death God sighed slightly. "In this world, the creatures of all races have experienced bumps, hardships, love, hate, emotions, and desires. Isn't this the most difficult purgatory in the world?" Han Fei thought for a moment and realized that it was true. Since he was young, all kinds of feelings had popped up in his heart. However, he was here to find the law of death, but it was unnecessary now. After all, death was just a state. He had already understood the power of death. Han Fei asked one last question. "Senior Death God, is there no higher path? Is there no power in this world beyond death, void, and time?" The Death God shook his head slightly. "I don't know, at least not for now. Therefore, you need to walk the rest of the road yourself." In the end, Han Fei just cupped his hands. "Thank you for your 10 directions purgatory, Senior Death God." The Death God nodded slightly. It's time to open the path of reincarnation. Han Fei thought to himself. Sure enough, he knew that the path of reincarnation was with me, and he had known it a long time ago. Senior, do you know why the path of reincarnation is with me? Does this matter? Han Fei nodded solemnly. Yes. The death god chuckled. Then find the answer yourself. Han Fei curled his lips slightly. He wasn't surprised by the answer of the death god at all. It seemed that he had always been shrouded in a huge mystery. No one had ever helped him solve this mystery, but they didn't seem to mind him knowing this mystery. Han Fei cupped his hands. In that case, I'll take my leave. The death god waved his hand. Go. Perhaps you don't have much time left. Han Fei paused and nodded slightly. In the next moment, as Han Fei activated the distanceless gate, the number 3 distanceless gate of the chaotic ice domain suddenly appeared here. When he saw the death god, the distanceless gate trembled slightly. The death god waved his hand. You embarked on this path yourself. It's meaningless to regret it. Therefore, while there's still time, do whatever you want. Han Fei came to the distanceless gate, paused, and said, I also want to try killing my way to the end of the world. Chapter 3223, Return to the Graveyard of Gods, 2323, Return to the Graveyard of Gods, 2 Buzz. Han Fei left the Immortal Temple. Although he had never seen the Immortal Temple or the true appearance of any Yama, he had indeed obtained a great opportunity from here. If this was really an opportunity, it was also at this moment that Han Fei understood that the 3 temples might be older than he had imagined, but all of this didn't seem to be important. Death God, Eldest Senior Brother, and Master of Time were very likely the 3 strongest existences in the known chaos. The 3 of them represented 3 extremes, but even so, they were still no match for the ominous. How powerful was the so-called ominous? Han Fei couldn't measure this standard, but he knew that he couldn't embark on these 3 paths, because these were the 3 paths of failure, even if they were all very strong. Returning to the Sea Realm, Han Fei sighed. He had missed the gathering of the Void Temple again. It seemed that from the moment he stepped out of the chaotic wasteland, even attending the gathering of the Void Temple had become a luxury. 300 years had passed. God knew what had happened in the Sea Realm. At this time, Xuanhuan might have already rushed to the West Wilderness. Han Fei thought for a moment and activated the Void Mark. Eldest Senior Brother. Little Junior Brother, are you ready? Han Fei said firmly. I'm ready. Eldest Senior Brother said, wait a moment. Han Fei didn't know what Eldest Senior Brother wanted him to wait for. It was just a moment. He wasn't in such a hurry. At the same time, at the end of the boundless sea of stars, a convergence of blood red and purple, an vast ancient river leading to the unknown, Eldest Senior Brother suddenly said, Death God, time, come. As soon as Eldest Senior Brother said so, a figure in white appeared beside him. Who else could it be but the Death God? He said, I've watched the river for countless eras, but I haven't seen you walk the river. Eldest Senior Brother said leisurely, if I leave, will you guard this place? In the next moment, time intertwined and the dignified voice of the Master of Time Temple sounded. If he is guarding it, I'm afraid he will walk in. In the next moment, the Master of Time Temple in a resplendent golden robe appeared with his hands behind his back. The Death God's voice was calm. Leave the eternal race to me. The path of reincarnation will open, and the monarchs will become gods. If the eternal race dares to pick these countless divine tribulation fruits, they won't be able to go back. Master of Time Temple said indifferently, leave the ominous battlefield to me. Similarly, within 1,000 years, the Time Temple will preside over the ominous battlefields in the 1,081 domains of the Sea of Stars. Our Time Temple will block the strongest wave. At this moment, with a chirp, a delicate voice said angrily, why do you leave the most difficult one to our Void Temple? The Master of the Time Temple said calmly, Shenlei, this can't be helped. Your Void Temple has too few people. Death God, indeed. Eldest Senior Brother said indifferently, all right, there's no dispute about this matter. I'll block the strongest ominous. Shenla curled her lips. You, forget it. Then I'll be the only one hosting the gatherings in the future. You know my style. Eldest Senior Brother gave a rare smile. Got it. Shenla glared at Death God and Master of Time, and her figure turned incorporeal. In the end, she only left a voice here. Everyone from the Void Temple, no matter what you are doing at this moment, let's have a meeting. Everyone from the Void Temple, no matter what you are doing at this moment, come have a meeting. Senior Sister Shenlei's voice suddenly sounded in Han Fei's mind. He was puzzled. Just a moment ago, it was Eldest Senior Brother speaking, but now it had become Senior Sister Shenlei. Besides, Senior Sister Shenlei asked them to attend the meeting. This was clearly not the time for a gathering. Also, no one was allowed to be absent from this gathering. Han Fei summoned the bronze door and stepped in. As soon as he entered, he heard Senior Brother Lei Hung say, Senior Sister Shenlei, what's going on? This is not the time for a gathering, right? Senior Brother Six God was puzzled. Where is Eldest Senior Brother? Green Lotus was slightly surprised. Senior Sister Shenlei, are you hosting the gathering? Red Lotus, that's a big deal. Senior Brother Azure Dragon circled in the sky. Where is Eldest Senior Brother? Feng Yu appeared slowly, her body still burning with scorching flames. Senior Sister Shenlei, you forced me to show my trump card. Han Fei thought to himself. Feng Yu looks so murderous. Where did she go to fight? Senior Brother Undead and Senior Sister Dark Shadow also appeared one after another, but they didn't speak. This time, no one greeted each other because they were all puzzled. Gulp Prover Aha, fifth senior brother said leisurely, "It doesn't seem like good news." Senior Sister Shenla glanced at Han Fei casually and then said, "There will be no lectures in this gathering. I'll only tell you a piece of news. The path of reincarnation is about to open. A storm of blood is about to sweep across the sea realm and the entire sea of stars. The ominous is returning, and all the battlefields are about to open. Eldest senior brother is very busy. I'll host the future gatherings." Even the Void Temple didn't know Han Fei's secret, so Feng Yu, Lei Heng, Senior Sister Dark Shadow, Senior Brother Six God, and the others were still very shocked. Lei Heng asked, "So suddenly? If the path of reincarnation opens, what about the eternal race? If no one restrains them, what can they do?" Senior Sister Shenla said, "Don't worry, the Immortal Temple will take care of the eternal race." Huff! Everyone couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, Senior Brother Six God said, "The path of reincarnation has been opened. I don't know what the other places are like, but in 100 years at most, the sea realm will definitely fall into chaos and conflicts." Chapter 3224, Return to the Graveyard. Of Gods 33224, Return to the Graveyard of Gods, 3Shu224, Return to the Graveyard of Gods, 3 Shenlei said, "To fend off external threats, one must first ensure internal stability. Little Junior Brother, Lei Heng, Junior Brother Six God, I don't care how you distribute your tasks, but do please unify the sea realm within 1,000 years. What I'm talking about is unification. Anyone who resists shall be killed. In 1,000 years, I want a complete sea realm." Stat! Han Fei was stunned. What was going on? Was the effect of opening the path of reincarnation so great? Why did Senior Sister Shenla suddenly become so murderous? Senior Sister Shenla said, "Junior brothers and sisters, our Void Temple has suffered an internal rebellion. Many talented junior brothers and sisters died in that rebellion. Therefore, although there aren't many people in our Void Temple now, I don't want a similar situation to happen again. Besides, the ominous has returned. I want a sea realm that is united against the outside world, not a mess." Senior Brother Six God, "Yes, Senior Sister Shen," Lei Heng said, "No problem, Senior Sister Shen Lei. However, as for the unification of the sea realm, we should give little Junior Brother some time to gain experience for the time being. Anyway, within 1,000 years I promise to take down the sea realm." Han Fei could only bite the bullet and nod. "Okay, Senior Sister Shenlei." Senior Sister Shenlei continued to instruct, "Old 5, you don't have to guard the chaotic ice domain anymore. The Time Temple will take over. I'll give you 1,000 years. Fifth Senior Brother clicked his tongue. "So hasty?" Shenla said. "This is the time that eldest Senior Brother bought for you." Fifth Senior Brother said seriously, which was really rare for him, "Okay." Then Shenla looked at Senior Brother Azure Dragon. "You too, 1,000 years. Senior Brother Azure Dragon nodded slightly. "Okay," Shenla continued. "Green Lotus, Red Lotus, you don't have to stay in the chaotic sea all the time. The time limit I'll give you too is 10,000 years." Green Lotus and Red Lotus looked at each other. "Understood, Senior Sister Shenlei." Senior Sister Shenlei didn't continue to arrange for Senior Brother Undead and Senior Sister Dark Shadow. Instead, she said, "Everyone, since you've come this far, you should know what we'll face in the end. This time, it's different from the ominous return of the Age of Gods. This ominous return is comparable to the one in the Primordial Era. And that time, all races were almost wiped out. Everyone was refreshed. Had it finally come? Was the epic battle that concerned the lives of all races about to begin again? When eldest Senior Brother was here, everything seemed to be casual, and no one felt any pressure. Today, Senior Sister Shen directly piled the mountain-like pressure on everyone's shoulders. It was precisely because there were few people in the Void Temple that everyone had to try their best. Han Fei knew that Senior Sister Shenlei must have given Fifth Senior Brother and the others 1,000 years to become gods. There was no second possibility. In fact, Han Fei felt that Fifth Senior Brother and the others had long surpassed ordinary great monarchs. Instead of calling them great monarchs, they were more like gods in the great monarch realm. Now, they still needed Senior Sister Shenlei to personally urge them before they were willing to make a breakthrough. There was no telling what they had done earlier. After that, before everyone could leave, Senior Sister Shen ran away. Everyone was still in the Void Temple when Lei Heng said leisurely, "Who can tell me why the opening of the Path of Reincarnation causes such a great uproar?" Fifth Senior Brother said, "Why bother to ask this question? Hurry up and control your four-sided lightning domain. Don't get involved in the matters of the sea realm." Lei Heng was speechless. "Senior Sister Shenla just instructed me." Fifth Senior Brother said, "That's for you to clean up the mess." Senior Brother 6, God sighed slightly. "I wanted to cultivate for another 30,000 years, but unfortunately, Senior Brother Azure Dragon's voice was dignified. All right, everyone should have heard it. Time is tight now. We should make breakthroughs and gain experience." Han Fei suddenly said, "Senior Brother Azure Dragon, I might go to your place later." Senior Brother Azure Dragon, "Okay, then I'll wait for you for 300 years. Everyone left one after another, not in the mood to chat. Senior Brother Undead and Senior Sister Dark Shadow didn't speak, and Senior Sister Shen Lei didn't arrange anything for them, so Han Fei tacitly believed that they knew the current situation very well. Not to mention fifth Senior Brother, he must know everything. As for Senior Brother Six God, Senior Brother Lei Hung, Senior Sister Shen, Le tacitly agreed that these two people had the means to clean up the mess for her and take down the Sea Realm, which proved that they could become gods at any time, and their combat power was abnormally powerful. As for Feng Yu, she should be about the same as him now. Although he was trapped in reincarnation for 300 years, Feng Yu shouldn't have broken through to the Great Monarch realm in just 300 years, right? Or rather, if she made another breakthrough, she would only be a Great Monarch. As for Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus, they should have some great secrets. After all, they walked the same path as him, the Tao of Extreme Balance, but he didn't know how far they had gone. Senior Sister Shen Le gave fifth Senior Brother and the others 1,000 years, but she gave Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus 10,000 years. Obviously, there was something he didn't know. On second thought, Han Fei activated the Void Mark. In the next moment, Senior Sister Shen Le replied, "Little Junior Brother, what's the matter?" Chapter 3225, Return to the Graveyard of Gods 43225, Return to the Graveyard of Gods, for Han Fei thought to himself. Now even when he activated the Void Mark, it was Senior Sister Shen Le who replied. It could be seen that the matter of his opening the path of reincarnation was indeed serious and even tied eldest Senior Brother down. Han Fei said, "Senior Sister Shen Lei, I have a technique that I want to give to Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus." "Oh, give it to me. I'll give it to them." Han Fei didn't hesitate. Since Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus walked the Tao of Extreme Balance, the God-Fiend body should also be a bottleneck on their path. But it was also possible that they had already passed this bottleneck. But in any case, he had to give this technique away. At this moment, there was no point in keeping it to himself. The technique was absorbed by a void, and then Senior Sister Shenla said, "Little Junior Brother, I'm not trying to pressure you. If you can't take down the Sea Realm in 1,000 years, it doesn't matter. After all, your path is not in the Sea Realm. 10,000 years, I promise you still have 10,000 years to squander freely. I'll try my best. Okay, as for taking in disciples, if you don't meet a suitable person for the time being, you can put it aside for the time being." "Okay, Senior Sister," Han Fei thought to himself. If Senior Sister Shen Lei hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. He had no time to take in disciples. Anyway, most of the trial layout of the Void Temple had been set up. He just needed to wait and see if anyone took the bait. After the hasty gathering, Han Fei's heart stirred, and the drop of Nether River water given by Chen Lingsu appeared in front of him. Now, his original law had been confirmed, which was the law of life and law of death. Although there was no specific law of death, it was an absolute state. It didn't matter if there was a law or not. It also represented his original law. After all, the significance of an origin law was to encompass all laws, and death, even the law of life, was included. It could be said that in this world, except for the void and time, there shouldn't be any law that death couldn't encompass. Buzz. A nebula appeared. With a thought from Han Fei, the creation divine chain appeared under his feet and took him into the chaotic Nether River. In the Nether River, it took Han Fei 3 days to come to the Graveyard of Gods again. The moment Han Fei reappeared in the Graveyard of Gods, the star tombs began to tremble. A loud voice rumbled, "He's back." There was a trace of anticipation in the voice of a god. "So fast? Just 300 years? A god asked, "Little friend Han Fei, can the path of reincarnation really be opened?" Han Fei's voice was confident and firm. "Of course." Several hours later, Han Fei came to Chen Lingsu's star tomb again. This goddess was playing chess with herself. Here, hundreds of remnant souls of gods had already gathered. Seeing Han Fei return, she sighed slightly. "It seems that I thought you could find him back." Han Fei sighed helplessly. "I didn't have time to find him at all. However, if you wait on the path of reincarnation, there might be a trace of hope to meet him. I wonder what kind of spiritual treasure Senior wants to give me this time," Chen Lingsu smiled. "You can't wait anymore?" Han Fei chuckled, but then he said solemnly, "Seniors, let me tell you clearly that the reincarnation cycle will open today." Buzz! The divinities of the gods here surged. A god couldn't help but sigh. "What can I say? We were supposed to die, but we're welcoming a new life?" A god sighed. "Fate is really unpredictable," a god reminded them. "Don't be happy too early. I believe you know what it means that the path of reincarnation opens. Once this path opens, the Sea Realm and the Sea of Stars will be in chaos." A god said, "It's better than not opening it. If the path of reincarnation doesn't open, all races will be destroyed sooner or later." A god sneered, "These Buxtards from the eternal race. After I reincarnate and become a god again, I'll definitely kill these Buxtards." A god shook his head slightly. "The eternal race has been living in the Soul Sea for too long and has too many strong masters. Even if we become gods again in the future, I'm afraid we won't be a match for them. We still have to wait and hold back. Once the path of reincarnation opens, the path of the Soul Sea will be severed. The eternal race will be punished sooner or later. There's no rush." Chen Lingsu said, "Okay, be quiet. Since this day has come, there's no need to waste time here. Take out the things you prepared for Han Fei." A burly projection of a god appeared. Han Fei knew that it was a refining master. The god laughed. Little friend Han Fei, this weapon is a token of our appreciation. The only pity is that we can't witness its glory. A god sighed. Old man, don't sigh. If you cultivate fast, you might have a chance to see it. Han Fei thought to himself, what kind of weapon is it that even these gods want to witness its power? The god waved his hand, and a huge chess card covered 100,000 kilometers of the void, spinning and shrinking from time to time. When it finally landed in front of Han Fei, it was only 1 meter square. Information immediately appeared in Han Fei's eyes. When it's cast, the gods fuse the peak power of their lives into it. The chessboard spans 19 paths. With charm and divinity as the pieces, 360 pieces can be placed. Every time a piece is placed, it will be a blow from a god. Quality, one-time, ultra-quality nature, spiritual treasure effect. When a piece is placed, a god will appear. Every time a piece is placed, it will be like a blow from a god. A effect 2 killing trap. Every time 24 pieces fall, a killing trap can be formed. The power of the killing trap can be 3 times the power of a single chess piece. A effect 3 dragon slaying. Every time 180 pieces fall, it can form a dragon slaying trap and unleash 10 times the power of a single chess piece. A effect 4 finishing. It'll launch a finishing blow when all the chess pieces are placed. That blow can fuse the power of 100 gods and the lasting time is uncertain. Can't be reforged. I unrefined. 1900 note. 1919. The strongest ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure in history, whose power far exceeds most nature treasures. Chapter 3226, 3226. The Path of Reincarnation opens 1, 3226. The Path of Reincarnation opens 1. The Creation Chessboard? When Han Fei saw the power that the Creation chess card could show, although he had high expectations for this weapon, he still felt that he had underestimated the value of this weapon. For example, the Blood Sky Blade's strongest blow was Blade Death, which was to exchange for 10 times the combat power with the destruction of the Blood Sky Blade. This way, every time he used it, he would get a high-quality nature spiritual treasure-level treasure. But the dragon-slaying trap of the Creation chessboard could unleash 10 times the power of a chess piece, which meant that the dragon-slaying trap could unleash 10 times the power of a god. Han Fei didn't dare to imagine how unbelievable this power was. Even the power of a killing trap could unleash 3 times the power of a god, which was unbelievable. Compared to the Blood Heaven Blade, it was like one was in the heavens and the other was in the underworld. If an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure was extremely powerful and much stronger than a high-quality nature spiritual treasure, then a one-time ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure was a level stronger than an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure. In terms of level, if this wasn't a one-time use weapon, it could definitely be ranked as a supreme nature treasure or even surpass it. Therefore, when Han Fei saw the attributes of the Creation chessboard, he couldn't help but be shocked. Having this Creation chessboard was actually equivalent to having the power to kill gods. Han Fei looked solemn. He bowed slightly to the gods. Thank you for your kindness, seniors. I will definitely let this Creation chessboard fulfill its value. Chen Lingsu said indifferently, I've given it to you. It's up to you how you use it. Anyway, since we're going to be reincarnated, many things and residual power are useless. In that case, we'll just inject them all into this Creation chessboard. You can use it to kill some traitors of all races in the future, such as the Eternal race. Han Fei nodded slightly and said calmly after putting away the Creation chessboard. Seniors, if I've guessed right, when the Path of Reincarnation opens, both the Sea Realm and the Sea of Stars will be in turmoil. This era might not be very good, but if you can awaken your memories after reincarnation, remember the time node of 10,000 years later. At that time, I'm afraid the ominous might have returned. How could everyone not know the significance of these 10,000 years? Someone said, to be honest, we are already very satisfied that the current Sea Realm can resist the ominous for 10,000 years. A god smiled and said, in 10,000 years, we should still have a chance to fight. A god said, there's no time to lose. Little friend Han Fei, when can the Path of Reincarnation open? Now. Now? The gods were stunned. So it's up to you whether the Path of Reincarnation can be opened or not. Han Fei said, seniors, please guard me. With a thought from Han Fei, the green jade stone bridge suddenly appeared in front of the gods. Huh, Welly? Is this the Path of Reincarnation? Am I seeing things? The Path of Reincarnation has always been with little friend Han Fei. Although the gods didn't know the Path of Reincarnation, they could roughly guess it, so at this moment they all looked shocked. Of course, there was also ecstasy. If that was the case, wouldn't they be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation immediately? Chen Lingsu held her long bow and said indifferently, everyone, this matter should be a secret for us. Before we reincarnate, we have to cut off this memory. After all, if anything happens after the reincarnation, we can't expose Han Fei. A god echoed, that's right. The Path of Reincarnation is with one person. If the Eternal race finds out about this, the consequences will be disastrous. A god said solemnly, "Before entering the path of reincarnation, let's cut off this memory one by one." Seconded. Agreed. Han Fei didn't really care about this. After reincarnation, it would take them thousands of years for them to awaken their memories. Once they awakened and didn't grow up, they probably wouldn't be too high profile. Furthermore, as soon as the path of reincarnation opened, not only the gods in front of him entered the cycle of reincarnation. This was because after someone died, only part of their soul returned to the soul sea, and some entered a certain unknown place on the path of reincarnation. God knew how many remnant souls and divine thoughts had been accumulated over the endless years. Therefore, among so many people who knew where to find these gods, Han Fei stepped onto the green jade stone bridge. If he wanted to open the door of life and death, he had to open the door of rebirth first. Since he had already made a decision, he no longer hesitated. He strode to the door of rebirth and looked at the words, "The day the door of rebirth opens is the time when the ominous returns," sealed on it. Han Fei reached out and immediately tore off the seal. This was not a powerful seal. It only served as a warning, so Han Fei didn't find it difficult to remove the seal. When the seal was completely removed, Han Fei reached out and pressed on the door of rebirth, pushing it with a huge force. Open. Buzz. On the door of rebirth, brilliance bloomed, and the relief patterns on the door seemed to come back to life. Ka-ka-ka-e. As the door of rebirth opened, what Han Fei saw was a vast starry sky with flashing stars. The dense gravel-like stars seemed to be right in front of his eyes, but also seemed to be far away. Han Fei had a feeling that every flashing star was a reincarnation position, as if it was waiting for the corresponding soul body to enter this place. On Han Fei's side, he didn't feel anything different. He only felt that after the door of rebirth opened, there was a faint suction force. The suction force was very small, as if telling him to walk here. Chapter 3227, Opening of the Path of Reincarnation, 2. 3227, Opening of the Path of Reincarnation, 2. However, although Han Fei didn't feel anything, in the sea of stars, inexplicable roars began to come from the countless ominous mists. At the front line, in an endless ominous mist, a voice came. Han Fei had only lifted the seal of the door of rebirth, but he seemed to have lifted some shackles that bound the ominous. With buzzing sounds and roars, a large number of ominous creatures rushed out of the ominous mist. On the front line, a magnificent city stood, which was a natural chasm to stop the ominous. Many strong masters came out of seclusion. But what was faster than them were countless time cocoons. There seemed to be creatures in the cocoons that were stirring and about to break out. Someone on the front line was shocked. The time resurrection technique? Has the time temple taken action? What's going on? There are so many time cocoons. Is the time temple going to personally suppress the ominous? No, look at the ominous mist. Roar, roar-e-or, one world-ending level war beast after another rushed out of the ominous mist. There were as many as huge waves in the sea. Although they were composed of drops of water, you couldn't count how many drops of water there were. In the billions of time cocoons, big cocoons broke open from time to time, and ancient creatures surged out of the cocoons, covering the sky and the earth. Someone was shocked and swallowed with difficulty. It seems that something big has happened. Soul Sea, Bloodline Divine Tree. In the Sea of Stars, every time a creature was born, the corresponding bloodline on the Bloodline Divine Tree would flash. In the vast sea of stars, countless creatures were born at all times. Therefore, the Bloodline Divine Tree was shining with the light of bloodline at all times like flashing stars without stopping. But suddenly, the Bloodline Divine Tree dimmed. There was not a flash on the tree, and the scene of stars flashing could no longer be seen. Buzz. All of a sudden, figures appeared in front of the Bloodline Divine Tree one after another. What's going on? Why is the Bloodline Divine Tree no longer flashing? Is there something wrong with the Bloodline Divine Tree? Greetings, Soul Master. This person exuded a power that even the gods didn't dare to look at. He slowly said, "This day has finally come. The path of reincarnation has been opened." What? The path of reincarnation? How is it possible? The path of reincarnation has disappeared for so long. How can it still open? Didn't the path of reincarnation disappear since the primordial era? How can it be? If the path of reincarnation opens, won't the Bloodline Divine Tree be useless? No, we can't let the path of reincarnation open. Once this path is opened, all races will definitely fall out with us. Besides, those great monarchs will no longer have any scruples. They will probably use this opportunity to become gods. The Soul Master slowly said, "The path of reincarnation has opened and the ominous has returned." The myriad races don't have the time to deal with the eternal race. Pass down my order to find out who opened the path of reincarnation. However, as soon as the Soul Master said so, he reached out and grabbed, and the souls of the two god-level powerhouses near him shattered. The vitality in these two people's bodies was completely severed, and this place was immediately covered in a blood-colored halo. In the Soul Sea, a death knell sounded. The two gods were killed so easily, which shocked the surrounding gods. The mysterious powerhouse reached out and grabbed, and two broken souls appeared in front of him. He threw out 2 drops of blood that emitted a bloody light and said indifferently, "The two of you, go to the path of reincarnation and see if you can find any clues on the path of reincarnation." after you reincarnate and awaken your memories, temporarily integrate into the myriad races. These two divine souls trembled, not daring to disobey. As the mysterious powerhouse let go, the two of them left the soul sea and disappeared into the vast sea of stars. Han Fei didn't know what happened in the sea of stars, let alone that the eternal race had already begun to search for him. At this moment, the door of rebirth had been opened, but there was still no reaction. He probably needed to open the door of life and death too. Compared to the silence of the door of rebirth, Han Fei knew that there would definitely be a different reaction behind the door of life and death. When he came to the door of life and death, the seal on the door, if you want to open the door of life and death, open the door of rebirth first, was gone. Han Fei took a deep breath and pushed with one hand, and a huge force surged. Buzz. A dazzling white light shone in through the crack of the door. The moment the white light poured out, it shone on the ground and burned with raging flames. Hellfire? He looked at the words on the door of life and death. When a person dies, he is relieved of all burdens. The hellfire burns his body and eliminates evil. He suddenly understood something. He looked back, only to see that the entire road seemed to be instantly ignited by flames, full of hellfire. However, to Han Fei's surprise, he couldn't feel the burning of the hellfire. Was it because the path of reincarnation was his? Han Fei stared at the door of life and death for a while. He had no idea what was behind the dazzling white light, because he couldn't see it at all. Han Fei tried to touch the white light behind the door of life and death, wondering if he could walk out of here to take a look. However, as soon as his palm touched the white light, it was almost burnt. There were only bones left in one hand, and even the bones were full of cracks. Chapter 3228. The Path of Reincarnation opens 3228. The path of reincarnation opens 3. I can't walk it? In his palm, vitality surged and flesh and blood intertwined. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei's palm returned to normal, but he also gave up the idea of leaving through the door of life and death. Buzz. At this moment, Han Fei felt the ground began to tremble slightly. Then, he saw that the door of life and death began to grow larger and larger. Not only that, but the hellfire began to burn to both sides with a swish, and the road under his feet no longer had hellfire, as if it had turned into a pavement. In addition, the door of life and death began to gradually leave. This road seemed to be stretched longer and longer. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei felt the vibration of the green jade bridge itself. When he looked back, he saw a new pair of couplets appear on the pillars on both sides of the green jade bridge. This life is like the moon in the water, and the next life is like a flower in the mist. The couplets meant literally nothing. However, Han Fei seemed to realize something and quickly came to the green jade bridge. Then, he saw that the river under the bridge began to flow. When the river began to flow, Han Fei clearly felt that time was running. Yes, on the path of reincarnation, time flowed faster. In the past, when he entered the path of reincarnation, he stayed on the road for a long time, but it only took him a moment outside. Many times, he even felt that time on the path of reincarnation froze. Now, time began to accelerate, and the flow speed was comparable to the outside world. Could it be that the time on the path of reincarnation should have been the same as the outside world? Xuanhuan. While Han Fei was thinking about this time problem, suddenly, a figure appeared in Han Fei's vision. Someone came? Han Fei immediately felt refreshed. It was a young man. On the green robe he was wearing, laws were circulating and there were remnants of divinity. It was obvious that he was quite extraordinary. This young man's soul carried divinity, which meant that this person was undoubtedly a god. His true strength far exceeded his, so he couldn't clearly judge the other party's specific realm. However, although this young man's strength far exceeded his, Han Fei felt that at this moment he didn't seem to be able to use his strength. He seemed to have relied on the green robe to come to the green jade stone bridge so quickly. There was still a trace of confusion and dullness in the young man's eyes. It wasn't until he saw Han Fei standing on the bridge that a trace of clarity slowly appeared in his eyes. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Laws surged on the young man's green robe and enveloped him. The latter glanced at the words on the green jade stone bridge and slowly said, "I seem to have died." Where is this? But before the young man could continue to ask, the laws and divinity that emerged from his green clothes were actually attracted by the river under the green jade stone bridge. As the divinity gradually disappeared, Han Fei saw that the young man's pupils seemed to gradually become dull again. Buzz. Han Fei felt refreshed. The power of the young man's law was drawn into the river. Didn't this mean that a new law had appeared in the river? If everyone who walked the path of reincarnation would leave the power of laws behind when crossing the green jade stone bridge, wouldn't he have infinite power of laws? Han Fei was overjoyed. In this way, he could superimpose countless laws in an extremely short period of time. Hey, can you hear me? Suppressing the urge to take a bath in the river immediately, Han Fei asked tentatively, but he didn't get a response. The young man's eyes seemed to struggle for a moment, but then his eyes became glassy again. The young man strode onto the green jade stone bridge. The moment he walked onto the green jade stone bridge, Han Fei saw that a large amount of law power was dissipating from his body. Han Fei raised his eyebrows and looked under the bridge. In the slowly flowing river, the young man's figure dissipated a massive amount of laws, which were far 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times more than the laws he was dissipating now. Huh? Han Fei was surprised. The laws in this person's body were being absorbed by the river. Han Fei observed this person. When he walked past him and was about to get off the bridge, Han Fei could clearly feel that the power of his green robe was getting weaker and weaker, as if it was gradually turning into ordinary clothes. When he walked down the green jade stone bridge, Han Fei felt that this person had become an ordinary person. That's not right! Han Fei walked around the man and saw that there was a trace of divinity between his eyebrows. This trace of divinity seemed to be very obscure and wasn't absorbed by the river. This doesn't seem right. As soon as I said the words, road of reincarnation, the clarity in this person's eyes disappeared. Is the word road of reincarnation magical, or is there something else? Han Fei still wanted to follow this person to continue studying. However, at this moment, he saw another man in a Dao robe come under the bridge with a page engraved with talismans. The scroll was shining. There was also a trace of clarity in this person's eyes. After seeing the green jade stone bridge, this person's expression changed slightly. The Dao scroll in his hand turned into divine patterns that surrounded his body. Then, he stepped on the green jade stone bridge. In the reflection of the river, the scroll's brilliance was gradually absorbed and slowly dimmed. Seeing this, Han Fei realized that the green robe of the last person and the Dao scroll in the hands of this person must both be extraordinary. These two things contained a large amount of the power of laws, protecting a trace of their divinity, allowing them to cross the green jade stone bridge safely. Chapter 3229. The Path of Reincarnation opens 3229. The Path of Reincarnation opens 4, another powerhouse far exceeding my strength. Han Fei frowned slightly. It seems that these gods, or even stronger powerhouses, were prepared at the moment of their death. Han Fei discovered that the people on the path of reincarnation shouldn't be sober, but the treasures of these two people made them temporarily retain their consciousness and even be able to speak. However, most of their divinities and law powers had been absorbed by the river. Even with such extraordinary treasures, they could only barely leave a trace of divinity. Han Fei could imagine that once these people entered the reincarnation cycle and successfully reincarnated, this wisp of divinity would be their magic weapon to quickly rise. When the man saw Han Fei standing under the bridge and looking at him, he paused and then nodded at Han Fei without saying anything. Even when he walked down the green jade stone bridge, the Dao scroll in his hand hadn't dissipated, but its power seemed to have been greatly reduced. The man slowly said, "Thank you." Just as this person was about to pass Han Fei suddenly said, "Cut off the memories of this place." The man hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay." Han Fei watched the man cut off this part of memory. After severing this memory, his pupils became slightly glazed. Han Fei didn't continue to stop him and let him continue forward. Before the two of them reached the door of rebirth, more people arrived, more than one. One after another, 7 or 8 people came. Good Lord, they are all above gods. Han Fei saw that each of them seemed to have a way to protect a wisp of his divinity. However, most of these 7 or 8 people, like the first person, could only barely keep a wisp of divinity. But the second man in the Dao robe was different. He was almost reincarnated with the Dao scroll and all his memories. The reason why he asked him to cut off the memories of this place was actually to cut off the memories of him seeing him. After a while, when more than 30 people boarded the bridge, the first person to cross the green jade stone bridge had already reached the door of rebirth. After that person crossed the door of rebirth, the stars in the vast sea of stars instantly shone and erupted with unparalleled light. Han Fei saw the man throw himself into a certain star with a swish, and then the star dimmed. Every time someone enters the cycle of reincarnation, a star will be extinguished. However, how many people can use up this vast star sea? Han Fei didn't pay attention to the door of rebirth anymore. They walked their own path. It didn't matter even if they entered the cycle of reincarnation with divinities. Perhaps they would grow up faster in the future this way. If they could, Han Fei didn't even mind them bringing power and spiritual treasures into the cycle of reincarnation. Only in this way could they rise quickly, outside the graveyard of gods. The moment the path of reincarnation opened, Chen Lingsu and the others were tempted. Because they were very close to the path of reincarnation, which was right in front of their eyes, many gods couldn't help but be led into the path of reincarnation. These gods had yearned for it for too long and didn't want to resist this temptation at all. Someone said, "Everyone, I'm leaving first. When my memories recover, let's meet again and drink and chat happily." With that, this person's remnant soul flew to the path of reincarnation. Someone laughed. "Everyone, I'm leaving too. There's nothing else to say. It's already a great opportunity for us to live another life. I'm leaving." Someone smiled. "The graveyard of gods. I really look forward to seeing my own graveyard after reincarnation." Someone sneered. "What's there to see? It's just some spiritual treasures. Let's go together." The gods entered the path of reincarnation one after another. In the end, when only Chen Lingsu was left here, she branded a line of words on her origin star. "I've entered the reincarnation and I'll be waiting for you." After that, Chen Lingsu also entered the path of reincarnation. On the path of reincarnation, Hanfei came to the door of life and death after watching the situation on the door of rebirth. He was shocked to find that countless souls of various colors were pouring in from the door of life and death. The road here was already full of various creatures. There were huge beasts with huge bodies, azure dragons swimming in the void, huge rocks, ancient demonic bulls with heavy steps, human beings, sea demons, insect races, demon plants, humanoids, and countless other races. The teams of these big shots directly stretched this road very long. If this path was considered the main path, then on both sides of this path, countless souls were being burned by hellfire, wailing and howling. When they tried to step onto the main path, they would be blocked by an invisible force and couldn't cross at all. Hanfei saw that some people were completely annihilated by the hellfire, and some people's souls were becoming pure. When their souls were no longer contaminated by the hellfire, these souls could step onto the main path from the hellfire. However, after they entered the main road, they couldn't cut in line. The creatures walking in the middle of the main road had no intention of letting them cut in line at all, so they formed a team and could only follow the side of the central queue. Therefore, on the main road, there were soon 3 queues walking side by side. Because people walked out of the hellfire every moment, the 2 new queues were filled with various souls in the blink of an eye. Some souls wanted to come out, but there was no place for them at all, so they could only wait in the hellfire eagerly. In addition, Hanfei also discovered a novel phenomenon, which was that some people on the main road didn't need to line up. Most of the strong masters with divinity still had some consciousness. Different from those creatures that had already fallen into a daze, they would walk out of the line and quickly cross this road to the front of the green jade stone bridge. Therefore, there were roughly 3 kinds of creatures that came in from the door of life and death. The first was that the big shots didn't need to line up and had a certain level of self-awareness. One was creatures that could walk on the main path as soon as they came in. These creatures were at least monarchs. The last was the creatures of the other stages. Their strength was uneven and they needed to be burned by hellfire. As for why monarchs could walk on the main path without being burned by hellfire, Hanfei discovered that the moment they passed through the door of rebirth, white flames would burn on their bodies for a moment. This white flame was different from hellfire. It was more like a purifying fire. Hanfei suspected that it was caused by the white light of the door of life and death. Perhaps, behind the white light, there was a place he didn't know at all. Although the path of reincarnation was open now, Hanfei felt that he still didn't know enough about it. He had a feeling that the process of these creatures entering the cycle of reincarnation was too simple. At most, they would be burned by hellfire. Only those who had committed heinous crimes would be burned to death. Most people could still enter the cycle of reincarnation after experiencing hellfire. Hanfei rubbed his head and suddenly felt that something was missing on the path of reincarnation. If he could get the 10 yamas here, Hanfei only thought for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. If he wanted to get the 10 yamas here, wouldn't he have to take the entire immortal temple here? He wasn't that powerful. The death god was a dominator-level powerhouse. How could he give him the immortal temple that he had built with all his strength? Forget it. That's it for the time being. Anyway, after these creatures reincarnate, their ultimate fate is to fight the ominous. The path of reincarnation is only equivalent to a transit station. There's no need to make it so complicated for the time being. At this moment, Hanfei saw a figure rush out of the door of life and death. This figure didn't need to line up at all, but was walking quickly on the main road of the path of reincarnation. Is it Chen-Ling-Su? Chapter 3230 stack, 10,000 laws, 13230 stack, 10,000 laws, 13230 stack, 10,000 laws. 1. This soul body was Chen-Ling-Su. The other party clearly retained her consciousness. At present, among the souls of the powerhouses Hanfei had encountered who didn't need to cut in line, there were no more than 5 who could do what Chen-Ling-Su did. Obviously, the strength of these people was probably not as simple as that of gods. Chen-Ling-Su could seriously injure a god with 1 arrow, so her strength was very likely to have reached the god-slaying level. In other words, the people he had just encountered were very likely all god-slaying level powerhouses. Chen-Ling-Su soon came to the green jade stone bridge. She gently raised her hand and a butterfly appeared at her fingertips. Instantly, the butterfly flapped its wings and a large amount of divine power enveloped Chen-Ling-Su. But then, Chen-Ling-Su gave up. Hanfei, are you there? Chen-Ling-Su's own strength seemed to be suppressed, so she couldn't see the path of rebirth from the door of life and death at a glance. But as the master of the path of reincarnation, Hanfei could. Chen-Ling-Su suddenly called his name. Hanfei was stunned for a moment and replied, yes. Swish-da Hanfei came to the front of the green jade stone bridge and couldn't help but wonder, Senior, is there anything else I can do for you? Chen-Ling-Su was not surprised to see Hanfei at all. Instead, she said bluntly, have you not completely mastered the path of reincarnation? Huh? Why do you say that? Chen-Ling-Su looked back at the long team and said, there are only 3 queues. How long will it take for all these creatures to reincarnate? Can't you expand the queues? Seeing that Hanfei scratched his head and looked confused, Chen-Ling-Su couldn't help but say, it seems that you don't know much about the path of reincarnation. If you control the path of reincarnation, you should have a way to expand and change the shape of the path of reincarnation. For example, the width, length, strength of the hellfire, and even the pressure on divinity and laws. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Oh, senior, do you know how to master it? Chen Lingsu shook her head slightly. I don't know, but I know that someone once walked the path of reincarnation. It seems to be different from the current path of reincarnation. By the way, have you seen him? Chen Lingsu was naturally pointing at Li Daoyi, whom she had been waiting for. However, Han Fei didn't feel any anomalies in the butterfly hairpin, so no one named Li Daoyi had crossed the green jade stone bridge so far. Han Fei shook his head. Not yet, but there are still many strong masters queuing up to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps he is behind. Chen Lingsu frowned slightly. Do you mind if I stay here for a while? Han Fei looked at Chen Lingsu. Although she hadn't crossed the bridge yet, the power of laws on her body was also being absorbed by the river, but not as quickly as after she boarded the bridge. Han Fei said, Senior, even if I agree, I'm afraid you won't stay long. After your divinity and the power of laws are sucked dry, you will lose consciousness. Chen Lingsu shook her head slightly. Can't you give me the power to stay here? Han Fei's heart stirred. He didn't know that he had such an ability. However, after Chen Lingsu's reminder, Han Fei immediately tried to communicate with the green jade stone bridge. Unexpectedly, he really felt something different this time. There seemed to be some rules reflected in his mind. At that moment, he seemed to understand many operation rules of the path of reincarnation. The first thing Han Fei sensed was that the path of reincarnation had rules that suppressed all powers, divinity, and laws. Even if a god entered the path of reincarnation, he was just a pure soul waiting for reincarnation here. However, the suppression of the path of reincarnation wasn't absolute. For example, the power it used to suppress laws was to melt the laws, not to deprive them at once. Therefore, there were god-level powerhouses who could barely protect a wisp of divinity with some law treasures. As long as those law treasures could successfully support them to the path of rebirth, the wisp of divinity and memories would be preserved. Also, anyone who stepped into the cycle of reincarnation usually had no memories after reincarnation. Even if they preserved their memories, they would only be stored in the deepest part of their soul and needed to wait for the opportunity to awaken. This opportunity might be the occurrence of an event or reaching a certain level of strength. However, there was an exception, which was that some people could completely retain their memories and enter the reincarnation if they controlled a nature treasure level treasure or a law type treasure that was strong enough. Therefore, it could be seen from this that the path of reincarnation was very powerful, but it was not absolutely without loopholes. Furthermore, the path of reincarnation could indeed be long, short, wide, or narrow. He could adjust it according to his will. However, this required certain conditions, and the conditions were actually related to the number of laws he stacked. Is the path of reincarnation actually related to my own strength? Han Fei clearly felt that the path of reincarnation seemed to have other powers, but he didn't have the ability to activate them now. And now, the powers displayed by the path of reincarnation seemed to be only its basic powers. It turned out that he had only opened the path of reincarnation, but he couldn't control it yet, nor could he make changes in the rules. With a thought from Han Fei, the path of reincarnation was widening at a visible speed. As the path of reincarnation widened, the soul bodies that could only wait in the hellfire anxiously immediately rushed out. At first, the scene was a little chaotic, but in a moment, lines formed. Chapter 3231, 3231, Stack 10,000 Laws, 23231, Stack 10,000 Laws, 2. In the end, a total of 391 cues appeared on the path of reincarnation, which meant that Han Fei had already stacked 391 laws. Han Fei was overjoyed. This speed was not bad. At this speed, when these creatures stepped on the green jade stone bridge, walked to the door of rebirth, and began to reincarnate, in a year, it would be enough for more than 10 billion creatures to enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, Chen Lingsu shook her head. Too few. How many creatures can enter the reincarnation cycle in 10,000 years with such few cues? Han Fei calculated with his fingers and frowned slightly. Chen Lingsu was right. Now there was a clear time flow on the path of reincarnation. At this speed, no more than 10 billion creatures could enter the cycle of reincarnation in a year, and only 100 trillion creatures could enter the cycle of reincarnation in 10,000 years. This number sounded quite exaggerated. However, this was the reincarnation of all the creatures of all the races. In the sea realm, there were more than trillions of creatures. And this was only the sea realm. What about the origin grounds in the Sea of Stars, or the various creatures that had been living in the Sea of Stars? Therefore, Chen Lingsu's words were true. Han Fei said, For the time being, I can only broaden the path of reincarnation so much. Senior, I can let you stay here, but you can't cross the bridge. Once you cross the bridge, there's no turning back. Chen Lingsu nodded slightly. Thank you. Go about your business. I'll just wait here for a while. When no gods enter the cycle of reincarnation anymore, I will leave too. Han Fei nodded slightly. With a thought from him, the river no longer absorbed divinity and laws from Chen Lingsu. As for Han Fei, he didn't waste any more time. He jumped into the river, came to the bottom of the bridge, completely immersed in the water, and began to bathe and cultivate. Since his law stacking could broaden the path of reincarnation, in order to release the souls of this massive number of creatures, he naturally began to stack laws. Besides, his original law had been established. It was time for him to break through to the late stage of the immortal level. At the bottom of the water, Han Fei felt that infinite laws were surging into his body. There were so many of them that the number and kinds of the laws were far more than he expected. No wonder. Han Fei immediately understood. No wonder eldest senior brother said that after he established his original law, he could open the path of reincarnation. This was because once the path of reincarnation opened, he could stack the most laws in the shortest time. Feng Yu had previously bragged to him that there were thousands of laws to stack, but now there were more than thousands. As more and more people crossed the green jadestone bridge, the power of laws in the river became more and more intense. Because of the clear flow of time, Han Fei could judge the speed at which he stacked laws. In just a month, the number of laws he stacked had reached 3,700. Han Fei was confused. This law stacking speed was too unbelievable. Just as Han Fei was about to continue stacking laws, he suddenly heard Chen Lingsu speak. "How dare you, thieves of the eternal race? How dare you enter the path of reincarnation? God-slaying arrow Chen Lingsu, is the opening of the path of reincarnation related to you?" Chen Lingsu snorted. "Whether it has anything to do with me or not, since the two of you dare to enter the path of reincarnation, you're courting death." The two of them looked at each other, and one of them said, "Chen Lingsu, on this path of reincarnation, you and I both don't have any strength left, but we only have spiritual treasures to protect ourselves. How can you stop us? Even if you're a god-slayer, you're just an ordinary person now. We have divine blood bestowed by the Dominator on us. Even if you try your best, you won't be able to win. Therefore, I advise you to get out of the way." "Interesting. Two gods, did you come here to die?" At this moment, Han Fei's voice sounded leisurely. Han Fei immediately jumped out of the river and appeared on the green jade bridge, his eyes slightly cold. He saw that between the eyebrows of the two of them, a strange drop of blood was blooming, which could barely resist the suction power of the river. The corners of Chen Lingsu's mouth curled up slightly as she said, "These two people are probably spies who want to enter the path of reincarnation to investigate. If they are left to their own devices, they will retain all their consciousness and enter the cycle of reincarnation. At that time, they might even lurk among the myriad races. At critical moments, they will definitely be traitors." Seeing Han Fei jump out of the river, the two of them were immediately refreshed. One of them's eyes flickered. "Did you open the path of reincarnation?" The other person's body surged with divinity. They seemed to have plans to attack on the path of reincarnation. Han Fei thought to himself, that's impossible. How can anyone who enters the path of reincarnation still have strength? If that's the case, wouldn't the Dominator of the eternal race be able to kill me in an instant if he comes in person? Besides, according to the rules he knew, on the path of reincarnation, their strength would be completely suppressed. At most, they could retain a trace of divinity. In other words, there was something wrong with the 2 drops of blood between their eyebrows. With a thought from Han Fei, the river under the bridge surged and rolled towards the two of them. However, under the scouring of the river, the 2 drops of blood actually erupted with dazzling light. It seemed to be a law that could resist the rules of the path of reincarnation. The two of them were shocked at first, but then overjoyed. One of them sneered. "Since you know our background, you should know that the bloodline divine tree is comparable to the path of reincarnation. No matter who you are, you want to destroy us with the rules? Dream on, let's go." Chapter 3232, Stack 10,000 Laws. 3232, Stack 10,000 Laws, 3. The two of them ignored Han Fei's attack and rushed onto the green jade stone bridge. Han Fei was puzzled. As the master of the path of reincarnation, doesn't he deserve some respect? When you were alive, you were gods. But don't you see what this place is? After you die, you still want to behave arrogantly and even attempt to break into the path of reincarnation? This is a little ridiculous. Of course, he knew that the bloodline divine tree was also quite extraordinary, but after all, the bloodline divine tree was just a substitute for the path of reincarnation. Even if he couldn't completely control the path of reincarnation now, could the rules of a substitute really resist the basic rules of the path of reincarnation? The moment the two of them stepped on the green jade stone bridge, their reflections were branded in the river. Han Fei could feel a large amount of the power of the law being washed by the river. When they were halfway across the green jade stone bridge, the blood bead dimmed a little, but this thing didn't seem to be low-leveled. Han Fei's face changed slightly. He really couldn't resist it? In that case, if that Dominator-level powerhouse of the eternal race came, wouldn't he be unable to stop him at all? The two of them descended the steps, and the power of the blood bead was only reduced by about half. Immediately, Han Fei couldn't sit still anymore. How could he let this happen? Although he didn't mind a god-level soul body walking through the path of reincarnation with complete memories, this definitely didn't include the eternal race. When the two of them were only 2 or 3 steps away from the ground, Han Fei finally took action. On the path of reincarnation, the power of all creatures was suppressed, but he was an exception. At that moment, Han Fei activated his original Great Tao and the Ragnarok, trying to penetrate their souls. However, Han Fei was shocked to find that his strength couldn't shake the two of them. His strength was completely blocked by the divinity in the 2 drops of blood. Huh? The two of them looked nervous at first, but after seeing Han Fei's attack, they were relieved. One of them said, "So you've only barely reached the combat power of a great monarch. You don't even have any divinity, but you still want to penetrate the soul of a god. You're really stupid. Han Fei punched thousands of times, but it was useless in the end. He couldn't even weaken the blood bead. One of them said, "Don't waste your effort. This power is the power of a dominator. How can you, a half-baked great monarch, shake it?" The two of them looked even more relaxed. Although they were forced to enter the cycle of reincarnation, a moment ago, they were worried that they would be killed by the guardian of the path of reincarnation. But now it seemed that this mission was unexpectedly easy. Besides, they had already memorized Han Fei's appearance. Once their memories were awakened, it would be only a matter of time before they found him. "Dominator," Han Fei said ferociously, "even if your dominator comes in person, he'll have to die here today." Han Fei waved his hand, and the law enforcement divine chain spiraled out. When the law enforcement divine chain appeared, the two of them finally changed their expressions. A fierce look flashed across Han Fei's face. "It's good that you know. Since you can block the path of reincarnation, let's see if you can block the law enforcement divine chain." Confinement. Anyone who was imprisoned by the law enforcement divine chain couldn't break free unless they were found innocent. Their body and soul would be completely imprisoned. On the path of reincarnation, even a god's combat power was basically suppressed. It was almost impossible to avoid the law enforcement divine chain. Therefore, when the law enforcement divine chain appeared, their expressions changed drastically. The law enforcement divine chain didn't care if they were gods or ordinary people. It directly rolled up, not allowing the two of them to resist at all. Han Fei sneered. "So what if you're gods? Since you dare to mess around on my path of reincarnation, be prepared to die." Buzz. The creation divine prison immediately appeared above their heads. However, when Han Fei saw the verdict that was shown by the creation divine prison, he couldn't help but gape slightly. Han Fei's voice was majestic. "I am the guardian of the divine prison, Han Fei, the god Bei Mu, the god Qian Shi. The two of you are sinners of the eternal race. You stole the fruit of the divine tribulation of all races and betrayed and coerced all races. You shall be sentenced to death." Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little excited. As expected of the creation divine prison, these people might have had other sins, but the creation divine prison didn't elaborate. They were directly sentenced to death. This was its punishment for traitors. Without giving the two gods a chance to object, two blood-colored pillars of light descended from the creation divine prison and enveloped the two gods. The remnant souls of these two people were disassembling at a visible speed until they completely disappeared from the bridge. Han Fei was slightly relieved. Fortunately, the creation divine prison was in his hands. Otherwise, he really couldn't do anything to the two gods. However, this greatly increased his confidence. At least on the path of reincarnation, he was absolutely invincible. Even a god-slaying level powerhouse couldn't resist him. But if it was a dominator, Han Fei wasn't sure. If his enemy was really at that level, he wouldn't know if the creation divine prison could suppress them. After the two gods' souls completely disappeared, Han Fei didn't take back the law enforcement divine chain but said to it, "Now, I haven't completely controlled the path of reincarnation. Please help me guard it here. Suppress anyone with a drop of blood between their eyebrows like those two just now. These are all traitors of the myriad races." Chapter 3233-323-3233 Stack 10,000 Laws 43233 Stack 10,000 Laws 4. Han Fei believed that the eternal race wouldn't send god-level powerhouses to the path of reincarnation again and again. However, he had to be careful. However, if the eternal race didn't use the blood bead but used the Tao robes, Tao scrolls, and butterfly treasures of the previous gods, he couldn't do anything. This was because he couldn't use the law enforcement divine chain to detain every god. After all, few gods were innocent in front of the law enforcement divine chain. If the law enforcement divine chain imprisoned and sentenced all gods, what was the point of opening the path of reincarnation? Therefore, Han Fei knew that he could only take precautions first and bet that the eternal race wouldn't send another god-level powerhouse over for the time being. Under the bridge, Chen Lingsu was still standing there. Han Fei sighed in his heart. Seeing Chen Lingsu, he inexplicably felt that this goddess was very similar to Zimen Linglin. If he had a chance in the future, he would definitely help her find Li Daoyi. Han Fei asked, "He hasn't come, has him?" Chen Lingsu shook her head slightly, looking calm. Han Fei comforted her. "Since he hasn't come to the path of reincarnation, he might not have died at all. Didn't you say that he went to a place? Perhaps that place exceeded the coverage of the path of reincarnation." Chen Lingsu nodded and immediately said, "Is it resolved?" "It's resolved." Chen Lingsu said, "It's good that it's resolved. Although you are not weak and your combat power is enough, you are still relatively weak. The owner of the demon purification pot, the master of the path of reincarnation, the guardian of the creation divine prison, and the emperor of the human race, these identities decide that you can't be so weak. Become stronger quickly, or I'm afraid it will be too late." Han Fei nodded slightly, paused, and finally said, "If he still doesn't come, you might as well enter the reincarnation cycle first. Perhaps after the reincarnation cycle, he will come to you before your memories are completely awakened." Chen Lingsu smiled. "I hope so. I'll wait a little longer." Han Fei didn't persuade her anymore and sank to the bottom of the river again. A year later, the number of laws Han Fei stacked had reached more than 36,800. Han Fei felt that he might have completely turned into a law. It had been less than 3 years. Han Fei didn't care how many laws he could stack. He just kept stacking them. Since he had the conditions to stack infinite laws, why not? If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have dared to hope for such a law stacking speed. However, while stacking laws, Han Fei was also puzzled. What could he do with so many laws? After stacking more than 100 laws, the laws became incompatible. At this moment, Han Fei had stacked nearly 100,000 laws. If it weren't for the suppression of the law of life and the power of death, he would have exploded long ago. Perhaps he would have transformed into the laws of the heavens and dissipated between the heavens and earth. Buzz. On this day, when Han Fei stacked as many as 100,000 laws, he suddenly felt that his body no longer absorbed laws. Even if the power of laws entered his body, it would immediately flow out of his body. Full, Han Fei was stunned. 100,000 laws was his limit? At this moment, Han Fei felt that every cell and every drop of flesh in his body was fusing with the power of laws. It seemed that there were too many laws stacked, so many that any drop of his blood now contained infinite laws. In fact, it could no longer be called blood, but the blood of laws. Not good, I'm going to make a breakthrough. Han Fei felt that the energy in his body was rapidly consumed. Although the 100,000 laws were all suppressed, when the number of laws stacked reached 100,000, a new force seemed to be born. This power actually took the initiative to absorb the energy in his body. Buzz. Han Fei immediately stopped stacking laws. He knew that the opportunity had come, and he had stacked laws until he was about to make a breakthrough. At this moment, Chen Su was no longer in front of the green jade stone bridge, because no god-level powerhouses were reincarnating on the path anymore. Obviously, she couldn't meet the person she had been waiting for. In the end, she went to reincarnation with regret. At this moment, there were as many as 100,000 queues on the path of reincarnation. At this speed, about 3 trillion creatures would be reincarnated every year. This number was actually still not much. In the vast sea of stars, the birth of 3 trillion creatures every year was nothing. However, Han Fei had no time to care about that now. The opportunity had come. He had to make a breakthrough now. Chapter 3234. 3234. Become a great monarch. 13234. Become a great monarch. 1. Han Fei left the path of reincarnation. When he reappeared in the graveyard of gods, it was already empty. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed slightly. Chen Su and the others were really bold. They let him enter the graveyard of gods, but didn't give him a way to leave it. Did they know that he could use the distanceless gate? He scanned around with his perception and found that Chen Su's divine persona had disappeared, along with her bow. He couldn't help but wonder if one could take these treasures with them into the path of reincarnation. He didn't want their treasures, but he was just curious. After all, even if the bow was placed in front of him, he wouldn't take it. Chen Su and the others had reincarnated. Once their memories were awakened or they weren't asleep, they would definitely find a way to get them back. They had already made a creation chessboard for him. He couldn't even dig out their roots. Han Fei was about to summon the distanceless gate, but then he felt the summoning of the creation divine prison. With a thought, Han Fei entered the creation divine prison. As soon as Han Fei entered the creation divine prison, he suddenly felt that a door appeared at the back of the monarch's jail. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. Yes, when the creation divine prison sentenced a god, he could enter the second level of the creation divine prison. Before Han Fei could walk to the second floor, he heard the old man's anxious voice. Han Fei, this door has been open for 3 years. Why didn't you come until now? Han Fei immediately said. Senior, I'm at a critical period of breakthrough and very busy. I'm afraid I don't have time to chat at this moment. I'm going to make a breakthrough. A breakthrough? Didn't you just advance to the immortal level more than 300 years ago? How did you finish stacking laws so quickly? Han Fei said. I got some opportunities. Senior, why are you in such a hurry to summon me? The old man's voice immediately buzzed. Let me out. The door is open. Let me out quickly. I want to replenish the power of the bloodline for the divine descendants. However, Han Fei didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said, Senior, can you wait for me for a while longer? The old man asked. What do you mean? Han Fei asked. Senior, has your strength reached the god-slaying level? The old man seemed a little angry. After so many years in the creation divine prison, I've already gained many insights about cultivation. Once I come out, fast as 100 years, slow as 1,000 years, I will definitely enter the god-slaying level. Han Fei said, Senior, then you haven't reached the god-slaying level yet, right? Think about it. If anything happens to you, who will restore the bloodline of the divine descendants? Will anything happen to me? Who will know that I'm going to restore the bloodline of the divine descendants? Han Fei said, Senior, the creation divine prison has been exposed. No one is stupid. They know that the creation divine prison has the ability to restore the bloodline of the divine descendants. After you come out, if you rush to the West Wilderness in a hurry, it's easy for others to intercept you. After all, times are different. After you go out now, you might not even be able to tell the directions. Therefore, once something happens to you, the divine descendants will really be doomed. So, Senior, why don't you wait a little longer? When I finish the breakthrough, I will go to the West Wilderness and help you solve the matter of the divine descendants. The old man fell silent, and for once, Old Fierce didn't flare up. This kid makes sense. The old man seemed to understand the key. I can wait, but Han Fei, since the creation divine prison has appeared, aren't you afraid that you will be caught? Han Fei smiled. Then I'll send 2 gods to accompany you. After a casual chat with the old man, Han Fei left the creation divine prison. Although he didn't know what the sea realm was like now, it had been 3 years since the opening of the path of reincarnation. He didn't know how many people had transcended the divine tribulation during this period, but he knew that there would definitely be many. Therefore, it was meaningless for him to release a god now, and he couldn't control it. After summoning the distanceless gate and leaving the graveyard of gods, Han Fei promised to kill 30,000 ominous creatures and then entered his own origin star. As soon as Han Fei entered his origin star with a crack, it seemed that some barrier had been cleared. At this moment, Han Fei knew that he had stepped into the late stage of the immortal level. However, the changes in his body didn't stop. Endless energy from his origin star surged into his body crazily. The spiritual energy, immortal chi, and chaotic chi here drilled into his body as if they were free. As soon as this energy entered his body, most of it was absorbed by his flesh and blood, and some turned into power to strengthen his soul. This absorption lasted for 3 years. On Han Fei's origin star, nearly half of the surging spiritual energy river had been exhausted, and the spiritual fruits here had all disappeared. At this moment, he was surrounded by more than 10,000 refined stars and hundreds of thousands of level 4 energy crystals. This was already Han Fei's last resource to refine the stars. He didn't expect that his resources were almost used up. After all, most of the resources he had were snatched from the origin stars of great monarchs. In the past, this was indeed a lot of resources. However, he was only 1 step away from the great monarch realm now, so it was normal that these resources were not enough. Chapter 3235, Become a Great Monarch, 23235, Become a Great Monarch, 2335. Become a Great Monarch, 2. Fortunately, he had a lot of reserves. When the last batch of refined stars was about to be exhausted, he finally stabilized the 100,000 laws. Gradually, Han Fei discovered that the superimposed laws seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. Some power at the level of the world origin appeared in his body. It was like a primitive land that was supported by world origin. Now, original power was continuously appearing in his body. Besides, his bone marrow seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. It could actually give birth to chaotic chi on its own. He didn't know what he was now. The bone of chaos? As the law in his body continuously produced original power, Han Fei felt that the entire origin star was trembling slightly, and the original power in his body was dissipating out of his body. That's not right. How can original power be born in my body? With the birth of the original power, Han Fei felt that he seemed to have been strengthened in all aspects. He couldn't help but look at his information, only to be shocked. Owner, Han Fei level, 1118, immortal level. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 7,001st Immortal Chi, 12,9 Soul, 4,999 Origin Strength, 4,999 Star Powers, First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Sky Swallowing Fish, level 11-8, Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow, level L-6, Main Art, Godfiend Body. Well, even Han Fei was dumbfounded. His basic strength had soared by 2,000 points. Had he reached the end of the immortal level? Han Fei knew that from this data, it could be known that it couldn't be as simple as him breaking through to the late stage of the immortal level. The resources in his origin star had almost been exhausted by himself and even gave birth to a large amount of original power. How could it be possible that he had only broken through a small realm? The immortal level cultivators would experience 3 changes. The first was that all laws would change. When the number of stacked laws exceeded 100, the laws would fuse, but it would be difficult to control them. Therefore, they needed to establish their original laws and use their original laws to suppress the stacked laws. Ever since he comprehended his original law, Han Fei had already known how to pass the late stage of the immortal level, which was to explore and perfect his original law. However, he was different from others. The original law established by others actually still had many gaps. However, he directly transformed the Dew of Origin into an original law. It was the most comprehensive original law from the beginning. This meant that he didn't have to be like the crown prince of the divine capital who kept his strength at the late stage of the immortal level and slowly studied his original law. Therefore, the moment he established his original law, it would already be no problem for him to pass at the late stage of the immortal level. However, why did his body produce original power when it was supposed to accumulate strength? If the birth of original power was related to the original law, his body should have produced original power long ago, not now. Unless it was because of his cultivation technique. Sea of Stars. Han Fei took out the altar of the God of War. The fire curtain soared into the sky, and the God of War sent a message first. Han Fei, why haven't you gone to the West Wilderness yet? I heard that there have been several divine battles in the West Wilderness. Where have you been, divine battles? Han Fei's heart stirred. Who fought whom? Who won? God of War, the gods of the Central Sea, Divine Realm, and the bandit god of the West Wilderness. I wasn't there, so I don't know the details. However, you seem to be targeted. Because I helped you, it led to the retaliation against the wild ancient race in the West Wilderness, their own territory. Oh, really? Han Fei frowned slightly. The outbreaks of divine battles meant that the Central Sea Divine Realm couldn't wait to harvest the primordial divine race. As for why they were targeting the wild ancient race because of him, Han Fei's face turned cold. His identity had probably been exposed. There was no doubt that there was only one person who could reveal his identity, Zhang Buyi. Han Fei collected his thoughts. Senior God of War, don't worry about these things for now. I'll take care of them. Let me ask you something first. After establishing the original law and stacking enough laws, my strength has entered the late stage of the immortal level. But why is original power produced in my body? The God of War seemed to be stunned for a few seconds before he sent a message. Can you produce original power now? Han Fei nodded. Yes, God of War. It seems that in the past 300 years you have stacked many laws. Do you think you shouldn't produce original power now? Han Fei asked. Should I? God of War, under normal circumstances, only peak-level great monarchs or even gods can produce original power. The reason why you can produce original power now is naturally because of the supreme divine technique. You came to ask me because you've actually guessed that it's the problem of the technique, right? Han Fei thought to himself. It's indeed because of the supreme divine technique. So, late-stage immortals shouldn't produce original power, right? The God of War replied, of course. In fact, there are no precise small realm divisions at the immortal level. It's because the laws you stacked are conflicting, so it requires the establishment of the original law to suppress them. The entire process is clear. How can it produce original power? Han Fei asked. Then what's my situation now? God of War, your current situation is special, not because you're special, but because the supreme divine technique is. You asked me before if the supreme divine technique was as simple as constantly compressing the star core. In fact, of course, it's not that simple. Otherwise, how could this technique become the first cultivation technique on the god roll of the human race? The supreme divine technique can borrow 10,000 techniques and laws to help one cultivate. For others, only by fusing laws can they advance to the great monarch realm. However, for the supreme divine technique, there is another path. Chapter 3236, 3236, Become a Great Monarch. 3236, Become a Great Monarch. 3, Another Way? Han Fei opened his mouth. This was the first time he had heard that one could advance to the great monarch realm without law fusion. God of War, don't be surprised. The other path I mentioned actually contains the process of law fusion. Therefore, it doesn't abandon law fusion. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Isn't that more difficult than law fusion? God of War, no, it's simpler. Han Fei was lost for words. It contains law fusion and it's simpler? God of War, don't doubt it. The most difficult part of the supreme divine technique is to become a god. I've been stuck here for countless years. This thing is 1,000 times more difficult than law fusion. So it's only natural that it's easier for you to break through to the great monarch realm with this technique. Han Fei asked. Then what's the other path? God of War, we are different from others. Others borrow 100 million stars to provide power to their origin stars, but we constantly compress our star cores and strengthen our origin stars. Therefore, our origin stars are not comparable to other people's origin stars at all. Are you really not tempted by having such a powerful origin star? Huh? What do you mean? There seemed to be a hint of playfulness in the God of War's tone, which gave Han Fei a strange feeling. The God of War replied, have you ever thought of fusing your origin star? Han Fei seemed to think of something but wasn't sure. Do you mean refine? Refine my ass. Fuse it. Buzz. Han Fei felt his scalp tingle. It was such a crazy idea to fuse his origin star that he had been building all his life. Han Fei fell silent and didn't respond until a long time later. Is it too late for me to switch to other techniques now? God of War, I knew you were thinking too much. When I say fuse your origin star, I don't mean shatter it and completely fuse it. Instead, I mean refining it into a part of your body, yet making it independent of your body. Han Fei asked, isn't that refining a star? God of War, that's bullshit. Refining a star is directly refining your origin star into a bead. From then on, it'll lose contact with your original body and can only provide a certain amount of strength to your original body. However, fusing your origin star won't affect the subsequent strengthening of your origin star. The two are fundamentally different. Han Fei asked, so what's the benefit of fusing it? Han Fei said, with the star core as the core and the ground veins as the meridians. God of War, what if the ground veins and your spiritual heritage fuse, the star core and your heart fuse, your flesh and blood fuse with the starland, and your laws fuse with the heavenly Tao, rules of the origin star? What do you think will happen? Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat, and his tone couldn't help but accelerate. The star is me, and I am the star. I can easily unleash the power of a star bead strike. I can completely mobilize all the power of my origin star, and my strength will soar. Therefore, the original power I produce can also be used to promote the growth of all things in my origin star, and my laws fuse into all things in my origin star. The god of war asked again. Look, you're not stupid. Isn't this also a way to fuse laws? And it's stronger than pure law fusion. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. So, once I fuse my origin star, I'll directly cross the late stage of the immortal level and advance to the Great Monarch realm? No, you only need to fuse a part of your origin star to advance to the Great Monarch realm. Han Fei was shocked. Doesn't that mean that everyone can do this? God of War, are their origin stars as strong as ours? Their path is to constantly mold stars and provide power to their origin stars. We are different. Our origin stars are countless times stronger than theirs. Hearing what the God of War said, Han Fei understood there was nothing wrong with what he said. The God of War put on a praising smile and said, however, in my opinion, this doesn't mean much to you. Even if you advance to the peak of the Great Monarch realm, so what? The bottleneck of the Supreme Divine Technique isn't here in the first place, but how to become a god. Han Fei said, I'll consider becoming a god only after I become a peak-level Great Monarch. It's meaningless to think about this now. Then, how should I fuse my origin star, Senior God of War? Do you want me to feed rice into your mouth? Han Fei said. When I become a god, I'll feed it back to you, Senior God of War. God of War, the God of War was silent for a few seconds. Everyone has different ways of fusing their origin stars. Mine is to mold the ground veins into a weapon and fuse it with myself as a tool, but this might not be the best way. You can study it yourself. Han Fei frowned slightly. He didn't really want to ask the God of War about the way to fuse with his origin star. In fact, he already had an idea in his heart. He just wanted to learn some experience from the God of War. However, the God of War's answer was completely different from his train of thought. Seeing that Han Fei was silent, the God of War changed the topic. Why don't you go to the West Wilderness first? Fusing your origin star can't be done overnight. It took me more than 30,000 years. Han Fei said, Senior, don't worry. I know what's going on in the West Wilderness. By the way, Senior God of War, do you know if there are any standards for the soul or strength of a great monarch? The God of War's response was equally fast. 5,000 star powers, or 5,000 origins of soul power, is the minimum standard for a great monarch. Chapter 3237, Become a Great Monarch, 43237, Become a Great Monarch, 4. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Basic combat power? Of course. If a great monarch needs a secret method to improve his strength to this level, what kind of great monarch is he? What about the upper limit? God of War, 100,000 star powers, or 100,000 origins of soul power? How much? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Was 5,000 and 100,000 on the same level? God of War, generally speaking, the lowest limit is only for people who have just entered the Great Monarch realm and have reached the limit of their potential. After advancing to the Great Monarch realm and stabilizing their foundation, one can probably reach 10,000 star powers or 10,000 origins of soul power. Han Fei frowned, thinking that 10,000 was not a lot. The God of War continued. According to the degree of law stacking, the degree of law fusion is different. Most great monarchs' basic combat power will be between 10,000 and 30,000. If they unleash a secret technique, it can reach between 30,000 and 80,000. I'm talking about most people. When these people cultivate to the peak of the Great Monarch realm, their basic combat power can at most reach 50,000. It's almost impossible for them to exceed this number. Han Fei asked, what about a small number of people? For example, extreme Dao cultivators. God of War, extreme Dao great monarchs, just double it. The limit of the basic combat power of an extreme Dao great monarch is at most 100,000. So far, no one has exceeded 100,000. Anyway, I've never encountered one. However, the tolerance of an extreme Dao great monarch is much higher than that of ordinary great monarchs. They can carry a powerful secret technique and unleash 200,000 or even 300,000 points of power. However, to be honest, very few people can reach the peak of the extreme Dao. Han Fei's eyelids twitched crazily, and he immediately felt that his 5,000 level combat power was simply trash. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Senior God of War, then you should have reached 100,000 basic combat power, right? God of War, you'll find out when you become a great monarch. Han Fei thought to himself, is there a need to keep me in suspense? However, he didn't care. The strongest great monarch had 200,000 or 300,000 combat power. What about the gods? Han Fei immediately asked. The God of War replied, a minimum of 400,000, with no upper limit. However, you can't calculate real combat power with this alone. The strength has to be related to your great Dao, your laws, your cultivation techniques, and so on. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He had to have the basic combat power first. Otherwise, with his 5,000 combat power, even if he could unleash 10 times his combat power, it would only be 50,000. Compared to an extreme Dao great monarch, he was much weaker. No wonder the god didn't even need to attack him. With a casual wave of his hand, he could force him to use the great Dao of life replacement. After chatting with the god of war for a while, Han Fei returned to his origin star but didn't go to the West Wilderness immediately. The path of reincarnation had opened, and the great monarchs of the Sea Realm should have discovered it by now. Therefore, in the past 100 years, the capable great monarchs would probably lie low and survive the divine tribulation before reappearing. Therefore, the people who were causing trouble in the West Wilderness were either great monarchs who were not at the peak, or gods. He couldn't control the battles at the level of gods for the time being. He could control the great monarchs who weren't at the peak, but he wasn't a great monarch after all. Even if his strength had soared, he had to activate his original great Tao to resist an ordinary great monarch. Therefore, his current limit of combat power was that of an ordinary great monarch. With this strength, he would probably suffer a loss if he participated in the matters of the divine descendants. Therefore, as soon as he entered his origin star, Han Fei immediately sat cross-legged and began to fuse with his origin star. The best way was to really fuse with his origin star. As for how to fuse with it, he had mastered the law of life, so he could actually give this star life. At that time, he could use his origin spiritual heritage to interweave the life power of the star ground veins and achieve a life resonance, which was equivalent to slowly transforming into this star itself. If Han Fei guessed right, the god of war should want to do the same, but he hadn't mastered the great Tao of life, so he couldn't do it at all. Han Fei didn't delay. He had left the Sea Realm for too long and was extremely short of resources. He had to improve his strength and leave his origin star quickly. However, Han Fei didn't dare to fuse with the star core at first. The star core of his origin star had been compressed for countless years, and its power was already extremely terrifying. With his current physical state, he definitely couldn't withstand it. Therefore, he could only start from the ground veins first. When he was in the star transformation stage, the ground veins were molded based on his spiritual heritages. Therefore, when Han Fei injected a tremendous amount of vitality into the ground veins, in a moment, the ground veins of his origin star seemed to come back to life. It was also at that moment that Han Fei could feel that his life was converging and interweaving with the river of life in his origin star. At that moment, Han Fei's consciousness fused with his origin star and turned into the law of the heavenly Tao, and the original power born in his body began to dissipate from his body. In the blink of an eye, everything grew. His origin star seemed to be active and began to automatically absorb the power of chaos from the sea of stars. Fusion was a relatively long process. While fusing with the ground veins, Han Fei was the first to feel the effect of the great Tao of strength and the law of strength. This was one of the basic laws of the stars. It was precisely because the law of strength was everywhere that Han Fei entered the immortal level with the law of strength. He didn't expect to advance to the great monarch realm with the law of strength too. However, this was a star after all. It was not easy for him to give life to such a huge star, 1,000 years later. When the river of life of the last ground vein converged with the river of life of his original body, crack. A crisp voice sounded. Han Fei felt refreshed. The power of his soul seemed to explode and turn into a soul sea. Laws seemed to be penetrating his body. He no longer needed to deliberately operate the laws, but laws would be born with a raise of his hand. Clatter. In his origin star, the chaotic chi absorbed in the past 1,000 years, the nearly half-depleted spiritual energy river flowing on the star, and the remaining more than 10,000 refined stars and level 4 energy crystals were all injecting a large amount of energy into his body at this moment. In the past year, on his origin star, the spiritual energy river had dried up. Another 5 years later, the chaotic chi was drained. Another 13 years later, tens of thousands of refined stars were all dead, and the energy crystals were exhausted. However, this was far from enough. With a thought from Han Fei, he immediately appeared in the sea of stars, held the token, and shouted, "Old distanceless, open the door." Chapter 3238, West Wilderness, here I come, 13238, West Wilderness, here I come, 1. The distanceless gate appeared and wrote, "Where are we going?" "The Sea of Stars is in chaos. I'm very busy now. Can you kill more ominous creatures at a time?" Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "The Sea of Stars is in chaos?" Han Fei said. "I called you here to kill the ominous. I'll increase the number to 50,000, but no more." Han Fei didn't mind raising the number for the distanceless gate because he desperately needed energy crystals. After this breakthrough, all his resources had been squeezed dry. Only then did he know that resources were never enough. Now he had consumed so many resources just to break through to the great monarch realm. What if he broke through to the god realm? The resources needed would probably be astronomical. Now was the time when he needed the distanceless gate. If he had another conflict with it, it wouldn't do him any good. Even if he couldn't kill so many ominous creatures, he could put it on credit, right? Anyway, he would have to kill many ominous creatures in the future. Hearing that Han Fei was going to kill the ominous, the distanceless gate immediately opened. Swishter. When Han Fei appeared in this sea of stars, he was dumbfounded. This was not any place he knew, but an ominous battlefield somewhere in the sea of stars. At this moment, on this battlefield, there were as many as 30,000 monarchs and more than 500,000 sky openers. In addition, Han Fei saw more than 500,000 prehistoric ancient creatures surrounding the law of time, including as many as 30,000 monarchs, 60,000 monarchs, and 1,000,000 sky openers. However, opposite them, on this battlefield, there were as many as 2 or even 3 million ominous creatures. Anyway, at a glance, countless ominous creatures were withering, but this scene was really huge. Yes, this was already a large-scale battlefield. Although the scale was not as large as the place guarded by the hidden monarch city, it was not much worse. At this moment, the creatures wrapped in the law of time were at the forefront, and all kinds of purification techniques bloomed in the sea of stars. These ancient creatures were quite strong and fearless of death. With them at the front, they shared the huge pressure on the normal frontline army. If the scene of millions of soldiers fighting fiercely was shocking, then in the distance, Han Fei saw a huge figure hundreds of thousands of feet tall, with 8 huge hands in front of him, each holding a blade that looked like a starlight. In front of him, Han Fei saw 2 doomsday-level ominous creatures. Yes, Han Fei was sure that it was a doomsday-level ominous creature. He had seen doomsday-level ominous creatures on the battlefield in the hidden monarch city. On another battlefield, Han Fei saw a female monarch standing on an ancient phoenix. But in front of her, in the endless time chains and time cage, there were 2 doomsday-level ominous creatures trapped. A divine battle? Even the Time Temple participated in the frontline battlefield? Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. This was also a battlefield guarded by gods. He couldn't help but want to take a look at the distanceless gate, thinking to himself, I only need to kill 50,000 ominous creatures, but you sent me straight to the frontline battlefield. Buzz. Few people noticed Han Fei's sudden appearance. However, the god-level powerhouse and the female monarch of the Time Temple both noticed him, including some great monarchs in the battle. The distanceless gate? The god was puzzled. Although the pressure on his front line had increased greatly recently, he didn't ask for reinforcements. Besides, even if you guys sent strong masters to help, at least send a few more, okay? There was only one great monarch, and his aura was so unstable. He seemed to have just broken through to the great monarch realm. The god shouted, You've just made a breakthrough and haven't stabilized your strength yet. Why are you here? Han Fei cupped his hands slightly. Senior, I've just made a breakthrough and didn't have enough resources, so I asked the distanceless gate to send me to an ominous battlefield. I need to obtain some energy crystals. Sorry to disturb you. The god, the other great monarchs here, and even the female monarch of the Time Temple were speechless. You came to the battlefield to obtain energy crystals at the critical moment when you had just broken through to the great monarch realm and were stabilizing your cultivation. How many ominous creatures could you kill? How could 100 or 1,000 energy crystals be enough? The god frowned slightly, thinking that at least he was a great monarch. He was about to give out some energy crystals, but in the next moment, the pupils of this god and the female monarch were constricted in shock. The moment Han Fei finished speaking, he had already entered the battlefield. Not only did he enter the battlefield, but he also crossed the front line of the resurrected ancient creatures and went straight to the ominous army. The female monarch shouted, Are you crazy? However, the god didn't say anything because he found that Han Fei seemed a little abnormal. His speed was too fast. He had just broken through to the great monarch realm and hadn't had the time to consolidate his strength. But in terms of speed, he had already surpassed many great monarchs. This clearly didn't make sense. Sure enough, in the next moment, a dense army of ominous creatures rushed over. 8 small vines extended from between Han Fei's eyebrows. Swish, 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 swish. The demon purification pot's divine vines were like chains. Any ominous nailed through by them would definitely die. Demon purification pot? The god's heart trembled. He had heard that the demon purification pot had appeared, but he didn't expect to see it here. Chapter 3239, 3239 West Wilderness. Here I come, 23239 West Wilderness. Here I come, 23239 West Wilderness. Here I's lit up. Human Emperor Han Fei. She didn't know why Han Fei suddenly appeared here, but she knew that more than 800 years ago, Han Fei hadn't proved Tao yet. But in just 800 years, he had become a great monarch? No wonder Zeman Linglin took a fancy to this person and waited for him for her entire life. Such talent is indeed extraordinary. As for the others on the battlefield, they were dumbfounded. They were not in the sea realm, so they didn't know Han Fei's legend. They were just horrified. Why did someone take the initiative to enter the ominous pile? Some monarchs recognized the demon purification pot and were shocked. Those who didn't recognize the demon purification pot were even more shocked. Han Fei sat cross-legged. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of energy crystals were sucked to his side. Huff. When the chaotic chi and ownerless souls in the energy crystals surged into his body crazily, Han Fei finally took a breath of relief. Energy crystals surrounded Han Fei one after another. Roar. Kill him. The 2 doomsday-level ominous creatures that were fighting the god roared in succession. Doomsday-level ominous creatures were already gods in terms of strength. They were no longer unconscious ominous creatures. They might even know the secrets behind the ominous. Therefore, when they saw the demon purification pot appear, they desperately sent a large number of ominous creatures to pounce at Han Fei. This was because they knew that the demon purification pot was not complete yet. With the advantage in number, it was completely possible for them to crush Han Fei. However, the two doomsday-level ominous creatures, including the world-ending level ominous creatures equivalent to great monarchs, had no intention of charging at Han Fei in person. At least, when the demon purification pot was at its strongest, they were not stupid and knew that they would be courting death if they went there. A large number of corruption level, terrifying level, and destruction level ominous creatures rushed at Han Fei as if they were not afraid of death. Puff, puff, puff. Ominous creatures were pierced and turned into energy crystals one after another. At that moment, there were probably hundreds of thousands of ominous creatures surrounding Han Fei on this battlefield. Ordinary people couldn't see Han Fei at all. They only knew that he had been drowned and were utterly shocked. In just an hour, as many as 50,000 ominous creatures had turned into energy crystals. Because not all the ominous creatures besieging Han Fei were destruction level, including a large number of corruption level and terrifying level ominous creatures, the demon purification pot didn't stop killing. Seeing this, the expressions of the god-level powerhouses and the female monarch of the Time Temple changed. The demon purification pot hadn't been fully restored. Although its combat power was powerful, there would always be a time when its strength was exhausted. Han Fei was surrounded by so many ominous creatures, so they certainly couldn't sit idle. Although Han Fei accidentally broke into this place as the owner of the demon purification pot, he was destined to be extraordinary. It would be a pity if such a person died here before he grew up. Immediately, the god exerted his strength and slashed out a flashing knife net with the star-long knife. The divinity in his body spewed out, and the laws of the heavens flowed parallel, directly turning this place into a god's knife domain. Instantly, a doomsday-level ominous creature was shattered by the interweaving purification knife light. The female monarch of the Time Temple also began to reel in the net. Behind her, a time tide rolled. From the tide, an abyss opened its mouth and covered the time cage. Two doomsday-level ominous creatures disappeared under this huge abyssal mouth. The female monarch said to Han Fei via voice transmission at the same time, "Hold on." In fact, both this god and the female monarch of the Time Temple had the means to kill doomsday-level ominous creatures. However, they were unwilling to kill them. This was because this was a protracted war. If one was killed, another would appear from the ominous to maintain the balance of this battlefield. If the two parties fought too fiercely and the myriad races killed the doomsday-level ominous creatures in a row, it was very likely to turn this ordinary battlefield into a super-large battlefield. Then, they would have to ask for reinforcements from other battlefields. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the god here was unwilling to break the balance here. However, Han Fei said leisurely, "Don't worry about me, huh?" The 8 small vines of the demon purification pot pierced through many world-ending level ominous creatures again with puffs, and these penetrating ominous creatures miraculously fail to regenerate. Can the demon purification pot still work? No, the law of life there has disappeared. It seemed that the area where Han Fei was couldn't be connected to the river of life. Therefore, as long as these ominous creatures were pierced by the demon purification pot, they couldn't revive. The law of life? The god was shocked. This was the first time in his life that he had seen someone walk this law. Could the river of life be related to laws? As for the water monarch of the Time Temple, she was shocked. The law of life? How did this guy do it? It wasn't that no one in the Time Temple tried to master the law of life, but no one could reach the river of origin, so they felt that the law of life was a law that was impossible to master. Chapter 3240 West Wilderness, Here I Come, 33240 West Wilderness, Here I Come, 33240 West Wilderness, Here I Come, 3 However, today she was shocked. Sure enough, everyone who became a disciple of the Void Temple was extraordinary. Puff, puff, puff. In a moment, thousands of ominous creatures were penetrated and turned into energy crystals. Han Fei thought that he could continue to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. However, at that moment, in the ominous mist, several huge sharp claws extended out. The expression of the god here changed. Not good. In the mist, a higher-level ominous creature has noticed the changes here. The female monarch of the Time Temple shouted, "Everyone, retreat within the front line." Then, the huge mouth in time spewed out a terrifying power dozens of times stronger than Star Explosion, which went straight at the terrifying claw and blew up tens of thousands of ominous creatures along the way. As for the god, he slashed 8 times in a row, directly piercing through the circle of ominous creatures that wrapped Han Fei. He shouted, "Boy, leave immediately. Your existence will only attract more and stronger ominous creatures. I'll give you the energy crystals you want." The god threw a small world to Han Fei. Han Fei took the small world. Before he had the time to thank him, he heard the female monarch say via voice transmission, "Human Emperor, the ominous is counterattacking now. It seems to be powerful, but it's actually still at the level of testing. They are testing the combat power of the defense line on the battlefield of the myriad races. Your appearance broke this balance. The ominous also has intelligence. With you around, the ominous's attention will be on you. Therefore, you have achieved your goal. You can leave now." Han Fei was stunned. In the past, he had killed nearly 200,000 ominous creatures in the chaotic ice domain one after another, but no powerful ominous creatures came to cause trouble for him. Now, just appearing here had attracted an extremely terrifying existence. Although Han Fei was unwilling to give up, he still stopped. With a few flashes, he left the battlefield. In the next moment, the distanceless gate appeared in front of him. Han Fei cupped his fists. "Thank you for your generosity, senior. I'll repay you when I have a chance in the future." Without hesitation, Han Fei stepped into the distanceless gate. "Send me to the West Wilderness," swish-wished. When Han Fei appeared again, he felt a sandstorm, which made Han Fei immediately experience the feeling of the Storm Quicksand Sea in the Infinite Mining area. However, this place was different from the Storm Quicksand Sea. There were laws of wind and strength wreaking havoc in the Storm Quicksand Sea, and there were all kinds of laws in the sandstorm here. God knew where in the West Sea Divine Realm the distanceless gate had teleported him to. Anyway, however, there was no danger here. Han Fei had thought of going straight to the primordial divine race or the wild ancient race. However, the West Wilderness was in chaos now. Who knew how fierce the battle between the Central Sea Divine Realm and the West Wilderness was? The Central Sea Divine Realm knew that he would definitely go to the primordial divine race, and he didn't know the current situation of the primordial divine race. If he suddenly appeared and found that something had already happened to the primordial divine race, or that the Central Sea Divine Realm had already set up an ambush, it wouldn't be worth it. As for the wild ancient race, they were a race that he was relatively unfamiliar with. Although he knew that they were the descendants of the god of war, there were too many people in their race who had different thoughts. His sudden appearance would probably cause a commotion. Therefore, the best way was to come to the West Wilderness first to understand the current situation in the West Wilderness. However, before understanding the West Wilderness, he still needed some time to stabilize his current realm. His breakthrough was not over yet. In his origin star, 20 years passed in a flash, and only half a month had passed in the outside world. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough resources to upgrade the time chain. Otherwise, it would only take him 7 days to stabilize the Great Monarch realm. The god gave him 100,000 energy crystals, plus the ones he hunted, a total of 180,000. In terms of the energy provided by the energy crystals, it was completely enough for him to stabilize his realm as a great monarch. However, the chaotic chi and ownerless souls in the energy crystals were not completely used for his absorption. Most of them were consumed in the transformation of his body. At this moment, there were only 30,000 energy crystals left, and Han Fei finally successfully advanced to the Great Monarch realm. Sitting in his origin star, Han Fei was a little absent-minded. He used to yearn for the Great Monarch realm, but today, when he had finally reached this realm, he had mixed feelings. Unfortunately, when he came to the Great Monarch realm, the sea realm was already in chaos. The gods had already appeared, the ominous had returned, and they would appear forever. At this moment, Han Fei knew that the Great Monarch realm was just a hurdle on the path of cultivation. The god of war couldn't jump over it, but he had to. At this moment, Han Fei's body was not very stable. He wanted to get up, but the moment he got up, a deep pit was left on the ground. He could even feel that his body was emitting the runes of many intertwined laws at all times. When he looked at his information, his pupils were constricted slightly. Owner, Han Fei Level, 1119, Great Monarch. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 4213th Immortal Chi, 13 Soul 20,001 Origin Strength, 20,001 Star Powers First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Sky Swallowing Fish, Level 188, Chapter 3241, 32001, 3241 West Wilderness, Here I Come, 4, 3241 West Wilderness, Here I Come 4, 3241 West Wilderness, Here I Come 4, 3241. Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow, Level 1116, Main Art, Godfiend Body Gulp. So strong? Is this the power of a Great Monarch? Ordinary Great Monarchs only had about 10,000 combat power after stabilizing their cultivation. After that, unless they reached the peak of the Great Monarch realm, their combat power would only be like this. However, he had already had 20,000 combat power after only partially fusing with his origin star. What if he fused the Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage with the Ground Veins? What if he fused his body with his origin star? What if he fused his heart with his star core, as expected of the human race's top-level technique? What if this path is superimposed with the Extreme Tao? Han Fei suddenly had such an idea, because the Extreme Tao itself was different from the other Taos in cultivation. The cultivators of this technique endured more hardships, more pain, and paid more prices before they finally reached the extreme. In such an extreme state, if he could use the Supreme Divine Technique again, Han Fei was suddenly refreshed. The basic combat power of the God of War definitely exceeded the limit of 100,000. An existence like the God of War would inevitably embark on the Extreme Tao, and the Supreme Divine Technique was most suitable for Extreme Tao cultivators. Therefore, when the Extreme Tao and the Supreme Divine Technique were combined, it was the key to breaking the bottleneck of the Extreme Tao. Therefore, the basic combat power of the God of War was definitely terrifyingly strong. Up to now, the God of War fought in the form of clones. The god of war's consumption of resources was also shocking. His original body was clearly trapped somewhere in the sea of stars. So, when the god of war said that he could fight gods, was he referring to his clones or his original body? Besides, the cultivation of the supreme divine technique couldn't be stopped. The god of war once reminded him that when he reached the peak level of the great monarch realm and couldn't go on anymore, he had to seal himself. Then, what about the god of war? How many seals did he have? No wonder this old guy kept me in suspense. It turns out that the supreme divine technique can be so strong when one reaches the great monarch realm. Han Fei only knew that the supreme divine technique could keep making people stronger, but as they grew up, the strengthening didn't seem to be obvious. Until the moment he became a great monarch, he could feel more and more how terrifying this path was. Who below the level of a god could resist it? Han Fei instantly appeared in the sea of stars, feeling the power of the law of space. His body suddenly swept out, and in an instant flashed past billions of kilometers of void. 6,000 times the speed of light? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly, and he grabbed a dead star. Rumble, buzz. Behind Han Fei, a divine halo appeared. This divine halo was filled with infinite vitality. Under the illumination of the divine halo, he seemed to be bathed in the river of life. No wonder great monarchs like to carry a divine halo. It turns out that it's a manifestation of their original law. As Han Fei activated his original great Tao, he felt that the laws here were suddenly absorbed, and his combat power instantly soared. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. When Han Fei's body was strengthened 4 times, he felt that his bones were trembling slightly, so was his flesh and blood. Unfortunately, although my flesh and bones have become much stronger, they still can't withstand the full operation of my original great Tao. Perhaps it will be better when I reach my peak. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. For the first time, he felt unparalleled power. The great monarchs and those below the great monarch realm were completely different. When he was at the peak of the carefree level, although his body could carry 10 times his combat power and his strength could reach 20,000 star powers, he had too little comprehension of laws and hadn't fused them into his body yet, so even if he used all his strength, it would probably be difficult for him to injure a great monarch-level powerhouse. Now, Han Fei knew that although he still couldn't resist a god-level powerhouse even if he used all his strength, with the halo of life, he might be able to block a blow from a god. Feeling the infinite power in his body, Han Fei smiled. West Wilderness, here I come. Chapter 3242, Ambush of the Central Sea, Divine Realm 13242, Ambush of the Central Sea Divine Realm 11. Han Fei had never been to the West Wilderness, nor had he asked for information about the West Wilderness. He only knew that this was a place where bandits were rampant. The ferocious God Valley was also known as the home of tens of thousands of bandits. It was said that there was a bandit god guarding it. No one knew how strong the bandit god was. However, the Central Sea Divine Realm had once attacked the West Wilderness but failed to change the situation in the West Wilderness. They couldn't even get rid of any of the top 3 bandits, which explained the situation. It was precisely because of the specialness of the West Wilderness that this place could be said to be a sinful paradise. Outlaws liked to hide in the West Wilderness. Because there were too many ferocious people, the strong masters of the West Wilderness were fierce and valiant. However, even if there were bandits, they had to have people come to the West Wilderness so that the bandits had someone to plunder. Therefore, Han Fei suspected that the resources in the West Wilderness should be abundant. Otherwise, why would those people come to the West Wilderness? To drink the wind? However, when Han Fei stood in the sandstorm enveloped by laws, he couldn't help but be speechless. This was completely a boundless sea of sand. If this was the environment of the West Wilderness, wouldn't the people living in the West Wilderness be at least in the sky-opening realm? Of course, it was also possible that there was something wrong with the area he was in. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and then raised his eyebrows slightly, because this sea of sand almost completely blocked perception. Even if he was a great monarch now, he couldn't penetrate below a kilometer in the sea of sand. At this depth of only 1,000 meters, Han Fei perceived a large number of creatures. Like other seas, the sea of sand was also a sea. There were fish, fine shells, worms, crabs, and even unique golden coral creatures. Swishta Han Fei flew on the sea of sand for 100 seconds, but he didn't find anything, not even a bandit. Huh? Are there so few people in the West Wilderness? I didn't see many resources either. Han Fei felt a little strange. With his current speed, he could cross a very long distance in 100 seconds. Although the West Wilderness was not small, it was not impossible for him to find something. Just as Han Fei was about to take out the vast ocean navigator, he found a dead tree with clusters of green and black fruits hanging on its dry branches like wooden dates. A demon plant? Han Fei rushed over. This was the only tree he had seen on the Sea of Sand so far. It seemed that he finally had someone to ask directions. The moment Han Fei appeared here, the green-black fruit hanging on the tree left the tree with swishes and shot at Han Fei like super beams of light. Huh? Han Fei stood where he was, but the sandstorm suddenly went berserk. The law of wind raged, producing law gale after law gale, shattering the attacks of most of the fruits. But a small number of them passed through the law gale, only to be entangled by flying sand and explode in the void. Yes, after stacking 100,000 laws, Han Fei had mastered too many laws of the world. In addition to his current strength as a great monarch, with a little activation, the sand and wind here could be used as his weapon. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't fused many laws yet, he wouldn't even need to activate them. With a thought, the laws here would be used by him. An immortal level tree? Who would believe that this inconspicuous dead tree had reached the immortal level? The West Wilderness was only one of the 5 divine realms. Logically speaking, it should be the same as the East Sea Divine Realm or the South Sea Divine Realm. How could it be so easy to meet an immortal level powerhouse here? However, the tree in front of him was just at the immortal level. Besides, seeing that his round of attacks was ineffective, the tree immediately wanted to drill into the sea of sand. How could Han Fei agree? He shouted, "Sand cage." The surface of the sea of sand instantly condensed as if it had formed a thick ice layer. The dead tree's body was directly stuck, but at this moment it was not without power to fight back. The cluster of fruits hanging on the tree suddenly burst out with the power of many laws, trying to penetrate this condensed sea of sand. However, how could the power of the immortal level shake the current Han Fei? As Han Fei raised his hand, the sand sea cage turned into a huge hand raised from the sand sea and grabbed the dead tree. Bam, bam, bam. The dead tree also realized the terrifying danger and hurriedly detonated all its fruits. When it finally exploded the sand sea hand, it suddenly felt that something was wrong and found Han Fei already sitting on its branch at some point. At this moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Death Spirit Tree. Tree. Introduction. A sand sea demon plant that grows up by absorbing the nutrients in the flesh and bones of the dead. The dead spirit tree belongs to the myriad races. Because it nurtures the heart of laws in its body, it is often hunted by other races. Level 180 quality. R quality, O quality Brom, immortal level Burl, Meryl Meryl's a realm immortal level Burl, battle technique, law ray, spirit explosion, death envelopment, silencing soul, burial protectable, heart of law, absorbable H no E quar. The dead spirit tree is elusive and difficult to catch. This death spirit tree was in a panic. It wanted to run, but it couldn't. At this moment, it felt a terrifying gravity on its body, making it unable to move. My lord, please spare me. My heart of law is meaningless to you. Please let me go. Oh, you can talk? If it weren't for the fact that its original body didn't have eyes, the death spirit tree really wanted to roll its eyes at this guy. What was he talking about? It was an immortal level powerhouse after all. How could it not know how to speak? However, in the next moment, it suddenly felt the pressure on its body disappear. Chapter 3243, Ambush of the Central Sea, Divine Realm, 23243, Ambush of the Central Sea Divine Realm, 2. Although the pressure on him had been removed, he didn't dare to run. In front of a great monarch, he had no room to resist. Han Fei said, "I'm not interested in your heart of law. However, since I've met you, you have to answer some questions of mine. My lord, please ask. This little demon will tell you everything I know," Han Fei sneered. Little demon? An immortal is never a little demon. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Let me ask you, where are the bandits and cultivators in the West Wilderness? Huh? The dead spirit tree was stunned. Don't joke with me. Who doesn't know that cultivators are all under the Sea of Sand? Under the Sea of Sand? Humph, who's joking with you? It's my first time in the West Wilderness. Isn't it normal for me not to know? Tell me in detail. The dead spirit tree was puzzled. You're new to the West Wilderness. How did you get here? However, he didn't dare to ask. The dead spirit tree said, "My lord, the West Wilderness is called the West Wilderness because on the surface of the West Wilderness, laws are raging, and not a blade of grass grows. There is only a boundless sea of sand. However, in the Sea of Sand of the West Wilderness, there are layers of underground spaces, which we call the Earth Sea. In the Earth Sea, there are abundant resources, many secret realms, and many opportunities. Therefore, countless adventurers came to the West Wilderness to explore underground, so many bandits were born in the West Wilderness." Wait a minute, Han Fei interrupted. Since there are so many resources and secret realms, why don't the bandits of the West Wilderness take them themselves? The dead spirit tree said. They do, but the secret realms in the West Wilderness are more or less accompanied by danger. Isn't it better to directly snatch the spoils of others? If you explore the secret realms yourself, you're gambling with your life. But if you snatch other people's spoils from the secret realms, you'll have everything and don't need to spend time and effort. Of course, the bandits in the West Wilderness will also explore various secret realms themselves. Han Fei thought to himself, this is really the style of bandits. Robbery is indeed an easier way to gain resources. Han Fei asked, what do you mean that the secret realms in the West Wilderness are more or less accompanied by danger? Aren't secret realms all accompanied by danger? The dead spirit tree thought to itself, sure enough, this person doesn't know anything. It replied in a relaxed voice, my lord, it's said that the West Wilderness is the most complete ancient primordial land in the sea realm. Legend has it that in the primordial era, there was a god in the Sea of Sand who released the boundless desert and turned it into billions of sand soldiers to fight the ominous. At that time, countless strong masters died, and along with this primordial ancient land, they were all buried. Therefore, the real West Wilderness is under the Sea of Sand. It was also the first time Han Fei had heard of the origin of the West Wilderness. He didn't expect there was such a story behind it. It was a real ancient primordial land. In the chaotic era and the primordial era at that time, there were countless treasures, all kinds of powerful techniques, and countless extraordinary bloodlines between the heavens and earth. Therefore, those two eras had always been known as eras where treasures were everywhere. It was no wonder that the strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm and other places still came to the West Wilderness even though they knew that the West Wilderness was dangerous. Only a place like this that contained countless treasures could produce so many bandits, right? Han Fei asked, "Do you have a map of the West Wilderness?" The Death Tree hesitated for a moment and then said, "Yes, but my lord, in the West Wilderness, maps alone are useless. Under the Sea of Sand, it's complicated. Besides, there are too many places in the West Wilderness that don't have maps because in ancient times, too many large arrays were left in this area. Sometimes, even the bandits who have been living in the West Wilderness for a long time might not be able to find the way. For example, the uninhabited forbidden area, where there is a big array formed with the heavens and earth and there aren't any directions at all. One can only enter and leave with experience. And the death spiral, it appears from time to time. Few people who are sucked into the death spiral can return alive. There are also too many traces of battles in the primordial era sealed in the dead soul Gobi. Countless people who went in to explore opportunities have died," Han Fei said. "Give the map to me." Okay. The dead spirit tree immediately materialized a dead leaf. Han Fei scanned it with his perception, and some places were marked by the dead spirit tree. Among the most dangerous places, there were the uninhabited forbidden area, Death Spiral, Storm Eye, Infinite Quicksand, Dead Soul Gobi, Golden City, and Ferocious God Valley. Han Fei looked at the map and found that half of this map was blank. No wonder the primordial divine race wanted to run to the West Wilderness. In such a place, it was even more difficult to find people than in the Infinite Mining Area. The Infinite Mining Area was dangerous because there were too many mine demons. But in the West Wilderness, there were all kinds of secret realms, sand sea giant demons, and dangerous places. However, on the map, there were some locations with a certain area. For example, some big clans. Han Fei saw the location of the wild ancient race. It was a place close to the Dead Soul Gobi. The area was not small, indicating that the wild ancient race was very powerful in the West Wilderness. In addition to the wild ancient race, the location of the Ferocious God Valley was also clearly marked. However, the Ferocious God Valley was the center of the West Wilderness. Its status was just like the Divine Capital Dynasty in the East Sea, the Phoenix Divine Race in the South Sea, and the Insect Nest in the North Sea. It was not something anyone could touch. Han Fei put away the map and nodded slightly. "Not bad. Now tell me what happened recently in the West Wilderness." This time, the dead spirit tree said, "My lord, our dead spirit trees hide from others in the West Wilderness and are rarely discovered. We naturally won't take the initiative to integrate into some races, so I don't know what happened in the West Wilderness recently. I only know that some god-level powerhouses seem to have taken action. Chapter 3244-3244 Ambush of the Central Sea. Divine Realm 33244 Ambush of the Central Sea Divine Realm 3 Han Fei had long known that the god had taken action. He couldn't help but ask, "You're standing so obviously on the Sea of Sand, and you said very few people have discovered you?" The dead spirit tree said leisurely, "My lord, because unless it's for a fight, very few people will come to the surface of the Sea of Sand." Han Fei was slightly stunned. If the West Wilderness was under the Sea of Sand, then the dead spirit tree was probably hidden quite well. Across the Sea of Sand, no one could perceive its existence with perception. In this vast sea of sand, it seemed quite difficult to find a tree a few meters tall. It was a coincidence that he met the dead spirit tree. Okay, leave. Han Fei didn't make things difficult for the dead spirit tree again. After all, there was no grudge between them. He was just asking for directions. The latter disappeared into the sea of sand with a swish, and then the entire tree turned the color of the sea of sand. The tree became as soft as a vine and quickly swam away from the sea of sand. Interesting. According to the dead spirit tree, the West Wilderness should be able to produce strong masters. After all, this place is extraordinary in the first place. It's normal no matter how powerful strong masters appear on this land. However, among the top 3 bandits of the West Wilderness, Xuanhuan was only a peak-level great monarch. This didn't seem to match the condition of the West Wilderness. This was a primordial land after all. Or could it be that Xuanhuan and the others all had the conditions to become gods, but they just stayed in the Great Monarch realm and refused to make a breakthrough like Senior Brother Azure Dragon and 5th Senior Brother? The more Han Fei thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Otherwise, it didn't make sense that the bandits led by 3 great monarchs could suppress all the strong masters in the Sea Realm to not dare to be impudent in the West Wilderness. On the map, Han Fei checked according to his coordinates and found that he wasn't far from the wild ancient race, about a light year away. If he went at full speed, it wouldn't even take him a day to reach there. Of course, he could directly use the distanceless gate. However, the distanceless gate was a little stingy now. Not only did it raise the price, but it would also send him directly to the battlefield. Last time, he was lucky enough to be sent to a friendly god, but he still almost attracted some powerful, ominous creatures. Now that he was already in the West Wilderness, there was no need to find the distanceless gate again. It wouldn't matter if it took him a few days. 5 days later. Under the sea of sand, there were always some sand pits that his perception couldn't penetrate. Besides, the world under the sea of sand was indeed as complicated as the dead spirit tree said, like a vertical maze. Sometimes, as he walked, there was no road at all. What blocked his vision was probably a secret realm, a ruin, an array, or some other danger. Under such circumstances, Han Fei had to turn back, because if he went through some places by force, he might reach another place. At that time, God knew which corner of the map he was in. In the past 5 days, Han Fei had encountered more than a dozen broken arrays and more than 100 dead ends. The West Wilderness is really a good place to hide. No wonder, even with the means of many strong masters in the Central Sea Divine Realm, they can't find the people they want to find here. Han Fei couldn't help but think that Renquang seemed to have accidentally entered an array and was sent directly to the West Wilderness. It could be seen that in the West Wilderness there were not only chaotic space barriers in this area, but also many super teleportation spaces across distant areas. Fortunately, Han Fei was not in a hurry. The more dangerous the West Wilderness was, the less likely it was for the Central Sea Divine Realm to successfully cause trouble. 3 days later, a super worm hundreds of thousands of meters long roared and bit at Han Fei. Its mouth was full of dense, sharp teeth, which was terrifying. But Han Fei didn't care. He held the map with one hand and muttered, "I went the wrong way again. I should have passed this road in a few hours in this direction. Damn it, I have to go back and walk again." The laws of the giant worm burst out, and its mouth covered thousands of kilometers of the void. Han Fei simply raised his hand, and a long sand knife appeared in his hand. Pfft! A cold light slashed across, and the giant death worm was cut through from head to toe. "Humph!" Han Fei snorted. The countless sharp teeth in the death worm's mouth were all broken, turned into a knife storm, and instantly minced its huge body into pieces. Han Fei swept past the place where the insect blood was spraying, extended a finger, and gently hooked it, directly taking away the vitality of the death worm. Bang! The huge death worm turned into powder in the blink of an eye. Han Fei didn't care. He was already used to it. He had encountered hundreds of such death worms in this area. Some were in the sky-opening realm, and very few were in the monarch realm. None of them had any specific consciousness, so they attacked him blindly. Another hour later, Han Fei finally found an unobstructed path. Yes, this is the right way. Han Fei smiled. After searching for a long time, he finally found the entrance to the wild ancient race. Finding the way could only be done under the sea of sand. Above the sea of sand, it was only the vast and endless sea of sand. He didn't even know the direction, let alone find the wild ancient race. After another moment, Han Fei was about to move forward when he suddenly felt that something was wrong, because the surrounding laws were no longer chaotic, but had their own rules. An ambush. Han Fei had a strong feeling about laws now. He didn't stack 100,000 laws for nothing. Chapter 3245 Ambush of the Central Sea, Divine Realm 4. 3245 Ambush of the Central Sea Divine Realm 4. The law here showed a pattern, which could only mean 2 reasons. Firstly, he was about to reach the wild ancient race. This was under their jurisdiction, so they certainly had to stabilize the laws here. Secondly, someone had set up an ambush here, and the array they set had emptied the chaotic laws here. Han Fei was more inclined to the second because there was still a moment before he could reach the wild ancient race. It was a moment for him, but in fact, the distance between them was not short. Buzz. Realizing this, Han Fei immediately turned into a black fog and swam around. At the same time, in a relatively simple sand pit, 2 great monarchs were guarding it. They didn't find Han Fei, and Han Fei couldn't tell their specific identities. However, one of the 2 had strong sword intent, and the other's battlesuit was engraved with various arrays and Dao patterns. How could the people of the wild ancient race be so exquisite? Han Fei didn't think so. Look at the God of War and Zhan Nanye. Neither of them could be dressed so exquisitely, so these 2 people were definitely not from the wild ancient race. One of them said, "Brother Tan, did you feel anything just now?" It was the person in the exquisite battlesuit who spoke. The sword cultivator said slightly, "Number Brother Mew, you are a master of arrays. If there is any anomaly, you should feel it most easily." "Is there anything wrong?" "Maybe I sensed it wrong." "No, you didn't sense it wrong." Suddenly, an abrupt voice sounded in their ears. Buzz. The 2 of them were suddenly alarmed. The sword cultivator's sword intent soared to the sky, but before he could draw his sword, his body was pierced by a big hand. In an instant, his body seemed to turn into a dry corpse and lost its vitality. He felt that all his vitality was gone. As for the other person, he had already activated the array, but although the array was activated, he couldn't escape, because behind him, a blood-colored long knife pierced through his heart from behind. Around him, countless sealing spears appeared out of thin air. If it wasn't the god-sealing spear, what was it? The 2 great monarchs were shocked at the same time. Who could appear beside them silently and instantly suppress them? When the sword cultivator saw the blood-colored broadsword, his expression changed slightly. Human Emperor Han Fei? Huh? Therefore, Han Fei knew that the fact that Han Fei and Wang Han were the same person had been exposed. As for who the exposer was, there was no need to guess. It must be Zhang Bui. However, Han Fei didn't care much. Instead, he appeared openly and looked at the two of them up and down. It's me. I didn't expect myself to be so famous. The two great monarchs were shocked. Didn't they say that Wang Han had just entered the immortal level? Could an immortal level cultivator instantly suppress them? Han Fei said, just answer my questions. I hope to hear a satisfactory answer. If I'm not satisfied, you won't even have a chance to reincarnate. Their pupils were constricted, and one of them said, let's talk nicely. What do you want to know? Han Fei asked. Which force do you two belong to? The array great monarch said, the Grand Development Sect, Central Sea Divine Realm. The sword cultivator frowned. Central Sea, heaven-worshipping palace. They were indeed from the Central Sea Divine Realm. Han Fei wondered if something had happened to the wild ancient race. But how could something happen to such a big race so easily? Han Fei asked, why are you here? The great monarch of the Grand Development Sect thought quickly. The creation divine prison was in Han Fei's hands, and Han Fei was also on the side of the divine descendants. If Han Fei was mentioned, he might be directly killed. Therefore, he said with difficulty, we're just ordered to guard here and check whether the wild ancient race has played a role in the chaos of the West Wilderness or not. By L shit. With a thought from Han Fei, the law enforcement divine chain immediately tied up the great monarch of the Grand Development Sect. The creation divine prison descended, and golden ancient words appeared. Han Fei glanced at him. Mutong, you have killed 901 strong masters of other races, killed 42 descendants of contributing gods, and deprived a race of their luck. You've committed heinous crimes. I find you guilty. You will be imprisoned for 420,278 years, burned by hellfire for 15 years, and whipped 6,800 times. Do you have any objections? Mutong's eyes widened. If you don't believe me, you can ask me again. Why did you use the creation divine prison so quickly? Han Fei sneered. Don't look at me like that. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Do you really think I have to ask you to get what I want to know? Let me ask you again. Do you have any objections? I have no objection. Of course, Mutong was not stupid. They, who had come to the West Wilderness, knew very well what kind of existence the creation divine prison was. Once they were caught by the creation divine prison, the best way was to plead guilty and never struggle. Buzz. Mutong was immediately taken into the creation divine prison. Only then did Han Fei look at the sword cultivator and say calmly, you also have a chance. This sword cultivator great monarch no longer had any hope. This person was ruthless. Whether he said it or not, he wouldn't let him go. However, he clearly had the ability to kill the two of them, but he didn't. This meant that he didn't want to cause the roar of the great Tao, let alone let others know that there had been turmoil here. But whether he angered him or not, he had no chance to escape, and if he wanted to be discovered, he could only die. What good would it do him? He said, we're here to wait for you. After saying this, he sighed in his heart. This guy had grown too fast. Now that he had become a great monarch and his methods were so terrifying, it was probably impossible for a great monarch to suppress him. The Central Sea Divine Realm was probably going to lose this battle in the West Wilderness. Han Fei nodded slightly. I believe that. My appearance means that the rise of the divine descendants is imminent. Therefore, as long as you kill me, you can stop the rise of the divine descendants. It's a good deal. Unfortunately, you underestimate me. Swish. The law enforcement divine chain tied this person up too, but this sword cultivator's crimes were lighter. He would only be burnt by hellfire for 3 years. Han Fei curled his lips slightly. If there was a chance in the future, he could use this guy. After dealing with the two great monarchs, Han Fei frowned slightly. Fortunately, he didn't come to the wild ancient race directly. Otherwise, he would have been hunted and ambushed as soon as he appeared. If that was the case, could the lava giants still be handed over to the wild ancient race at this moment? Chapter 3246, 3246 Wild Ancient Race, 13246 Wild Ancient Race, 13246 Wild Ancient Race, 1 The Wild Ancient Race. This was a powerful racial group composed of dozens of humanoid races, not just one race. There were giants, rockmen, two-headed people, one-eyed humans, and dwarves here, and the largest race was the war giants. Yes, it was the war giants. Han Fei had interacted with them when he was young, but they eventually disappeared in the Time River. When he approached the wild ancient race, Han Fei found some traces of war giants. Their height ranged from a few meters to more than 20 meters. However, their strength was far stronger than those he had encountered in the Grand Myriad Mountains. If a superforce in the West Wilderness was mostly in the Venerable Realm or the Sea Establishment Realm, it was far from enough. Han Fei discovered that all the war giants here who were more than 20 meters tall had reached the Sky-Opening Realm. He hadn't found any war giants below the Venerable Realm among the ones he saw here. Han Fei didn't know if there were any strong masters from other forces monitoring the war giants, so he didn't go there rashly. He gently broke through the void a distance away from the wild ancient race. Ordinary people couldn't sense the anomalies of spatial laws of this level. Even immortals might not be able to sense them. However, for great monarchs, this action was relatively obvious. Han Fei transformed into the former giant king. If someone perceived him because of this small anomaly or came over, he could trace their perception back. Under the divine concealment technique, even if the other party was a great monarch, it was impossible for him to find his flaws. He would only think that Han Fei was a strong master of the war giants. If the other party wasn't an enemy, they would naturally be curious about his identity and come to investigate. Sure enough, the moment Han Fei made a noise, dozens of perceptions immediately swept over. Han Fei's heart stirred. Do the wild ancient race have so many great monarchs? There were a total of 22 perceptions. Han Fei quickly looked back along these perceptions and saw great monarchs looking at him. Among them, there were 12 great monarchs of the war giants alone. The others were all great monarchs of various humanoid races. Who is it? Swish, 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 swish. 3 figures appeared in front of Han Fei in the blink of an eye. They were 3 war giants, each 40 meters tall. All 3 of them were holding battle axes. Perhaps for giants, battle axes were more combative. Han Fei cupped his hands. Can I talk to you in private? Why should we talk to you? Is the heaven-concealing divine race already so shameless? How dare you pretend to be a war giant and appear here openly? Why? Do you want to start a war? Heaven-concealing divine race? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Heaven-concealing divine race and heaven-concealing divine technique. How could there be such a coincidence? Were the heaven-concealing divine technique and the divine concealment technique he deduced were both divine techniques of the heaven-concealing divine race? Han Fei said, I'm serious. Let's talk in private. I'm not from the heaven-concealing divine race. On the opposite side, a war giant hummed. In the territory of our wild ancient race, we don't need to talk in private. If you have anything to say it quickly. Also, change your appearance immediately. Our wild ancient race doesn't have a great monarch like you. Han Fei thought to himself. Giants are sometimes not very smart. However, as Han Fei issued an order in his heart, many perceptions from the wild ancient race were blocked by his laws. The 3 war giants' faces changed slightly, and Han Fei quickly said, I am Han Fei. With that, Han Fei retracted the power of the law, because he saw that dozens of great monarchs had already stepped into the void. If he moved again, he might be besieged. That's bullshit. Why don't you say that you are the god of war? Brothers, beat him up. Han Fei? Wei? Huan Fei? The 3 great monarchs on the opposite side had already slashed at him. Han Fei thought to himself, that shouldn't be the case. With my relationship with the god of war, why would the race of the god of war attack me? However, the 3 people on the opposite side were really slashing at him, and Han Fei immediately retreated. The void exploded, and more than a dozen great monarchs surrounded him. A fist light blasted out from under Han Fei. Han Fei put his hands together and activated his original Great Dao. Instantly, his combat power was increased by 4 times, and he went all out. Boom. However, even though his combat power had been increased to the limit, he was still sent flying to the surface of the sea of sand by the strange power of the fist light. Cough, cough. Fuck, the power of one punch is comparable to my full-strength blow? In the next moment, Han Fei was blasted to the boundless desert on the surface of the West Wilderness. Tens of thousands of huge fist lights blasted out from under the sea of sand. Han Fei immediately activated the art of invincibility and punched at the fist marks. Boom 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 boom, a war giant roared. Ridiculous. His combat power is almost at the peak of the extreme Dao. Han Fei my ass. A dwarf swung his hammer at Han Fei as if a star had appeared on the surface of the sea of sand. Han Fei was also a little angry. He had thought that he could just secretly announce his name, but these bastards just came up and attacked him. Do you think I can't deal with you? Han Fei extended his hand, and a giant hammer appeared. The ultimate hammer struck 10,000 times in an instant, directly blowing up the star-like hammer, setting off a storm of sand within 1,000,000 kilometers. Chapter 3247, 3247, Wild Ancient Race 23247, Wild Ancient Race 2000 Hammer, Wild Ancient Race 2. However, when he blew up the giant hammer, his hands were trembling. What a terrifying hammer. Its power was no weaker than the punch just now. Yes, the other party were all body cultivators. To be able to walk the path of body cultivation to the Great Monarch realm, none of them were normal. Their combat power was all off the charts. As soon as Han Fei dealt with the impact of the giant hammer, 2 battle axes slashed at him from behind. Although they were not as powerful as the punch and hammer just now, they definitely exceeded the combat power of ordinary great monarchs as described by the god of war. Han Fei turned around and punched twice, only using his physical strength. Boom! Boom! In an instant, sand spurted out, clearing the sandstorm for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in this endless sea of sand. And above his head, another broadsword, fused with the power of many laws, slashed down with sandstorms. At that moment, Han Fei's invincible golden body put its hands together and withstood the attack. It opened its mouth and spewed out a broadsword beam of strength law that slashed into the sky. The great monarchs who besieged Han Fei were all shocked. Someone looked solemn. This person's body was so strong that such a killer move failed to break his body. Someone's face changed. The path of invincibility, 7 or 8 people began to besiege him one after another. Outside the battlefield, there were 3 war giants watching, seeming to be discussing something. Someone clicked his tongue. This person's combat power is not bad. Although he used a secret technique, there aren't many people in the West Wilderness who can fight to this level. One of them said curiously, his combat style seems to be extremely ferocious. His physique is no worse than ours. Another person asked in confusion, is there such an expert in the heaven-concealing divine race? Isn't their soul power stronger? Why are their physical combat power also so strong? This guy has even embarked on the path of invincibility. The three of them couldn't help but look at each other. Is he really Han Fei? Han Fei shouted. Hey, are you crazy? What do you mean? I am Han Fei. I promised the god of war that I would come to the wild ancient race. How can you treat your guests like this? That's bullshit. You said you were Han Fei. How can you prove it? That's right. After the chaos in the West Wilderness recently, hundreds of Han Fei have appeared. None of them are real. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Hundreds of Han Fei appeared? Fuck, who had the time to pretend to be him? Buzz. Thunder exploded, and tens of thousands of lightning marks spread throughout the void. Han Fei appeared from a bolt of lightning and said, is this enough proof? With that, Han Fei raised his hand, and a divine fire altar appeared behind him. Immediately, a group of burly war giants said in surprise, ah, is this one the real Han Fei? In the next moment, in the fire curtain, the god of war sent a message. What's up? Han Fei waved his hand, and some words were branded on the fire curtain. What's up? Dozens of great monarchs of your wild ancient race attacked me together, so I have to turn to you for help. Opposite Han Fei, the great monarchs looked at each other in bewilderment. Dozens of great monarchs attacked you together? There are no more than 10 of them in total, and you called it dozens? The god of war was probably confused too. He immediately replied, that's impossible. Our wild ancient race is very hospitable and friendly to outsiders. Did you go to the wrong place? The first three war giants hurriedly said, little friend Han Fei, it's a misunderstanding. Let me talk to old John. The war giant wrote on the fire curtain with his spiritual will, old John, I'm old 6. It's a misunderstanding. God of war, old 6? What did you do to him? The war giant wrote. It's really a misunderstanding. We thought that little friend Han Fei was fake. You don't know what happened recently, but hundreds of Han Fei have appeared in the West Wilderness, which has already caused many battles. Okay, you can rest. God of war, stop messing around. Han Fei, it's just a misunderstanding. After you're done talking, find someone to talk to me and tell me about what happened in the West Wilderness recently. Old 6 said, I'll talk to you tonight. Han Fei retracted the altar with a stunned look. Instantly, the great monarchs who were holding big axes and sledgehammers and looking fierce just now had changed into smiling faces. Han Fei was lost for words. Do you believe me now? Old 6 laughed. Yes, we just wanted to test your strength, little friend Han Fei. Han Fei thought to himself, I don't believe you. Was that a test? If I were an ordinary immortal level cultivator, I would have been blown up many times. Old 6 beckoned to the others. Don't just stand here, or others will really think that something big has happened. Old Tai, Tian Gang, just stay here. Although they were curious, they still smiled at Han Fei and then slipped into the sea of sand. Old 6 laughed. Little friend Han Fei, no discord, no concord. I am the current patriarch of the wild ancient race, Lu Tianming. With that, Old 6 pointed at the dwarf and said, this is the deputy patriarch, Tai Sanshui. The dwarf looked at Han Fei with a smile and said, little friend Han Fei, I'm really surprised that you can take my hammer attack. Only an extreme Dao great monarch can take it. Little friend Han Fei, your strength has grown a little too fast. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and Lu Tianming said with a smile, little friend Han Fei, your strength is indeed beyond our expectations. But fortunately, old Tai only attacked you once. Fortunately, you are fine. Han Fei couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Only once? Chapter 3248, Wild Ancient Race 3248, Wild Ancient Race 3248. Lu Tianming smiled and said, Tai Sanshui certainly has 3 unparalleled hammers. The first hammer is the weakest, and the third hammer can shake gods. Han Fei, with that, Lu Tianming continued to point at the Cyclops and said, this is Quan Tiangang, the deputy patriarch of our wild ancient race. His star explosion divine fist is one of the strongest in the West Wilderness. Han Fei's eyelids twitched slightly. The deputy patriarch could already shake gods. Then what about Lu Tianming? When he was fighting just now, Lu Tianming didn't attack but just watched from the side. If he attacked, could he withstand it? Also, the old guy, the god of war, said that the strong masters of the wild ancient race were all weak. How could this be called weak? Even the deputy patriarch could shake a god. Han Fei cupped his fists. Greetings, seniors. 6th patriarch. What do you mean by hundreds of me appearing in the sea realm? Don't call me 6th patriarch. You speak as if there are 6 patriarchs in our wild ancient race. You can call me Patriarch Tianming or Senior 6. Han Fei said, Senior 6. Lu Tianming waved his hand and set up a ceiling barrier. Then, he said solemnly, little friend Han Fei, you might have been busy cultivating and making breakthroughs all these years, right? Maybe you don't know, but your identity has been completely exposed and has been used by others hundreds of times. Han Fei frowned. Use? It's just an identity. How can it be used by others? What's the point of those people pretending to be me? Of course it means something, Lu Tianming said. Now, everyone knows that the creation divine prison is with you. The divine descendants are all waiting for you to appear and help them remove the bloodline restrictions on their bodies. Why do you think the people from the Central Sea divine realm pretended to be you? Han Fei's face changed slightly. Lure the divine descendants out. Lu Tianming nodded. That's right, but the divine descendants are not stupid, otherwise they wouldn't have survived to this day. Therefore, if anyone from the Central Sea divine realm pretends to be you, although the divine descendants are curious, they will probably test it. If it's an ambush, even if they kill themselves, they won't give the Central Sea divine realm any chance. Han Fei said, but pretending to be me has happened again and again. The divine descendants won't believe it anymore, right? Old Tai said. But not only are the people of the Central Sea divine realm pretending to be you, but the strong masters of the West Wilderness are also pretending to be you. The strong masters of the West Wilderness also pretended to be me? Why? Old Tai bared his teeth and smiled. Of course, it's to take the opportunity to kill the strong masters of the Central Sea divine realm. It's not like that the Central Sea divine realm can ambush the divine descendants, but the divine descendants or the strong masters of the West Wilderness can't ambush them, right? This tactic has indeed tricked many strong masters of the Central Sea divine realm. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. At this moment, Quan Tiangong said, there are also some people just like you who told everyone they were Han Fei. Our wild ancient race has encountered more than a dozen of them. Han Fei asked, why did they do that? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. So you all know that the two great monarchs are here? When Lu Tianming and the other two heard this, they couldn't help but ask nervously, you didn't touch those two, did you? Han Fei blinked. Would you believe me if I said that I had taken them into the creation divine prison? The three of them, Han Fei knew that he was too impulsive. The wild ancient race was one of the famous super forces in the West Wilderness after all. How could they let two great monarchs block their door? Now that these two people had been taken in by him, the Central Sea divine realm might not notice it for the time being, but as time passed, they would definitely find out. Lu Tianming and the other two were speechless, but at the same time, they were also shocked. Han Fei had quietly resolved two great monarchs at such a close distance. They seemed to have underestimated Han Fei's strength, Lu Tianming said. Forget it, just two great monarchs. It's not a big deal. All of us thought that you would go to the divine descendants first, but you came to our wild ancient race first. Han Fei was puzzled. I was just afraid that the Central Sea divine realm would set up an ambush or something. Once they intercept me, it will be difficult for me to recover the divine descendants' bloodline. Therefore, I came to the wild ancient race first. While bringing the lava giants here, I can also get to know about the current situation in the West Wilderness. Lu Tianming shook his head slightly. The current situation in the West Wilderness is extremely chaotic. You should know that there have been several divine battles in the West Wilderness, right? Han Fei nodded. It was indeed not difficult to know about the occurrence of divine battles. Lu Tianming continued, but I guess you don't know that the divine battles involve the checks and balances of the four divine realms on the Central Sea divine realm. Otherwise, if all the gods of the Central Sea divine realm enter the West Wilderness, who can protect the divine descendants? The four divine realms keep the Central Sea divine realm in check? Has the layout of the sea realm been confirmed? Of course, of the five divine realms in the sea realm, the Central Sea divine realm has controlled the sea realm for too long. In fact, if it were any other power, after a long time, they would become like the current Central Sea divine realm if they had the Central Sea divine realm's power. It's just like how someone is used to being in a position of power, so it's impossible for him to allow someone to pull him down from the altar. This is a mistake that countless strong masters have made in history. Now that the Sea of Stars is in chaos, the four divine realms in the east, west, north, and south naturally won't continue to let the Central Sea divine realm mess around. Chapter 3249. Wild Ancient Race 43249. Wild Ancient Race 4. Han Fei couldn't help but ask. So, the four divine realms work together to restrain the gods of the Central Sea divine realm. But as far as I know, there are no gods in the South Sea or the East Sea, right? Lu Tianming shook his head slightly. Firstly, it's not only gods who can restrain gods. Secondly, since the four divine realms can control one place, how can they really not have the power to resist gods? Otherwise, they might as well let the Central Sea divine realm directly unify the sea realm. Han Fei's heart stirred. That did seem to be the case. In the infinite mining area of the East Sea divine realm, there was an existence like the god of light. In the South Sea, there was also a god of the Southern Dipper. There was no need to talk about the North Sea. Although he didn't know the combat power of Senior Brother Six God, he could definitely shake the gods. According to Senior Sister Shen Le's tone, they were just unwilling to break through to the Great Monarch realm, not that they couldn't. Han Fei asked, since the gods are restrained, does the Central Sea divine realm just want to use those great monarchs to come to the West Wilderness to kill the descendants of gods? Lu Tianming shook his head again. The four divine realms are only temporarily restraining the gods of the Central Sea divine realm, and only 3 divine battles have broken out. These 3 divine battles broke out because the Central Sea Divine Realm found where the divine descendants were. Therefore, if the divine descendants are discovered again, the divine battles will continue to break out. It's impossible for the Central Sea Divine Realm to give up, because they know that once the bloodline restrictions of the divine descendants are removed, what awaits them will be endless revenge. Got it. The primordial divine race and the people from the Central Sea Divine Realm were already mortal enemies. Before the ominous came, one of them would definitely be completely suppressed. As long as the divine descendants were not beaten to the point of being unable to make a comeback, the Central Sea Divine Realm would not have a day of peace. This kind of result was not what the Central Sea Divine Realm wanted. Therefore, in a sense, as long as the strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm didn't abandon the Sea Realm as their base camp, they had to fight no matter what. Han Fei thought to himself, "Then I'll definitely stand on the side of the divine descendants," he said. "Senior 6, do you know where the divine descendants are?" Lu Tianming shook his head. "I don't know. Perhaps the bandit god knows, but he will never tell us." Tai Senchui said, "Little friend Han Fei, you might have to hurry up. The Central Sea Divine Realm has begun to ignore the rules. It's only a matter of time before the divine descendants are found. They have almost been dug out 3 times in a row." Han Fei frowned. "Is the Central Sea Divine Realm really going to start a war with the West Wilderness? Now that the ominous has returned, why are they still so reckless?" Quan Tiangong snorted. "They are used to being masters. What are they afraid of? It's just a group of great monarchs. They don't care if those people die. Besides, because of the return of the ominous, the Sea of Stars needs a stable rear. Therefore, this matter is tacitly agreed." Lu Tianming sighed. Now, the Central Sea Divine Realm really doesn't care about face anymore. They have set up many means in a row. Firstly, they instigate internal strife in the West Wilderness and secretly support some bandits to cause trouble. At the same time, they have set up a high bounty. Anyone who provides precise information about the Southern Dipper monarchs or divine descendants will be rewarded with a nature spiritual treasure. Anyone who can provide information about those great monarchs will be rewarded with a high-quality nature spiritual treasure and various resources. Han Fei's heart stirred. "Just now, you thought I was from the heaven-concealing divine race." "Why?" Lu Tianming said. "The heaven-concealing divine race is a race in the Central Sea Divine Realm that specializes in soul and transformation concealment techniques. They inherited a magical intrinsic technique called the Heaven Stealth Technique. This technique can simulate faces, voices, bodies, auras, luck, suppressing pressure, great Tao, and so on with the law of the heavenly Tao. It can also freely hide the true strength of the original body. Many people who pretended to be you were from their race. And if I've guessed right, these people have already secretly infiltrated the major forces in the West Wilderness, so it's extremely difficult to distinguish them." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He didn't expect the technique he cultivated to have such a background. "No," Quan Tiangong said, "although the heavenly hidden divine race can transform into others, their real combat power is not that strong. And we are all body cultivators. It's impossible for a soul cultivator to escape our eyes." Lu Tianming said, "In addition to these 3 ways of invasion, the Central Sea Divine Realm has even directly launched a war. They have begun to wipe out many small forces in the West Wilderness, coercing and luring them to confess about the whereabouts of the divine descendants. Don't underestimate the small forces in the West Wilderness. The 3 bandits can't completely control the entire West Wilderness. Previously, the divine descendants have been discovered twice because of these small forces, and once because of a bounty mission." Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. "Did the West Wilderness not resist? Of course we did." Tai Senchui said, "How can we let the Central Sea Divine Realm set foot in the West Wilderness so easily? In the past 300 years, the army of the Central Sea Divine Realm has been defeated 6 times. Now, we're just waiting for you." Chapter 3250, The Legendary Bandit Returns, 13250. The Legendary Bandit Returns, 1 Just Waiting for Me? When Tai Senchui said this, Han Fei couldn't help but feel that fate was so magical. Since he met Chu Hao, it seemed that he had already been related to the primordial divine race. Han Fei's heart stirred. In that case, he didn't need to stay in the wild ancient race anymore. The key was to go to the primordial divine race as soon as possible. Han Fei said, "By the way, Senior 6, Senior God of War, should have told you that I brought the lava giants. They have been in my origin star for a long time. Can you accept them without being discovered?" Lu Tianming smiled and said, "Sure, there are just thousands of them. We have a way to settle them." Around Han Fei, a world projection descended, and the Grand Elder of the lava giants and more than 4,000 lava giants appeared on the Sea of Sand. At this moment, as soon as the lava giants appeared, they were overjoyed. Although the environment on Han Fei's origin star was not bad, they didn't feel a sense of belonging. When they saw the tall figures of Lu Tianming and the others, they immediately realized something. The Grand Elder asked, "Little friend Han Fei, who are they?" Han Fei said, "Grand Elder, everyone, this is the current patriarch of the wild ancient race, Senior Lu Tianming, as well as the 2 deputy patriarchs, Senior Tian Xiangang and Senior Quan Tiangang." Lu Tianming laughed. "Old friends, you've suffered." The Grand Elder looked excited. Have we finally reached the West Wilderness? Greetings, Patriarch Tianming. Lu Tianming was also excited. The giants had many branches. It was not easy to find one more branch back. He said loudly, "Everyone, the wild ancient race will be your home in the future. In the West Wilderness, few people dare to disrespect our wild ancient race." There was a commotion among the lava giants. Although the environment seemed to be very poor, this was the kind of environment they should live in. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Fei bid farewell to the Grand Elder and the others, and there were only Lu Tianming and Han Fei left. Han Fei said, "Senior 6, since the divine descendants are waiting for me, I won't stay here any longer." Lu Tianming asked, "Do you know where to find the divine descendants?" Han Fei smiled and a token appeared in his hand. As the token was activated, the distanceless gate suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Tianming was stunned. "Distanceless gate?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Old distanceless, I'm going to the primordial divine race. I'll kill 20,000 ominous creatures for you later." However, a line of words appeared on the distanceless gate. "Where is the primordial divine race?" Huh? Han Fei's smile froze and he said in surprise, "I didn't know. The distanceless gate, I don't know either. Unless I've been there or you provide me with an accurate location." Han Fei, the corner of Lu Tianming's mouth twitched slightly. "Little friend Han Fei, although the distanceless gate can ignore distance, it's not omnipotent. If it's so easy to find the divine descendants, they would have been gone long ago. The distanceless gate, is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving." Han Fei, well. Bye-bye. Han Fei was also a little stunned. He wanted to show off to Lu Tianming, but he was slapped in the face in the next second. It turned out that his vast ocean navigator was the most reliable. After the distanceless gate left, Lu Tianming said, "Little friend Han Fei, you can actually go to the ferocious God Valley to take a look. After all, the divine descendants are waiting for you. Therefore, they will definitely leave some information for you to find them." Han Fei nodded slightly. "In that case, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go find it." Lu Tianming nodded and handed Han Fei a huge wrist guard. "If little friend Han Fei wants to appear in the ferocious God Valley as a member of the wild ancient race, you can wear this. This is a high-quality nature spiritual treasure personally made by Old Tai, the Star Explosion Bracer. It's branded with the top divine technique, the Star Explosion Divine Fist. In the wild ancient race, there are only 2 of this thing. I have one, and Quan Tiangong has the other. If you wear this, others will think that you are a disciple of one of us and won't doubt your identity." A high-quality nature spiritual treasure, Han Fei took the Star Explosion Bracer and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Senior 6. Lu Tianming smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. By the way, let me remind you, if you encounter bandits in the West Wilderness, you don't have to fight them to the death. The people of the West Wilderness have never liked to kill each other. You can take the bandits as a trial. If they rob you, you can rob them too." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Really? What if it's someone outside the West Wilderness?" Lu Tianming said, "That's up to you. If you're sure that the visitor is not from the West Wilderness, you can kill him. However, if you tie him up and sell him in the ferocious God Valley, you can make a fortune." Huh? Understood. Thank you for your reminder, Senior 6. Han Fei left the wild ancient race, but the first thing he did was not to go to the ferocious God Valley. After getting used to the Star Explosion Bracers and mastering the Star Explosion Divine Fist, he began to search on the map of the West Wilderness with the vast ocean navigator. Perhaps the divine descendants would leave some information for him, but the ferocious God Valley was the center of the West Wilderness. Although he could pretend to be a war giant of the wild ancient race, it was unnecessary. If he could directly find the primordial divine race, why would he bother to go to the ferocious God Valley? When the bloodline of the divine descendants was restored and the layout of the West Wilderness was rewritten, he could go to Xiaoshan and the others to greatly reduce their danger. Otherwise, as long as the bloodline of the divine descendants was not restored, there would always be open and secret battles between the West Wilderness and the Central Sea Divine Realm, and danger would be everywhere. Chapter 3251. The Legendary Bandit returns to 3251. The Legendary Bandit returns to, Death Spiral. When the needle of the vast ocean navigator pointed at the Death Spiral, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. This was because the Death Tree had said that the Death Spiral appeared from time to time, and every time it appeared, the location was different. Also, it said that few people could return alive from the Death Spiral. This should be a rather terrifying forbidden place. Could it be that this was similar to the Abyssal Chasm in the Raging Sea, but was actually a teleportation channel? Han Fei felt that it was very likely. Half a month later, Han Fei had been wandering in the no man's area for more than 10 days. As guided by the vast ocean navigator, he plunged into the uninhabited forbidden area. In the uninhabited forbidden area, there were many spatial turbulences, and some places even had an entire space moving. Therefore, once one entered an uninhabited forbidden area, he could only try his luck if they could walk out. However, with the speed of a great monarch, it was possible to forcibly tear open the spatial turbulence and kill a way out, but it would delay some time. Han Fei appeared in multiple spaces with the vast ocean navigator. Finally, on this day, he saw a spiral blue circle of light hanging in the sky. Han Fei had thought that the death spiral was similar to the Abyssal Chasm, but he didn't expect it to be quite psychedelic, like a strange spatial ripple. When Han Fei saw the death spiral, he didn't feel any suction force, as if there was no suction force. However, Han Fei wouldn't enter rashly. Activating the twin divine technique, Han Fei went to the death spiral with his white mist body. As a great monarch, Han Fei was naturally bolder now. Even his white mist body was comparable to an ordinary great monarch. He could certainly easily enter a dangerous place. The moment his white mist body entered the death spiral again, billions of suction forces seemed to suddenly appear in an instant. The strength of the suction forces exceeded Han Fei's imagination. Even though he had an unparalleled body, the moment he entered the death spiral, he almost fell apart. As Han Fei activated his original Great Tao and gathered laws, his white mist body barely stabilized his body. From the perspective of his black mist body, the moment his white mist body entered the death spiral, it disappeared from the naked eye. However, Little Black and Little White's connection couldn't be severed by the death spiral, so he wasn't worried. With the strength of an ordinary peak-level great monarch, Han Fei resisted the suction force until he saw a circular black hole-like barrier. Is it a teleportation channel? Han Fei was about to enter the black hole barrier, but in the next moment, a divine pillar of light rushed out of the black hole barrier. With just an instant blow, the white mist body that was comparable to an ordinary peak-level great monarch was instantly shattered and crushed without even having a chance to react. Puffer Han Fei's twin bodies instantly fused, and blood oozed from his 7 orifices. His vitality surged, and the injuries he had just suffered healed in the blink of an eye. Han Fei was shocked. It was definitely the power of a god. Just now, he seemed to be crushed by divinity, and couldn't resist at all. Could it be that there are gods guarding the primordial divine race in this death spiral? Han Fei was unwilling to give up. A moment later, he used the twin divine technique again. Different from last time, this time, as soon as Han Fei entered the death spiral, he shouted, "I'm Han Fei. I'm here to restore the bloodline of the divine descendants." Please don't get me wrong. Puff. After dozens of seconds, Han Fei was penetrated again, and no one responded to him from beginning to end. Don't you believe me? It seems that I have to show the creation divine chain. After another minute, Han Fei was crushed again, and his twin bodies became one again. That shouldn't be the case. If it was a guardian god of the divine descendants, he should have recognized the creation divine chain the moment he saw it. Why would he still attack me? Could it be that there is no god guarding, but just some kind of array? Once again, Han Fei entered the death spiral. But this time, he didn't rush in, but began to observe the death spiral. He could feel that there seemed to be another space in this spiral. The reason why this space had such a powerful suction force seemed to be related to the operation of the law of space. It seems to be purely the power of the law of space, but why is there divinity in the law of space? Without gods, how can there be divinity? Han Fei frowned. For the first time, he had doubts about divinity. Was divinity really born by a god? Only when a great monarch fused all laws, transcended the divine tribulation, and focused his mind could he become a god. Only a god had divinity. That divinity should be a will of laws or some kind of rule emitted by a god. And the basic difference between a god and a great monarch should be a divine persona. Therefore, a divine persona gave birth to divinity. Or rather, a divine persona gave birth to divinity. But how did a divine persona condense? Law fusion? Han Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Only by transcending the law fusion tribulation could one become a god. The divine persona was formed because of the law fusion. Didn't this mean that the divine persona was compressed by laws? This was a little similar to the compression of the star core of the supreme divine technique. Unfortunately, before Han Fei could continue to study it, he was crushed again. Although he didn't go deep into the death spiral, a divine power still shot out and crushed him. Once, twice, thrice. After Han Fei entered more than 20 times in a row, the death spiral suddenly disappeared. It faded in the void under Han Fei's watch and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 3252, The Legendary Bandit Returns 3/5. 3252. The Legendary Bandit Returns 3. Well, Han Fei was speechless. The vast ocean navigator was clearly pointing at the death spiral, but he was already a peak-level great monarch and couldn't enter it. Then, who could enter it except gods? Han Fei even suspected that even gods might not be able to enter. However, Han Fei was sure that this entrance was definitely right, but no one could enter it, which could only mean one thing. There was something wrong with the way they entered. After repeatedly encountering obstacles, Han Fei didn't continue to search for the death spiral. Although he seemed to be able to comprehend something from the death spiral, he didn't know enough about gods, therefore it was meaningless to guess and deduce. After he completely fused with his origin star, he might feel something different when he came to the death spiral again. Since he couldn't enter, Han Fei didn't force it. As Lu Tianming said, the divine descendants were waiting for him, so they would definitely leave some clues for him. As for the West Wilderness, the easiest place to go was not places like the uninhabited Forbidden Area or the Dead Soul Gobi, but the Ferocious God Valley. It was the center of the West Wilderness where the Bandit God was. Even the Central Sea Divine Realm didn't dare to mess around there. Han Fei had already decided to try his luck in the ferocious God Valley, but it was not so easy to get out of this uninhabited forbidden area. It took him half a month to find the death spiral after he entered here. When he went out, Han Fei forcibly broke through the void. After walking for only half a day, he suddenly perceived a team of 8 people. These 8 people were all at the immortal level. Furthermore, among them, there were 3 demon plants, 3 insects, and 2 guys holding strange compasses. Obviously, they were not from the West Wilderness. Divine Demon Forest? The Sky Spider Worm Valley? Han Fei's heart stirred. This was a coincidence. He didn't find the primordial divine race, but accidentally encountered people from the Central Sea Divine Realm. Lu Tianming had said that the people of the Central Sea Divine Realm were very valuable if they were sold in the ferocious God Valley. What he lacked the most now was resources. Since he became a great monarch, he had been so poor that he had to rely on energy crystals to make a breakthrough. Although the energy crystals were good, they didn't contain enough kinds of resources after all. There were only chaotic chi and ownerless souls in them. There were not many kinds of energy in them. If he absorbed too many of them, it would take some time to transform them. However, these people were all at the immortal level and should be worth a lot, right? If each of them could be sold for thousands or 800 high-quality refined stars, it would be almost 10,000 refined stars. Immediately, Han Fei was tempted. He transformed into the Giant King again, and his strength was at the peak of the immortal level. After all, a great monarch was probably famous. Even if he pretended to be a war giant, he had to be convincing. So, he put on the Star Explosion Bracer, not fearing that someone would see through his identity, not far away. The 3 strong masters of the Divine Demon Forest sat cross-legged. From time to time, petals bloomed around them or vines appeared. One of the men holding the compass said, "Did you find anything?" The 3 people from the Divine Demon Forest shook their heads. No, the uninhabited forbidden area is too big. The space here is complicated. More than half of the marks we left before have been minced by the space here. And there is no information feedback from the rest. A woman from the Sky Spider Worm Valley also said, "I didn't find anything either. Less than 10% of the void escape spiders we sent out survived. So far, we haven't found anything special about the uninhabited forbidden area." One of the women said, "I found a ruin, but it seems to have been looted. I haven't checked the others. In my opinion, let's just search for treasures. We've already discovered more than 30 secret realms and more than a dozen ruins, but we haven't found any trace of the primordial divine race." Another man holding a compass said, "Actually, even if we find it, so what? Although the descendants of the primordial divine race can't become gods, there must be many peak-level great monarchs. The few of us are probably not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth." A woman from the Divine Demon Forest said, "No, even if it's in the uninhabited forbidden area, the primordial divine race probably won't dare to show up. They don't know if we have any communication items on us. Besides, if anything happens to us and we die, our families will definitely know. At that time, they will naturally suspect the uninhabited forbidden area. Therefore, even if the primordial divine race discovers us, they might not attack us." Someone said, "But the forbidden area had been searched 100,000 years ago, and people have been looking for it since. Except for a few death spirals, there are only large swaths of secret realms and ruins left. Do you think it's the death spiral?" No. The death spiral can appear everywhere. You don't have to come to the uninhabited forbidden area to find the death spiral. Besides, didn't the god-level powerhouse come out after entering in the early years? It seems to be the source of the infinite sea of sand inside. It's the place where the former god of the sea of sand released the infinite desert. Only by obtaining the inheritance of that god of the sea of sand can you enter safely. Soon, when the last person from the Sky Spider Worm Valley recalled all the void escape spiders, he shook his head slightly. "Let's go to another place. We don't have to be discouraged. Maybe the other teams have already discovered something." Chapter 3253, The Legendary Bandit Returns, 3253, The Legendary Bandit Returns 4. Han Fei was excited to hear that. There were other teams? The 2 guys holding the compass spun for a long time and finally confirmed a direction. "The space in this direction is relatively stable. Let's go." Just as they were about to move, they felt a terrifying suppressing pressure descend at the same time. Before they could attack, a spear beam pierced at them from the side. Puff, puff, puff. 3 people were pierced through in a row and couldn't react in time. Who is it? The other 5 people were shocked and immediately prepared to escape, but how could Han Fei give them a chance? He blasted out the Star Explosion Divine Fists one after another, and they were sent flying. Under Han Fei's absolute suppression, the immortal level cultivators had no room to resist at all. In an instant, the 5 of them were seriously injured. "Roar!" Han Fei shouted and grabbed the spear that had already nailed 3 people. Its length increased exponentially and it pierced through them one after another. In the blink of an eye, these 8 people were all skewered on the spear. One of them was holding a jade slip in his hand. He had just taken it out and was about to crush it, but unfortunately he didn't have the time. After being skewered, they discovered, to their shock, that their strength had been sealed. At this moment, Han Fei walked over from the void. He grinned. "The 8 of you, not bad." These people's expressions changed drastically. One of them stared at the star explosion bracer on Han Fei's wrist and said with difficulty, "Primordial divine race, star explosion bracer, who are you?" Smack. Han Fei slapped his head sideways. How rude. You recognized the star explosion bracers and asked me who I am. Is there something wrong with your head? The man was furious, but he couldn't do anything now. A female cultivator from the Sky Spiderworm Valley said, "There are only 2 star explosion bracers. One is in the hands of the patriarch of the primordial divine race, Lu Tianming, and the other is in the hands of the deputy patriarch, Quan Tiangang. If the 2 of them want to take us down, they don't need to launch a sneak attack. You are their disciple, right? As far as I know, the primordial divine race hasn't participated in the battle yet. If you capture us now, it means that the primordial divine race has participated in the battle. Do you know the consequences?" Han Fei thought to himself. "I just want you to doubt my strength. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate for me to directly show the strength of a great monarch." Han Fei sneered. "You talk too much. So what if our primordial divine race participates in the battle? Since I've encountered you, don't even think about running away. However, I can give you a chance. 8 of you, take out 80,000 refined stars, and I'll let you go." 80,000? The 8 of them looked awful, and a female cultivator from the Divine Demon Forest said, "Who in the immortal level can easily take out 10,000 refined stars? Fellow Taoist, if you need resources, we can each take out 1,000 refined stars." With a thought from Han Fei, the seal on the 8 of them was slightly relieved. "Okay, give them to me." The female cultivator from the Divine Demon Forest's face changed slightly. "Fellow Taoist, this is inappropriate, right? Let us go, and we will give you resources." "Shut up." Han Fei reached out and grabbed, and the female cultivator was thrown into the sky. In the next moment, fistlight soared to the sky, and the woman was blown to pieces on the spot. Even her soul-suppressing spiritual treasure was crushed by Han Fei. Rumble. In the sky, a great Dao crack appeared, and a rain of blood dyed the sky red. In the uninhabited forbidden area, many teams looked at the sky at the same time, their expressions changing. Someone had died? At this moment, on Han Fei's side, the other 7 were all shocked, wondering why this person was so rude and killed a person without any warning. That was an immortal level powerhouse. It must be very difficult for her to cultivate to this level, but she was killed just because she disobeyed this person? Han Fei was not the kind of person who cared about women. In his eyes, these people were just moving refined stars. It was good to use the example to educate them so that these people wouldn't waste his words. Han Fei glared at him. Just take out the refined stars. These people didn't dare to disobey. Han Fei didn't kill them, which meant that they were still useful. In fact, they already knew the outcome. The worst outcome was that they would be sold to the ferocious God Valley, but at least they were still alive as long as someone from their family came to ransom them. This was better than dying. Immediately, they threw out piles of refined stars. Han Fei immediately grinned. Here came resources. Not only could he make a fortune from looting these people, but he could also sell them in the ferocious God Valley and make another fortune. Han Fei said, "Come on, I know you have a way to communicate with other teams. Tell me quickly, or you'll see what happened to that person just now." Chapter 3254, Chapter 3254 Ferocious God Valley 1, Chapter 3254 Ferocious God Valley 1. In the uninhabited forbidden area, a spear dozens of feet long was stabbed into the ground with 7 immortal-level powerhouses on it. Han Fei had no intention of putting these people into his origin star. As the saying went, sharpening the knife wouldn't delay the cutting of firewood. He hadn't found the primordial divine race yet, but he could get some extra income. As for killing an immortal-level monarch, in Han Fei's opinion, it was not a problem at all. One of the 8 people had died. Even if someone noticed it, they would only suspect that these people had encountered some kind of danger. Otherwise, it shouldn't be only 1 out of 8 who died. After all, this was the West Wilderness. Even if they were immortal-level monarchs, it was normal for 1 or 2 to die occasionally. The 2 guys holding the compass were elders of the Thousand Phenomena sect in the Central Sea Divine Realm. They could use space to detect nature's spiritual treasures so they could explore the uninhabited forbidden area. And the compass was also a short-distance communication device, just like the flame emblem of the Phoenix Divine race. Perhaps the contact distance of this thing was not as far as the flame emblem, but although the uninhabited forbidden area was large, it was only a forbidden place in the West Wilderness. Its range was like the area occupied by the infinite mining area in the East Sea Divine Realm. While communicating with the 2 teams nearby with the compass, Han Fei set up an array here, 5 days later. A 7-person team came here, led by a female great monarch from the Divine Demon Forest. The moment this person appeared here, she sensed that something was wrong. There was a mist here, and the abnormality of the spatial law was greatly reduced. Obviously, it was abnormal. The female monarch shouted, "Be careful. The law of space here is quite stable. They said that there is an unexplored ruin here. We have to be careful." The female monarch didn't suspect that she was ambushed. She casually waved her hand, and thousands of long vines appeared in the mist. Giant flowers bloomed and began to swallow the mist. Suddenly, the female monarch's heart skipped a beat. Under the sea of sand, fist marks that looked like exploding stars rose to the sky. Star explosion? Divine fist? The female monarch's reaction was extremely fast. As she slapped down, a large net of golden vines pressed down. Bang! 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 Ignoring the others, the female monarch immediately retreated. At this moment, she naturally knew that she had been ambushed. No matter who was ambushing, he must be from the wild ancient race. Under such circumstances, she certainly had to protect herself first. It was not a wise choice to fight the savage natives in the West Wilderness. But at the moment she retreated, Han Fei appeared and slashed down from behind. Bang! Puff of the female monarch immediately spewed out a mouthful of essence blood. A divine wheel intertwined with flower rings appeared behind her, and a pagoda appeared in front of her. However, as soon as the flower ring divine wheel appeared, it withered in the blink of an eye and its vitality was extracted. Although the pagoda in front of him was extraordinary, the star explosion bracer on Han Fei's arm emitted a dazzling brilliance. Star explosion bracer? The moment the female monarch saw the star explosion bracers, her expression changed drastically. Boundless fist power spewed out of the bracer and Han Fei punched out, sending the soul-suppressing tower flying. And the fist light didn't stop and instantly branded on her chest, directly smashing most of her body into pieces. Puffer. In the next moment, a spear beam pierced through him. This great monarch was only an ordinary great monarch, and she hadn't even reached the peak of the monarch realm. But the star explosion bracer could condense the star explosion divine fist of an extreme Tao powerhouse. It was obvious which party was stronger. The female monarch was shocked and wanted to resist, but she suddenly found that all her strength had been sealed. All of this happened in a flash. As soon as the immortal-level powerhouses realized what had happened, they saw that the great monarch who led them had been skewered on a spear. At the same time, there were already 7 people skewered on the spear. After a while, Han Fei skewered the 6 remaining immortals on the spear too and nodded in satisfaction. 5 days had not been in vain. The female monarch shouted angrily, "Who are you? Why do you have the star explosion bracer?" Smack. Han Fei slapped the female monarch's head to the side, making it buzz. "Who are you yelling at? I'm the disciple of Teacher Tiangong and Teacher Tianming. It's your honor to fall into my hands. Now, hand over all the refined stars on you. Otherwise, you've seen the great Tao crack a few days ago. I don't mind sending you to reincarnation too." After being humiliated like this, the female monarch's eyes were filled with anger and coldness, and she wished she could swallow Han Fei on the spot. "Did you kill my people? Has the primordial divine race joined in the war?" "Pa!" Han Fei slapped the female monarch's head again. "You don't hear me? It's none of your business whether our primordial divine race has joined in the war or not. Now, give me your refined star, or I'll kill you." The female monarch had never been beaten like this before. She still shouted angrily, "Do you dare to kill me? You caught so many people? Are you going to sell us to the ferocious God Valley? If I die, the Central Sea Divine Realm will definitely fight the primordial divine race to the death." "Pa, pa, pa, pa. How arrogant. You're just asking for a beating. It's fine if you don't give your refined stars to me. I'll strip you naked and carry you all the way into the ferocious God Valley from the no man's forbidden area." With that, Han Fei grabbed and almost tore off the female monarch's battlesuit. "How dare you? Stop! Hey, how dare you still be so arrogant? Do you really think you're something?" Chapter 3255, Chapter 3255 Ferocious God Valley, 2 Chapter 3255, Ferocious God Valley 2 Chi 55 Ferocious God Valley, 2 Rip. In the next moment, the female monarch's battlesuit was torn apart, and her slender and fair thighs were exposed to Han Fei. Boom, boom. Han Fei poked the woman's thigh with his huge fingers and said leisurely, "It's quite tender. I'll give you another chance. Hand over your refined stars, or I'll continue to strip you." The female monarch almost went crazy. She cursed in her heart, when did such a shameless person appear in the primordial divine race? However, this guy was too bold, and judging from his words and deeds, the primordial divine race seemed to have indeed joined in the war. At this moment, she was under his control, so she could only accept this loss. Immediately, the female monarch threw out nearly 6,000 refined stars in anger. Seeing that the great monarch had taken out her resources, the others also took out their resources. "Pa!" Han Fei burst into fury and knocked the female monarch's head askew again. "Are you looking down on me? You're a great monarch, and you only have 6,000 refined stars. Do you think I don't know how many you have? Believe it or not, I'll destroy your origin star." The female monarch wanted to flare up, but she couldn't. She could only shout angrily, "What else do you want? Who will carry so many refined stars for no reason? Do you want to tear off my origin star and give it to you? If that's the case, can you still get the ransom?" Han Fei said, "I don't care. Anyway, you don't give me enough resources. At least double them, otherwise I'll strip you naked. You're simply unreasonable." Han Fei grinned. "Of course. Have you ever seen bandits reason with others?" The female monarch, this bandit of the wild ancient race, had completely regarded himself as a bandit. Had the wild ancient race also established a bandit organization? How could such a thing become a disciple of Quan Tiangong or Lu Tianming? However, it was useless to argue with Han Fei now. The female monarch could only take out rivers of spiritual energy, spiritual heritage mountains, a large number of spiritual fruits, energy crystals, minerals, spiritual treasures. Is it enough? The female monarch was ashamed and resentful. If she took out more resources, she wouldn't have any money left. This was equivalent to more than 10,000 refined stars. Not every great monarch could take out so many resources. She was really bankrupt this time. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. Good. If you had cooperated with me earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Then, Han Fei strengthened the seal and lengthened the spear so that he could continue to skewer people. Another half a month later, 2 more groups of people came, but Han Fei was not so lucky these 2 times. There were only 5 immortals in one group, and there were 2 carefree level monarchs among the 6 people in the other group. Since then, Han Fei had harvested more than 34,000 refined stars and resources, equivalent to nearly 6,000 refined stars. This number couldn't be considered a lot, but the quality wasn't bad. He didn't know if this was enough for him to fuse the Eternal Darkness spiritual heritage with the ground veins in his origin star. Even if it wasn't enough, if he sold these people, it should be enough. Han Fei didn't continue to wait. Instead, he carried the spear that had been stretched nearly 100 meters long and fumbled for a way out. This was because he knew that no matter how hard these people searched, they wouldn't be able to find the primordial divine race. He didn't have so much time to ambush people here. After selling this bunch of people, he would naturally have other opportunities to obtain resources in the future, 7 days later. Han Fei found his way to the ferocious God Valley with a great monarch, 22 immortals, and 2 carefree level monarchs on his shoulder. As soon as Han Fei entered the range about a light year away from the ferocious God Valley, he found a group of bandits with more than 20 people. However, the strongest among them was only at the Tao proving level. They hadn't had the ability to discover Han Fei yet. Han Fei despised these people for being too weak. Even if he squeezed them dry, he probably wouldn't be able to squeeze out many resources, so he directly ignored them. When Han Fei was less than half a light year away from the ferocious God Valley, he had encountered bandits more than 30 times, some of whom were deeply hidden and almost escaped his perception. Half of these bandits discovered Han Fei. Han Fei let them discover him on purpose, but no one came to rob him. He was carrying more than 20 monarchs alone and had a star explosion bracer on his wrist. Unless the bandits were extremely confident in themselves, no one would dare to touch such a monster at all. In addition to these more than 30 groups of bandits, Han Fei had perceived more than 100 secret realms along the way, as well as dozens of various ruins. Han Fei sighed. The West Wilderness was indeed full of bandits, and these were only the bandits on one road. If the bandits surrounding the ferocious God Valley added up, God knew how many there would be. Probably didn't dare to approach the ferocious God Valley at all, right? But what puzzled him was that although there were many secret realms and ruins here, with so many bandits surrounding them, would anyone really dare to come? Those who weren't confident probably didn't dare to approach the ferocious God Valley at all, right? After walking for about half of the journey, Han Fei was finally stopped by a group of bandits. Among this group of bandits, there was 1 immortal level, 2 carefree level, and 6 Tao-proving level cultivators. There was actually no one below the monarch level. This scale of bandits was already a little surprising, giving Han Fei the illusion that only monarchs were qualified to be bandits. Because Han Fei didn't hide his whereabouts, the 9 people decisively stopped Han Fei. The immortal level bandit roared, "Stop! Leave 1,000 refined stars and we'll let you pass." Chapter 3256, 3256, Ferocious God Valley, 33256, Ferocious God Valley, 33256. These bandits didn't demand Han Fei to give them these people he was carrying. Once they wanted these people, Han Fei would probably fight them to the death. But if they only demanded 1,000 refined stars, this person might not want to cause trouble and just gave them to them. However, they didn't know Han Fei's personality. He had never paid a toll in his life. How could he give it to a group of bandits who didn't look strong? Han Fei was a little stunned. Although he didn't pretend to be a great monarch, he was at the peak of the immortal level anyway. Therefore, even if someone discovered him, no one dared to stop him. However, there was only 1 immortal level cultivator among the bandits in front of him, but they dared to stop him. He didn't know where they got the courage. Han Fei said in disbelief, "You stopped me?" The immortal level bandit leader shouted, "Of course. Is there anyone else here besides you?" Han Fei raised the star explosion bracer on his wrist and said, "Don't you know this?" The immortal level bandit grinned and said, "Of course I do. There are only 2 star explosion bracers in the entire West Wilderness. How can we not know them? Brother, I don't want the people you took down. Peace makes money. It's not too much for me to ask for 1,000 refined stars, right?" This person spoke arrogantly. He carried a serrated long broadsword on his shoulder, and his black gold armor surrounded by flowing light made him look particularly powerful. Han Fei couldn't help but sneer. "You? Who gave you the courage to rob me?" The immortal level bandit and the other bandits laughed out loud. "Can't we rob the wild ancient race? Although you're wearing the Star Explosion bracer, the Star Explosion Divine Fist is not the strongest ultimate technique in the West Wilderness. We're all from the West Wilderness. We've already given you a lot of face. We don't want much." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "What if I don't give the money to you?" Laws surged on the immortal level bandit's broadsword. "Then beat me." Han Fei was lost for words. These bandits were probably stupid. They knew his background but still dared to rob him. They were either very confident or really poor. The immortal level bandit roared and slashed down with his serrated broadsword. At that moment, dozens of sand sea dragons intertwined from the ground, looking terrifying. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. This person was very strong. The sand sea dragons were not fancy decorations. Each of them was a kind of knife intent, and this was not counting the broadsword in his hand. That knife was full of a will of laws and instantly raised this blow to the great monarch realm. Han Fei raised his hand. He was a great monarch in the first place, so it wasn't difficult for him to use the Star Explosion Divine Fist. Besides, he had already fused the Law of Strength, so his control of the Law of Strength could be said to be perfect. He punched out, and the will of the law descended. Boom 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 with a Star Explosion Divine Fist, he crushed dozens of sand sea dragons and finally met the other party's strongest slash. Clang, the void trembled, and the sea of sand fluctuated. Han Fei felt a violent force surging into his body through the fist light. Your methods are not bad, but unfortunately you are still too weak. In the next moment, the other party's peak-level, immortal-level powerhouse flew like a star, crushing hundreds of thousands of kilometers of sea of sand. When the man took Han Fei's punch, he felt that something was wrong. This person was too strong. His law-breaking mystic broadsword failed to shake this person. It shouldn't be. In the next moment, the other 8 monarchs all activated some secret technique. Then, they injected all their strength into the immortal-level powerhouse's body, and the latter flew out of the sea of sand with a swish, his strength several times stronger. However, Han Fei didn't give these people any face. In an instant, thousands of divine punches were thrown out. Seeing this, the immortal-level powerhouse's eyes were filled with madness. Stars flickered around his saw-toothed long knife as if he had borrowed the power of multiple stars at once. This blow was even much stronger than ordinary great monarchs. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. This place was instantly bombarded. Han Fei stood quietly in the void without moving. However, he was a little surprised. This bandit was too strong. With such combat power, he would be a top powerhouse in any other divine realm, but he would rather be a bandit here. Whoosh! The immortal-level powerhouse's face also changed drastically. He admitted that the Star Explosion Divine Fist was powerful, but how could it be so powerful? Since he dared to stop Han Fei, he naturally had a certain degree of confidence. His slash just now could be called a peak-level blow. Its power exceeded 20,000 stars, but it was still penetrated. This made him feel incredible. However, Han Fei was unwilling to let them leave now. He took a step forward and cut open the void where they escaped with an axe, cutting the void and blocking them. Han Fei said leisurely, I don't want you to leave behind any nature spiritual treasures. It's not too much to leave 3,000 refined stars, right? The immortal-level powerhouse immediately frowned and gritted his teeth. It's not too much. This bandit was really tough. He really took out 3,000 refined stars and threw them to Han Fei. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. You're quite rich. The bandit curled his lips and said, It's not that we're rich, but that we're incompetent. It's only natural that we were robbed by you since we failed to beat you or escape. However, can I ask you how the Star Explosion Divine Fist can be so strong? You can cross realms to fight. But why haven't I heard of your name before? Han Fei said. Quan Tiangang and Lu Tianming are both my masters. I cultivate in the depths of the Dead Soul Gobi and run amok in the uninhabited forbidden area. Why does my name have to be heard of by you? It's just like there are so many secret realms in the West Wilderness. Can you know them all? Chapter 3257, Ferocious God Valley. 3257, Ferocious God Valley. The bandit cupped his fists. Impressive. Today, we, the 1,000-knife bandits, were defeated. Let's spar again when we have a chance. With that, the man ran away with his men. After a while, someone said, Boss, isn't this guy ridiculously strong? Even with the combined strength of the 8 of us, we couldn't defeat him. And your combat power is already in the Great Monarch realm. The leader of the 1,000-knife bandits shook his head. So what? If you can't win, you simply can't win. It means that we're not strong enough. Brothers, it's getting harder and harder to rob recently. Those people from the Central Sea Divine Realm are not coming anymore. They've all gone to the front line to fight. If we continue like this, our resources will be used up. I've decided that we'll go to the front line too. We can rob anywhere. Even going to the front battlefield to rob is fine. Boss, you're crazy. I heard that the Central Sea Divine Realm has sent many strong masters to devour the West Wilderness. It's not safe for us to go there, right? Why don't we go to the Primordial Tower? That's right, boss. We can go to the Primordial Tower to kill the ominous. With our joint attack technique, I don't believe we can't get 100,000 energy crystals in 10,000 years. Are you crazy? If the ominous is so easy to fight, it has long been wiped out. 100,000 energy crystals? It's a question whether you can survive or not. Listen to me. Let's fight on the head-on battlefield. It had to be said that the bandits of the West Wilderness were really tough. Han Fei had to fully reveal his strength at the peak of the immortal level, and in the latter half of the journey, he encountered 2 more groups of bandits. Fortunately, he didn't suffer any loss. Instead, he snatched 5,000 refined stars. At this moment, Han Fei was standing in front of a magnificent earth-sea-sand city. This city was unexpectedly beautiful. The Ferocious God Valley was built against a valley. Half of it was a city, and the other half was an oasis in the sea of sand. The city was extremely large, comparable to the divine capital dynasty. The Divine Capital Dynasty was a group of islands, while the Ferocious God Valley was full of deep pit cities that scattered throughout, depending on the elevation of their respective locations. The Ferocious God Valley was guarded by a barrier. As long as one was verified as being from the West Wilderness, he could enter. Otherwise, if outsiders entered, they would have to pay at least a refined star each. There was no dispute about Han Fei's identity. With the star explosion bracer on his hand, no one would doubt his background. The guards guarding the barrier looked at Han Fei with respect and admiration. Everyone looked at the 100-meter-long spear that Han Fei was carrying, wondering how many resources it would sell for. Han Fei didn't think much of it. After carrying his spear into the barrier, he saw rows of rock dragons lying lazily on the ground. These rock dragons weren't strong. They were mostly in the sky-opening realm. The price was clearly stated. To hire a rock dragon for a month, one needed to pay a refined star. Oh, a guide and transportation tool in the late-stage star transformation realm? Seeing Han Fei and the spear he was carrying, these rock dragons seemed to have transformed. A moment ago, they were lazy, but now they were energetic and refreshed. Immediately, a group of strong masters ran over from not far away. Among them, there were many at the Dao proving level. However, these people looked a little strange. Most of them had horns on their heads, and their bodies looked a little like porcelain dolls. Are these from the dragon race? Han Fei thought to himself. That's impossible. How can the dragon race appear in the sea realm? At this moment, a lot of people shouted at Han Fei. Senior, I'm very familiar with the buyers of the Ferocious God Valley. I can definitely sell them for a high price for you. Senior, use my baby dragon. He's very good. As soon as this person finished speaking, a rock dragon pulled itself out and roared at the sky. Senior, don't listen to him. I'm very familiar with the Ferocious God Valley. I know everything about the Ferocious God Valley, including the major shops here. Senior, I'm known as Mr. Know-All. Choose me. Choose me. Senior, I charge very little. My service fee is only 100 refined stars at most. Bah, you call this a low charge? Senior, I'll only charge 50. I guarantee I can sell them all for you. This group of people was very excited. Only then did Han Fei understand that these rock dragons were raised by this group of people. Their strength was extraordinary, but they served as pimps in the Ferocious God Valley. There was no telling what they were thinking. However, this was the first time he had come to the Ferocious God Valley. It was indeed necessary to find a guide which could save him many troubles. Han Fei glanced around, chose a late-stage star transformation realm rock dragon, and threw a refined star over. The rock dragon was stunned for a moment, but then quickly opened its mouth and swallowed it. Han Fei smiled. I'll pick this one. Ah! It's me. It's me. Then, a dragon girl with a horn on her head hurriedly ran over. Senior, I am Dragon Tamer Longyan. This is my baby dragon. The girl's fair face immediately turned red. Obviously, she was very happy that she was chosen by a big client. Han Fei looked at the girl up and down. Why was a Dao prover so excited for a refined star? Han Fei quietly threw another refined star to the girl. The girl took the refined star and was overjoyed. She had made a fortune this time. As for the others, they sighed, thinking that this was a random choice. There was nothing they could do. Someone muttered, Longyan is too lucky. Why was she chosen, not me? Someone sighed, is it because I don't have a lolly face? Longyan is almost the trademark of the rock dragon race. Hearing these words, Han Fei put on a faint smile, thinking that these people must have said it on purpose for him to hear. Although there was competition between them, no matter who he chose, the others seemed to secretly help the one chosen in this way, using these seemingly unintentional words to let him know that Longyan was a good choice. Immediately, Longyan asked, Senior, I'm now your personal guide. I can provide you with intelligence and communication services. In addition to intelligence services, communication can facilitate transactions. Under normal circumstances, I charge 100 refined stars. However, you are a big customer. I'll only charge you 50 and will definitely help you sell these people for a good price. Senior, may I ask what their realms are? Han Fei said indifferently. Oh, 1 great monarch, 22 immortals, 2 carefree level, buzz. In an instant, the people of the rock dragon race who were about to disperse all turned around, their eyes widened. Longyan's mouth gaped open in shock. Is there even a great monarch captive? Chapter 3258, 3258, 3258, Trafficking Captives, Making a Fortune, 13258, Trafficking Captives, Making a Fortune, 13258, Trafficking Captives, Making a Fortune, 11. When Han Fei told them the strength of these captives, in addition to the pimps of the rock dragon race, some nearby strong masters were also shocked. These people looked at Han Fei's star explosion bracer and his realm and already had some answers. Someone said, another lunatic who cultivates the supreme divine technique. No one can become a god on this path, but he still embarked on this path resolutely. What a waste of his talent. Someone shook his head. Perhaps for some people, reaching the peak of the great monarch realm is already powerful enough. They don't pursue the god realm. After all, there aren't many god-level powerhouses in the vast sea realm. This guy's choice is actually not bad. Longyan was stunned for a few seconds before she came back to herself and hurriedly said, Senior, ordinary people can't afford to take a captive of this level. But I have a way. Senior, please follow me. Little treasure, come here quickly. A handsome and slightly chubby rock dragon quickly came to Han Fei and prostrated. Long Yan hurriedly said, "Senior, please take a seat." Han Fei's huge body that was 40 meters tall required the rock dragon to transform at least hundreds of meters long to not look too big. Therefore, a moment later, a rock dragon more than 300 meters long flew slowly above the ferocious God Valley. On it sat a giant 40 meters tall and a little lolly only 1.6 meters tall. However, this scene didn't attract much attention. After all, this was the ferocious God Valley. There were all kinds of people here. Sitting on the rock dragon, Han Fei saw the tall mountain giant digging the sand in the oasis and then refining the sand into huge cube-shaped rocks with some refining method. In the end, he stacked them into square bricks for use. Also, in the bustling city, there was an endless stream of pedestrians on the road. At a glance, there were sky openers everywhere. After passing by a few people, monarchs could be seen. Occasionally, Han Fei and some monarchs would look at each other. Different from the divine capital dynasty, in the ferocious God Valley, monarchs were not so mysterious, nor would they deliberately hide themselves. After all, the divine capital dynasty was actually a dynasty system, while the ferocious God Valley was a concentration camp of bandits. In decent people's eyes, this was probably the capital of sin. Han Fei suddenly thought of something and said, "Long Yan, help me prepare a map of the ferocious God Valley later, the comprehensive kind." "Okay, I have a map. This is not a secret. I can give it to you for free." Since even a Tao proving level cultivator personally served as a pimp, it would be ridiculous if a map was not for free. After all, their price was calculated by refined stars. It seemed that a refined star wasn't much, but it was something that sky openers dreamed of. 50 refined stars was a huge income for sky openers. It could even help them break through to the perfected star transformation realm in one fell swoop. Taking the map handed over by Long Yan, Han Fei perceived that it was indeed abnormally detailed. It actually was in three-dimensional form, almost copying the entire ferocious God Valley, and there were words marking many popular places. On the map, there were as many as 1,201 cities in the ferocious God Valley. 2/3 of the cities were built inside the mountain, and only 1/3 could be seen from outside. Han Fei also learned that there were a large number of arenas in the ferocious God Valley. There were more than 3,300 of them, covering all realms, and all races could sign up to participate. Near these arenas, there were a large number of cultivation technique books, body-refining spiritual fruits, precious medicines, and so on. There were even some shops whose names were directly called the unique techniques of the bandit god. These shops sold what the bandit god had learned in his life. Seeing this, Han Fei's heart stirred. In that case, he could set up such a shop in the human race like this too. He had learned a lot in his life, and many techniques were deduced from the demon purification pot. They were definitely of a high level. Besides these skills and techniques, what was the most popular in the ferocious God Valley was weapons. Perhaps because this was the West Wilderness here, there were countless secret realms and ruins, so the weapons here were generally of a higher level. Some shops could even directly sell nature spiritual treasure level weapons. Of course, such shops were extremely rare. The primordial tower? Suddenly, Han Fei saw a tower in the middle of the map. It was wrapped in colorful light and looked extraordinary, and the introduction of the primordial tower really made Han Fei speechless. In front of the primordial tower, there was a huge stone stele engraved with the words, "A real bandit dares to face the cruelty of the primordial tower. If you want resources, come to the primordial tower. If you want to gain experience, come to the primordial tower. If you want the inheritance of the bandit god, come to the primordial tower. In a nutshell, if you want to become stronger, come to the primordial tower." Interesting. Han Fei put away the map of the ferocious God Valley, only to see that the rock dragon was taking him to shuttle from city to city. Han Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where are you taking me to sell these people?" Long Yan hurriedly said, "Senior, we're not going to find buyers, but to find a private auction house. There aren't many places that can buy these captives in one go, so the best target is the arena. These captives will enter the arena to make money for the boss of the arena. They won't be allowed to be ransomed until they earn a certain amount of money, and there are less than 50 qualified arenas in the entire ferocious God Valley. There are a total of 13 arenas that can support the battle of great monarchs. If I've guessed right, these 13 arenas must have known that you are going to sell these people. They will come to whichever auction house we go to. My master, the Rock Dragon Bandit, has a private auction house. I can borrow it and you don't need to pay any service fee. There are also tea, spiritual fruits, comfortable seats, auctioneer, resource appraisers, and so on there. Chapter 3259, 3259. Trafficking captives, making a fortune 23259. Trafficking captives, making a fortune 23259. Trafficking captives, making a fortune 2. Oh really? For free? That's because the invisible benefits of this auction are a lot. For example, if you auction a great monarch-level powerhouse at my master's place, it will definitely increase the reputation of my master's auction house. In fact, my master will earn by exchanging a small benefit for fame. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. A real strong master indeed had an absolute advantage wherever he went. Look, the treatment was so good. After a while, when Longyan took Han Fei to a gorgeous manor, a spiritual plant garden bloomed here. In the huge fountain square, dozens of immortal-level powerhouses who had mastered the great Tao of water were controlling the fountain to perform a beautiful visual feast. A burly old man stood on the head of a rock dragon, followed respectfully by more than 300 attendants. However, most of these people were in the Sea Establishment realm or the Sky Opening realm who hadn't entered the Star Transformation realm. Master. Longyan waved her hand and shouted happily. The old man frowned. How rude! How can you lose your cool in front of a fellow Taoist of the wild ancient race? With that, the old man looked at Han Fei with a smile. Fellow Taoist, it's an honor to have you here. What's your name? Carrying the spear, Han Fei nodded slightly. You can call me Tianqing, so it's fellow Taoist Tianqing. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Li Yun. Fellow Taoist Tianqing, you're so young, but you've already obtained the inheritances of Great Monarch Tianzheng and Great Monarch Tianming. You're really talented. Come on in. Li Yan was actually quite strong. His strength was at the peak of the immortal level, and it seemed to have been stuck at this bottleneck. Han Fei nodded slightly. He shook his spear and said, Then what about these people? I can't let them go now. That female monarch is quite strong. Ha ha ha, little friend, don't worry. In the ferocious God Valley, a mere great monarch won't be able to escape. Brother Tianqing, you have the ability to suppress a great monarch when you're only at the peak of the immortal level, as expected of a heavenly talent. I admire you. Tusk, tusk. In the past, I once had a drink with Patriarch Lu Tianming. If he becomes a bandit, there will definitely be top 4 bandits in the West Wilderness now. One figure after another arrived. Han Fei looked over and found that they were all great monarchs. Li Yan hurriedly cupped his hands. Greetings, Great Monarch, Lin Feng, Great Monarch Bai Meng, Great Monarch Shenman. Han Fei also nodded slightly at them. Although he didn't know them, they were all great monarchs. Li Yan said, Great monarchs, please come in and take a seat. Fine wine, delicacies, spiritual fruits, and tea have been prepared. When everyone is here, the auction will immediately begin. Okay, Brother Tianqing, see you later. Tieski, this female monarch is not bad. It's a pity that she's a demon plant. Otherwise, the female monarch, who was hung on Han Fei's spear, almost wanted to die. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. She swore that she would definitely take revenge in her lifetime, and the wild ancient race would become her lifelong mortal enemy. After a while, the people hanging on Han Fei's spear had been taken away by Li Yan. At this moment, Han Fei was sitting on a super large throne specially made for the war giants, holding a cauldron-like wine cup in his hand, which was filled with good wine with spiritual fruits soaked in. Longyan stood respectfully beside Han Fei and said, Senior, everyone has arrived. A total of 13 great monarchs and more than 30 immortals have come. Please wait a moment. It won't be long before the auction begins. Han Fei nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and threw out more than 70 spiritual treasures. Take these two and auction them together. Wow, Longyan's eyes widened. There were so many treasures. There were as many as 24 nature spiritual treasures, nearly 50 chaotic spiritual treasures, connate spiritual treasures, and so on. Was this person so rich? Longyan immediately said solemnly, Okay, Senior, you can rest assured. I'll definitely get the best price for you. Okay, go. Except you, no one can come into my room. Don't let others disturb me. Okay, Senior. Longyan hurriedly picked up the treasures and walked out, excited. She had thought that it was just an auction for these captives, but she didn't expect there to be so many nature spiritual treasures and chaotic spiritual treasures. This time, her master would make a fortune. Although there were many top treasures in the ferocious God Valley, nature spiritual treasures weren't something anyone could easily take out. She didn't know if her teacher could afford to buy all these weapons. If he could buy them and slowly sell them, he would definitely be able to earn more. Longyan was letting her imagination run wild, but after Longyan left, Han Fei immediately set up layers of seals. Then, Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator. He materialized the map of the ferocious God Valley and immediately asked, Where are the divine descendants of the primordial divine race waiting for me? Han Fei believed that there must be some divine descendants waiting for him. Otherwise, if he couldn't enter the death spiral, how could he unseal their bloodline? Sure enough, the vast ocean navigator pointed to a certain place on the map. Huh? A restaurant near the Primordial Tower? Han Fei was thinking of going to the Primordial Tower to take a look. Since the contact was there, it saved him some time. After confirming the location of the person from the primordial divine race, Han Fei put away the vast ocean navigator, removed the seal, and enjoyed himself leisurely. This feeling of being a master was really awesome. He didn't know how much this batch of resources could be sold for. He still hadn't fused with his origin star. Just fusing his origin spiritual heritage with it had consumed him a lot of resources. God knew how many resources he needed to completely fuse with his origin star. Chapter 3260 Trafficking Captives, Making a Fortune's 3260 Trafficking Captives, Making a Fortune's 30. He believed that he still had the ability to get the resources he needed in the Great Monarch realm. If it didn't work out, he could go to the Dragon Race to freeload. However, he had to accumulate resources now. It would take countless resources to go from the Immortal level to the Great Monarch realm. Then who knew how many resources it would take to go from the Great Monarch realm to the God realm? What if he didn't save enough? On the other side, in the auction house, Long Yan's master, Li Yan, couldn't help but burst into a cold sweat. It's over. I can't take these all. Yan, this client you picked up is too rich, Long Yan asked. Master, you've been in the ferocious God Valley for so long. You can't afford to buy all these treasures? Li Yan was speechless. Girl, what are you talking about? There are so many nature-level spiritual treasures, all of which are priceless. Do you know how many refined stars these can sell for? No, I have to call some rich peers over. I have to take all of them. After about half an hour, an auctioneer finally went on stage. Han Fei took a closer look. Good lord, wasn't this Li Yan himself? As the boss, this guy actually personally went on stage to host the auction. Li Yan smiled and said, Thank you for coming, fellow Taoists. I believe you've already seen some of the auction items today. However, you might not know that in addition to the captives from the Central Sea Divine Realm, we also have some nature spiritual treasures at our Rock Dragon auction house today, so please don't be in a hurry. In a private room, a great monarch said, Old Li, let's not talk about these formalities. Only we are here today. We're mainly here for people. Just show us the captives. In another private room, someone also said, That's right, Old Li. There are no outsiders today. Just bring the auction items up. Li Yan smiled and said, Of course. Only you can afford the captives of the immortal level and the great monarch realm. In that case, I'll just show you the auction items. Pa. Li Yan clapped his hands and 2 carefree level powerhouses who had been sealed were brought up. Li Yan said, Everyone, fellow Taoist Tianqing only brought 2 carefree level cultivators. These 2 people are strong masters from the Fist sect and the Light City in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Their strength has reached the peak of the carefree level. If you buy them, they will naturally go to fight in your arena. Compared to the Great Monarch Realm, the carefree level is more cost-effective. In addition, since they are going to fight in an arena, they can keep their spiritual treasures. Therefore, the starting price is 1,030-60,000 kilometer level refined stars. Han Fei nodded slightly. Although the starting price was not high, the 2 were only at the carefree level. If he robbed them normally, he might not be able to get this number. Besides, the starting price was only the starting price. As long as these 2 people bid 2,000, he would earn 2,000. Only the Fist sect guy is worth the price. The Light City one isn't. Since it's a tie-up auction, the price is not bad. An immortal level powerhouse said, not interested in the peak level carefree level cultivator of the Light City, 2,500. The one from the Light City is a little weak, but I have a few enemies of the Light City in my arena. Why don't you give them to me? 2,800. These 2 probably don't have any good treasures. This price is about right. These people belittled the cultivator from the Light City, but they didn't hesitate to bid for them at all and exceeded Han Fei's estimated price. However, when the price reached 3,500 refined stars, no one bid anymore. They seemed to feel that a higher price was indeed not worth it. From beginning to end, none of the great monarchs spoke. Obviously, they weren't interested in these 2. But Han Fei didn't care. 3,500 refined stars were not bad. It was even better than robbing. In the second round of auction, a demon plant of the Divine Demon Forest was pushed out. Everyone immediately became enthusiastic. Li Yan said, I don't need to say anything about the second one. As you can see, this is an intermediate immortal level powerhouse of the Divine Demon Forest who has stacked more than 600 laws. He's not weak. The starting price is 1,000. I offer 2,000. I'll pay 2,000. His belongings are worth some money. 2,000 is indeed too little. 3,000. After all, he's at the immortal level. Give him some face. 3,200 Han Fei was overjoyed. It seemed that the immortal level was really popular. After a while, the bid reached 4,200 pieces. Finally, a great monarch said, 4,500 pieces. This price is very high. There's no need to raise the price anymore. Sure enough, as soon as the great monarch spoke, no one bid anymore. Now Han Fei had known the value of the immortal level. He had thought that it would be good enough if he could get 1 or 2,000 refined stars, but it far exceeded his expectations. Next, round after round of immortal level powerhouses were pushed up. Faced with the bidding of a group of people, these people were ashamed and resentful, but since they were already in the ferocious God Valley, they could only accept their fate. However, among the 22 immortals, only 1 from the Primordial Divine Academy and a peak-level immortal level cultivator from the Flying Immortal Tower were sold for 5,000 refined stars. The rest's prices only fluctuated between 3,800 and 4,000. The worst was the immortal level cultivator from the Thousand Phenomena sect, who was only worth 3,200. At this point, all the immortals had been auctioned, and Han Fei had obtained 95,900 refined stars. Due to the high quality of the refined stars, this was barely comparable to the harvest of an ordinary Great Monarch's origin star and refined stars. Li Yan shouted, Everyone, next is the most important auction item of the first round. A great monarch from the Divine Demon Forest. Few great monarchs have been captured alive to the ferocious God Valley. Its value can be seen. The starting price is 50,000 refined stars. The auction begins. Chapter 3261, 3261, Trafficking Captives, Making a Fortune for, 3261 Trafficking Captives, Making a Fortune for 60,000. The great monarch who came here spoke as if he had been prepared and replied almost instantly. 70,000, 80,000. Most of the immortal-level powerhouses who came to bid smiled bitterly. It was rare to see a great monarch-level captive. Unfortunately, this was not something they could afford. A great monarch said, 100,000. Let's start with this price. Don't bid below this price. 20,000. My God Sealing Arena wants her. 50,000. Brother Shin, your God Sealing Arena is so big. Isn't the price too low? In a private room, a great monarch said in a low voice, 200,000. Fellow Taoists, do me a favor and give her to me, okay? Kiss. Curses rang in many private rooms. Brother Gao, you're raising the price too fast. Brother Gao, are you really buying her for your arena? Ha ha ha. All the private rooms burst into laughter. On the auction platform, the Divine Demon Forest's female monarch was trembling slightly. Shameless bastards, a bunch of shameless bastards. She swore that she must flatten the West Wilderness in this life. Han Fei, who was sitting in the private room, had already taken out his big pipe, drinking spiritual fruit wine and smoking the big pipe happily. If he had known that the great monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm were so valuable, he would have caught 2 more in the uninhabited Forbidden Area. If he couldn't catch them in the uninhabited Forbidden Area, he would have gone to the frontline battlefield to catch them. After a round of bidding, in the end, the great monarch from the Wild Arena who had offered 200,000 refined stars won the bid for this Divine Demon Forest's female monarch with a terrifying number of 280,000 refined stars. Although there might be 1,000,000 refined stars surrounding the origin star of a great monarch, in fact, there were usually only about 100,000 of them that could reach the 360,000 kilometer level. Han Fei had robbed more than 1 or 2 great monarchs, so he knew this quite well. It could be said that the price of 280,000 refined stars had already exceeded the real value of this Divine Demon Forest's female monarch. Even including her nature spiritual treasures and soul-suppressing spiritual treasure, she might not be worth this price. Besides, he had exploited almost 10,000 refined stars of the female monarch. At this moment, Han Fei could only say that he had made a fortune. Li Yan was overjoyed at such a high price. This would be his signboard in the future. However, Li Yan called out to everyone, "Everyone, please take a rest. Next, there are 10 nature spiritual treasures, all of which are the best of the best. Don't miss them." Han Fei, who was drinking fine wine, frowned slightly and then looked at Long Yan beside him. 10 pieces? Long Yan hurriedly explained. Senior, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. If your treasures are released at once, it will only lower the price of the spiritual treasures. 10 pieces, no more, no less, is the most suitable. Of course, the Rock Dragon Arena will buy the other spiritual treasures at the market price. You can decide according to the price of this auction. In short, we will definitely not let you suffer a loss. Han Fei nodded slightly. Although this girl had her own thoughts, she was right. If he took out too much at once, it might indeed cause market prices to fluctuate. He was short of resources now. As long as the Rock Dragon Arena paid him enough money, it didn't matter if he gave the nature spiritual treasures to them or others. However, after this auction, to be honest, Han Fei wanted to be a bandit here. It turned out that another reason for the fact that there were countless bandits here was that these captives were very valuable. If he robbed a batch of them and sold them in the ferocious God Valley, he could become rich overnight. No wonder countless people served as bandits in the West Wilderness. Han Fei only gave out low-quality and mid-quality nature spiritual treasures. He had obtained a lot of these spiritual treasures in the primordial ancient land, so he didn't care. Soon, he got a rough value. A low-quality nature spiritual treasures was worth about 3,000 to 5,000 refined stars. A mid-quality nature spiritual treasure was worth between 10,000 and 50,000. Generally speaking, there were very few immortals who had mid-quality nature spiritual treasures. Among these captives, there were only 1 or 2 who had mid-quality nature spiritual treasures, and their treasures had long been taken in by Han Fei. According to this calculation, the value of a high-quality nature spiritual treasure was definitely above 100,000 refined stars. However, this was reasonable. A high-quality nature spiritual treasure could support a whole sect. Its value could be seen. In the end, Han Fei earned 180,000 refined stars from the 10 nature spiritual treasures. Han Fei had earned 570,000 refined stars on this trip to the ferocious God Valley, although he hadn't found the divine descendants yet. This amount of resources was probably equivalent to the origin star of a peak-level Extreme Dao Great Monarch. Long Yan often turned her head to look at Han Fei, secretly clicking her tongue and fantasizing. If she could become an outstanding bandit one day and rob a great monarch, she could probably earn the wealth enough for her to spend in her entire life. Gulp aha. Han Fei finished the spiritual fruit wine in the cup in one gulp and threw out a bag of refined stars. You did a good job. This is what you deserve. Long Yan was overjoyed and quickly took the bag. No matter how much others earned, it was theirs. It was useless for her to be jealous of others. However, when she scanned the bag with her perception, she was slightly stunned. Senior, there are 50 more. I only charge 50, Han Fei said. The others are my tip for you. They're not worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, Long Yan didn't reject. Who wouldn't want the money picked up for free? However, she still reminded him out of morality. Senior, you have too many refined stars at the moment. This matter will definitely spread. Therefore, if you want to leave the ferocious God Valley in the near future, you'd better get someone from the wild ancient race to receive you. Otherwise, it's very likely that you won't be able to walk out of the periphery of the ferocious God Valley. Han Fei thought to himself, that's good. I'll just rob those who want to rob me. Of course, Han Fei had no time to rob now. The most important thing now was to solve the bloodline problem of the divine descendants as soon as possible, so as to start a full-scale war between the West Wilderness and the Central Sea Divine Realm. As soon as the primordial divine race reappeared, the Central Sea Divine Realm no longer had the power to suppress the other 4 divine realms. At that time, it would be time for him to enter the Central Sea Divine Realm. Chapter 3262, 3262, Looking Back 13262, Looking Back 13262, Looking Back 1. Under Li Yan's enthusiastic invitation, Han Fei stayed at the Rock Dragon auction house for a night and drank a lot of spiritual fruits and wine. In the end, there were nearly 60 chaotic spiritual treasures and nature spiritual treasures left. Li Yan offered a high price of 200,000 refined stars. Han Fei had no objection to this. There were only 24 nature spiritual treasures he gave out, and he had sold 10 of them at the auction. The rest were only low-quality and mid-quality nature spiritual treasures totaling about 150,000 refined stars. And the prices of chaotic spiritual treasures below nature. Spiritual treasures were not so high. More than 50 of them were only sold for 50,000 refined stars in total, but Han Fei was satisfied with this price. That night, Han Fei received 770,000 refined stars. He was really rich now. The news that the Rock Dragon auction house had auctioned a great monarch-level powerhouse from the divine demon forest spread throughout the ferocious God Valley on this day. The Rock Dragon auction house was in the limelight for a while. Li Yan took the opportunity to announce that the second round of auction would begin in a month. However, Han Fei was no longer interested in how Li Yan would auction the treasures. The next day, Long Yan still served Han Fei with all her heart. However, Han Fei didn't go straight to the primordial tower to meet the people of the divine descendants. Instead, he asked Long Yan to take him around the ferocious God Valley and introduce the ferocious God Valley to him. At the same time, Han Fei had another purpose, which was to evolve the time chain. In fact, he should have evolved the time chain a long time ago. After all, it had been a while since he obtained the 8th vine. However, the last time he evolved the time chain, he consumed 624 refined stars, which was hundreds or thousands of times more than last time. Therefore, he didn't dare to evolve the time chain again. Now that he had obtained a large amount of resources, he wasn't afraid of wasting them. He didn't believe that the consumption of this time would still be hundreds or thousands of times more than last time. In his origin star, resources were being consumed crazily. Han Fei estimated that he wouldn't be able to see the time chain upgrade for a while. Last time, it took 28 days. This time, it would take at least a month. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he strolled leisurely in the ferocious God Valley. On the first day, everyone talked about Han Fei happily. People often looked at Han Fei, who had even captured a great monarch. However, after shopping for 3 days in a row, no one was interested. On the 5th day after Han Fei came to the ferocious God Valley, he said to Long Yan, "Let's go to the primordial tower." Long Yan thought to herself, "You're finally going to the primordial tower." She had never seen such a strong master come to the ferocious God Valley but not go to the primordial tower. After a while, the rock dragon carried Han Fei to the vicinity of the primordial tower. The rock dragon was about to fly to the primordial tower when Han Fei said, "Stop. Before going to the primordial tower, I want to eat my fill." "Okay, senior, I can recommend a top restaurant to you." "It's very good," Han Fei said. "Let's go to that tavern waiting for someone's." "The tavern waiting for someone?" Long Yan said in surprise. "Senior, I didn't expect you to know that tavern. This tavern is extremely famous in the ferocious God Valley. This shop has been open here for hundreds of thousands of years and can be considered an old restaurant in the ferocious God Valley. Although their dishes are ordinary, their refined wine is very good. If you like to drink, you can't miss this shop." But what?" Long Yan said. "However, it's said that only those who are fated can drink the tavern's refined wine. Sometimes no one can taste it even in hundreds of years, and sometimes a jar of wine is opened every once in a while." "I wonder what kind of fated person is?" Han Fei asked. "The tavern's name is Waiting for Someone's. Who the tavern owner is waiting for?" Long Yan shook her head. "I don't know. If the landlady had met the one she is waiting for, this tavern might have been closed." "I don't know what kind of man is worth her waiting for," Han Fei asked. "How do you know that she's waiting for a man?" Long Yan said matter-of-factly, "That can only be a man. In this world, if there's something that both ordinary people and gods have, it's feelings. Especially love, it's such a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, in the world of cultivation, everything is too cruel. Who knows if the other party can accompany you for the rest of your life?" Alas, seeing Long Yan's sentimental look, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Did your lover die?" No, senior, I don't have anyone I like yet. Han Fei, then, Fei, then, come on, let's go and take a look. Long Yan grinned, patted the head of the rock dragon, and then flew to the tavern waiting for someone's. In the ferocious God Valley, although there were many strong masters, there were also many strong masters who liked delicious food and wine. However, it was not possible for everyone to come to the restaurant to eat every day, so after Han Fei entered the hotel, there were only 2 or 3 tables of customers. However, the guests at these tables were not ordinary. There was a great monarch and a peak-level immortal among them. Even the landlady was a great monarch. At this moment, these people all looked at Han Fei. Long Yan didn't notice anything wrong. She felt that it was normal. After all, Han Fei was big. Anyone would take a second look at him. She couldn't help but look at Han Fei, who was more than 40 meters tall, wondering if there was a table for him to sit on. His bulging muscles looked like iron lumps that were about to explode. Long Yan couldn't help but think that her rock dragon race was the best. Although she was also a mineral-type life form, their rock dragon race wasn't big at all, and they were quite beautiful with porcelain white skin. If she became like Han Fei, she would be horrified. Chapter 3263, Looking Back to 3263, Looking Back to. Long Yan asked, "Senior, should we become smaller?" However, Han Fei didn't respond to her, because he had already recognized the people sitting here. At one of the tables, a young man who was drinking tea was looking over with a smile. This person was Zhang Buyi, who had almost ruined his plan in the Miracle Forest. As for the person at the other table, he was even more familiar with him. It turned out to be Chu Hao, who was sitting there drinking. Opposite him, a set of bowls, chopsticks, and wine glasses had been set up, but there was no one opposite him. Clearly, he was waiting for someone. The landlady was dressed ordinary and even looked like a village girl. However, no matter how plain her clothes were, they couldn't hide her beautiful face and the special temperament of a great monarch. Seeing Han Fei come in, the landlady sighed slightly and then took out a golden wine jar. Seeing this, Long Yan took a deep breath and said, "Senior, look, this is the peerless wine I mentioned." However, Han Fei still didn't speak or move. Just as Long Yan was wondering, Zhang Buyi gently raised his cup to Han Fei, smiled, and said, "Fellow Taoist Wang Han, oh no, fellow Taoist Han Fei, long time no see." Chu Hao also said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect that I would have to wait for you for 300 years. Long Yan was dumbfounded. Who were they talking to? Wang Han? Han Fei? Wasn't that the human emperor of the East Sea Divine Realm? How could the human emperor be here? Seeing this, Han Fei knew that his identity had been exposed. Although he didn't know why his identity was exposed, from the moment he stepped into this tavern, he knew that. At this point, Han Fei stopped pretending. His tall figure slowly shrank, and in the end, he was only 1 head taller than Long Yan. Under Long Yan's stunned gaze, a living war giant turned into an extraordinary human man with sharp eyes. She suddenly realized that this person was not a strong master of the war giants. Thinking back to the time she had followed Han Fei these days, she had discovered many times that Han Fei knew very little about the ferocious God Valley. At that time, she thought that it was because Han Fei rarely came to the ferocious God Valley. After all, the wild ancient race was very large. They didn't have to be familiar with the ferocious God Valley. But now, she was a little stiff, because the suppressing pressure suddenly emitted here had reached a point where she couldn't resist it. Han Fei raised his hand and gently pressed it on Long Yan's shoulder. Instantly, an invisible force washed away the extremely uncomfortable suppressing pressure on Long Yan. Seeing this, Zhang Buyi was slightly surprised. "Oh, you're already a great monarch? I'm really impressed by Brother Han's improvement in strength. It's really enviable that you became a great monarch in just 300 years. Long Yan looked at Han Fei in surprise. Great monarch? Didn't he say he was an immortal-level cultivator? She suddenly realized that she seemed to have learned some great secret. If she sold this secret immediately, it would definitely be priceless. Perhaps she could sell it for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of refined stars. However, Long Yan was not stupid. Was she qualified to sell such a secret? No, she wasn't. Not to mention that she didn't, even her teacher Li Yan wasn't qualified. Therefore, although she knew that this information was very valuable, she could only keep it to herself. Han Fei looked at Long Yan and said casually, "Okay, your escort time is over. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't leave the ferocious God Valley for the time being." Then, Han Fei threw a bag of 100 refined stars to her and said, "This is the compensation for you." Long Yan immediately bowed respectfully to Han Fei. "Yes, senior. I didn't see anything or know anything." It wasn't until Long Yan left the tavern that Han Fei slowly said, "I'm very curious. How did you recognize me? I think my concealment technique can't be seen through by you." Chu Hao said, "Sometimes you don't have to see through your disguise to see through you. When you came to the ferocious God Valley to look for traces of the divine descendants, we knew it's you." Zhang Buyi smiled faintly. "The West Wilderness has long been searched through by the Central Sea Divine Realm. I dare not say that I've turned this place upside down, but it's about the same. I don't think you can directly find the primordial divine race by coming here. Therefore, the best way is to wait for you in the ferocious God Valley. You may or may not appear, but this is at least the only choice. Fortunately, you came." Han Fei narrowed his eyes, thinking that the primordial divine race had caused this trouble for him. If they had long discovered that something was wrong with the ferocious God Valley, shouldn't they have told the wild ancient race how to go to the primordial divine race? Wait, suddenly, Han Fei's heart stirred. When he came to the wild ancient race, Lu Tianming and the others didn't give him a chance to enter the wild ancient race. Logically speaking, since they were guests from afar, they should have invited him into the wild ancient race to entertain him, but they didn't. Instead, they tried to make him come to the ferocious God Valley. Did this mean that the wild ancient race at that time was actually being monitored, or had a god been paying attention to there? Han Fei's heart turned cold. If that was the case, the Central Sea Divine Realm would have set up a big trap. In addition to searching and fighting the West Wilderness with various means on the surface, they had also planned a big plan. Sure enough, the Central Sea Divine Realm who could suppress the other 4 divine realms couldn't be that simple. Zhang Buyi continued, "You have the vast ocean navigator. Everyone knows this. This is your advantage, but it can also become my advantage." Chapter 3264, 3264, looking back 33264, looking back 33264, looking back 3. Han Fei casually walked to Chu Hao's table and chuckled. "Good move." Zhang Buyi took a sip of tea and said, "You flatter me." Han Fei looked at Chu Hao. "Your race only sent you to the ferocious God Valley? Can't you send more people?" Chu Hao took a deep look at Han Fei. "Several of us came, but we are all being targeted. Now, the others are all in my origin star." Han Fei's pupils were constricted. He couldn't help but look at Zhang Buyi. "How did you find them?" Zhang Buyi smiled and said, "Of course I can't tell you how, but the bloodline of the divine descendants is very special. There are only this many people in the ferocious God Valley in total. It's impossible for the Central Sea Divine Realm not to find a few people here." Huan Fei sneered. "But you haven't found the primordial divine race after searching for 100,000 years. Zhang Buyi shrugged. "That's different. The ferocious God Valley is naturally incomparable to the vast sea realm." At this moment, the landlady came to Han Fei's table with a pot of wine. Her voice was elegant and crisp. "Try it. It might not be as good as Zhang Xiaoling's wine, but in terms of taste, it will only be better than his." Han Fei's heart stirred. Good lord, the landlady immediately called out 5th senior brother's name. She was indeed not an ordinary person. "Han Fei, thank you." At this moment, Han Fei's mind was racing. He had really underestimated the means of the Central Sea Divine Realm. Now that he had been discovered, could he still leave the ferocious God Valley? He could even imagine that his current words and actions might cause a divine battle at any time. From Chu Hao's words, Han Fei knew that within a small range, the divine descendants couldn't escape the investigation of the Central Sea Divine Realm. They should have some way to distinguish the bloodline of the divine descendants. Han Fei chuckled. "This is another one of your clones, right? Why? Are clones so cheap? How can you abandon them so easily?" Han Fei was sure that Zhang Buyi was definitely fake. If he were really here, he would have been killed long ago. Zhang Buyi said indifferently, "A clone is naturally used. I'm not stupid enough to come to the ferocious God Valley with my original body. Otherwise, the one opposite you would have torn me apart long ago." Han Fei asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll tear you apart now?" Zhang Buyi clicked his tongue. "How do you know that I'm only a clone?" Han Fei said. "It seems that your clones are really worthless. Then let's see how many I can kill." At this moment, the landlady suddenly said, "In the Central Sea Divine Realm, the heaven-concealing divine race had a supreme nature treasure called the Concealing Divine Seal. This seal has the magical power to conceal the heavenly secrets and avoid all techniques. This is also one of the only supreme nature treasures known to be able to avoid the locking of the vast ocean navigator." The landlady said calmly, revealing why Zhang Buyi was so fearless. Han Fei frowned slightly. A supreme nature treasure? Did this bastard also have a supreme nature treasure? A supreme nature treasure that could even resist the vast ocean navigator. Didn't this mean that he would never be able to find this guy's original body? Concealing divine seal? Han Fei's eyes turned cold. "I hope you hide well. Don't let me find you. I will. However, we don't have to be enemies. I don't care if the divine descendants revive or not." "What do you want?" Zhang Buyi held a teacup and said leisurely, "Give me the demon purification pot, and the chaotic divine race and I will no longer interfere in the affairs of the divine descendants. All grudges between us can be written off. What do you think?" This time, Han Fei didn't even bother to answer. He reached out a void hand and enveloped Zhang Buyi with the strength of a great monarch. The latter didn't dodge, because if he couldn't dodge it, why should he? Bang! Zhang Buyi's clone was crushed by Han Fei's void hand. The terrifying explosive power failed to shake Han Fei's palm. Who could have known that an immortal-level clone would die in this small tavern in the blink of an eye? "Beastard, how dare you covet the demon purification pot?" At the moment when Zhang Buyi's clone died, a rock dragon at the entrance of the ferocious God Valley lazily turned its head to the side and continued to sleep. Seeing this, Chu Hao shook his head slightly. "This way, it will be even harder for you to find him," Han Fei sneered. "Why do I need to find him? One day he will come to me himself. Or maybe he will never be qualified to come to me." Then Han Fei asked, "Can we kill in the ferocious God Valley?" The landlady said. It's best not to. It's easy to cause chaos. After all, there are still many weak people here. Once they're implicated, it will affect the reputation of the ferocious God Valley. However, it's not that we can't kill them, just don't give them a chance to resist. The bandit god will only turn a blind eye to this. Then, I'll kill them. I lack money. Although Hanfei didn't know how to address the landlady, she was obviously on his side. At this moment, he already knew that he couldn't leave the ferocious God Valley for the time being. Since he couldn't walk out, he would kill all the hidden spies of the Central Sea Divine Realm in the ferocious God Valley first. However, the landlady said carelessly, "No rush. Let's drink." Half of Hanfei's killing intent was dispersed by the lady boss's words. At this moment, Hanfei remembered that he hadn't asked who the landlady was. Hanfei asked, "Senior, you are? Don't speak. Drink." Huh? Hanfei was full of doubts. He had drunk too much good wine. How could he care about this sip? However, when he opened the wine jar, an enticing fragrance wafted into his nose. Chapter 3265, looking back, 43265, looking back, 43265, looking back, 4, gulp. At that moment, Hanfei almost lost himself but calmed down in the blink of an eye. However, although he was calm, his thoughts began to run wild for some reason. He missed Xia Xiaoshan, Ximen Linglin, and even Zhu Yingling. This wine, Hanfei's face changed slightly. He hadn't drunk the wine, but it could already awaken some feelings in the depths of his heart. What would happen if he drank it? The landlady poured the wine herself. Looking at the crystal-clear wine, Hanfei didn't know if he should drink it or not. Opposite Hanfei, Chu Hao smacked his lips and said, "Lady boss, can I?" "No." Chu Hao sighed slightly and stared at the wine in front of Hanfei, a little envious. Hanfei was stunned. "Senior, this is too sudden. Who are you?" "Heh." The landlady didn't threaten Hanfei with force, but tried to persuade him. Although her tone was a little harsh, unexpectedly, Hanfei found that he couldn't feel disgusted at all. Hanfei immediately picked up the wine bowl and took a tentative sip. All of a sudden, Hanfei felt a smell of alcohol that he had never felt before wash through his body. Countless images of what he had experienced in the past appeared in his heart, including Xia Xiaochan's, Ximen Linglin's, and Zhu Yinling's. At that moment, in an instant, he experienced countless emotions such as happiness, joy, sadness, weight, guilt, and so on. Hanfei didn't expect this. This wine was simply terrifying. Who could make such a strange wine? No wonder the landlady said that her wine was more delicious than Fifth Senior Brothers. Hanfei only took a sip and didn't dare to drink again. But next to him, the landlady was looking at him, which made Hanfei a little scared. He thought to himself, aren't I here to save the primordial divine race? But why do I feel that I've been in a crazy relationship in the ferocious God Valley? Senior, what are you? Finish it. Aren't you confident with your Dao heart? Okay. In terms of the taste of this wine, it was indeed unparalleled, but the feeling of drinking it was also unparalleled. When Hanfei finished the entire bowl in one gulp, his expression changed so much that even Chu Hao was a little envious. It took Hanfei half an hour to recover from the alcohol. At the same time, he seemed to understand something. Seeing that Hanfei had finished it, the landlady asked, "Does it taste good?" Hanfei nodded with difficulty. "It's delicious, but I'm a little drunk. What's the name of this wine?" Looking back. The landlady said calmly, "Every time Lei Heng came, I would open a jar for him. Six God also came once, but they didn't dare to come again. Azure Dragon once thought of coming to cause trouble, but after drinking a bowl, he left with a jar." Hanfei wasn't surprised at all that Senior Brother Lei Hen had been here. But why did Senior Brother Six God and Senior Brother Azure Dragon come here too? Besides, Senior Brother Azure Dragon wanted to cause trouble here. "So, Senior, who are you?" the landlady said indifferently. "Ying Linky from the primordial divine race. I almost became your senior sister." Hiss! Hanfei immediately became serious. This person was a ruthless person who almost became his senior sister. This proved that her talent was clearly enough to enter the Void Temple. Hanfei asked, "Senior Yue, why didn't you become my senior sister in the end?" Yue Linky smiled faintly and said with a sigh, "Sometimes, falling in love with someone will ruin your life." "Hanfei, can you help me bring this jar of wine to Zhang Xiaoling?" "Huh? Fifth senior brother? How could Hanfei not understand? Fifth senior brother loved wine as much as his life. Yue Linky wanted him to bring him wine, and it was this kind of wine. More importantly, this wine was probably not easy to bring. Otherwise, if senior brother Lei Heng, senior brother Six God, and even senior brother Azure Dragon had come, how could he succeed?" Hanfei said, "Senior, I can try, but I can't guarantee that senior brother will take it, let alone drink it." Yue Linky said, "It doesn't matter. You can give him the wine when you gather. Just tell him that this is the last time I'll send him wine. There won't be a next time." Okay. Although Hanfei didn't know what the wine represented, he felt that there must be many stories behind Fifth Senior Brother's heartlessness. He also hoped lovers can have a happy ending, so he didn't refuse. Seeing Hanfei take it, Yue Linky was slightly relieved and then said, "The Central Sea Divine Realm won't be able to find the primordial divine race so quickly, but Hanfei, don't leave the ferocious God Valley. It's not that you can't leave, but you won't be able to escape the pursuit of a god-slaying level powerhouse." A god-slaying level powerhouse, Yuelinki said. If it were a group of ordinary gods, how could they be qualified to harvest the descendants of gods? From the moment you stepped into the West Wilderness, it's very likely that you've been exposed. However, god-slaying level powerhouses don't dare to attack you unless they want to die. However, although they won't attack you, they can use you to find the primordial divine race, so they're not in a hurry. Han Fei's heart sank. Sure enough, Lu Tianming and the others must know something, but they didn't tell him directly. It made sense. Although Lu Tianming and the others were powerful, they didn't have a god-level powerhouse guarding them, so they were inevitably afraid of god-slaying level powerhouses. It was for this reason that Lu Tianming made him come to the ferocious God Valley and even gave him the Star Explosion Bracer. Obviously, the Star Explosion Bracer was given to him to show the attitude of the wild ancient race. Luring him to come to the ferocious God Valley meant that they were powerless to help the divine descendants. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed drastically. Oh no, I've been to the uninhabited forbidden area and tried to enter the death spiral. Then wouldn't all this be seen by a god-slaying level powerhouse? However, Yuelinki said calmly, it's useless. Even if they know that the death spiral is the entrance, they can't enter it. Even if they forcefully enter it, the space they go to will be wrong. Do you think the people in the uninhabited forbidden area are looking for the entrance? No, they are fishing for the divine descendants to take the bait. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. The Central Sea Divine Realm used a great monarch-level powerhouse and a group of immortal-level cultivators as the bait. These people are really crazy. However, they didn't expect that the bait they released would be accidentally swallowed by him. Chu Hao said, when I entered the West Wilderness, I was also used as bait. Fortunately, shopkeeper Yue saved me. Han Fei asked, then what should we do now? Isn't this a dead end? Yuelinki shook her head slightly. There's still a chance. What? Yuelinki looked out of the tavern and said indifferently, Primordial Tower, Chapter 32666, 3266, Bandit God Takes Action, 132666, Bandit God Takes Action, 1 Primordial Tower? Han Fei's heart stirred. Can the Bandit God take me there in person? Yuelinki shook her head. The Bandit God can't take any action. If he goes to the primordial divine race, won't it be equivalent to telling the god-slaying level powerhouses of the Central Sea Divine Realm where the primordial divine race is? Han Fei was puzzled. Then, what can this primordial tower do? Han Fei still remembered those words that, a real bandit dares to face the cruelty of the primordial tower. If you want to become stronger, come to the primordial tower. He didn't need the primordial tower to help him become stronger now. It was only a matter of time for him to become stronger. As long as he had enough resources, he believed that he would reach the peak of the great monarch realm sooner or later. Chu Hao sighed and said, Han Fei, one thing is very cruel. We have to admit that the Central Sea Divine Realm has already set up an inescapable net. Whether you know the divine concealment technique or any other concealment technique, it's useless. The Bandit God is restrained, the 4 divine realms are restrained, and the West Wilderness, including those forbidden places, is actually under their control. Unless the 3 temples come in person, if the Central Sea Divine Realm really attacks with all their strength, the 4 divine realms combined will still be no match for them. Now it's just that they don't want to fight a life and death battle. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Is the Central Sea Divine Realm so strong? In addition to repairing the bloodline of the divine descendants, Han Fei still wanted to unify the Sea Realm. Now Chu Hao told him that the Central Sea Divine Realm was very strong, and the 4 divine realms combined couldn't beat it. Everything in the West Wilderness was monitored by them. How could he fight such a Central Sea Divine Realm? Han Fei sneered. It's already an inescapable net, but Zhang Bui, that Bastard, still wants my demon purification pot. Is he out of his mind? No. If he quits, it can indeed balance the power of the Central Sea Divine Realm and the 4 divine realms. Yuelinki pulled out a stool and sat down too. While Han Fei was wondering, he heard Yuelinki say, although the chaotic divine race is not famous, it's only for ordinary people. There's no real strong master who isn't afraid of them. This race already has god-slaying level powerhouses. On the surface, they have 3 gods, but in fact, it's unknown how many gods they have. Therefore, if the chaotic divine race withdraws, the divine descendants will really have a chance to withstand the pressure of the Central Sea Divine Realm if they join forces with the 4 divine realms. Is the chaotic divine race so powerful? Don't their strong masters have to go to the Sea of Stars battlefield? Yuelinki said. They still have so many strong masters here after the 2 conscriptions. That's why Zhang Bui is so fearless. This is why we're too lazy to touch him. Chu Hao poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Therefore, although we know a way to return to the clan, we don't have a chance to return to the clan. Han Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, didn't you say that there are divine descendants in your origin star? If even the West Wilderness is watched by the strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm, how did you come out? Chu Hao said. It's precisely because we came out that the divine battles were triggered. The first time, someone came out to receive you. After being discovered, the Bandit God personally took action and saved them back to the ferocious God Valley. The second time, I came out to receive you and investigate the news, by the way, but I was discovered too and was saved by Miss Yue, which also caused a divine battle. The other time, 2 god-slaying level powerhouses from the Central Sea Divine Realm were about to attack the ferocious God Valley by force, but were stopped by the powerhouses of the 4 divine realms together. Han Fei was stunned. Isn't it said that the 3 times the divine descendants were discovered are all because of those bounties, bandits, and whatnot? Chu Hao sneered. Nonsense, that's just a distraction. How can they find the entrance that you can't even find with the vast ocean navigator? The bounty, the encroachment, and the war are just to throw the West Wilderness into chaos. While the Central Sea Divine Realm monitors the divine descendants, they are also weakening the power of the West Wilderness. They even try to reconstruct the layout of the West Wilderness. After all, the West Wilderness has been independent for too long. Too many strong masters have been born here. The Central Sea Divine Realm is prepared to finish them in one fell swoop. This is the fundamental reason why the bandit god attacked without hesitation. Han Fei rubbed his eyebrows. Doesn't that mean that the Central Sea Divine Realm is invincible? Then, in addition to the primordial tower, I can only use the void mark, right? Yulinka suddenly said. If you use the void mark, who will come? Lei Heng, 6 God, Dark Shadow, Green Lotus, Red Lotus, Zhang Shaoling, Azure Dragon. Except for Dark Shadow, who has become a god, there is no god among them. Even if they can directly advance to the god-slaying level, do they have the time? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Yue Linky. He didn't expect her to know so much about the people of the Void Temple. Yue Linky continued. Apart from them, only 3 people from the Void Temple can come. But as you know, the 3 temples are probably very busy at the moment since the Ominous has returned. Although they will indeed come if you use the Void Mark, doesn't your Void Temple value personal trials very much? More importantly, are you willing to use the Void Mark for an irrelevant race? Han Fei said solemnly. It's not irrelevant. My wife also has the bloodline of a god. If it's really necessary, I'll use the Void Mark. However, what's the situation with the Primordial Tower? From what you said, the Primordial Tower seems to be able to help us break through the net. Yue Linka said, the Primordial Tower is a supreme nature treasure from the ancient primordial era. It exists for guarding the West Wilderness. The West Wilderness can preserve the land, ruins, and secret realms of the primordial era to the greatest extent because of the Primordial Tower. A supreme nature treasure? Chapter 3267, Bandit God Takes Action, 23267, Bandit God Takes Action, 23267, Han Fei was immediately energized. The supreme nature treasures he knew so far all had extremely powerful abilities in one aspect. For example, the Distanceless Gate could ignore distance. For example, the Creation Divine Prison could suppress the gods. For example, the Chaotic Clock could seal all timelines. For example, the Concealing Divine Seal he had just heard could avoid the locking of the Vast Ocean Navigator. Although the Vast Ocean Navigator wasn't confirmed as a supreme nature treasure, its abilities were of the same level. Now, the Primordial Tower that could guard a territory appeared. Han Fei asked, what should I do? At this moment, Yue Linky said, obtaining the strongest achievement of a random trial in the Primordial Tower, you'll be recognized by it. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Doesn't the Primordial Tower belong to the Bandit God? Yue Linky said. The Primordial Tower doesn't belong to anyone. It only belongs to the West Wilderness, and its existence is only for this land. However, this doesn't mean that outsiders can't use the Primordial Tower. The Primordial Tower is known as the strongest trial ground below the God Realm. Now, the Primordial Tower has 7 trials. If you can achieve the strongest achievement in any of the trials, you can obtain the right to use the Primordial Tower once. After obtaining the right to use the Primordial Tower, even if the Primordial Divine Race is discovered, the Central Sea Divine Realm can't do anything. This is because even a god-slaying level powerhouse can't shake the protection of the Primordial Tower. Huh? Han Fei was deep in thought and was a little interested. Chu Hao said, don't be happy too early. I've been here for 300 years. In any trial, not to mention the strongest, I can't even enter the top 10. My best one is only ranked 51st. As he spoke, Chu Hao looked at Han Fei deeply, but to his surprise, he didn't see any surprise or shock on Han Fei's face. Instead, Han Fei was even a little excited. Chu Hao said, I know you've taken the Supreme Divine Technique, but what I want to tell you is that even the Bandit God, a god-slaying level powerhouse, only got first place in one trial. Which one? Dead Soul Gobi, Survival Trial. Chu Hao immediately handed over a jade slip. This is the trial contents of the Primordial Tower and some of my data for your reference. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and was a little surprised. There were 7 trials in the Primordial Tower. They were the Ominous Battlefield, the Speed Trial in the Eye of the Storm, the Primordial Giant Beast Challenge, the Competition of the Myriad Races in the Golden City, the Survival Trial in the Dead Soul Gobi, the Physique Trial in the Endless Quicksand, and the Mysterious Primordial Mystic Trial. Among them, except for the Mysterious Primordial Mystic Trial, the other 6 trials were completely equal regardless of level. You could go to these 6 trials, but the basic conditions of the trial were the Sea Establishment Realm. It didn't provide trials below the sea establishment realm. As for the challenge conditions of the mysterious primordial mystic trial, they were relatively harsh. One had to reach the strongest achievement of any of the 6 other trials to challenge it. Apart from the ominous battlefield and the primordial mystic trial, the trials given by the primordial tower were all held in the forbidden places in the West Wilderness. Among them, the only benefit was that on the ominous battlefield, every time a trial taker killed 100 ominous creatures of his same realm, he could obtain the help of the primordial tower once. When there was an accident that might make you die in the trial, the primordial tower would help you escape death. However, it was extremely difficult to kill 100 ominous creatures of one's same realm. For example, Han Fei was now in the Great Monarch realm, and he had to kill 100 world-ending level ominous creatures in exchange for the protection of the primordial tower once. For most people, this was a difficult condition to achieve. However, the only benefit of the trial in the primordial tower was that it saved him the trouble of teleportation. Since he could leave the Ferocious God Valley through the primordial tower, he could also return to the Ferocious God Valley through the primordial tower. Of course, the premise of teleportation was that you had to be within the trial range of the primordial tower. Han Fei immediately understood. No wonder they said that if you wanted to become stronger, you should go to the primordial tower. At least, the people in the primordial tower didn't have to worry that he would be robbed on the way after they gained resources. However, this was probably why there were so many strong masters in the West Wilderness. People who had been fighting the ominous since they entered the sea establishment realm had to be strong. At the entrance of the ominous battlefield of the primordial tower, there was a ranking stone tablet which recorded the situation of the top 100 of the trial. Chu Hao gave him his data for reference. Han Fei glanced at it. This guy had killed 32 world-ending level ominous creatures and 682 destruction-level ominous creatures in one day. This number was actually a lot. Being able to kill so many in one day was enough to prove Chu Hao's strength. Unfortunately, he couldn't even enter the top 100. The data of the last place on the stele was 87 world-ending level ominous creatures and 2,432 destruction-level ominous creatures. As for the first place on the stone stele, he actually knew him. The name was Li Daoyi. Wasn't this the person Chen Lingsu was waiting for? According to his data, he killed 3 doomsday-level ominous creatures, 3,200 world-ending level ominous creatures, and 20,26 destruction-level ominous creatures. Shtet, yes, when Han Fei saw this number, he couldn't help being surprised. Who is Li Daoyi? Yue Linky said. That's a figure from a long time ago. No one knows which era he was born in. Anyway, his name has been branded on the primordial tower since the moment it appeared. No one has ever surpassed him. Chapter 3268-3268. Bandit God takes action. 33268. Bandit God takes action. 33268. Did he kill all these just in one day? Chu Hao said. You are the owner of the Demon Purification Pot, so you should know the Demon Purification Pot's ability to kill ominous creatures. However, Li Daoyi's kill count is still too terrifying. It's not impossible for a great monarch to kill a god. Perhaps his cultivation method can completely subdue ominous creatures. However, world-ending level ominous creatures are also extremely intelligent. They won't charge fearlessly, so no one knows how this person did it. Han Fei suspected that Li Daoyi might have once owned the Demon Purification Pot. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain how he could kill so many ominous creatures in a day. However, Han Fei continued to read and found that the 5th person had killed more than 200,000 destruction-level ominous creatures, and these people had all killed a doomsday-level ominous creature. Are these all the former owners of the Demon Purification Pot? Looking further down, Han Fei saw Yue Linky's name in 6th place. Her data was 1 doomsday-level ominous creature, 800 world-ending level ominous creatures, and 20,882 destruction-level ominous creatures. Han Fei couldn't help looking at Yue Linka. Although this data was naturally incomparable to the top 5, the 2 people in front of him had really killed a doomsday-level ominous creature that was comparable to a god. More importantly, she didn't have the Demon Purification Pot. Yue Linky said calmly, "Don't be surprised. That's because you don't know where the primordial tower sent you. There, you have endless ominous creatures to kill, as if you can never kill them all. With the Demon Purification Pot, you can only kill more than me." Han Fei said, "But I can't kill doomsday-level ominous creatures now." Chu Hao smiled and said, "How long have you been cultivating? And you already want to kill an ominous creature at the level of a god?" Han Fei curled his lips and then saw Lei Heng's name on the 7th list. His data was 1 doomsday-level ominous creature, 728 world-ending level ominous creatures, and 19,009 ominous creatures. He retracted his mind. He probably could only try it when he became a peak-level great monarch. But even if he was a peak-level great monarch, he wasn't sure if he could enter the top 5. This was because the Demon Purification Pot was not complete yet. It only had more than 50,000 kills in one go. Even if he mastered the Law of Life, he couldn't guarantee that he could reach the top 5. Besides, even if he made it to the top 5, so what? Li Daoyi had killed 3 doomsday-level ominous creatures. If he wanted to surpass this guy, he had to kill at least 3 doomsday-level ominous creatures. Han Fei thought that he should skip this first. Then he looked at the other trials, but among the 7 trials, only the one in the Golden City had a ranking. The other 5 trials didn't have a ranking stone steel, only the name of the strongest. He didn't know any of these records. Li Daoyi seemed to have only set an almost unbreakable record on the ominous battlefield. As for Chu Hao, he was ranked 51st in the competition of the myriad races in the Golden City. Although Han Fei had never experienced it, the trial was definitely not simple. When Han Fei glanced at the information, Chu Hao said, "As you can see, it's useless to be hasty now. Your physique is very strong. You can try the physique trial of the infinite quicksand." Han Fei looked at the record holder of the infinite quicksand. It was a guy named Zhan Shen. He couldn't help but ask, "Who is this Zhan Shen?" Yuelinki said. "You didn't guess wrong. The god of war of the wild ancient race is surnamed Zhan." Han Fei immediately shook his head. "Forget it. I think I have to cultivate again." Chu Hao and Yuelinki were helpless. This couldn't be helped. Although they knew that it was difficult to obtain the strongest result in one of the trials, they had no choice. But they didn't know that Han Fei said that he still had to cultivate not because he was afraid, but because he really still had to cultivate. Han Fei didn't think he was weaker than these people. For example, he didn't agree with the way the God of War fused with his origin star. Besides, the God of War wasn't qualified to cultivate the God Fiend body, so if he really reached the peak of the Great Monarch realm, he didn't believe that he would be weaker than the God of War. Han Fei didn't think it was difficult to break the record of the God of War. However, he had just entered the Great Monarch realm. If he competed with the God of War now, he would only be asking for trouble. Han Fei looked at Yue Linke. "Senior Yue, can I borrow this place to cultivate for the time being?" Yue Linke? "Okay, but don't miss the gathering of the Void Temple." Chu Hao asked, "How long are you going to cultivate?" Han Fei said, "It depends. There are 7 trials and 7 records. I don't believe I can't break any of them." Chu Hao said, "I just want to remind you that Zhang Xuanyu, Loren Kuang, and the others are in the trial. They've been waiting for you in the ferocious God Valley for almost 300 years. How many of them?" Han Fei's face suddenly changed slightly. If the entire West Wilderness was watched by god-slaying level powerhouses, would something happen to Xia Xiaoshan and the others because of him? After all, Xia Xiaoshan was a descendant of a god. If there was a chance, the Central Sea Divine Realm probably wouldn't let her go. Chu Hao said, 3. Zhang Xuanyu and Loren Kuang were sent over by Zhan Nanye. Like me, Xia Xiaoshan was personally brought back by Boss Ye. Otherwise, she might have fallen into Zhang Buyi's hands. Fuck. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He had to kill Zhang Buyi. In order to target him, this guy would use any means now. Han Fei took out a fishing pole without hesitation and threw it into the Time River. In the next moment, he fished out Zhang Buyi's immortal level clone. Chapter 3269, 3269, Bandit God takes action, 43269, Bandit God takes action, 43269, Bandit God takes action, 43. Then, the void lines attached to the clone. Unfortunately, some of his memories of this identity had been severed, and he couldn't find any information about Zhang Buyi's original body from these memories. But Han Fei still didn't give up. In his eyes, the law of time was activated. He tried to trace back time from this clone. But in the next moment he found that time was messed up and couldn't be crossed at all. Seeing that the law of time didn't work, Han Fei didn't stop probing but took out the vast ocean navigator, although Yue Linke and the others said that Zhang Buyi had the concealing divine seal. However, he had to try. Sure enough, the vast ocean navigator didn't turn. Han Fei asked again, "Where is Zhang Buyi's clone in the ferocious God Valley?" The vast ocean navigator still didn't turn. Chu Hao said, "There's no need to try. Since he dares to appear here, he must be completely prepared." Han Fei sneered. "As long as someone has existed, there must be traces." Then Han Fei activated the law of life and inserted a hand into the clone's body. In the next moment, his consciousness saw the phantom of a flowing river of life in a branch of the river of life. Since it was Zhang Buyi's clone, it shared the river of life with his original body. Sure enough, Han Fei found the tributary of this river of life and then saw a rock dragon lying on the ground. Swish! Han Fei's figure instantly disappeared from the tavern. Yue Linke and Chu Hao's expressions changed slightly as they followed him out. The moment Han Fei found the river of life, at the entrance of the ferocious God Valley, a rock dragon suddenly burst out and quickly rushed out of the ferocious God Valley. "Hey you, stop!" In a flash, Han Fei had arrived. This time, Han Fei had no intention of hiding his strength at all. He slashed out with all his strength with the Blood Sky Blade, and outside the ferocious God Valley, countless rule chains extended from the void and grabbed at Zhang Buyi, who had already turned into a human. As for Zhang Buyi, his face sank for the first time. He had that supreme nature treasure. Why was he still discovered? At that moment, Zhang Buyi finally showed his true strength. He was a peak-level great monarch and was even faster than Han Fei. The life chains had no time to stop him. As Zhang Buyi pushed back, the phantom of a god appeared and pressed at Han Fei with one palm. However, Yue Linke's reaction was even faster. She slashed out, and the laws here all stopped, as if a boundless ravine bloomed between the heavens and earth. Yue Linky blocked the blow of the god, and a divine shadow also appeared behind Chu Hao. An arrow shot out and the sea of sand collapsed. However, a mysterious seal appeared on Zhang Buyi's body, protecting him like a rune bell shadow. Clang! After a heavy blow, Zhang Buyi suddenly spat out a mouthful of essence blood, and the rune bell shadow almost dissipated. Clang! 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 At this moment, Han Fei's full strength slash finally arrived because Chu Hao blocked Zhang Buyi for a moment. This knife contained the time arcane technique, so when it hit, it slashed twice in a row, but it only shattered the rune bell shadow that was about to shatter. Han Fei knew that with his current strength he probably couldn't kill Zhang Buyi. However, the law enforcement divine chain had already jumped out, ignoring all seals. As long as Zhang Buyi was caught, he wouldn't be able to escape. But at that moment, the space seemed to stop, and a divine light appeared. A figure stood in front of Zhang Buyi and casually waved his hand, sending the law enforcement divine chain flying. With a cold snort, Yue Linky, Chu Hao, and Han Fei all grunted and vomited essence blood. Yue Linka and Chu Hao were naturally stronger than the current Han Fei, but even so, the two of them still seemed to be seriously injured. As for Han Fei, he was directly forced to use the great Tao of life replacement. How awe-inspiring of the chaotic divine race to show up in my ferocious god valley. Suddenly, a voice sounded. The environment suddenly changed, as if there was only an endless sea of sand left. The entire sky turned into a fist mark that blasted at the figure in front of Zhang Buyi. Bandit god, how long can you protect them? The man raised his hand and raised a palm. With a bang, billowing ripples swept in all directions. The man seemed to be holding up the entire sky with one hand. The bandit god scoffed. It's none of your business. You can try attacking again. As the power of the bandit god suddenly shook, the divine fist that was like the world suddenly pressed down, and there was only boundless rolling quicksand left in this sea of sand. By the time Han Fei and the others came back to their senses, they had already returned to the city of Ferocious God Valley. In the ears of Han Fei and the other two, the voice of the bandit god sounded, "It's fine if he ran away. You can solve this person yourself in the future." Yu Linky said, "Thank you, bandit god. Don't thank me. I'll beat up anyone from the Central Sea Divine Realm." Chapter 3270, Killing a Great Monarch with 1/13270, Killing a Great Monarch with 1/1. Many people didn't expect a sudden battle outside the Ferocious God Valley. Except for the Great Monarchs, the others only felt the terrifying killing intent outside the Ferocious God Valley. When they all looked out, the bandit god had already taken action. Outside the Ferocious God Valley, it was dark and they couldn't see anything. The bandit god has taken action? Who is it? Who is worth the bandit god taking action personally? What a terrifying power. I felt like I was suffocated just now. Look, who are the three people at the door? Huh? Isn't that Yue Linka, the boss of the tavern who was waiting for someone? Did she participate in the battle just now? Huh? That young man looks familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Isn't that Wang Han who caused havoc in the South Sea? Oh no, is it Han Fei who caused havoc in the South Sea? He pretended to be a strong master of our West Wilderness. His portrait has long spread throughout the West Wilderness. Ah, isn't he only at the immortal level? But how can an immortal level cultivator cause that commotion just now? The guardian of the divine prison. How can you and I be qualified to judge such an abnormal powerhouse? At this moment, the great monarchs who saw this battle were all shocked. The others only knew that the bandit god had taken action, but they had personally seen how Han Fei and the other two took action. Not to mention that Yue Linky blocked the projection of a god alone and Chu Hao used the projection of a god. Just the ultimate explosive power of Han Fei's alone chilled many great monarchs. Was he serious? It was said that the human emperor rose rapidly, but wasn't this growth speed too fast? On the other side, in the Rock Dragon auction house, Long Yan was lying on a comfortable recliner drinking spiritual fruit wine. Suddenly, a rumbling sound spread throughout the entire Ferocious God Valley. What's wrong? She was about to go out to take a look, but then she remembered that her identity was sensitive now. She had been serving as the human emperor's guide and hanging around in the Ferocious God Valley for several days. Once someone noticed her, they would definitely catch her for questioning. At this moment, the only thing she had to do was to disappear. No matter what happened outside, she just wouldn't go out. Long Yan thought that she had obtained a total of 200 refined stars anyway. When her teacher's auction house opened next month, she would get another share, which was enough for her to cultivate for 100 years. In 100 years, who would remember that she had once taken the human emperor to tour the Ferocious God Valley? However, at this moment, Li Yan rushed in from outside in shock. "Teacher, what's going on outside? Who is so bold as to fight in the Ferocious God Valley?" However, Li Yan was sweating profusely and said nervously, "Little ancestor, we're doomed this time." Long Yan was dumbfounded. "Teacher, what happened?" Li Yan said. "The Ferocious God Valley is only this big. Don't you know how fast the news spreads? Tianqing is fake, right?" Long Yan nodded. They had just taken the rock dragon to the tavern, waiting for someone. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden from the eyes and ears of some people. However, had it been known so quickly? Li Yan asked. "Is that person human emperor?" Long Yan was stunned. "Teacher, how did you know?" I didn't say anything, Li Yan said. Do I need you to tell me? Human Emperor Han Fei, Boss Yue from the tavern waiting for someone, and another peak-level Great Monarch were fighting some strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm outside the ferocious God Valley. The projections of gods kept popping up. In the end, the Central Sea Divine Realm sent out a god-level powerhouse, and the bandit god was forced to fight personally. We're doomed. We won't be able to leave the ferocious God Valley for the rest of our lives. Slurpa Longyan was dumbfounded. Bandit god took action? That's right, I didn't even dare to look. It's too terrifying. That terrifying power, even a ripple can kill me. Even so, it's not that we can't leave the ferocious God Valley for the rest of our lives, right? Li Yan said. You don't know this, but human Emperor Han Fei is related to the primordial divine race. As long as the primordial divine race doesn't decline, the Central Sea Divine Realm won't stop. Everyone related to Han Fei will be targeted by someone. Perhaps the gods don't have the time to keep an eye on us, but there might be others who suspect that we are colluding with Han Fei. In fact, Han Fei has indeed sold a lot of things to me. There are still a lot of spiritual treasures that we haven't sold yet. If we release them all, someone will definitely suspect us. Slurper Longyan blinked and said, Teacher, in fact, I think you don't have to worry too much. Didn't you just say that the bandit god has taken action? Think about it, the entire West Wilderness is protected by the bandit god. Even the bandit god wants to help human Emperor Han Fei, which shows that we should help him. In my opinion, since we can't get out for the time being, let's make a name for ourselves and earn more refined stars. The battle between the West Wilderness and the Central Sea Divine Realm will end eventually. Let's just treat it as cultivation in seclusion. Alas, that does make sense. That's all we can do for now. At the gate of the ferocious God Valley, Han Fei's eyes were slightly cold. Is this the power of a god-slaying level powerhouse? Yelinki said. That is just a tip of the iceberg. The bandit god only briefly clashed with that person, so it's nothing. However, you can actually crack the concealing divine seal. Han Fei frowned slightly. He wasn't sure if the supreme nature treasure wasn't powerful enough or if the law of life contained too comprehensive a law. Han Fei said, I can't be sure if there's something wrong with his concealing divine seal or if my law happens to be able to restrain the ability of the concealing divine seal. However, this is a good thing. Chapter 3271, Killing a Great Monarch with 1/23271, Killing a Great Monarch with 1/2 on the other side. Zhang Buyi wasn't that shocked and panicked, he just frowned slightly. The god-slaying level powerhouse who attacked just now said, How do you feel after fighting this guy several times? Zhang Buyi thought for a moment. He's a little reckless, but he's too lucky and grows too fast. He seems to have mastered the law of life. Oh, why do you say that? Zhang Buyi said. I sensed that someone was peeping at my river of life, so I left the ferocious God Valley immediately. You know what happened later. In this era, can anyone still master the law of life? Even if they do, how can this law break the concealing divine seal? The god-slaying level powerhouse was silent for a moment and said indifferently, A supreme nature treasure is not absolutely invincible. Every supreme nature treasure has its own characteristics. Perhaps this law of life happens to be the flaw of the concealing divine seal. Okay, since there are some things that can't be obtained with wisdom, forget it. The person who obtains the demon purification pot seems to be invincible, but in history, no one has had a good ending. Zhang Buyi narrowed his eyes slightly. He won't get what I can't get. Patriarch, I want to give the last demon purification vine to the eternal race. After a few seconds, the god-slaying level powerhouse said indifferently, Only if the eternal race dares to take it. The corners of Zhang Buyi's mouth curled up. They will take it. Even if they don't, now that the path of reincarnation has appeared again, the strong masters of the three temples and the Sea of Stars won't let them off in the future. Therefore, it would be a waste if they don't take this demon purification vine. Although no owner of the demon purification pot has had a good ending after all, someone still wants to have a try. Up to you. Han Fei didn't know that Zhang Buyi had a new plan. He was a little puzzled at this moment. Was he not strong enough? The three of them joined forces but failed to take down Zhang Buyi. At this moment, his identity had been exposed. With such a huge uproar, even if there were still strong masters from the Central Sea Divine Realm hiding in the ferocious God Valley before, most of them would have run away by now. After all, as long as these people knew of the existence of the vast ocean navigator, they would definitely be afraid. At this moment, countless people looked at him. Han Fei was not a monkey and was not interested in being watched. The three of them disappeared with a swish and returned to the tavern. In the Sea of Stars outside Han Fei's origin star, Hong Yue, who was summoned by Han Fei, hurriedly exclaimed, Master Human Emperor, you finally appeared. Han Fei said, You make it sound like I've been away for a long time. Hong Yue said, Maybe I'm used to it. Every time you leave, hundreds of years pass. It feels like a long time, Han Fei said. Okay, I called you here because I have a few things for you to do. Hong Yu immediately looked solemn. Han Fei had disappeared for 300 years and suddenly appeared to say that he had something for him to do. It was definitely not a small matter. Han Fei said, the first thing is that when you go back later, go to xuanhuan immediately and ask him to take you or Uncle Xuan to the hidden monarch city in person. Find a person named Bai Zhe and tell him to protect the human race before the conflict between primordial divine race and the central sea divine realm is over. Tell him that if the divine descendants win, the human race will prosper. The second thing is to tell Han Song to go to the East Sword Pavilion in person to find Li Tiangan and invite him to visit the human race. He can do anything, take in disciples, pass by, eat, or visit, anyway, as long as he goes there. The third thing is to ask the people of the Divine Capital Dynasty to deliver my message to Great Monarch East Marshal. The fourth thing is to try every possible means to make the human race give birth to as many children as possible. Tell the entire human race that in the next 100 years, countless genius-talented children will be born. Han Fei said several things in one breath, and Hung Yue was highly nervous, fearing that he would miss a word. However, the matter of having more children had already begun when the human race took root in the infinite mining area. It seemed that the human emperor still didn't think it was enough. After saying these things, Han Fei said, by the way, old Hong, how is Yi Yi now? Hong Yue immediately said, Miss Yi Yi has already grown up. Her personality, Han Fei's face changed slightly. Don't tell me that her personality is like Yixian's. Hong Yue shook his head quickly. Of course not. Miss Yi's personality is still like yours, Master Human Emperor. She's very lively. Like me? Lively? What does it mean? Hong Yue thought to himself. Don't you know what it means? Hong Yue said. As for Miss Yi's strength, she could already fight peak-level sea establishers when she was only a peak-level venerable. She finally broke through to the sea establishment realm 3 years ago. Han Fei said, nonsense. No matter how strong a peak-level venerable is, there is a limit. Don't fool me, Hong Yue said. I'm really not lying to you. Miss Yi's talent is too shocking. She masters many great Daos, combat skills, and even mastered divine techniques in advance. However, I don't know if I should say this. Just say it. Don't hem and haw, Hong Yue asked. Master Human Emperor, isn't the seal you set for Miss Yi too difficult? As a result, when Miss Yi transcended the tribulation, the heavenly tribulations were all purple-black, which frightened us. Fortunately, she had your avatar and Senior CA's protection. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to imagine what would happen. Han Fei frowned slightly. It doesn't matter. Being able to break the barrier I set up means that she's strong enough to transcend the tribulation. By the way, who does she look like? Hong Yue said. Of course more like Miss Xiao Chan. Han Fei was lost for words. Not like me at all? Hong Yue glanced at Han Fei. If she looks like you, that's not good. Chapter 3272, Killing a Great Monarch with 1/3, 3272, Killing a Great Monarch with 1/3. Han Fei's face immediately darkened. Why? Do you think I'm not as handsome as Zhang Xuanyu? Hong Yu didn't speak, but judging from her attitude, he probably tacitly agreed. He changed the topic and said, Master Human Emperor, do you want to see Ms. Yi Yi? Although she doesn't say it, she really wants to see her parents. Han Fei was silent for a moment. He's gone. I don't want to see her like this. Tell her that her father and mother will appear in front of her in the most grand way. But not now. Hong Yue sighed inwardly. Okay, I'll tell her. After a pause, Han Fei took out a red hairband and handed it to Hong Yue. Tell her that her mother gave this to her. No matter what method you use, it must be tied to her head. Hong Yue immediately became serious, thinking to himself, is it already so dangerous? In a place like the infinite mining area, Master Human Emperor still had to personally deliver a life-saving item to Miss Yi Yi. Hong Yu immediately said, I won't let you down, Master Human Emperor. 1 month later, Han Fei frowned. Although the time chain had been upgraded to 1024 times the time flow, the consumption was still far beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that the consumption of resources this time was 200 times more than last time. A total of 130,000 refined stars were consumed because of the upgrading of the time chain. This made Han Fei feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he didn't try to upgrade the time chain before. Otherwise, he would have been squeezed dry. However, he was also a little distressed at this moment. This was only the 8th vine. If the 9th vine returned, would he still dare to upgrade the time chain? After more than a month, the time chain finally upgraded, and Han Fei finally continued to cultivate in seclusion. Until the issue of the Central Sea Divine Realm was resolved, he would not find inner peace. Now, he had to continue to cultivate in seclusion. If he wanted to break the strongest record of the Primordial Tower, he wasn't qualified yet. At this moment, in a certain mine in the infinite mining area, a girl in green had a delicate face, which was a little round, and there was a hint of melancholy in her bright eyes. She held a long knife in her hand and had a red ribbon on her head. Opposite her was a mine demon stone man at the peak of the sea establishment realm. At this moment, he was waving his fists and smashing at the girl. The girl held the knife high above her head. Bang! A dull bang suddenly sounded here, and billowing airwaves swept nearly 1,000 kilometers around. However, the girl stood where she was without moving at all. She just raised her hand gently and spun the long knife in her hand. With this slight turn, the mine demon stone man lost his balance and leaned forward. At this moment, the girl raised her leg and kicked out in the air. Bang! The huge mine demon stone man was kicked away like a round stone ball. He smashed 6 mountains in a row like a meteor and finally left a long ravine on the ground. The Mind Demon Stone Man struggled for a long time before getting up. He roared, clenched his fists, and sprinted at the girl as fast as he could. He seemed to be very angry. How could he be sent flying by such a small thing? As for the girl, she looked calm. She raised her hand and took a deep breath. Spiritual energy surged behind her like a tide, and the blood and chi in her body couldn't dissipate. She also clenched a fist and smashed it at the Mind Demon Stone Man. Bang! The ripples exploded in all directions, and gravel flew all over the sky. This Mind Demon at the peak of the Sea Establishment realm was actually blown up by this girl with a bare hand. And this girl's strength was only in the early Sea Establishment realm. Yi, you sneaked out again. Even my mother told you not to go out recently. It's not peaceful. Don't you know my mother's personality? If even she is careful, you have to be even more careful. This girl was naturally Han Chanye, Han Fei's biological daughter. Han Chanye curled her lips and then grimaced. Sister Pan, there you are. Zhang Pan looked at the minerals all over the ground and shook her head slightly. If you have the time, don't waste it on this. Go find Patriarch Xie. You can fight him. Han Chanye curled her lips. I'm not going. He throws out clones to fight me every time. It's very tiring. Zhang Pan giggled. You know tired? Okay, stop sulking. Go back. Han Chanye was reluctantly dragged by Zhang Pan and mumbled, I'm not sulking, but he's already out to see Uncle Hong Yue. Why doesn't he want to see me? He just gave me a broken hairband. I heard from the grandpa president that he stole my mother's heart with a hairband back then, and now he wants to use this trick on me too. Zhang Pan rolled her eyes. Be content. At least your father gave you something and still has an avatar here. Look at my father. I've never seen him and he doesn't leave an avatar behind. I don't even know where he is or if he is meddling with some sluts outside. He abandoned my poor mother and me in the infinite mining area but is enjoying himself. Han Chanye hurriedly said, Don't worry, my father must be watching him. Zhang Pan snorted. However, Uncle Human Emperor didn't see you probably because he was afraid that seeing you would stir up emotional attachments. Grandpa President said that they are actually very lazy. If it weren't for the fact that they really couldn't come back, they would have come back long ago. Humph, Han Chanye didn't speak, but she tacitly agreed. Just as she was about to follow Zhang Pan back, suddenly, mist appeared around her, and vines and demon plants covered her feet. Chapter 3273, Killing a Great Monarch with 1/4, 3273. Killing a Great Monarch with 1/4, Zhang Pan's expression changed drastically. Not good, a trapping array. Han Chanye drew her broadsword in an instant. The dazzling broadsword beam passed through the vines, but it couldn't even shake a blade of grass. Divine Demon Forest? Zhang Pan and Han Chanye looked at each other. If it was a human manipulator, they were too familiar with them. Their plants would not appear by such a large area like now, but would have needed manipulation. Tisk, you're only in the early Sea Establishment realm, but you've already had such combat power? Han Fei's daughter is indeed extraordinary. A man in a purple robe walked out of the smoke. The suppressing pressure released by him made Zhang Pan and Han Chanye unable to move. Zhang Pan said, How dare you? This is the territory of our human race. In the middle is the free city of our human race. In the south is the lineage of ferocious beasts. In the west is the hidden monarch city, and in the north is the half-god, Grandpa Xie Wuqian. How dare you attack us here? Do you want to die? The purple-robed man chuckled. That's why I spent so much time setting up a trap here before I took action today. Little girl, you don't know anything. There's no such realm in this world as half-god. He is just a great monarch, isn't it? He glanced at Han Chanye and Zhang Pan. He didn't intend to waste time. He had to hide well to avoid the heavily guarded infinite mining area. This person grabbed at the two of them with one hand and materialized his origin star world, trying to take them in. However, at the moment he attacked, a soaring chi and blood instantly tore through the layers of seals here. The tie that tied Han Chanye's hair fell off voluntarily and straightened. All the laws here were instantly extracted and turned into a powerful slash. How is it possible? How can a mere nature spiritual treasure control all laws here? Bang! An extremely dazzling knife light crushed the entire mining area, and the endless vines here were instantly reduced to powder. As for the great monarch on the opposite side, the countless array barriers around the ruins were all shattered. In the end, he was crushed by this knife light and his body disintegrated. However, his soul managed to hold on with a mirror. Han Chanye and Zhang Pan were so dazzled by the brilliance of the ultimate slash that they burst into tears and couldn't look straight at it. When they could see clearly, they saw a majestic figure tens of thousands of feet tall standing in front of them. You are not from the Divine Demon Forest, but you can pretend to be from the Divine Demon Forest, heaven-hidden divine race. I will go to the Central Sea Divine Realm to find you. The great monarch was shocked. He had planned for a long time to get this opportunity, but in the end, he couldn't even resist the power of the human emperor's single slash. Was the human emperor so powerful? However, there was no time for him to think. He had to escape immediately and pretend to be someone else to avoid this disaster. However, just as he tried to escape, a sharp claw pierced through the wisp of soul. The body of a big crab appeared in the void. Xuanhuan chuckled. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Who knew that you would lie low for hundreds of years and only take action now? Swish, 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 one figure after another quickly came over. Han Chanyi, on the other hand, was staring at the magnificent figure standing in front of her. Han Fei's spiritual will turned around and their eyes met. However, Han Fei's spiritual will was only enough to launch this blow. At this moment, it had faded away and disappeared from the world, turning into a red ribbon again. Swish, Han Song appeared and held the red belt. A large amount of soul power poured into the belt. Yes, Han Song was equivalent to his original body. Although it was not as strong as his original body, it could replenish the power of the straps. He came to Han Chanyi and naturally stroked her hair. Did you see that? These people from the Central Sea Divine Realm are really vicious. Don't run around alone in the future. They dared to attack because you didn't come back. Han Song smiled and said, What are you talking about? Haven't I always been like this? It's different, Han Chanyi said stubbornly, but she was staring at the scene in front of her. The mineral veins within tens of thousands of kilometers were flattened, and a huge abyss appeared hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, in which knife chi swept across. Han Xuan, who had just arrived, looked awful. Are those people from the Central Sea Divine Realm already so unscrupulous? Xie Wuquan clicked his tongue. What a pity. Han Fei, you destroyed his body. Otherwise, we might have been able to have a full meal. Han Song said, Senior Xie, when I come back in the future, you can eat as much as you want. You can choose whatever variety you want. Then, Han Song sprinkled many seeds around the abyss and they began to grow. Uncle Xuan, this place can only be sealed as a forbidden area. Han Xuan nodded slightly and then looked at Han Chanyi and Zhang Panpan. Yi, in a few days, the first sword god, Li Tiangan, will visit the free city. He said that he could take in a few disciples. Are you interested? That's a real god, even stronger than your father. Han Chanyi curled her lips slightly. Let's see. Chapter 3274 Guardian Sea of the Primordial Tower 13274 Guardian Sea of the Primordial Tower 1 year later. On Han Fei's origin star, a large number of refined stars turned into dead stars, and infinite energy was absorbed into the ground veins of his origin star. To Han Fei's surprise, it was not easy to fuse the eternal darkness spiritual heritage with the ground veins. In 1,000 years, only half of it was completed. 2 years passed. Han Fei spent a total of 90,000 refined stars and nearly 30,000 energy crystals to fuse the eternal darkness spiritual heritage with the ground veins. However, as soon as the two spiritual heritages fused, Han Fei discovered that his origin star didn't seem to be able to withstand the flow of the two spiritual heritages. This was just like how the body couldn't carry a powerful and extraordinary spiritual heritage. Although Han Fei's origin star had been strengthened countless times, from the mystic yellow soil to the chaotic spiritual soil, it was still not enough. Having no choice, Han Fei could only continue to cultivate in seclusion. It had taken Han Fei nearly 2,000 years to fuse with the ground veins alone. Now, Han Fei wasn't sure if he had enough resources to fuse with the entire origin star. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 50 years. When Han Fei woke up from his cultivation, 50 years had passed in the outside world, but 50,000 years had passed in his origin star. And this was not that he took the initiative to stop cultivating, but that his resources were used up. Yes, a total of 770,000 refined stars. Apart from the 130,000 that upgraded the time chain, a total of 640,000 refined stars were swallowed by him. Han Fei didn't even dare to imagine this number. He finally understood why the god of war was so short of resources. How could he not be short of resources? A great monarch could only provide 100,000 refined stars of this quality. This swallowing was equivalent to swallowing 6 great monarchs. It turned out that the path of the supreme divine technique was different from the path of ordinary great monarchs. One set up the refined stars outside his origin star, and the other swallowed the refined stars. No wonder the supreme divine technique was also called the star-devouring divine technique. It turned out to mean this. It was laughable that he had always thought that the star-devouring divine technique was to shatter stars and make them surround his origin star to strengthen his star core. Now, he finally understood. But more importantly, after consuming so many refined stars, Han Fei found that the degree of fusion of his origin stars was less than 1/5, and he had fused only 1,000 laws. This meant that if he wanted to reach the peak of the Great Monarch realm, he still needed countless resources. However, the only good news was that although his origin star hadn't completely fused with him, it could already withstand the flow of the ground veins. Han Fei knew that he had to go out to make money. He couldn't help but look at his information. Owner, Han Fei level, 119D, Great Monarch. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 3D01st Immortal Chi, 13,602 Soul, 59,842 Origin Strength, 59,842 Star Powers, First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Sky Swallowing Fish, Level 118, Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow, Level 116. Main art, Godfiend Body. Seeing this data, the corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He was sure again that the basic combat power of the God of War definitely exceeded the 100,000 level. He had only fused with the second spiritual heritage and 1/5 of his origin star, but he had already surpassed the level of an ordinary peak-level Great Monarch. If he had enough resources, he would probably be able to reach the level of a peak-level Extreme Dao Great Monarch in another 100 years. The problem was that his star core hadn't been fused yet. However, Han Fei seemed to have neglected one thing, which was that the God of War didn't have a second spiritual heritage. Buzz. Han Fei appeared in the tavern waiting for someone. He glanced around and found Chu Hao sitting on a chair reading a book with a pot of tea in front of him. There were 2 tables of guests around. They were attracted by Han Fei's sudden appearance and seemed to know who he was. They couldn't help but look at him curiously for a while. Yue Linky looked up at Han Fei with a dark expression. You missed the gatherings several times. Han Fei scratched his head awkwardly and said, Senior, I was cultivating in seclusion, and I couldn't stop halfway. Humph. Next time you must participate in the gathering. Han Fei quickly nodded. Of course, I won't miss it next time. Then, Han Fei came to sit opposite Chu Hao. Why are you still here? Chu Hao said calmly. If not here, where can I be? From what I know of you, you've been in seclusion for a long time this time. Han Fei sighed in his heart. Then he thought of something and said in a low voice, Well, how about lending me some refined stars? Chu Hao couldn't help but look up at Han Fei. You want to borrow from me? Don't you know how many refined stars you have? Han Fei simply said, I've used them up. Cough. Cougher. Chu Hao immediately stood up and looked at Han Fei in shock. What? Han Fei frowned. They're really used up. Chu Hao was speechless. Are you kidding me? Han Fei said. Now that things have come to this point, I have nothing to hide. The supreme divine technique I practice requires too many resources. Chu Hao was silent for a moment. I used to rely on you for resources. After I came to the West Wilderness, I came straight to the ferocious God Valley before I had the time to get resources. How many refined stars do you think I have? Han Fei asked. What about energy crystals? Chu Hao raised his eyebrows. It's not cheap to stay in the tavern. I've been here for more than 300 years, and I'm about to spend all my money. If you're not in a hurry, I'll go to the Primordial Tower to get some resources for you, okay? Chapter 3275, Guardian Sea of the Primordial Tower, 3275, Guardian Sea of the Primordial Tower, 2. Han Fei looked at Chu Hao speechlessly and said leisurely, I'm afraid you are the poorest great monarch I've ever seen. Chu Hao said, to be honest, if you want resources, you have to go to the Primordial Tower early. Of course I'll go. After speaking to Chu Hao, Han Fei got up, walked to the counter, and came to Yuelinka. Well, sister-in-law, wait, Yuelinka interrupted Han Fei. What did you call me, sister-in-law? Yuelinka put on a rare smile. Speak, what's the matter? Han Fei said. Sister-in-law, I'm short of money. Can I borrow some refined stars from you? I promise I'll pay you back double in the future. Yuelinka asked, how much do you want? Han Fei was immediately refreshed. It seemed that he had to find the right person to rely on. He said, lend me $1 million first. Fuck off. Han Fei, Yuelinka rolled her eyes. Where can I steal 1 million refined stars for you with such a small tavern? Han Fei asked. Sister-in-law, your shop has been open for hundreds of thousands of years, right? Yuelinka sneered. Then, do you know how many people I've raised over the past hundreds of thousands of years? It's inconvenient for many people in my race to appear, let alone come out. Every time I give them resources from my origin star. I can't make ends meet. I've only saved for more than 300 years. How much money do you think I have? Han Fei asked. Well, sister-in-law, didn't you catch some captives to sell? Yuelinka looked at Han Fei deeply. Do you think I can walk out of the ferocious God Valley? Sorry to disturb you. Han Fei was disappointed. It wasn't easy for everyone these days. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. Sister-in-law, do you think I can leave the ferocious God Valley now? The god-slaying level powerhouses from the Central Sea Divine Realm won't dare to touch me, right? Yuelinka asked. You want to catch captives? Han Fei nodded quickly. What could make money faster than catching captives? Killing the ominous in the Primordial Tower? That was possible, but he mainly thought the resource form of energy crystals was too monotonous. Yuelinka said, that's fine, but I'm afraid your void mark will be forced out. But it's not bad. Why don't you ask the strong masters of the Void Temple to help you? If you solve the bloodline problem of the divine descendants, I can mobilize the strong masters of the entire primordial divine race to help you make money. At that time, we can get you as many resources as you want. Forget it. I'll think about it. Han Fei thought to himself, how long will it take? Once the problem of your divine bloodline is resolved, there will definitely be a large number of strong masters who want to transcend the godly divine tribulation. Then, how can there be resources for me? By the time they get resources for me, it would probably be thousands or even 800 years later. Han Fei asked, Sister-in-law, do you think I can borrow resources from the bandit god? Yuelinka smiled. Although the bandit god has been attacking frequently recently, ask how many people in the ferocious God Valley have seen the bandit god. Everyone knows that the bandit god is here, but they don't know where the bandit god is. Why don't you go to the street and call for him? Forget it, Han Fei asked. What about fighting in the arena? Yuelinka asked. Who will fight you? Besides, how can there be so many great monarch-level battles in the arena? Han Fei asked. Then I can only enter the primordial tower to take the trials, Yue Linky said. To be precise, among the 7 trials of the primordial tower, only the most profitable one is the ominous battlefield. On the ominous battlefield you'll be sent to by the primordial tower, you can not only earn energy crystals, but also refined stars. Of course, you can also enter other trial fields of the primordial tower to see if you can catch some captives. However, under normal circumstances, people who are not from the West Wilderness won't enter the trial fields of the primordial tower. Once they enter, they may face the siege of all the strong masters from the West Wilderness. It's no different from courting death. However, there are some conceited people or some spies from the Central Sea Divine Realm who might sneak in. Han Fei said, then I'd better go to the ominous battlefield first. If he wanted to break the trial records, he had to have strength. If he wanted strength, he had to have resources. Fortunately, he still had time. Since even Yue Linky and the others were not in a hurry, he didn't need to be in a hurry either. In the end, Han Fei turned around and asked Chu Hao at the table. Did they come out when I was cultivating in seclusion? Chu Hao said. They often came out, but you were not around. There are only a few trials in the primordial tower. You'll have to encounter them sooner or later. Han Fei nodded. Okay, then it's time for me to challenge the tower, in front of the primordial tower. Han Fei didn't expect to set a new record all at once. They were all the strongest records left behind in the endless years. Although his strength had improved greatly again, he was still inferior to those people. In front of the tower, Han Fei's arrival attracted the attention of many people. Every day, many strong masters came and went in the primordial tower, but there were almost no great monarchs entering or leaving. Therefore, the appearance of a great monarch could still cause a commotion. Look, that's human Emperor Han Fei. Ah, it's really him. Has he finally come to challenge the tower? Definitely. A powerhouse of this level shouldn't be interested in resources. Otherwise, why would he cultivate in seclusion for 50 years? His cultivation time is too short. I heard that he hasn't been a great monarch for long. No matter how long it takes, he can already capture great monarchs. I wonder which trial he is going to pass. Shall we follow them? That's exactly my plan. Let's go together. Chapter 3276 Guardian Sea of the Primordial Tower 3276 Guardian Sea of the Primordial Tower 3276 Guardian Sea of the Primordial Tower spread like wildfire. At this moment, Han Fei was looking around the interior of the Primordial Tower. There was nothing special here. This was just a teleportation door, and its level didn't seem high. However, the teleportation door revealed some power of laws, which was very strong. The 6 portals were in 6 directions, and a trial door was closed. This should be the ultimate secret of the Primordial Tower. Among the 6 doors, only the 2 doors of the ominous battlefield and the Golden City had people entering and leaving. In front of these 2 doors, there was a stone stele with the names of the top 100 branded on it. On the ominous battlefield, one could earn resources, take trials, and also contribute to the myriad races, so most people entered and left the door of the ominous battlefield. When Han Fei walked to the ominous battlefield, many people took the initiative to make way, curious. When he came to the door, the power of laws intertwined and surrounded Han Fei's wrist. In the next moment, Han Fei felt a voice in his mind. Name. Are you the Primordial Tower? Yes. Anyone who enters the trial must leave their names. If you die, even if the entire world will forget you, I won't. Han Fei. Then, the law dissipated, forming a spiral mark on Han Fei's wrist. Han Fei could perceive it. As long as he activated the mark, he could be teleported. It seemed that the Primordial Tower was a little similar to the Distanceless Gate. They were very passionate about killing the ominous. It wasn't until everyone saw Han Fei step into the portal that there was an uproar. Someone asked in surprise, "Am I seeing things? The human emperor wants to fight the ominous battlefield as soon as he comes? Could it be that he's just going to kill the ominous? Of course not. You are too weak, so I can't tell you." I can only say that Han Fei's only purpose in appearing in the Primordial Tower is to set a new record. How can an ordinary person break Li Daoyi's record? This name has never been replaced since ancient times. Even if Han Fei is talented and grows quickly, can he break the record? What do you know? The demon purification pot is with him. I heard that the demon purification pot was originally meant for suppressing the ominous. I also heard that the demon purification pot is not complete yet. No matter what, we'll find out in a day. Do you think he can be on the list? I don't doubt it at all. After all, he is the owner of the demon purification pot. But it's hard to say how far he can go. When Han Fei appeared in the teleportation channel, the first thing he saw was a pale green seal that seemed to be a wall erected in the vast sea of stars. Behind the wall were tens of millions or billions of strong masters of the myriad races. On the other side of the wall, there seemed to be a sea. Han Fei could see a surging red nebula flowing. Countless ominous creatures were fighting the strong masters of the myriad races in the nebula sea. Swish, swish, swish. Behind Han Fei, figures were all here to watch the show. They wanted to see if Han Fei was as godly as the rumors said. Han Fei waved at this person. "Brother, come here." Huh? Chen Meng was dumbfounded. He was here to watch the show, but he didn't expect to be called by Han Fei. He was excited and nervous. Greetings, Master Human Emperor, Han Fei asked. How should I address you? Ah, Chen Meng. Han Fei smiled and said, Don't be nervous, it's my first time here. I want to ask you what this place is. It seems to be different from ordinary ominous battlefields. There isn't even a city here. Chen Meng felt honored to hear that Han Fei was asking him about something. He immediately raised his head and puffed out his chest, his face slightly flushed. Master Human Emperor, there is a city here, but it's not here. This place is indeed not a normal ominous battlefield. This is the Guardian Sea. The Guardian Sea? The Guardian Sea is a nebulous sea that protects the Sea of Stars. It's a natural barrier against the ominous. It's said that this is the border of the Sea of Stars. Have you seen that barrier? That's the embankment of the Guardian Sea. On the other side of the embankment, where the nebula flows, is the Guardian Sea. We shouldn't have seen this embankment, but in ancient times, a gap was broken through by the ominous. It's just this place. We need to plug this gap. A long time ago, when the West Wilderness was still in the primordial era, the strong masters in the West Wilderness had been fighting here through the primordial tower. Therefore, this ominous battlefield can be considered the oldest super-large ominous battlefield. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Didn't it mean that this battlefield had existed for endless years? Han Fei asked, what's in the depths of the Guardian Sea? Chen Meng shook his head. There is the Guardian City. Except for the Guardian City, the others may not be known until Master Human Emperor goes there. Our strength is mediocre, so we can only fight near the embankment. However, many immortals and even great monarchs are in the depths of the Guardian Sea. Han Fei, thank you. Ah, you're welcome, you're welcome. Han Fei didn't ask further. Ye Linka had said that there were endless ominous creatures on this ominous battlefield. However, as far as he could see, there were no powerful ominous creatures near the embankment, but occasionally several terrifying level ominous creatures appeared. And after checking most of the battlefield, Han Fei didn't see any destruction level ominous creatures. Chapter 3277 Guardian Sea of the Primordial Tower, 43277 Guardian Sea of the Primordial Tower, 4. Therefore, this was clearly not the main battlefield. Therefore, there were some situations that Chen Meng couldn't explain, so he didn't ask further. Han Fei stepped on the air and crossed the embankment in the blink of an eye. What greeted his eyes was a war of tens of millions or even billions of people. Clearly, besides the Primordial Tower, there should be other places that served as gateways to the Guardian Sea. Behind Han Fei, a group of people followed him. Countless people who were not fighting saw a large group of people following Han Fei and were a little curious. They couldn't help but look over. Han Fei didn't stop at all, but thousands of knife lights blooming with divine brilliance appeared around him. Swish, 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 the knife lights here all dispersed. Within 100,000 kilometers of Han Fei, all the ominous creatures were targeted by these knife lights. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, tens of thousands of ominous creatures were purified by the knife light that emitted divine brilliance. Hiss, so fast. What a terrifying power of purification. Who is this person? Countless people exclaimed. After all, it was extremely rare for hundreds of thousands of long knives to slash into the Guardian Sea with one person. It wasn't that no great monarchs came to the Guardian Sea, but great monarchs usually entered the depths of the Guardian Sea directly. It was difficult for ordinary people to see them fight. Therefore, when Han Fei attacked, so many people were shocked. In fact, many of the ominous creatures that Han Fei killed were pollution level and corruption level. Occasionally, there were a few terrifying level ominous creatures. Many people who were fighting the ominous creatures felt that with a sweep of the light, the ominous creatures fighting them were inexplicably purified, leaving only an energy crystal. Many people didn't dare to take these energy crystals at first, but they discovered that Han Fei was walking very fast and had no intention of collecting these energy crystals at all. At that time, everyone hurriedly collected these energy crystals for free. The group of people who came with Han Fei to watch the show were overjoyed to pick up a pile of energy crystals. Sure enough, the human emperor is here to break the record. So strong. With a wave of his hand, millions of ominous creatures were reduced to ashes. Bal shit, he didn't wave his hand at all. Maybe the ominous creatures here are too weak. I don't know how far he can go. That's right. Real strong masters usually don't fight on the embankment. Even if Han Fei can kill all the enemies here, it's meaningless. Is he showing off? That's bullshit. He's opening a path. Look how fast he is. He directly opened a path in the Guardian Sea. I yearn for it. Han Fei didn't care about this remark. He wasn't interested in the energy crystals at the moment. Low-quality energy crystals were meaningless to him. In just a moment, hundreds of thousands of people followed Han Fei. Everyone followed the rules. The energy crystals would belong to whoever snatched them. However, as Han Fei moved forward, fewer and fewer people could keep up with him. From 100,000 people, it gradually became 10,000. When there were only thousands of people left, Han Fei saw a large number of ominous creatures rushing at him. Han Fei suddenly stopped and looked back at everyone. Everyone, if possible, don't follow me. Swish, 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 swish. In addition to the thousands of knife lights, there were also a large number of life chains extending out of the void. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Han Fei killed his way into the group of ominous creatures alone. Soon, Han Fei's figure was covered by the nebula and disappeared from the crowd's eyes. Faced with ominous creatures below the destruction level, Han Fei could easily purify them without relying on the demon purification pot. In the Guardian Sea, Han Fei rushed all the way, but surprisingly, he didn't encounter a single destruction-level ominous creature until he perceived big stars floating in the stardust. And these big stars were filled with the power of purification. These floating purifying stars were like stars scattered across the sky. They were actually connected by chains that emitted the brilliance of purification, causing this Guardian Sea to seem to form a huge and dense star net. Occasionally, Han Fei could see ominous creatures crawling over from the star net one after another. Han Fei was full of curiosity. He had thought that the ominous battlefield was on the other side of the dam, but now it seemed that the ominous creatures there seemed to be fish that escaped the net of stars. Someone had set up this exquisite star barrier. On these floating purifying stars, Han Fei also saw immortal-level powerhouses. These people would occasionally attack and kill the immortal-level ominous creatures who tried to pass the star barrier. Only then did Han Fei understand that this was probably the real battlefield of the Guardian Sea. Han Fei seemed to have thought of something and took out the Vast Ocean Navigator. He recited it 3 times in his heart before the Vast Ocean Navigator finally pointed. Only Renquang is here. Han Fei was a little disappointed. He had thought that Xiaoshen and the other two would act together, but after trying 3 times in a row, he found that only Renquang was on the ominous battlefield. However, it was better to have someone here than not. Han Fei continued forward. With the speed of the great monarch realm, he was very fast as he shuttled among the stars. Soon, he found an extremely magnificent city among the stars. From afar, it looked like a huge palace emitting a milky halo. People often left the city and went to the depths of the Guardian Sea, and people often returned from the depths of the Guardian Sea. Han Fei came from the rear, so he didn't attract much attention. There was a city gate under the city, but no one was guarding the city gate. The words, Guardian City, were branded on the city gate. It was enshrouded in Dao runes. Obviously, a god had written it. No guards? Perhaps no one thinks the danger will come from the rear. But the moment Han Fei entered the Guardian City, he could perceive that 6 or 7 extremely obscure perceptions swept past him in a row. Gods? Han Fei's heart stirred. These perceptions were all different, but they were all in the realm of gods. Chapter 3278-3278 Battle for Ranking on the Ominous Battlefield 1. 3278 Battle for Ranking on the Ominous Battlefield 1. The gods only scanned around with their perception and didn't communicate with Han Fei. Immediately afterward, Han Fei felt some perception sweep over. There were great monarchs and immortals. Obviously, there was no restriction on perception in the city. Many people might just look at him curiously. Fei? Before Han Fei went to Renquang, he had discovered him in advance. Han Fei followed his perception and saw Renquang eating barbecue with a ferocious-looking guy on a large platform. Han Fei was speechless. Renquang was still the same as before. No matter where he was, he could always make a few bites when he was free. Space changed, and Han Fei arrived in a few steps. Renquang waved his hand excitedly. Fei, are you done cultivating in seclusion? Han Fei shrugged. I can't cultivate in seclusion all the time. Are you here for trial or food? Renquang chuckled. Of course for trial, but I can't take it if I keep fighting. I just started to eat. Come and get a bite or two. At this moment, a group of people were staring at Han Fei. They naturally knew who Han Fei was. Now, who in the Sea Realm didn't know Han Fei's name? In the East Sea Divine Realm, he had killed more than 40 great monarchs. He was the one who caused the chaos in the South Sea and even killed 2 god-level powerhouses. Either identity of the master of the demon purification pot and the guardian of the divine prison was shocking. Han Fei had some impressions of a few of them. He had met them once in the god-ferrying ancient land. They were all strong masters of the god-slaying bandits, 2 great monarchs, and 23 immortals. Renquang's strength had already entered the immortal level, but his realm was not stable yet. The laws he had stacked must not have exceeded 100. Seeing Han Fei walking over, the god-slaying bandits quickly made room for him. They were not afraid of Han Fei, but Han Fei had a good relationship with their young master. Greetings, human emperor. Everyone greeted him politely. A relatively elegant-looking middle-aged man stood up and cupped his hands. Then he looked at the others and said angrily, Why are you all standing here? Go eat elsewhere. Han Fei smiled and said, No need. Now I no longer need to hide my identity. You don't have to be so polite. Hearing Han Fei's words, the middle-aged man smiled and said, Human Emperor, please sit down. Han Fei nodded slightly in response. Then he saw a valiant-looking woman beside Renquang staring at him curiously and then blushing slightly. Han Fei was curious. Who is this? Renquang's face was also slightly red. Well, Lin Ji, my young master, it's not easy for you to get a wife. What's there to be ashamed of? That's right. Our sister Lin Ji is the face of the god-slaying bandits. Ha ha ha, someone cheered, and Han Fei patted Renquang's shoulder. Not bad, Quang, you're finally enlightened. Renquang stuffed a few skewers into Han Fei's hand and then glared at everyone. What are you talking about? Then Renquang said in a low voice, Lin Ji, my fiancé. Han Fei grinned. This was a happy thing, but at this moment he was so poor that he definitely didn't have any gifts for Lin Ji. Han Fei said, It's a blessing for you that Ms. Lin Ji took a fancy to you. When the Central Sea Divine Realm is pacified, you have to take Ms. Linji back to the human race and have children with her. Ah, Linji blushed. She was good at fighting, but she really didn't know how to respond to these words. However, Linji immediately raised her head and tugged at Lu Renkuang's arm. Did you hear that? I said that to you, but you refused. Smack. Han Fei slapped Lu Renkuang's head. You just don't know what's good for you. Hiss, everyone thought to themselves. Except for the leader, this person is probably the only one who dares to slap young master. After that, Han Fei nudged Lu Renkuang with his elbow. My daughter is very talented. You have to be quick, Lu Renkuang muttered. Xiaobai hasn't had a child either. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Then introduce a man to her first. The two of them chatted for a while before Lu Renkuang said, Why are you out of seclusion now? I heard that you got many refined stars in the ferocious God Valley. I thought you would come out at least hundreds of years later. Alas, Han Fei sighed. You may not believe it, but I'm broke now. Heh! This time, everyone curled their lips and rolled their eyes. It was already known that Han Fei had sold a bunch of captives and made a fortune. It was ridiculous to say that he was broke. Lu Renkuang was speechless. I've never seen you broke, Han Fei said. I'm really poor this time. Otherwise, do you think I would have come here? By the way, tell me about the situation in the Guardian Sea. I have to leave after the battle. Lu Renkuang raised his eyebrows. Why the rush? Han Fei said. I'm really poor. This place might not be enough for me. Lu Renkuang was a little surprised. He knew Han Fei well. He knew that Han Fei would never lie to him. Now that he had said that he was broke several times, it seemed that he was really poor. He said, Aren't hundreds of thousands of refined stars enough? Han Fei shook his head. Far from enough. This time, the elegant middle-aged man said, Has the human emperor cultivated the supreme divine technique? Han Fei didn't keep it a secret. In the West Wilderness, many people knew about the Supreme Divine Technique. Chapter 3279-3279, They 279 Battle for Ranking on the Ominous Battlefield, 20. 3279 Battle for Ranking on the Ominous Battlefield, 2. Everyone from the God-slaying bandits nodded, but they still didn't understand. Even if Han Fei cultivated the Supreme Divine Technique, wouldn't the resources be used up too quickly? In 50 years, he had used up 500,000 refined stars, right? Didn't that mean he would have to use 10,000 a year? Lu Renkuang asked. How much do you need? Han Fei shook his head slightly. I'm not borrowing money from you. I want too much. You can't afford it. Lu Renkuang immediately tore off a piece of meat and said, You underestimate me, don't you? Lu Renkuang suddenly remembered that Han Fei had used more than 500,000 refined stars in the past 50 years and was discouraged. He couldn't even take out 100,000, let alone 500,000. Although there were many strong masters from the god-slaying bandits in the ferocious God Valley, he couldn't ask everyone to give him their resources. His master had recently disappeared, and he was at the critical period of law stacking. He had very few refined stars, less than 1,000, which were not even enough to fill the gaps between Han Fei's teeth. Han Fei smiled and said, If you can get hundreds of thousands of refined stars yourself, I won't stand on ceremony with you. I won't take anything from the god-slaying bandits. Okay, tell me about the Guardian City. I'm going out to hunt. The god-slaying bandits were secretly relieved, fearing that Lu Renkuang would agree without hesitation. Even if they had no complaints, they couldn't gather more than 100,000 refined stars in total, which didn't mean much to Han Fei. And Han Fei said that he wouldn't take anything from the god-slaying bandits, which made them immediately like Han Fei more. Lu Renkuang didn't argue anymore. Instead, he said, The Guardian City is not responsible for resisting the ominous, but for guarding the Skynet. You should have seen the purification stars on the way. These connected purification stars are called the Skynet. The Skynet spans nearly half a light year, but this is only the rear barrier of the Guardian Sea. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. What a magnificent project. Was this set up by someone? Lu Renkuang nodded. It said that it existed in the primordial era. In front of the Skynet, there is also the Star Sea Broken Cliff. How should I put it? This is an inexplicable thing. You know my Deep Blue Roar's black hole swallowing, right? Han Fei nodded. A very big black hole? No. The flesh on Lu Renkuang's face trembled. The Guardian Sea is a gap that connects to an unknown world. That gap is like a floodgate. The gap is not big, but the throughput is astonishing. Because of the spewing of this gap, it formed the Guardian Sea. But in the primordial era, or even longer ago, someone tried to cut off this gap to prevent the ominous from entering the Sea of Stars. He succeeded, but he didn't succeed either. Huh? Han Fei was quite shocked. To be able to form a floodgate of the Guardian Sea and cut it so easily, this strength was indeed unimaginable. Lu Renkuang continued. He succeeded because most of the ominous creatures were blocked on the other side of the Star Sea Broken Cliff. He failed because after a long time of trying, the ominous creatures managed to pass the Star Sea Broken Cliff with the ominous power. It's equivalent to building bridges between the two cliffs. The ominous creatures we see now all come from those bridges. The bridges can't be destroyed? Han Fei's first reaction was to destroy those bridges, but if they could be destroyed, they would have been destroyed long ago. This time, the elegant middle-aged man said, they can't be destroyed. Countless people have tried it in ancient times. The three temples even took action in the past. It said that the battle was extremely fierce. The gods died, and the ominous died even more. In the end, the two parties were in a stalemate and formed a tacit understanding. As long as the ominous creatures didn't attack with all their strength, the strong masters of the Sea of Stars would not try to destroy the bridge. This tacit understanding has existed since the primordial era. The three temples took action. Han Fei was puzzled. If the three temples joined forces, wouldn't there be a dominator-level war here? In the end, they both took a step back. Han Fei asked, "Then what kind of strong masters will come over now?" Le Renquang said, "It depends on what kind of powerhouses take action. If we send a god-level powerhouse over, the other party will naturally mobilize doomsday-level ominous creatures. Of course, for someone like you who has the demon purification pot, if the doomsday-level ominous creatures don't come, you will easily launch a massacre on the ominous, so you will be directly recognized as god-level." Heh, I didn't know my level was so high. Han Fei was speechless. He hadn't even fought yet, but he had already been recognized as a god. Come on, he was still far away from being a god. However, it seemed that senior brother Lei Heng, Yue Linky, and the others had clearly been recognized as god-level powerhouses. Was it because they had killed too many ominous creatures, or was there a limit to the number of powerhouses on the ominous side? Okay, since I'm already here, let me try. Crunch. Han Fei took a bite of the skewer, got up, and said, "I haven't fought a doomsday-level ominous creature yet. I'm leaving." Le Renquang quickly got up. "I'll go with you." "Okay." The god-slaying bandits immediately stood up. If Le Renquang wanted to go, so did they. In the Guardian City, 7 god-level powerhouses were also looking at Han Fei. Someone said indifferently, "Is he the owner of the demon purification pot? He doesn't look special. I also want to see how far he can go." A goddess chuckled. "Don't underestimate him. How can anyone weak survive until now with the demon purification pot in hand?" Chapter 3280 3280 Battle for Ranking on the Ominous Battlefield 33280 Battle for Ranking on the Ominous Battlefield 3. Someone said lazily, "I also heard that the Void Temple has a little junior brother. I didn't expect to see him so soon. It seems that he has grown quite fast. Let's go. Since you want to see him, let's go." After leaving the Guardian City and flying in the Skynet for about an hour, Han Fei and the others finally came to the end of the Skynet. Further forward, they encountered a large number of ominous creatures surging towards the Skynet. "Here," Le Renquang said, "from here on, we have to fight our way through. Otherwise, although there is a way to avoid these surging ominous creatures, when we reach the Starsea Broken Cliff, we are very likely to be besieged. The ominous creatures above the destruction level are all intelligent." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Then let's fight. If you can't keep up, don't follow me," the elegant middle-aged man said. "I'll take young master there. You stay." "Lin Ji, I want to go too." Le Renquang said, "No, the Starsea Broken Cliff is very dangerous." Lin Ji immediately frowned. "No, I want to go." Buzz. Suddenly, a man in green appeared beside them. Han Fei's heart stirred, so fast. When he realized what was going on, this person had already arrived. Immediately, the middle-aged man cupped his hands. "Greetings, Lord God." The god-level powerhouse said carelessly, "It's been a long time since anyone challenged the Starsea Broken Cliff. I want to see it too. Since you want to see it, I'll take you there." Han Fei and this god looked at each other. He couldn't judge the other party's strength at all. He could only judge that this person was a god-level powerhouse from the faint divinity he emitted. The god glanced at Han Fei. "Is the demon purification pot complete?" Han Fei shook his head. "Not yet." The god said regretfully, "That's a pity. You can't break the record." Han Fei smiled and said, "I'm not here to break the record. I'm here to collect money." The god, led by a god, in a moment, everyone stepped out of the void. Han Fei saw that in the Guardian Sea that should have been full of nebulas, there was a completely blank vacuum, filled with endless dark and deep space. In the endless dark sky, several areas enveloped by ominous mist could be seen. This area had been enveloped by another distant nebula. Outside the ominous mist, a large number of ominous creatures gathered. At every moment, a group of them rushed to the Skynet. Similarly, ominous creatures came out of the ominous mist at all times. Le Renquang said, "Be careful. If you can't fight anymore, you can retreat to the Guardian City or leave with the mark of the primordial tower on your wrist." Han Fei grinned and said, "I don't think that situation will happen. Let's see how many we can beat in a day." With that, Han Fei took a step forward. He didn't care that a god-level powerhouse watched him fight. He even knew that more than one god had come. Swishta. In front of the ominous mist, countless ominous creatures were attacking continuously. Suddenly, in the Sea of Stars, a figure strolled over from the void, which stunned many ominous creatures. Immediately, 7 or 8 world-ending level ominous creatures rushed out in an instant. They knew that the strong masters of the myriad races who could come here alone must be very strong. However, the other party was only a great monarch, so they weren't afraid. Puff! Puff! Puff. Unfortunately, before these 7 or 8 world-ending level ominous creatures could attack or unleash their full strength, they were instantly pierced by a green light. The vines of the demon purification pot bloomed in an instant, and the world-ending level ominous creatures exploded in the void like fireworks. Le Renquang couldn't help but sigh. No wonder countless people want the demon purification pot. You didn't even need to kill them yourself. Isn't it like picking up money? The middle-aged man next to him said. It's not that simple. Even if the demon purification pot has all 9 vines, it's not absolutely invincible. There seems to be an upper limit to its killing, which is the short-term upper limit of the demon purification pot. Lin Ji also exclaimed, that's like picking up money. The world-ending level produces a level 6 energy crystal. One can be exchanged for 10 refined stars. On the battlefield, the sudden death of 7 or 8 world-ending level ominous creatures immediately attracted the attention of a large number of ominous creatures. Immediately, a world-ending level ominous creature shouted, kill. The ominous sound shook the sea of stars, and one swath of ominous creatures after another rushed at Han Fei. Among them, there were mainly terrifying level ones and very few destruction level ones. This was because ominous creatures below the destruction level had no independent consciousness. Even destruction level ominous creatures only had a little intelligence. They probably knew that now was not the time for them to take action. Han Fei didn't come here to set the record in the first place, so he didn't care if it was a terrifying level or a destruction level one. However, even so, it didn't mean that any ominous creature of any level was qualified to challenge him. Swish, 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 swish. In the void, life law chains appeared one after another. Puff, puff, puff. Many terrifying level ominous creatures were pierced through without any time to flash. After all, terrifying level ominous creatures were only equivalent to the carefree level, and Han Fei was now a great monarch. He was on a completely different level from the carefree level ominous creatures. Therefore, when tens of thousands of life chains appeared, they pierced through thousands of terrifying level ominous creatures in the blink of an eye. And every ominous creature that was pierced by the life chains had no chance to revive at all, because their long river of life was blocked and their ominous bodies were purified. Chapter 3281 Battle for Ranking on the Ominous Battlefield 4. 321 Battle for Ranking on the Ominous Battlefield 4 The Law of Life. Le Renquang and the others didn't know what method Han Fei used, but the 7 god-level powerhouses who came to watch were all shocked. A god said in an uncertain tone, if I'm not wrong, that's the law of life, right? A god nodded. That's right. Although I haven't come into contact with it, this is indeed the law of life. He forcibly takes the ominous's vitality and has the extraordinary power of purification. I knew that the Void Temple wouldn't accept people so easily. This guy is indeed extraordinary. A god sighed. I'm very curious. How did he comprehend the law of life in this era? A god said, why do you think so many people are fighting for the demon purification pot? It's said that the demon purification pot will give birth to something called the Dew of Origin. This thing can evolve the great Tao of Origin, the Law of Origin, a Supreme Nature Treasure, and so on. I remember that someone once evolved a Supreme Nature Treasure with the Dew of Origin. I didn't expect Han Fei to evolve a law. How bold. When this god mentioned the ability of the demon purification pot, the other gods present were stunned. They had never owned the demon purification pot and didn't know this. However, the Dew of Origin immediately piqued their interest. However, the god just now added, everyone, don't covet it. The demon purification pot seems to only give birth to 1 drop of the Dew of Origin after it changes hands. Not to mention that you can't get the demon purification pot even if you can. It's a question whether you can wait until the Dew of Origin is born. It's very likely that you will be killed in a few days. A goddess also said, his situation can't be replicated. It's not enough to just master the law of life. It can only make you stronger when fighting the ominous, but at other times, such as fighting the strong masters of the myriad races, the effect of the law of life is not so obvious. Outside the arena, Lin Ji tugged at Le Renquang's sleeve and said, what kind of law chain is this? What a terrifying, purifying power. A terrifying level ominous creature doesn't even have the ability to resist it. Le Renquang opened his mouth. I don't know. Isn't he your best brother? I just don't know. We each have different opportunities. We haven't been together much recently. It's normal that I don't know. The other god-slaying bandits were dumbfounded. They had thought that young master's potential and aptitude were unparalleled in the world, but now it seemed that young master's brother seemed to be even more terrifyingly talented. If possible, they even felt that it was not impossible to change the young master. Puff, puff, puff. When thousands of terrifying level ominous creatures were not even qualified to be killed by the demon purification pot, the world-ending level ominous creatures roared. Immediately, in addition to the terrifying level ominous creatures, a large number of destruction level ominous creatures entered the arena. Although these destruction level ominous creatures didn't seem to want to participate in the battle too early, in the face of the world-ending level ominous creatures' orders, with their underdeveloped intelligence, they still rushed out in groups. Sure enough, this time, although Han Fei could still kill some with the law chains, he couldn't block all of them. After all, the destruction level and the terrifying level were of different levels. He could kill dozens or even hundreds of them at the same time, but he couldn't kill tens of thousands at the same time. In just a moment, hundreds of thousands of ominous creatures dodged and attacked in the void. The demon purification pot finally showed its power at that moment. Around Hanfei, there was almost an absolute restricted area. Anyone who tried to step into this restricted area, be it terrifying level or destruction level, would be penetrated immediately. However, unlike Hanfei's previous battles, perhaps because there were too many ominous creatures on the Starsea Broken Cliff, there were naturally more ominous creatures gathering around. Originally, it would take Hanfei more than 2 hours to kill 50,000 ominous creatures. But here, in just half an hour, Hanfei had killed more than 50,000 ominous creatures, including more than 10,000 destruction level 1s. However, the demon purification pot's killing speed began to slow down, and its efficiency kept decreasing. Lin Ji said, "Look, the demon purification pot seems to be reaching its limit. It can no longer kill in one blow." Le Renquang's expression was also ugly. Although the demon purification pot was powerful, it was indeed weak now. Not only could it not kill ominous creatures in one blow, but its speed had even decreased a lot. Le Renquang was about to shout at Hanfei when the middle-aged man next to him said, "Young master, don't be hasty. It's impossible for the human emperor not to know the problem of the demon purification pot at this moment, but do you think he has any intention of retreating?" "No at all, so he still has other means that he hasn't used." Le Renquang was slightly relieved to hear that. Hanfei had many trump cards, which he completely believed. A moment later, when those ominous creatures could revive after being pierced by the demon purification pot, the hundreds of world-ending level ominous creatures that had been waiting for this moment seemed to see an opportunity and swarmed up, determined to tear Hanfei apart on the spot. However, the moment these hundreds of world-ending level ominous creatures appeared beside Hanfei, most of them were pierced by the demon purification pot. The demon purification pot's efficiency was declining, but these world-ending level powerhouses were too close to it and couldn't dodge. However, they felt that they didn't have to worry about the demon purification pot anymore, so they didn't care about being penetrated. However, the moment they were pierced through, they were surprised to find that although their ominous bodies dissipated, they couldn't recombine. A god couldn't help but sigh. He sealed the connection between the ominous creatures in that area and the River of Life. Without the support of the River of Life, these ominous creatures still have to die. This law of life is indeed terrifying. It was also when Hanfei instantly killed nearly 200 world-ending level ominous creatures that the names on the stone tablet in front of the teleportation door of the ominous battlefield suddenly changed. A line of golden words was inserted into the list of the top 100. Hanfei, ranked 72nd, had killed 198 world-ending level ominous creatures and 15,200 terrifying level ominous creatures. Instantly, even the air in the primordial tower was hot because the cool air was absorbed by countless people. Chapter 3282 Fight Doomsday, Level Ominous Creatures. Nines S. Fine. Nines Treachers 13282, Fight Doomsday Level Ominous Creatures, 1 Ferocious God Valley, Primordial Tower. When Hanfei's name suddenly appeared on the stone stele, it immediately caused exclamations. Someone exclaimed, "He's on the list." Human Emperor is on the list. Someone was surprised. "Isn't it too fast? How long has it been?" Someone sneered. "Is it strange for the human emperor to be on the list? He's the owner of the demon purification pot and is extremely powerful. Now he's a real great monarch. It would be strange if he isn't on the list." Someone was puzzled. "That's true, but the speed at which he got on the list is too fast. He killed nearly 200 world-ending level ominous creatures and jumped to 72nd place in one go." Someone said, "Don't look at the 200 world-ending level ominous creatures first. In just a few hours, he killed 15,200 destruction level ominous creatures, which are comparable to immortals." Everyone sighed. They really wanted to watch this battle. But they knew that even if they went, it was impossible for them to watch this battle, because the place where Hanfei fought was not something they could step into at all. In the Waiting for Someone tavern, Chu Hao sighed slightly. "Unfortunately, I also obtained the demon purification pot back then, but I wasn't so lucky." Yuelinka said, "This also shows the problem. You don't have enough luck, so you can't truly own the demon purification pot. People only know the power of the demon purification pot, but they have never thought that even if they were given some things, they wouldn't have the ability to take them." At this moment, on the Starsea Broken Cliff, Hanfei had killed nearly 200 great monarch ominous creatures in an instant, but he knew that this chance was only once. At this moment, he isolated this place from the River of Life. The small vines of the demon purification pot were still dancing, and they could still take away dozens of ominous creatures every moment. However, the world-ending level ominous creatures that hadn't arrived all stopped attacking. They weren't fools. Were they waiting to be harvested? Therefore, the battle returned to its previous state. However, the demon purification pot's vines killing efficiency had indeed decreased a lot, and their reaction speed was no longer so fast. After Hanfei killed more than 20,000 ominous creatures, the demon purification pot's killing efficiency on the world-ending level ominous creatures seemed to have dropped to the freezing point, less than half of its original level. Therefore, more and more destruction-level creatures could avoid the demon purification pot's vines. In addition to the demon purification pot's vines, Han Fei also needed to rely on the life law chains and thousands of purified knife streams to continue the large-scale killing. After realizing this, a world-ending level ominous creature finally ordered the terrifying level ominous creatures to quit the battle, and a large number of destruction level ominous creatures rushed up. Swish, 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 puff, puff, puff. When tens of thousands of destruction level ominous creatures attacked at the same time, the law chains and the purification knife light alone couldn't withstand the charge. Thousand thunder flash erupted, and tens of thousands of lightning marks were jumping on the field. Soon, amidst the flashing lightning arcs that filled the sky, destruction-level ominous creatures were killed by Han Fei one after another because they couldn't keep up with his speed. At this moment, Han Fei's combat efficiency could be said to have dropped by more than 10 times. Outside the arena, the middle-aged man beside Li Renquang's side, the demon purification pot is much less efficient. If this goes on, this battlefield will be surrounded. I'm afraid it's impossible to break the record. Lin Ji said, but he's still very powerful. He fought tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of ominous creatures alone. Under such circumstances, he can still fight. He can be considered a genius. Li Renquang didn't panic at all at this moment. He even took out some skewers and ate them while watching. Lin Ji asked, hey, how can you be in the mood of eating? Li Renquang bit off a piece of meat and said, what I'm afraid of is that he will enter a stable state in battle. In this case, he may have to fight for a long time. For a long time, they didn't know much about it, but people's energy was limited in the end. Even great monarchs were no exception. They knew that Han Fei could fight, but they weren't sure how long he could fight. In theory, as time passed, Han Fei's combat power should continue to decline. At this moment, the space where Han Fei was filled with energy crystals, but he had no time to take them. At first, no one understood what Li Renquang meant. They all felt that once the ominous creatures blocked the 10,000 lightning marks, Han Fei would probably be in a predicament. In fact, those destruction-level ominous creatures did do that. Every time Han Fei used the 1,000 Thunder Flash, a large number of destruction-level ominous creatures would block the 1,000 Thunder Flash. At first, Han Fei dodged the battles with thunder jumping and killed some terrifying level ominous creatures along the way. Realizing this, the terrifying level powerhouses seemed to have received some kind of order. Every time, 2 or 3 of them would surround a lightning mark. Just like at this moment, as soon as Han Fei appeared from the lightning, 3 terrifying level ominous creatures attacked at the same time. Han Fei raised his hand and brandished his sword. 3 terrifying level ominous creatures were purified in an instant. At this moment, a world-ending level ominous creature suddenly attacked, turning its ominous power into black needles that filled the sky and shot at Han Fei. Han Fei reacted extremely quickly. He pushed back, and a light of purification appeared in front of him. The black needles fell like rain, but none of them could break through this light of purification. Then, Han Fei flicked his finger, and a knife light filled with the light of purification counterattacked. At that moment, the world-ending level ominous creature wanted to retreat, but he found that Han Fei's knife came too fast. It was so fast that he could only cut part of his body to avoid this blow. However, at the moment he dodged out, Han Fei flashed and appeared beside him, activating the law of time. This world-ending level ominous creature froze for a moment and was pierced by the knife light the next moment, turning into nothingness. Chapter 3283 Fight Doomsday. Level Ominous Creatures 23283 Fight Doomsday Level. Ominous Creatures 23283 Fight Doomsday Level Ominous Creatures 2283. In the eyes of others, Han Fei was naturally powerful. In just 2 moves, he killed a world-ending level ominous creature. But in the eyes of those world-ending level ominous creatures, Han Fei found that this person's combat efficiency had decreased too much. This meant that Han Fei was not invincible at this moment. Besides, at the moment they fought, the demon purification pot's vines didn't even have the time to attack. Therefore, another 100 world-ending level ominous creatures attacked. Sure enough, this battle became a chase. After fighting for a full hour, Han Fei only killed more than 40 world-ending level ominous creatures in the end. This was the manifestation of his current combat power. Although his basic combat power had already exceeded that of an ordinary peak-level Great Monarch, the world-ending level was comparable to that of a Great Monarch after all. It was already very powerful that Han Fei could kill more than 40 of them in an hour. If it weren't for the law of life, he might not have been able to kill even half of them. In the battle, Han Fei had already recalled the small vines of the demon purification pot. After observing Han Fei for several hours, the ominous side mobilized hundreds of world-ending level creatures again, trying to trap Han Fei. However, at the moment when these world-ending level powerhouses attacked, a glint flashed in Han Fei's eyes. As the lightning on the surface of his body rumbled, this swath of sea of stars was immediately filled with lightning arcs, and the lightning arc deceleration domain was activated. The speed of all the ominous creatures here suddenly slowed down by more than 50%. At this moment, the small vines of the demon purification pot attacked again, and the hundreds of world-ending level ominous creatures here were tricked again and pierced through in the blink of an eye. Huh! A god shook his head slightly. This kid is quite cunning. He held himself back until now. A goddess said, "In the end, it's because he's weak that he needs to play these tricks. The hour just now showed his real strength." A god shook his head slightly. "He's still a little weak. If that's the case, I'm afraid he won't even be able to enter the top 10. On the god-slaying bandits side, Lin Ji and the others were refreshed the moment they saw Han Fei erupt. Renquang still didn't react much as if he had expected this. Besides, he didn't think Han Fei didn't have any more means. On the stone steel of the ominous battlefield in the primordial tower, Han Fei's name slowly rose to 64th place. Suddenly, it jumped by 6th place and became 48th, causing another wave of discussion. So fast, he's already in the top 50? He killed more than 100 world-ending level ominous creatures at once. He must have used some special method, right? Someone sighed. Although this speed is already very fast, it's still incomparable to Li Daoyi's data. Besides, unless Human Emperor suddenly kills hundreds of world-ending level powerhouses again, it's a question whether he can enter the top 10. That's true. Indeed, it's probably difficult for him to break the record. While many people were feeling a little regretful, Han Fei was harvesting the ominous creatures in the Lightning Arc deceleration domain. In addition to killing more than 100 world-ending level ominous creatures, he also killed more than 10,000 destruction-level ominous creatures. Besides, he also collected the scattered energy crystals. Han Fei sighed slightly. In fact, at this moment, he no longer had the means to suddenly kill a large number of world-ending level powerhouses. Perhaps the creation chessboard could, but it was too wasteful to use it here. However, he didn't care, because he was here to earn money, not to break the record. At this moment, the world-ending level ominous creatures that had been tricked twice finally became smart and stopped attacking in large numbers. Without a large number of world-ending level powerhouses taking action, the pressure on Han Fei was greatly reduced. After harvesting the ominous creatures in the Lightning Mark deceleration domain, Han Fei activated his original Great Dao without hesitation, and his combat power quickly increased by 3 times. Because his strength was improving too fast, his physique couldn't keep up. Han Fei couldn't care less about the strengthening of his physique now. However, 3 times his combat power was enough. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he was unparalleledly powerful. Around him, a large number of destruction-level ominous creatures were still charging at him, but this time, the speed of the life law chain soared as if dancing wildly in the sea of stars, so the destruction-level ominous creatures that approached him were instantly purified and didn't even have the qualifications to resist. Han Fei had experienced the immortal level. Even if he was at the peak of the immortal level, his combat power was only 5,000. However, now that he had 180,000 star powers, his combat power had soared too much. Huh? A god suddenly said, "Is this a secret method, or what?" A god said, "The Supreme Divine Technique doesn't have this move. It should be a secret technique." The others didn't respond because they weren't sure. At this moment, Han Fei stepped in the air, and the surrounding destruction-level ominous creatures exploded one after another like fireworks. His goal turned out to be the ominous mist. Finally, a world-ending level powerhouse took action. Although they knew the danger, they couldn't retreat. A world-ending level ominous creature charged at full speed, its palm turning into a black blade. Han Fei simply clasped the void with one hand, and space shattered, turning into a knife stream that poured out. Puff, puff, puff. The world-ending level ominous creature was cut into powder in the blink of an eye. It was rolled up by the purification power emitted by Han Fei and immediately died on the spot. On the god-slaying bandit side, Renquang murmured, "That's it. This is his real strength." Lin Ji and the others were all dumbfounded. On the battlefield, Han Fei would definitely kill anyone he attacked, be it destruction level or world-ending level. Chapter 3284, Fight Doomsday, Level Ominous Creatures, 33284 Fight Doomsday Level, Ominous Creatures, 3384 Fight Doomsday, Level Ominous Creatures. A divine wheel bloomed behind Han Fei. Under the protection of the light of purification, everyone below the god realm was like ants. This time, Han Fei had been charging for more than 6 hours. Countless destruction-level ominous creatures had died at his hands, and more than 200 world-ending level ominous creatures had died. At this moment, countless people had gathered under the primordial tower. On the stone steel, Han Fei's kill count was changing every second. He's 12th. Although there's not much time left, it doesn't seem to be a problem for him to enter the top 10. Look, there are more than 500 world-ending level kills. The most terrifying one is the destruction level ones. He has already killed more than 50,000 of them. In terms of destruction level kills alone, Han Fei is already ranked 6th. Look, he's ranked 11th. It was noisy under the primordial tower. On the battlefield, Han Fei didn't seem to be tired at all. Finally, he caused the ominous mist to tremble. Something seemed to be unable to sit still in the darkness. A huge dark claw extended out of the ominous mist, which was 1,000,000 feet long. The giant claw grabbed at Han Fei, and the space along the way faintly cracked. Doomsday level. Han Fei had seen Doomsday level ominous creatures more than once. This level was not something he could shake for the time being. The moment the giant claw appeared, Han Fei knew that this battle couldn't be continued. Tens of thousands of lightning marks spread out, and tens of thousands of life law chains in the void buckled the giant claw. The giant claw clenched into a fist and seemed to crush the space. From its palm, a terrifying purgatory swept in all directions, and the life law chains began to shatter under the impact of a large amount of ominous aura. In the end, none of the tens of thousands of law chains could be attached to this doomsday-level creature. At this moment, most of the other party's body was about to rush out of the ominous mist. Han Fei took a deep breath and the blood sky blade appeared in his hand. He made a posture of drawing his broadsword. In an instant, he gathered all his strength on this broadsword and all laws fused, shining brightly. Xuanhuan. An extremely dazzling knife light slashed at the huge body that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. As for the head of the doomsday-level ominous creature, at this moment it had already extended out of the ominous mist. Its twisted and irregular head, its big mouth like a black hole in the abyss, and its sharp teeth condensed from darkness. Seeing Han Fei's slash, the doomsday-level ominous creature didn't dodge but met it with a palm. Crack, crack, crack. When the knife light that should have been invincible touched the ominous power of that level, it was like water and fire blending, producing sizzling sounds. One of the fingers of the doomsday-level ominous creature was cut off. However, that was all. The knife dissipated in the end, and the broken finger recovered in the blink of an eye, and the palm continued to slap at him without being stopped. Bang! Han Fei was sent flying at 1,000 times the speed of light, leaving a long fiery mark in the sea of stars. Puff, after more than 3 seconds, Han Fei finally stabilized himself, but his body was already dripping with blood. The wheel of life behind him bloomed with brilliance and quickly repaired Han Fei's injuries. Sure enough, facing an ominous creature at this level, unless my original Great Tao is fully activated, I can't resist it at all. Different from the strong masters of the Time Temple, they could use time and ancient lives to fight doomsday-level ominous creatures as great monarchs. However, Han Fei was still not strong enough. Even if he fully unleashed his strength, it was still not enough. It was not that his laws were not strong, but that he was no match for a doomsday-level ominous creature in terms of absolute strength. Although the gods didn't speak, they were still quite surprised that Han Fei could withstand this blow. As for the god-slaying bandits, the middle-aged man beside Renquang sighed. It shouldn't be possible for Master Human Emperor to kill this doomsday-level monarch, but he is already powerful enough. Lei Heng used to try 6 times before killing a doomsday-level ominous creature, but he stayed in the great monarch realm for a long time before taking action. How long has it been since the Human Emperor advanced to the great monarch realm? To be able to achieve such a battle record is already enough to shake the sea realm. Renquang narrowed his eyes. He's almost as strong as the old man. The middle-aged man smiled and said, not yet. However, it's hard to say if we can let Master Human Emperor grow up for a while longer. Han Fei tapped his foot and charged out again. This time, he turned into a Tai Chi diagram and slashed at the doomsday-level monarch. As for the doomsday-level ominous creature, it raised its hand and punched, colliding with the Tai Chi diagram with a vast ominous mist. Bang! The Tai Chi diagram collapsed and Han Fei was sent flying again. One of the doomsday-level ominous creature's fists was cut off. At that moment, Han Fei tried to extract the doomsday-level ominous creature's vitality, but before he could cut off the other party's river of life, his law of life was forcibly shaken away by an invisible force. The doomsday-level ominous creature didn't stop. It spewed out a sword pillar that arrived in an instant and almost nailed Han Fei into powder. A time river appeared around Han Fei, and as the river rolled, thousands of Han Fei seemed to appear, attacking at the same time at different time nodes. In this way, Han Fei managed to barely take this blow. This time, when Han Fei appeared, his body was shining with golden light, and his invincible golden body was full of cracks. The sword pillar was clasped by countless time chains and failed to hurt Han Fei in the end. I quit, Han Fei shouted. Although he still had the strength to fight, it was unnecessary, because with his current strength, he couldn't kill this thing at all. Chapter 3285, Fight Doomsday, Level Ominous Creatures, 43285, Fight Doomsday Level Ominous Creatures, 4. Han Fei stopped and shouted as he retreated, Brother, go back! The doomsday-level creature still wanted to continue attacking, but the god beside Renquang and the others had already appeared on the battlefield. He said leisurely, You're at the doomsday level after all. Do you want to bully the weak? The doomsday-level ominous creature shouted angrily, This person has combat power comparable to a god. BAL shit. The god raised his hand, and a 10,000-foot-long divine sword hung high in the sky. I told you to retreat. The doomsday-level ominous creature took a deep look at Han Fei with its dark pupils and finally said, You can't win with the calabash. Han Fei smiled and said, That's my business. Next time I come, I'll still fight you as a great monarch and kill you. The doomsday-level ominous creature ignored Han Fei and gradually retreated into the ominous mist. Behind Han Fei, the wheel of life spun, and his injuries recovered by 70 or 80% in the blink of an eye. After Han Fei retreated, Renquang said a bit enviously, when I stack more than 100 laws, I'll go to your origin star to cultivate in seclusion. Han Fei grinned and said, okay. Then, Han Fei cupped his hands at the god-level powerhouse and said, thank you for your help, senior. The god smiled faintly. He attacked because we acquiesced. In fact, he shouldn't have attacked in the first place. Your secret technique is very powerful. Han Fei was stunned. These gods didn't know that it was his original great Tao operating? Han Fei replied with a smile. Unfortunately, I'm no match for him. The god shook his head slightly. You're already good enough. I look forward to your next visit. With that, the god waved his hand and led everyone away. After a while, they returned to Guardian City. Han Fei was thinking about something. This was the first time a god-level powerhouse had taken him to walk. He was touched. This didn't seem to be because the gods were fast, but because they had mastered a higher level of power. Besides, the place they walked wasn't reality, but a place similar to the Void World. Unfortunately, he wasn't a god yet, so he couldn't touch the way of movement at this level for the time being. After returning to the Guardian City, the god left without communicating much with Han Fei. The first thing Han Fei said was, Xuanhuan, how can I exchange my energy crystals for refined stars? Renquang said, actually, it's not worth it. Han Fei said, but I have to do it. Renquang said, come with me. There is a special resource exchange place in Guardian City. After a while, Han Fei came to an independent small palace in the Guardian City. He saw an old man in the great monarch realm sitting on a chair at the door reading a book. Renquang said, this is Senior Li, the resource operator of the Guardian City. The old man also raised his head, looked at Han Fei, and couldn't help but ask, I'm also very curious. How many ominous creatures has Human Emperor killed? Although no one went to the Starsea Broken Cliff to watch the battle, the fact that Han Fei dared to challenge the Starsea Broken Cliff was enough to make everyone curious. Not only this old man, but Han Fei sensed hundreds of gazes looking here. Han Fei shrugged slightly. 548 level 6 energy crystals, 61,012 level 5 energy crystals, and 44,000 in Hen level 4 energy crystals. Hiss! In the dark, many great monarchs were stunned. Is this person so strong? It hasn't even been a day, but he has killed so many? Someone smiled bitterly. Another rancor? These people are really monsters. Someone sighed. This is 100 times stronger than the last person who came to break the record. Someone sighed. It seems that I have to go back to the Sea Realm to understand the current situation of the Sea Realm. We don't even know when such a person appeared. The old man in front of the palace was also taken aback for a moment before he smiled. Impressive. Han Fei said, you flatter me. Senior Li, how can I exchange for resources? The old man smiled and said, level 4 energy crystals require 10 to exchange for 1 refined star. Level 5 energy crystals require 2 to exchange for 1 refined star. Level 6 energy crystals can exchange for 10 refined stars. Isn't this ratio too much of a loss? A level 6 energy crystal was a world-ending level ominous creature's product, equivalent to a great monarch. But 100,000 good refined stars could be dug out from a great monarch's origin star, but this energy crystal could only be exchanged for 10. That was 10,000 times less. The old man said leisurely, after all, the ominous creatures don't have origin stars. Besides, the energy provided by energy crystals is relatively monotonous. In all aspects, it's much worse than refined stars. Therefore, it can only be in this ratio. Of course, if you want to use it yourself, although the effect of energy crystals is not as good, if you take time to adjust, the effect is not bad. How is it? Do you want to exchange them? Han Fei thought for a moment. This old man was right. Although energy crystals were not bad, they were far inferior to refined stars. The supreme divine technique was known as the star devouring technique. Star devouring was the main method to practice it. Han Fei gritted his teeth and said, yes, everything below level 6 energy crystals. As for the level 6 energy crystals, Han Fei planned to keep them, because when his soul power was to be greatly improved, he still needed the ownerless souls in the energy crystals. Old Man Li laughed. Little friend, you're straightforward. I'll give you 31,000 refined stars. Another moment later, Renquang and Han Fei were walking on the road of the Guardian City when he said, as I said, it was a loss. Han Fei said, it doesn't matter. Although it's not much, it's actually a lot. I'll come a few more times in the future. How can it be so simple? You've already been targeted by the Doomsday level ominous creatures. Next time you come, you definitely won't be able to hunt so many unless you can resist the Doomsday level ominous creatures while killing them. Han Fei, after more than 10 seconds, Han Fei said, sure enough, money comes faster from robbery. Han Fei's eyes became firmer. Finally, he seemed to have made up his mind and said, Fatty, I'm going back to the Ferocious God Valley. Renquang was lost for words. You're back already? You're not fighting anymore? Han Fei said. No, as you said, I definitely won't be able to get so many next time. Then what's the point of fighting? Renquang seemed to have guessed what Han Fei was going to do and hurriedly said, you're trapped in the Ferocious God Valley now. Where can you rob? Han Fei grinned and said, who told you that the Ferocious God Valley can trap me? Renquang's eyes glittered. Take me with you. Han Fei immediately shook his head. No, the place I'm going to is too dangerous. I can only go alone. Renquang's face immediately sank. Where? The Central Sea Divine Realm. Chapter 328.6, 328.6. Sneak into the Central Sea Divine Realm 1-1. 328.6. Sneak into the Central Sea Divine Realm 1 under the Primordial Tower. The crowd was discussing. Huh? Why is the ranking not moving any longer? Human Emperor has already reached the 11th place. Why did it suddenly stop? Can't he fight anymore? That's not right. According to Human Emperor's fighting style, I'm afraid a doomsday-level ominous creature has come out, so he can't continue fighting. Will he stop at the 11th place? Buzz. While everyone was discussing, Han Fei came out of the Primordial Tower with a swish, only to find that there was already a sea of people here. Countless people looked at Han Fei with excitement in their eyes. Han Fei glanced back at the list. It was normal for him to be ranked 11th. Although he felt that his strength had improved greatly and he had countless treasures, he was still inferior to a peak-level Extreme Dao Great Monarch. In the Great Monarch realm, the gap between the lower limit and upper limit of strength was too vast. He had just advanced to this realm, so it was still not easy for him to catch up in decades. Swish. Han Fei ignored the people who came to visit and came to the Waiting for Someone tavern in the blink of an eye. However, when Han Fei came here, he found that the tavern was also full. Many people even began to greet him. The Human Emperor is awesome. Master Human Emperor, may I ask if you came back because a doomsday-level ominous creature came out? A female monarch said. Master Human Emperor, I'm a humanoid. I can enter the human race. A big demon called out, Master Human Emperor, our race has a peerless beauty whose beauty is unparalleled in the sea realm. We have admired you for a long time. Someone hurriedly said, Master Human Emperor, are you going to establish a bandit organization? We've been bandits for many years and are quite strong. For a moment, there were all kinds of voices. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly, and he cupped his hands. Everyone, within 1,000 years, I'll be focused on breaking the records and have no interest in anything else. Sorry. Then, Han Fei looked at Yue Linka, who pointed at the stairs on the second floor. The tavern was not big, and the second floor was never open to the public. Han Fei quickly went to the second floor. He didn't have the time to deal with so many people. On the second floor, Han Fei found that this was a place of winemaking. There were all kinds of liquors being brewed. If it were 5th Senior Brother, he would definitely like this place. However, he was not 5th Senior Brother and was not very interested in wine. Yue Linki's voice sounded behind him. Han Fei looked back, only to see that Yue Linki had also walked up. Han Fei asked, Sister-in-law, aren't you downstairs to receive the customers? Yue Linka said, one clone will do. Han Fei thought that it made sense and immediately asked, where is Chu Hao? He couldn't bear the disturbance, so he went out for a stroll. Han Fei thought to himself, this guy is so comfortable, he's still in the mood to shop. Yue Linka asked, did you get the money? Han Fei shrugged. Sister-in-law, I want to ask you something. Yue Linki came to an elegant tea table on the second floor where tea was being cooked. Seeing Han Fei's confusion, Yue Linki said calmly, he likes to drink while I like to drink tea. Han Fei thought to himself, then you two are really different. With that in mind, Han Fei smiled and said, it's good to drink tea. Amidst the bustling world, 3 cups of wine, for the eternal undertaking, a pot of tea. If you enter the Void Temple, you might have greater achievements than 5th Senior Brother. Yue Linki smiled. You really know how to talk. Tell me, what do you want to ask? Han Fei immediately said solemnly, Senior, I want information. Information about the Central Sea Divine Realm. No matter which force it is, the more, the better. Han Fei knew that Yue Linki must have this kind of information. Although this information could probably be bought in the Ferocious God Valley, it was probably impossible to buy a lot of it. Besides, the cost was huge and he might not be able to afford it. However, the divine descendants had been lying low for so long, waiting for an opportunity. As long as their bloodline recovered, they would definitely take revenge on the forces that had once hurt them in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Therefore, the divine descendants must have a lot of information about the Central Sea Divine Realm, which was beyond doubt. Huh? What do you want to do? Han Fei smiled without saying anything. Yue Linki frowned slightly. Do you have a way to leave the Ferocious God Valley? How can you leave the Ferocious God Valley under such circumstances? The distanceless gate. But the distanceless gate doesn't seem to be used by individuals, right? Han Fei said indifferently. That depends on what I'll do. If everything I do is for a better tomorrow, to kill more ominous creatures and even save all living beings from fire and water, what reason does the distanceless gate have to refuse? Yue Linki was silent for a moment. She raised her hand, and a massive number of jade slips floated in the air. She said, this is the information about dozens of divine races and more than 1,000 forces in the Central Sea Divine Realm. It was collected bit by the divine descendants over the past 100,000 years. Wow, the divine descendants are really generous. Yue Linka snorted. Some debts have to be paid. We just need to wait for the right time. Han Fei didn't stand on ceremony with Yue Linka. This information was probably priceless. He immediately scanned the thousands of jade slits with his perception, and all kinds of information flashed crazily in his mind. No, information about the small and intermediate forces is not very valuable. Superpowers such as the Primordial Divine Academy, the Divine Demon Forest, the Sky Spider Worm Valley, the Ancient Demon Race, and the Chaotic Divine Race are forces that I can't step into at all. If I go there, I'll be courting death. Suddenly, Han Fei was stunned. Sister-in-law, are there so many gods in the large forces in the Central Sea Divine Realm? Chapter 3287, Sneak into the Central Sea Divine Realm 23287, Sneak into the Central Sea Divine Realm 2. Yes, Han Fei discovered that those large-scale powers, such as the Fist Sect, the Flying Immortal Tower, the Light City, the Mirage Sect, and the Thousand Phenomena Sect, all had gods guarding them, but they were hidden extremely well. Yue Linky said, otherwise, do you really think a mere great monarch can establish himself in a place like the Central Sea Divine Realm? However, you don't have to be afraid of these gods. There seem to be many of them, but they have been hiding for so long and won't easily expose themselves, so gods generally won't take action unless they are exterminated or threatened. Han Fei counted. In this case, excluding those super forces, there were nearly 20 god-level powerhouses in these large forces alone. It didn't seem to be much, but this was the Sea Realm. It wasn't the Sea of Stars. The Sea of Stars was boundless, but the Sea Realm was only this big. Most strong masters of the Sea Realm were fighting in the front line in the Sea of Stars, but they could still hide so many god-level powerhouses which showed their deep heritage. Han Fei continued to flip through it. After nearly an hour, Han Fei finally came up with a few options. Fist Sect, Jade Cauldron Sect, Thousand Phenomena Sect, Heaven Concealing Divine Race? Yue Linky frowned slightly. Han Fei's choices were beyond her expectations. These four were all large forces. Han Fei's goal was self-evident. Yue Linky asked, do you want to give it a second thought? Han Fei shook his head slightly. I've read their information. These families are all the focus of the investigation of the divine descendants. They all concluded with absolute certainty that their families have and only have one god-level powerhouse guarding them, while the information about the other families was inferred and not certain. Therefore, I don't want to bet on luck. What Yue Linky said, since you're so confident, I won't stop you. However, aren't you going to try the other trials? Han Fei shook his head. It's meaningless to go to the other trials now except to waste time. What I need is not combat skills, divine techniques, mastery of laws, or comprehension. What I need is to become stronger. Han Fei knew his current situation very well. Before he became a great monarch, although the supreme divine technique had obvious effects, it was completely different from the experience he had when he was a great monarch. It could be said that all the hardships he had suffered before he became a great monarch had paid off the moment he became a great monarch. That was to devour stars crazily and quickly become stronger. As for the precipitation of strength, he wouldn't think about it until he reached a certain level. Han Fei cupped his hands. Sister-in-law, speed is the most important in war. I won't stay long. Yue Linka nodded slightly. Be careful. Buzz. Han Fei directly entered his origin star. He wasn't worried that something would happen to Sha Shaoshan and the others in the ferocious God Valley. He knew very well how capable they were. Besides, they were protected by the Primordial Tower in the trials. There couldn't be a god-level powerhouse who broke into the protection range of the Primordial Tower and killed them. This was meaningless to those gods, except to anger him. Creation Divine Prison. When Han Fei came in, the old man immediately said, Han Fei, how is it going? I heard that this so-called West Wilderness is in chaos now, and divine battles have broken out several times. Are my divine descendants okay? Heard? Han Fei looked at the two great monarchs who had been imprisoned in the Creation Divine Prison a few years ago. At this moment, they were tortured beyond recognition. The old man had been trapped here for so long and could only listen to them. Han Fei chuckled. Senior, I'm here for you. Huh? Okay. The old man seemed a little excited, thinking that Han Fei was going to let him out. Han Fei came to the depths of the monarch's jail, pushed open the cage door that suddenly appeared, and stepped through the darkness. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he heard the sound of water splashing, which was the sound of waves gently surging. Han Fei scanned around with his perception. This was actually a huge sea spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. There were actually many creatures in this sea, but they were just the most ordinary creatures without any cultivation. In the tide, above the waves, Han Fei saw a hale and hearty old man standing there, looking at him with a smile. The old man's beard and hair were all white, but there were no wrinkles on his face at all. Apart from his beard and hair, people would believe that he was a spirited 30-year-old. Ha ha ha, I finally see you. After endless years, I finally see a living person. Han Fei smiled. Senior, we finally met. I still don't know your name. The old man stroked his beard and said, have you finally remembered to ask? I'm the formerly famous divine master xuanhuan. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Why don't you call yourself Chu Qianren? Note, a famous figure in a Chinese wuxia novel. Before he could complain, Old Fierce complained, divine master my ass. How many people have been harmed by your damn theory that cultivators don't need the body? If it weren't for this, you wouldn't have been locked up to suppress the bloodline of the divine descendants. Hey, Wu Jusheng, don't mention that, you're too much. Old Fierce snorted again. That's the truth. You pointed countless people in the wrong direction. I changed it. Heh, Hanfei was shocked and couldn't help but ask, cultivators don't need the body? What kind of theory is that? Xuanhuan curled his lips. That's a mistake I made in the past. The ominous attacked in the past, and I tried my best to find a way to create the Tao of pure soul. I thought that the Tao of pure soul would be stronger than the extreme Tao of soul refining. But in the end, alas, the further cultivators take this Tao, the more ruthless they become. The gods are ruthless, treating mortals as ants and trampling on them wantonly, destroying all living beings. Chapter 3288, Sneak into the Central Sea, Divine Realm, 33288, Sneak into the Central Sea Divine Realm, 3 Hanfei's heart stirred. Well, Senior, do you know the eternal race? Xuanhuan curled his lips. I already know the details from the 2 people outside. Yes, the rise of the eternal race is based on my pure soul Tao. However, I had already discovered the drawback of this Tao and didn't spread it out. Therefore, someone in the eternal race probably created a stronger path based on my pure soul Tao. However, the foundation of this Tao is wrong, so the stronger the cultivation technique they created based on this, the crookeder the path they will take. In the end, it was still me who caused this trouble. Shuda Hanfei was shocked. The eternal race used to be the soul race and had existed since the chaotic era. However, they rose after the primordial era. To be precise, they rose in the age of gods. If they were really so powerful, they should have risen long ago. They didn't have to rely on the bloodline divine tree. Now, he finally understood. It turned out that someone had provided them with a way to become stronger, so they had come to this point. Seeing that Hanfei was shocked, Xuanhuan hurriedly said, however, fortunately, only one scum, the eternal race, appeared. When I go out and catch a few eternal race people and study them carefully, I will definitely be able to find their flaws and break their technique. Now, let me go out first. Hanfei came back to himself and the corner of his mouth twitched. Senior, let's not talk about catching the eternal race for now. The top priority is to restore the bloodline of the divine descendants. However, I'm not here to let you out, but to ask you to help me. Xuanhuan's face darkened when he heard that. I can't go out yet, Hanfei said. Senior, the 2 outside don't know anything about the situation in the West Wilderness at all. If I let you out now, I guarantee that you will be killed in less than a day. Nonsense. I'm the Divine Master. Although I haven't advanced to the God-slaying level, not everyone can touch me, okay? Hanfei asked. Can you beat 2 God-slaying level powerhouses? Hanfei quickly explained the situation in the ferocious God Valley, and Xuanhuan asked, so, you're trapped now? Hanfei said, not to that point. I can still use the distanceless gate, Xuanhuan asked. The distanceless gate follows the rules very well. Can you use it? Hanfei said. I'll be the main force to resist the ominous in the future. It can make an exception for me, can't it? Otherwise, if I can't grow up, it will suffer even more losses. That's true, Xuanhuan asked. Then what do you want to do now? Hanfei asked. Aren't you very strong? Can you help me kill a god? Xuanhuan said. Being able to defeat and being able to kill are 2 different things. Tell me about the strength of that god. Although I haven't fought for a long time, there aren't many gods who can stop me. Hanfei smiled. That's exactly what I want. If you really can't kill him, it doesn't matter. Help me hold him back and catch him into the creation divine prison. That's fine. This is much simpler than killing a god. Hanfei said, Senior, wait for my news. By the way, after this battle, I'll let you out. I hope you can advance to the god-slaying level as soon as possible. Xuanhuan was delighted. That's great. With a god-level powerhouse supporting him, Hanfei was immediately confident. In the Sea of Stars, Hanfei activated the token and summoned the distanceless gate. Swish. The distanceless gate was as fast as ever. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside Hanfei, and Hanfei said, Old distanceless, thank you. This time, I have to go to the Central Sea Divine Realm. The distanceless gate, okay, I'll send you to the ominous battlefield first. Hanfei said, wait a moment, I just came back from the Guardian Sea. I killed 528 world-ending level ominous creatures, 61,012 destruction level ominous creatures, and 44,110 terrifying level ominous creatures. That's more than 100,000 in total. Old distanceless. I know it's not easy for you, but look, the stronger I am, the more ominous creatures I will kill. Think about it. If I become a god in the future, I can easily kill 1,000,000 ominous creatures. This will all be thanks to you. The other distanceless gates are really incomparable to you. The distanceless gate trembled slightly, and words immediately appeared on it. Let's go, Hanfei grinned. Send me to the sea near the heaven-concealing divine race in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Don't be discovered. The distanceless gate, as long as I want, no one can find me. That's good, Buzz. In the Central Sea Divine Realm, a vortex gate opened on a cliff at the bottom of the sea. Hanfei walked out of the door and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know who created the distanceless gate. This thing was really awesome. Old distanceless, thank you. I'll definitely kill another 100,000 ominous creatures next time. Hanfei put on a smile, turned into a black fog in the blink of an eye, and disappeared. Half a month later, under the furious waves in a group of undersea mountains, 3 sea beasts were cruising here. When the three sea beasts came to the undersea mountains, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. The three sea beasts rushed into the rift in the blink of an eye. There was no seawater hue at all. Instead, there were clouds and mist, celestial mountains floating, and gulls flying in the sky. A long staircase led straight to the sky. As soon as they entered, the three sea beasts turned into human forms who wore silver masks in the blink of an eye. The leader was an immortal level powerhouse. This person led the other two carefree level cultivators up the stairs without a word until they came to a transparent barrier. As green light appeared on the three of them, a hole appeared in the barrier, and they entered safely. Chapter 3289, Sneak into the Central Sea, Divine Realm, 43289, Sneak into the Central Sea, Divine Realm, 4. At that moment, Han Fei saw floating islands. Weren't they floating islands? However, under these floating islands there were complicated patterns. It should be some kind of mountain-protecting barrier. On these floating islands, most of them were relatively ordinary people, mostly strong masters below the sea establishment realm. The divine race had a large population. In terms of prosperity, although it couldn't compare to the human race, it still had a population of 10 billion. At this moment, the three of them were in a hurry. They crossed the cultivation places of ordinary people and entered the depths of the heavenly hidden divine race, crossing the second barrier. And in this barrier, the population plummeted. It seemed that only those above the sea establishment realm were qualified to come to the second barrier. However, starting from the second barrier, Han Fei found that everyone here was wearing masks, as expected of the divine race that specialized in concealment. They were so cautious. Even their own people might not know who the people around them were. Therefore, these people used numbers to show their identities. Instead, in the outside world, they didn't wear masks, because in the outside world, they could be anyone. Han Fei was curious. Although he wanted to take a good look at the heavenly hidden divine race, he couldn't release his perception at this moment. It wasn't until Han Fei, who attached himself to the immortal level powerhouse, passed the third barrier that he confirmed that the real powerhouses of the heavenly hidden divine race were inside the third barrier. This was because the spiritual energy here was 1,000 times that of the outside world. Even sea establishers were not suitable to cultivate here. However, for cultivators above the star transformation realm, this was the most habitable place. Of course, there were actually very few of them. No matter which race it was, the structure of the population was always an inverted pyramid. The stronger they were, the fewer there were. The immortal level powerhouse in the lead flew across the sky and came to a floating island. Patriarch, I'm back. Come in. The immortal level powerhouse had to unlock more than 10 layers of mist in a row to open a way. Han Fei was speechless. Wasn't it enough for these people to wear masks in their own houses? Did they have to be so cautious? After a while, Han Fei finally saw the patriarch of the heavenly hidden divine race. He was wearing a golden mask and sitting on a golden chair, holding a weapon that looked like a demon-vanquishing pestle. The patriarch asked, 17, how's the investigation going? The person Han Fei possessed said, Patriarch, we found nothing. This person is very powerful. I set up layers of ambushes but didn't catch him. He seemed to know that I was coming. The patriarch snorted coldly. In just half a month, our race has lost 87 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators, 8 Dao Proving Realm cultivators, and 3 Carefree level cultivators. You told me that you didn't find anything. It seems that there are strong masters targeting our heaven-concealing divine race. The immortal level monarch said, Patriarch, please forgive us. But the point is that the enemy seems to have a way to crack our secret technique. If we let this person escape unpunished, I'm afraid the strong masters of our race will be on tenterhooks when they go out in the future. Patriarch, should we ask the people of the Thousand Phenomena sect to help? You don't have to worry about this matter anymore. I've already arranged for someone to invite Master Tianxiang from the Thousand Phenomena sect. You can leave now. Yes, Patriarch. At this moment, even the Patriarch didn't notice that a black fog had already floated down from this person. After 17 left, the golden-masked Patriarch suddenly said, Old 8, come out. A great monarch appeared from the void world. He was also wearing a silver mask, but there were golden patterns outlined on the silver mask. Clearly, he had a higher status than 17. Old 8 shook his head slightly. 17's bait should have been seen through. Or maybe, the other party doesn't have the strength to take down 17 and the others, so they chose to give up. I'm more inclined to the former. Then you didn't feel anything wrong from the beginning to the end? Old 8 shook his head. No, I don't believe that the other party didn't find 17 and the others. Since the other party can accurately hunt the whereabouts of the strong masters of our race, he must have a way to find them. Therefore, I'm more inclined to believe that the other party is a powerful soul cultivator. He should have sensed my existence, but I didn't sense him. A cold snort came from under the golden mask. Forget it. Since you can't catch that person, let's wait for another half a day. When Master Tianxiang arrives, I'd like to see where that person can hide. As soon as the patriarch of the heaven-concealing divine race said so, some ferocious laughter sounded. Sorry, you can wait for half a day, but I don't intend to wait. Chapter 3290, Imprison a God, 13290. Imprison a God, 1 Who is it? The patriarch of the heaven-concealing divine race and Old Eight's expressions suddenly changed. They couldn't believe that someone could appear here silently without them knowing. If there was really such a person, how strong was he? At the moment Han Fei spoke, Old Eight was punched through and his body was almost completely crushed. Han Fei had been waiting for this moment. He needed someone to take him to the core of the heaven-concealing divine race. As Old Eight said, Han Fei had long discovered him, so he didn't pretend to take the bait or harvest the fish this time. He just followed him all the way to the core of the heaven-concealing divine race. As long as he came in, Han Fei didn't intend to take it slow. This was because he knew that the heaven-concealing divine race had a god guarding them, so the slow method wouldn't work. Once he attacked a great monarch or an immortal-level powerhouse in the territory of the heaven-concealing divine race, the patriarch of the heaven-concealing divine race might not discover him, but that god would definitely discover him. Therefore, now was the best time to attack. Bang! Old Eight was punched through, and at the same time, Han Fei had already slashed at the patriarch of the heaven-concealing divine race. At this moment, Han Fei's original Great Tao was fully activated, his combat power was nearly 200,000 star powers, and his soul power was also extremely powerful. Even as a patriarch-level powerhouse, even if the other party was a peak-level extreme Tao powerhouse, it was impossible for him to react instantly. Furthermore, this slash was launched from behind him. The latter had no time to react as a high-quality nature spiritual treasure-level battlesuit appeared on his body. Clang, clang. Puff 1. When Han Fei's blade fell under the influence of temporal manipulation, it was equivalent to 2 slashes. In addition to the battlesuit, there was also a jade plate blocking behind the patriarch. It should be a soul-suppressing spiritual treasure. Even so, many parts of the patriarch's body exploded. After all, not everyone had Han Fei's physique. Although the heaven-concealing divine race was also a divine race, they were best at concealment and disguise. They could be very outstanding assassins, but they were definitely no match for body refiners, especially when they were approached. After the slash, the other party knocked the demon-vanquishing pestle in his hand on the ground. Just as he was about to awaken some kind of a ray, Han Fei smiled. Steal. This time, he didn't steal the demon-vanquishing pestle in the other party's hand, but directly used it on the other party. Without the protection of a soul-suppressing spiritual treasure, Han Fei didn't believe that anyone in his same realm could completely block the void-stealing technique, even if it was only for an instant. Sure enough, the patriarch felt that his consciousness was a little blurred. At this moment, the creation divine chain had already swept over. Bang! A powerful soul power soared to the sky. When the patriarch reacted and saw the creation divine chain, he naturally knew who this guy was. Although he was shocked, at this critical moment, he had no time to think. He didn't even have time to dodge the attack of the creation divine chain. Therefore, his first reaction was to shake this place with his soul power to attract their god to take action. In fact, there was no need for him to summon the god at all. A divine might spread here. Who dares to break into our heaven-concealing divine race? The divine might envelop this place, but the power of divinity couldn't shake Han Fei. The god pointed at Han Fei, trying to kill him with one blow. But at this moment, the law enforcement divine chain had already clasped the patriarch of the heavenly concealed divine race. Han Fei looked at the god who appeared and put on a faint smile. Ka. The creation divine prison appeared, and xuanhuan appeared with his hands behind his back. In front of him, the divine finger shattered. xuanhuan greedily breathed the air here. At that moment, all the spiritual energy in the heaven-concealing divine race seemed to stop flowing in an instant, all surging towards xuanhuan. It's great, I can finally see the light of day again. This wonderful feeling makes me miss it. The god of the heaven-concealing divine race shouted, "Who are you? Don't you know that the strong masters of the Central Sea divine realm have joined forces? If you dare to attack our heaven-concealing divine race, don't even think about escaping from the Central Sea divine realm." Heh, a group of brats trying to threaten me. You participated in the siege of our divine descendants, right? Today my retaliation will begin with you. In Han Fei's ears, xuanhuan said, Han Fei, you solve the others here. Leave this little god to me. Han Fei said, Senior, you must keep him here. I'll help you later. All of this happened in a flash. Old Eight was blown up. Because the vitality here was controlled by Han Fei, he hadn't recovered yet. As for the current patriarch of the heaven-concealing divine race, he was ambushed by Han Fei. Although he might not be weak, he was caught by the law enforcement divine chain before he could do anything. After taking down 2 great monarchs at once, Han Fei smiled. These were 2 considerable resources. Under the envelope of the creation divine prison, golden inscriptions appeared. They were a series of sins of the patriarch of the heaven-concealing divine race. Han Fei said, Bailey Qiantu, you once assassinated the strong masters of the myriad races 15,201 times, allowed your clansmen to hunt the strong masters of the myriad races, and deprived other races of their luck 107 times. You've committed heinous crimes. I find you guilty. You will be imprisoned for 12 million years, burned by hellfire for 100 years, and whipped 16,000 times. Do you have any objections? When Han Fei read the punishment of Bailey Qiantu, he was a little stunned. This punishment was probably no better than the death penalty. Being burnt by hellfire for 100 years? This was the first time he had seen someone who would have to be burnt by hellfire for so long. Chapter 321, Imprison a God, 321, Imprison a God. 2. Besides, the detention time had reached 12 million years. If the creation divine prison was full now, this guy would definitely be executed immediately. I have no objection. Of course, Bailey Qiantu didn't dare to have any objections. If he defied the creation divine prison, he would only be subject to additional punishment. He only hoped that their god could take down the other party, or the matter of the heaven-concealing divine race would attract the attention of other races and send strong masters to help. As long as Han Fei was killed, the creation divine prison would be ownerless again, and this was the Central Sea divine realm. With the creation divine prison here, there must be countless strong masters from the Central Sea divine realm trying their best to inherit the creation divine prison, and then he might have a chance of survival. Buzz. After Bailey Qiantu said that he had no objection, Han Fei didn't look too good. He had planned to use the creation divine prison to catch these guys first and then take them away. But now it seemed that this method was inappropriate, because once the creation divine prison took action, these people would almost never be able to come out in the short term. It was almost impossible to auction them out. Although he was the guardian of the divine realm, he couldn't change the rules of the creation divine prison. If he wanted to release them, he could only let these people take action by issuing missions. If they were willing, he could slowly mitigate their crimes. However, Bailey Qiantu, this bastard, was sentenced to 12 million years of imprisonment. How much contribution did he have to make up for the 12 million years of imprisonment? Therefore, after Han Fei collected Bailey Qiantu, his eyes suddenly turned cold. At this moment, 2 more great monarchs rose to the sky in a row in the heaven-concealing divine race. Han Fei's heart turned cold at this moment. He raised his hand and directly extracted Old Eight's vitality. Laka. Yes, Han Fei gave up the plan of capturing them. Since these people couldn't be sold, it was completely meaningless to keep them. A great monarch would have a lot of resources. If he stripped their origin stars clean, he could get 100,000 or more refined stars from each of them. However, at this moment, he couldn't kill them yet. If he killed them now, it would cause astronomical phenomena. This was the Central Sea divine realm, so it would definitely attract the attention of everyone. Perhaps the gods of other forces would really take action. After extracting 99% of Old Eight's vitality, Han Fei sealed him in place. At this moment, the other 2 great monarchs of the heaven-concealing divine race were shocked. Wasn't that where the patriarch was? Did something happen to the patriarch? Also, why did their god take action? They were still stunned. At this moment, they didn't think of escaping. After all, this was the territory of the heaven-concealing divine race. Even if someone broke in, their god should be able to solve it. However, the 2 of them saw tens of thousands of lightning marks suddenly appear in the sky and rush at them, which made their expressions change drastically. Someone was shocked. Is this the 1,000 Thunderflash? Lei Heng? Because everything happened too quickly, they didn't know that it was Han Fei. But neither Han Fei nor Lei Heng was someone they could resist. At least, if they weren't at the peak of the extreme Tao, they wouldn't have been able to resist Han Fei today. Boom, boom. After only one clash, one of them exploded. His soul-suppressing spiritual treasure was forcibly suppressed in Han Fei's hand, and all the surrounding laws stopped and were controlled by Han Fei. Not only that, but the vitality here was sealed. Anyone who was penetrated by Han Fei couldn't be revived with laws and energy unless Han Fei was willing to release vitality. At this moment, the other person realized the severity of the situation. This guy suppressed a great monarch in a single clash. This was not an enemy he could resist. This person immediately broke through the entrance to the void world, but before he could completely enter, he found that his body was retreating and blue time power flowed around him. As a great monarch, although Han Fei hadn't fully mastered the law of time, it wasn't a problem for him to reverse time within a small range. Who the hell are you? This great monarch was shocked. This guy could use both the 1,000 Thunderflash and the law of time, and punched through a great monarch with a single blow. How could such a strong master suddenly descend to the heaven-concealing divine race? But what responded to him was the full-strength slash of the Blood Sky Blade. When the power of all laws appeared on the knife light, the great monarch who hadn't broken free from the law of time could only bite the bullet and fuse with his companion spirit, a turtle. He put on armor and tried to block this blow with his soul-suppressing spiritual treasure. However, when he did all this and tried to break through the law of time with the power of his laws, he was shocked to find that someone was competing with him for the power of his laws. It was at this moment that the laws lost control, causing him to lose his last chance to resist. Puff away. With a slash, the mid-quality nature spiritual treasure controlled by this person was cut apart by the Blood Sky Blade. At the same time, the power of this slash was still powerful, destroying more than half of his body. Han Fei raised his hand and the god-sealing spears stabbed down densely, sealing the location of the 2 great monarchs. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Only 4? The last one is lucky. According to the information given by Yue Linki, the heaven-concealing divine race had 5 great monarchs. It wasn't that they didn't have many great monarchs, but that there were already a lot of them. If it weren't for the 2 conscriptions in the Sea of Stars within 100,000 years, the heaven-concealing divine race would have had more than 10 great monarchs, or even more. Chapter 3292, Imprison, a God 3, 3292, Imprison, a God 3. Han Fei chose to attack the heaven-concealing divine race, mainly because this force's disguise ability was too good. If everyone knew the divine concealment technique and didn't have the ability to see through illusions, you couldn't recognize these hidden strong masters of the heaven-concealing divine race at all. In particular, with the turmoil in the West Wilderness, the heaven-concealing divine race must have sent many people to pretend to be strong masters of various races and blend in. At the critical moment, these were all traps. Of course, Han Fei had his own selfish motives. Hong Ye had reported when he was cultivating that the heaven-concealing divine race had once tried to attack Yi Yi. This was the fundamental reason why Han Fei chose them. This time, Han Fei took advantage of the time when the heaven-concealing divine race was the busiest to attack them. Firstly, he wanted to rob them, and secondly, he wanted to make the strong masters of the heaven-concealing divine race in the outside world dare not to attack the human race anymore. Their home was gone. No matter how strong a soldier was, as long as he showed up, even if he wasn't caught, he would probably be in danger and wouldn't dare to attack again. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the battle between xuanhuan and the god of the heaven-concealing divine race. The god's divine blood poured out, and divine blood gurgled out of his 7 orifices. And in the void, in all directions, there were thousands of 10,000 feet standing proudly in the void. Every one of them had silver light bursting out of their eyes. So powerful, Han Fei exclaimed. As expected of a big shot who could indirectly create the technique of the eternal race. He didn't even see xuanhuan move, but the latter had already forcibly suppressed a god. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and tried to find the treasury of the heaven-concealing divine race, but he only found some small resource warehouses. There didn't seem to be any large treasury. Therefore, Han Fei immediately took out the vast ocean navigator. He still remembered the purpose of this trip. In addition to revenge, he was mainly here to rob. However, the direction of the vast ocean navigator was a little confusing. The heaven-concealing divine race had treasure houses, not just one, but as many as 100. Therefore, the vast ocean navigator pointed everywhere. However, real good things shouldn't be placed so scattered. Then, these hundreds of treasure houses should also be resource warehouses. At this moment, the 4 great monarchs of the heaven-concealing divine race had all been taken down, but the noise caused was not small. His slash just now caused the void in the 3 barriers to tremble. Anyone in the monarch realm should know that something had happened. However, they didn't know what was wrong, so soon Han Fei saw a group of masked guys flying over. Han Fei ignored him and directly broke through the void and entered the void world. At this moment, xuanhuan had turned into thousands of clones and was chanting some kind of incantation. Within the range of the incantation, there seemed to be heavy blows between the heavens and earth that crushed down. As for the god of the heaven-concealing divine race, there was a golden toad lying on his head. The golden toad raised its head and kept croaking as if it was resisting the attack of the incantation. The god didn't stop either. xuanhuan had thousands of clones, and each of them was attacking, while the god of the heaven-concealing divine race was dealing with the attacks of these clones with all his strength. Han Fei looked at xuanhuan. This old man had been suppressed for so long, but he was still so strong the moment he came out. What about old Fierce, who was suppressed on the 3rd level of the Creation Divine Prison? Besides, from what they said, there was another strong master on the 4th level of the Creation Divine Prison. If this was the case, wouldn't that person have the strength of a Dominator? He didn't know if the Creation Divine Prison could suppress a Dominator-level powerhouse, but it wouldn't be a problem for it to suppress the god in front of him. xuanhuan couldn't help but sigh when he saw Han Fei. This kid was quite impressive. He hadn't reached the immortal level when he subdued the Creation Divine Prison last time, but now he had suppressed 4 great monarchs in the blink of an eye. The law of life? xuanhuan turned his head and took a deep look at Han Fei. Han Fei, now wait for the right time to take action. The god of the heaven-concealing divine race looked awful. Are you human Emperor Han Fei? Han Fei smiled. Yes, the god said coldly. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the strong masters of our heaven-concealing divine race? How can your human race resist them? Our race has more than one god. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Your words remind me. In that case, I'll just have to kill them one by one. The god's heart turned cold. Humph, the 2 of you want to take down our heaven-concealing divine race? Don't forget, this is the territory of our heaven-concealing divine race. I'd like to see what you've got. Buzz. Although this god was no match for xuanhuan, a green jade plate appeared in his hand and emitted light. At that moment, all the arrays in the heaven-concealing divine race were activated, and a massive number of mysterious patterns surged out of the green jade plate and covered the entire body of this god. Divinity spewed out of this god's body, and the suppressing pressure here soared, and this person's strength also began to soar for some reason. Seeing this, xuanhuan looked calm and even showed a trace of disdain. He had wanted to slowly obliterate the other party's soul, but he didn't expect this person to forcibly fuse with the luck veins of the entire heaven-concealing divine race and forcibly devour the heavenly Tao laws of this space. Xuanhuan shouted, "Even if you completely carry the power of this world, you can't exert it. If you can't comprehend it, you won't be able to enter the god-slaying level. You are just a small god after all." With that, a boundless phantom appeared behind xuanhuan. This phantom kept growing larger and larger, and in the blink of an eye, it reached 100,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet. Chapter 3293, 3293 Imprison, a God 4, 3293, Imprison a God 4. Han Fei took a deep breath and looked at the magnificent soul shadow, wondering if this was a fucking Dharma idol or something. Immediately afterward, xuanhuan's voice rumbled between the heavens and earth. "With my soul I command the world and bestow a divine burial on you." Han Fei felt an invisible pulse smashing down from the sky. Bang! With just one blow, the void around this god all shattered. Although the strength of the god of the heaven-concealing divine race soared, he was still blasted hundreds of millions of kilometers away by the instant impact. At this moment, Han Fei realized how terrifying the attack of a god was. Everything in the world seemed to have turned into xuanhuan's power, and countless laws were crushing him. But even so, the god of the heaven-concealing divine race quickly stabilized himself. An ancient god? I'd like to see whether the ancient god or the current god is stronger. 10,000 flowing lights. One law arrow after another darted at xuanhuan at tens of thousands of times the speed of light. Bam, bam, bam. It was like stars exploded around xuanhuan, but he didn't move at all. He raised a hand and pressed down. Turn the sky upside down. Han Fei felt that the world was reversed, and this space seemed to be folded by some force. The laws between the heavens and earth instantly lost control, and the law arrows all shattered. Xuanhuan crossed billions of kilometers in one step and waved his hand, shouting, "Sky overturning." As Xuanhuan shouted, the sky extending billions of kilometers began to collapse. The god of the heaven-concealing divine race seemed to fall into a vortex, surrounded by broken voids. Accompanied by the rampaging law of space, this place was filled with infinite tearing power, as if it wanted to tear the god of the heaven-concealing divine race apart. In fact, half of the flesh and blood of the god of the heaven-concealing divine race had indeed been torn apart, and there were only bones filled with divinity left in some parts of his body. However, this world of the heaven-concealing divine race gave him extraordinary recovery ability. His body seemed to have fused with this world. But before he fully recovered, he discovered that his body was recovering, but his vitality was blocked and flowing away crazily. The law of life? The god saw a wheel of life appear behind Han Fei, crazily absorbing his vitality and sealing the connection between this place and the river of life. Seeing this, the god cut off one of his arms. His arm turned into a torrent of laws, forcibly dispersing Han Fei's law of life, and his palm turned into 5 arrows that shot at Han Fei. Xuanhuan was about to help when Han Fei held a chessboard with his left hand and picked up a chess piece with his right hand. Pa! As the chess piece was placed, a huge chessboard appeared under Han Fei's feet, and Han Fei was standing where the chess piece was placed. Clatter on the chessboard, nebula flowed like seawater, and huge waves surged. Puff! Puff! The arrows formed by the god's hand shot into the nebula wave in an instant. They seemed powerful, but the 5 arrows finally dissipated 30 feet in front of Han Fei. At this moment, xuanhuan's incomparably huge Dharma idol began to put his hands together, and between his palm was the god of the heaven-concealing divine race. The second piece that Han Fei had just raised didn't fall. At this moment, the god of the heaven-concealing divine race was like an ant, and xuanhuan's Dharma idol's palms were like mountains. Seeing this, Han Fei thought that he had really underestimated xuanhuan. He had thought that the other party was definitely not that strong since he wasn't at the god-slaying level. But now he knew that not only the god-slaying level, but the gods themselves could also kill gods. Bang! Xuanhuan put his palms together, and a terrifying power escaped from between his palms. However, there was still a buzzing sound coming out from between his palm. With such a loud noise, someone must have sensed it. Now is your only chance to escape. Xuanhuan ignored him and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei took out the law enforcement divine chain and drilled into the Dharma idol's palms. When the Dharma idol dissipated, the god of the heaven-concealing divine race had already been tied up, and the creation divine prison hung high above his head. Golden words appeared in the air, and Han Fei said, "Bai Li Qingfeng, you have avoided fighting the ominous 7 times, assassinated the gods of the myriad races 11 times, and deprived other races of their luck 354 times, condoning your clansmen to oppress other races. You've committed heinous crimes. I find you guilty. You will be imprisoned for 21 million years, burned by hellfire for 198 years, and whipped 66,000 times. Do you have any objections?" Bai Li Qingfeng's heart sank when he heard this. Although he wanted to refute, he didn't dare to because he knew the consequences of refuting. I have no objection. Han Fei grinned. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. Your clansmen are mine. Bailey Qingfeng's face suddenly changed and he shouted, How dare you? You're causing a civil war. The strong masters of our race will return and fight you to the death. Han Fei sneered. A civil war? Your heaven-concealing divine race is one of the troublemakers. If we eliminate you, the internal strife will be gone. As for the strong masters of your race, are you stupid? How can they come back from the Sea Star battlefield easily? If they could come back, nothing would happen to the Miracle Forest. If they could come back, the divine descendants would have long been gone. If they could come back, how could the Central Sea Divine Realm dare to command the 4 divine realms? So bye-bye, Chapter 3294, Take the Whole Race, Return High. Profile 13294, Take the Whole Race, Return High Profile. 1. Bailey Qingfeng was taken into the Creation Divine Prison, and xuanhuan frowned slightly and said, Han Fei, are you going to slaughter the entire heaven-concealing divine race? If Han Fei answered yes, it would make things difficult for him. If he did that, what was the difference between Han Fei and these people from the Central Sea Divine Realm? Han Fei smiled and said, I want to take them away, but it doesn't mean I want to slaughter them. The heaven-concealing divine race has been established in the Central Sea Divine Realm for many years. Because they were born with the concealment technique, they have actually been a thorn in the flesh of all the races. After all, no one wants the people in their families to be disguised by the heaven-concealing divine race. In fact, it's very likely that the heaven-concealing divine race has already done so. So the major forces in the Central Sea Divine Realm don't dare to rashly take away the heaven-concealing divine race, or it might cause a series of unpredictable disasters. Now, I'll take them away. Perhaps it's for their own good. xuanhuan asked, Then how are you going to deal with them? Han Fei smiled and said, Sell them. I won't kill them, but it doesn't mean that these people are good people. The heaven-concealing divine race has contributed a lot to the misery of the divine descendants. According to my intelligence, it was because a member of the heaven-concealing divine race pretended to be a divine descendant that the divine descendants were completely exposed, leading to a massacre 100,000 years ago. Hearing this, xuanhuan's eyes widened. Really? Han Fei said. It's true. I'll show you the information someday. xuanhuan nodded heavily. Okay. In that case, we can't let the heaven-concealing divine race off easily. It's fine to sell them, but we can't sell them casually. I'll study them later, break the inheritance in their bloodline, and sever this technique from now on. Let them become an ordinary race. This is the long-term solution. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Can you do that? xuanhuan chuckled. Otherwise, why do you think the divine descendants became like this? Why do you think I'm the one guarding the bloodline of the divine descendants? There were many people stronger than me in the past. Why is it me? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. If that's the case, can you break the bloodline inheritance of all the divine races? xuanhuan said. Theoretically speaking, as long as it's a bloodline inheritance, it can be broken. However, some inheritances are hidden too deeply, so it's difficult to deal with. But everyone in the heaven-concealing divine race knows the concealment technique, which means that this technique is hidden very shallowly. With my ability, it shouldn't be difficult. Han Fei asked, How long will it take for you to crack the other party's bloodline and extract this bloodline inheritance? xuanhuan immediately put on a confident smile. 3 years at most. I can't guarantee anything else, but I dare not say that no one has ever done this before, but I'm definitely an expert on this. I'm very experienced and few people can compare to me in this field. Besides, the bloodline inheritance of this race is too popular, so it's easy to deal with. Han Fei immediately grinned and said, Then I'll have to trouble you for this. xuanhuan laughed. There's no time to lose. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll help you catch these people first. At this moment, the strong masters of the heaven-concealing divine race, who didn't know what had happened, were still dumbfounded and wanted to ask the patriarch about the situation. But when the power of divinity swept across the 3 layers of the barrier, these monarchs were all horrified. However, just as they were about to retreat, the entire array of the heaven-concealing divine race was activated, and infinite power drilled into the void world. They were also temporarily trapped in the 3 barriers. When everything died down and they thought it was over, they saw a figure appear in front of them. Han Fei didn't hide his identity at all. Instead, he walked out of the void world openly and said with a smile, Everyone from the heaven-concealing divine race, you have been abducted by me. If you don't want to die, stand where you are and don't move. Don't lose your lives for nothing. It's not worth it. However, no one would listen to Han Fei at this moment. Stand still and wait for you to capture us? Do you think we are idiots? Instantly, more than a dozen immortal-level powerhouses ran away. Since Han Fei appeared openly and came from the patriarch, something must have happened to the patriarch. However, Han Fei's suppressing pressure and unparalleled killing power shocked them. In the blink of an eye, a swath of lightning marks flashed. Puff, puff, puff. In just a moment, all 12 immortal-level powerhouses were nailed to the spear by Han Fei. As for the Dao Proving level and Carefree level cultivators who were still trying to escape, for some reason, they couldn't move because a suppressing pressure stronger than Han Fei appeared here. Han Fei said, Open your minds when I tell you to. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't kill you. Wu, who are you? An immortal-level cultivator spoke, but Han Fei slapped him in the next moment, shattering him. Why don't you even know me? How do you have the cheek to ask me who I am? Hiss. Of course, many people here recognized Han Fei. Although they had never seen him in person, they had seen his portrait. However, they didn't expect Han Fei to be so violent as to crush people into pieces at the slightest disagreement. In the next moment, Han Fei said, I'll count to 3. Whoever doesn't open his mind will be killed. Before Han Fei could count down, these people disappeared one by one. Obviously, they didn't intend to fight Han Fei head-on. Han Fei sneered. That saved him a lot of trouble. However, Han Fei didn't retract the world projection of his origin star. Instead, it grew bigger and bigger. One floating island after another was taken into Han Fei's origin star. Chapter 3295. Take the whole race, return high. Profile 23295. Take the whole race, return high. Profile 2295. 2Ace true. After all, they had spent a lot of effort to build them. Wouldn't it be better to modify them and give them to the human race for use? As for those below the monarch realm, they didn't need to open their minds. He could forcibly collect them into his origin star. And xuanhuan's main task was to break the layers of defense seals of the heaven-concealing divine race. The 3 barriers had been broken, and in the second barrier, everyone seemed to be frozen and couldn't move at all. A god could crush these ordinary people with his suppressing pressure, or he could use his suppressing pressure to suppress these people without making them feel extreme pain. Therefore, if a god attacked ordinary people, there was basically no way for them to escape. As for Han Fei, he was only responsible for reaching out and taking these people crazily. The sea establishers and sky openers who were rooted to the ground were full of fear. They could only see that one void hand after another directly pulled away their floating islands and stuffed them into an unknown world projection. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared in another domain. If there were only hundreds of floating islands in the second level of the barrier, there were nearly 1,000 floating islands in the first level. These floating islands were all ordinary people below the sea establishment realm. But no matter how ordinary they were, their bloodline was not ordinary. Once they grew up and had a chance to enter the second level of the barrier, they would become a qualified member of the heaven-concealing divine race. Therefore, although Han Fei wouldn't kill these people, he would sell them after removing the inherited power in their bloodline. In the avalanche, not a single snowflake was innocent. Han Fei couldn't care less about their future fate, just like when the human race declined, no one cared about the human race. After performing the miracle of holding the floating island with a hand in front of countless ordinary people, less than 15 minutes had passed since Han Fei took action. A large force with a population of nearly 1 billion was uprooted without a single person left. After collecting all the floating islands, Han Fei strolled to the 3 great monarchs. He said, Unfortunately, my origin star can't take you away. My creation divine prison doesn't need nameless people. With that, Han Fei raised his hand, and a law of time circulated around him, turning into a huge sky curtain mirror. Han Fei tidied his clothes, put on a brilliant smile, aimed at the time mirror, and said with a smile, I am human Emperor Han Fei. This is the first time I've come to the Central Sea Divine Realm. Although the time is short, I'm here after all. Since I'm here, I have to leave something behind. Well, let me give you fireworks. I look forward to the next time I come. Rumble, 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 rumble. At that moment, the 3 great monarchs bloomed in the void. The heavenly Tao rumbled, cracks spread across the Central Sea Divine Realm, and a rain of blood fell. What happened? The sign of death of great monarchs? 3 great monarchs have died in a row. Who dares to cause trouble in the Central Sea Divine Realm? At that moment, the entire Central Sea Divine Realm was shocked. Countless people looked up, but they didn't know what had happened. About 100 seconds later, several figures appeared in a row in the spatial rift where the heaven-concealing divine race was. However, this place was already empty. There was only a dilapidated floating island that had already disintegrated. Rocks flew everywhere in a mess. Apart from the rocks, there was only a time mark left. On it, Han Fei was repeating what he had just said. On the time mark, like water ripples, Han Fei was smiling and staring at someone on the opposite side. Gradually, 1, 2, 3. When more than a dozen people gathered and looked at the time mark, they didn't look too good. A man in simple green clothes walked over from the void. He reached out and gently wiped it, and the time mark shattered and dissipated. These people were naturally the gods of the Central Sea Divine Realm. They never expected that a mere human emperor would dare to threaten the entire Central Sea Divine Realm. Someone said coldly, Everyone, Han Fei is so arrogant and despotic that he had even uprooted the foundation of the heaven-concealing divine race. He's showing off and provoking us. What do you think? Someone said. Does this kid really think that with the protection of East Marshal, the demon god, and the hidden monarch city, his human race can be safe? A goddess replied coldly, and a new god, Li Tiangan. He's probably trying to distract us and help the West Wilderness out. Someone sneered. He thinks this can anger us? If we really go to the human race at this moment, we'll be walking into his trap, and a war will immediately break out in the West Wilderness. There's only one possibility that makes this guy so confident, which is that he can still use the void mark. Someone said indifferently, there's a lot of divine power left here. a god on the path of extreme Tao soul refining once descended. Bailey Qingfeng must have been defeated by that god, but he didn't die. We can't see how he left. Obviously, Bailey Qingfeng was taken into the Creation Divine Prison, and Han Fei could only leave the Ferocious God Valley in one way, the distanceless gate. Everyone nodded. In the end, the man in quaint green clothes said leisurely, "The more this is the case, the more it means that the people in the West Wilderness are forced too much, and Han Fei can't find a chance to take action. As for the heaven-concealing divine race, it's indeed unexpected this time. However, this kind of thing can't happen again. Everyone, if your sect encounters this change too, don't fight them immediately. Send a message to me first. I want to see if he dares to come a second time." Chapter 3296, Take the Whole Race Return High. Profile 3296, Take the Whole Race Return High. Profile 3, everyone was slightly relieved. They were relieved to hear that. As for the heaven-concealing divine race, they had indeed been taken this time, but there was nothing they could do and they could only admit defeat. Of course, they weren't very angry. The heaven-concealing divine race had never been likable. It was good that they were gone. On this side, Han Fei came directly to the Ferocious God Valley through the distanceless gate. At this moment, he no longer cared if he hid his identity or not, or even if he used the distanceless gate. There would definitely be a battle between the Central Sea Divine Realm and the other 4 divine realms. Because he wanted to restore the bloodline of the divine descendants, he had become their mortal enemy. What was there to worry about? The death of the great monarchs spread throughout the sea realm, and the people of the Ferocious God Valley naturally learned of it too. At this moment, Han Fei's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of some people. Han Fei waved his hand, and 3 silver masks and a golden mask appeared beside him. Han Fei took out 4 spears and lined them up, hanging the 4 masks on the spears. The guards of the Ferocious God Valley were dumbfounded. They naturally knew this person, but why was this person outside the Ferocious God Valley? How dare he walk out of the Ferocious God Valley? Also, what the hell were the 4 masks? In the next moment, with a thought from Han Fei, the phantom of a world appeared, and 3 spears dozens of feet long appeared. And on each spear, there was a string of people. There were a total of 12 people at the immortal level, 27 at the carefree level, and 19 at the Tao proving level. This number was already comparable to a force like the heavenly race. But at this moment, these powerhouses were skewered on Han Fei's spears and hung high in the sky, which was shocking. Han Fei pointed at the 4 masks, and his voice swept across the entire Ferocious God Valley. From today on, the heaven-concealing divine race is gone. This is the patriarch and 3 great monarchs of the heaven-concealing divine race. Perhaps there are some people missing. I'll catch them all when I have a chance in the future. With that, Han Fei looked at the 3 spears and swaggered into the Ferocious God Valley. The guards didn't dare to make a sound. This person was really arrogant. Last time, he only carried 1 spear, but this time, he directly carried 3. Thinking of the astronomical phenomena of the death of great monarchs just now, who couldn't guess what happened? Entering the Ferocious God Valley, Han Fei casually threw a refined star to a dragon master who walked out trembling and followed Han Fei respectfully. This master didn't even bother to hide his identity now? Han Fei said, "Take me to the Rock Dragon Auction House." "Yes, Master Human Emperor." At this moment, the Ferocious God Valley was in an uproar. A big bandit was lost for words. This lunatic, won't this cause a war between gods in advance? The 3 leaders of the 3 top bandits of the West Wilderness seemed to have disappeared at this moment. However, many strong masters of the 3 top bandits had gathered in the Ferocious God Valley. At this moment, they had extremely complicated emotions. They were shocked, but they also admired and even worshipped Han Fei. It felt as if they had robbed for their entire lives for nothing, and this person seemed to be the real bandit. He didn't even bother to rob in the West Wilderness, but went to the Central Sea Divine Realm to rob a divine race. They had never thought of such crazy behavior. In the Ferocious God Valley, a middle-aged man who was among the crowd couldn't help but rub his eyebrows, seeming very depressed. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have taken this guy in. I would have been played to death by him sooner or later. Yes, this person was the bandit god. The mysterious guardian of the Ferocious God Valley usually pretended to be an ordinary person and hid in the Ferocious God Valley. At this moment, everyone in the Ferocious God Valley was excited, although they were puzzled. Han Fei had just returned from the Primordial Tower. How many days had it been? He had already gone to the Central Sea Divine Realm and returned safely. Someone cursed, didn't he say that he would focus on breaking the records within 1,000 years? What a sheer lie. In the Waiting for Someone tavern, many people were cursing. Han Fei's words were still ringing in their ears. Chu Hao had been holding his wine cup for quite a while and looked stunned. Looking at the diners who rushed out of the tavern excitedly, he was a little confused. When did this guy have such an ability? Didn't this mean that he couldn't even beat this guy now? When Yue Linky saw this scene, she was also a little stunned, but then she came back to herself and muttered to herself, "This one is even more troublesome than Lei Heng." In the Ferocious God Valley, the rock dragon that Han Fei was riding had countless people following behind it. On both sides of the road, vast teams spontaneously formed, all of whom were here to observe the strong masters of the heaven-concealing divine race. The Dragon Master, who was randomly chosen by Han Fei, was glowing with pride. He felt that he was going to make a fortune. He had made a name. In the future, the fee for his rock dragon had to be doubled, or it would be a disgrace to the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor is awesome. Master Human Emperor, are you going to establish a bandit organization? I'm willing to follow you. Me too. Master Human Emperor, why are these people all wearing masks? Han Fei replied with a smile. The heaven-concealing divine race has no name since the Sea Establishment realm. They only have masks and serial numbers. Only when they leave the heaven-concealing divine race will they disguise themselves as someone. Master Human Emperor, how did you enter the heaven-concealing divine race? Han Fei said. I can't tell you, and I don't recommend others to do that. Master Human Emperor, are you going to auction these strong masters? Han Fei smiled and said, of course, but not now. Chapter 3297. Take the whole race, return high profile. 43297. Take the whole race, return high profile. 4. Master Human Emperor. Everyone kept asking questions, and Han Fei could only answer them selectively. When Han Fei came to the Rock Dragon auction house, Li Yan, Long Yan, and everyone in the Rock Dragon auction house were all waiting here. There were a total of 500 people. Li Yan's legs were trembling slightly, so were his hands. The moment Han Fei made it clear that he was coming to the Rock Dragon auction house, he had already begun to prepare. It seemed that Han Fei only trusted his Rock Dragon auction house. He had never seen such a huge deal in his life, let alone taken it. As for Long Yan, her face was full of excitement, her eyes were full of money, and she felt that she was going to make a fortune. When Han Fei came to the Rock Dragon auction house, in addition to Li Yan and the others, there were already countless strong masters waiting here. Han Fei nodded slightly at everyone. Then, his voice spread throughout the ferocious God Valley again. Everyone, I am Human Emperor Han Fei. As everyone knows, the heaven-concealing divine race is famous for their concealment technique and has brought a lot of trouble to many forces. I'm in a good mood today, so I went to the Central Sea Divine Realm to eliminate this cancer of the Sea Realm in one fell swoop. Okay, the Human Emperor is awesome. Amidst the clamor, Han Fei raised his hand and stabbed the 3 spears in his hand into the entrance of the Rock Dragon auction house. Then, he said, these are all the monarchs of the heaven-concealing divine race. I will put them here for 3 years. I want everyone to know that I will destroy those hypocritical big clans in the Central Sea Divine Realm one by one. Countless people looked at Han Fei with admiration. These words were too arrogant, but they liked them. The West Wilderness and the Central Sea Divine Realm were on opposite sides in the first place. There were many battles between the two sides. Now that such a person stood up and said that he wanted to destroy the Central Sea Divine Realm, whether it would work or not, they liked it. Han Fei shouted, in addition, I went to the Central Sea Divine Realm this time not just to capture these dozens of monarchs. I brought back all the billions of people of the heaven-concealing divine race. I'll strip the bloodline inheritance of the heaven-concealing divine race and let them experience the pain of the divine descendants. What? A billion people? Hiss, does Human Emperor mean that he has taken the entire divine race? I have nothing to say. Someone said in a low voice, is this really okay? Many of the people are only ordinary people, right? Someone cursed, ordinary people? They are enemies who are still weak for now. If you don't know how to speak, don't. That's right. Did Master Human Emperor say to kill them? No, look at this place again. This is an auction house. These people will definitely be auctioned instead of killed. Someone was puzzled. But why will people buy the ordinary people of the heaven-concealing divine race? For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought. That's right. What was the use of these people? Han Fei didn't know either. He just took them back. Because he felt that even if he couldn't see any use for them, others should be able to use them, right? These people were just taken by the way, so he didn't care at all. Many big shots in the arena shouted, Human Emperor, why don't you sell them now? Why wait 3 years? Han Fei smiled and said, everyone, as I said, I'm going to strip them of their bloodline inheritance first and let them experience the pain of the divine descendants. It's only 3 years. It'll be very fast. Many people were shocked to hear that. Han Fei could strip others of their bloodline inheritance? What kind of method was this? A great monarch laughed. In that case, their price will come down, Han Fei said. It doesn't matter. I'll just take it as revenge for the divine descendants. I don't care about the money. Heh. In the Waiting for Someone tavern, Yue Linge and Chu Hao both sneered. You don't care about money? Who asked to borrow money from us? However, the two of them immediately put on a smile, because Han Fei had said something that touched their hearts, which was to let these people experience the pain of the divine descendants. Ordinary people wouldn't understand that kind of experience at all. After Han Fei dealt with everyone, he set up layers of seals at the entrance of the Rock Dragon auction house. Li Yan stood behind Han Fei with a stiff smile, sweating profusely. Then Han Fei patted Li Yan's shoulder and said, help me keep an eye on them. I won't mistreat you. Yes, Master Human Emperor. I must watch them personally every day. Han Fei nodded slightly, looked around, and cupped his hands. Everyone, I have to cultivate in seclusion. I still have to break the records. Alas, I'm too busy. Everyone, many people were speechless. What kind of record do you want to break? If it was a robbery record, you would have surpassed the 3 top bandits of the West Wilderness. Chapter 3298, Little Junior Brother, Bring Me the Wine, 13298, Little Junior Brother, Bring Me the Wine, 11111. When Han Fei returned, the shop was empty except for Chu Hao, who was drinking. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Why is there no person here?" Chu Hao chuckled. "I'm not a person here," Chu Hao chuckled. "Those guys went to see you and those captives. By the way, is the distanceless gate so unreliable now?" Han Fei said. "What are you talking about? I share the same goal as the distanceless gate. We're both fighting for a better tomorrow for the myriad races. Besides, I went to rob the heaven-concealing divine race for your divine descendants." Yue Linky asked, "Do you have a way to deprive the heaven-concealing divine race of their bloodline inheritance?" Han Fei shrugged. "I don't, but your ancestors do. Do you think there is no one guarding the bloodline of divine descendants in the creation divine prison?" Buzz, Yue Linky, and Chu Hao were both stunned, their eyes shining. It was great news that the divine descendants still had ancestors alive. This meant that there was another layer of guarantee for the divine descendants' return to their former glory. Overjoyed, Yue Linky quickly returned to normal and said indifferently, "If you want to cultivate in seclusion, go to the second floor yourself." He was indeed going to cultivate in seclusion. He was indeed going to cultivate in seclusion. He had just run back and hadn't counted the spoils of war. After all, this was the only trip to the Central Sea Divine Realm. If he went there again, it wouldn't be robbery, but suicide. In Han Fei's origin star, everyone from the heaven-concealing divine race was trapped in an area by Han Fei. Their floating islands had all been taken away by Han Fei. Everyone stood alone on the ground, enjoying the double-time flow and the bare land without any spiritual energy. 3 days later, Han Fei finally finished counting the floating islands and the various treasure houses. It seemed to be a lot in total, but in addition to looting almost 100,000 refined stars and the resources almost equivalent to 300,000 refined stars, although there were a lot of things left, they couldn't be sold for money at all. After all, those things were for low-level cultivators to use, so no matter how much there was, it was worthless. Han Fei estimated that if he sold all the more than 500 floating islands, he could make some money. However, it was clearly better to give these things to the human race for use. Those basic things were urgently needed by the current human race. Although he was short of money, he didn't need to rely on these to make money. Therefore, from the 1,530 floating islands, Han Fei only looted 400,000 refined stars. Then, Han Fei took out the remains of the 3 dead great monarchs and went to their refined stars through the flesh and blood. It took him about a month to refine the other party's refined stars. The only benefit was that he was also a great monarch now. The speed at which he refined these stars was very fast. In just a month he finished refining them. Apart from those refined stars that were not high-level enough and could be given to the human race, he had collected 340,000 usable refined stars in total. In addition to the 3 dead great monarchs, Bailey Qiantu was imprisoned in the monarch's jail, and Bailey Qingfeng was also imprisoned. Han Fei had never been to the origin star of a god, so he didn't know what he would gain. Buzz. Han Fei entered the creation divine prison and came directly to the cage where Bailey Qiantu was. At this moment, in the cage, under the burning of the hellfire, Bailey Qiantu actually didn't make a sound. Occasionally, whips would descend, making his body tremble. Han Fei walked into Bailey Qiantu's cage and said with a smile, as expected of the patriarch of the heavenly concealed divine race, "Your endurance is beyond ordinary people's reach." The moment Bailey Qiantu saw Han Fei come in, his heart sank. Did this guy manage to escape from the Central Sea Divine Realm? Unfortunately, all the strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm were around, but no one stopped him. Was it because they couldn't stop him, or didn't want to? Bailey Qiantu snorted and ignored Han Fei. Han Fei, on the other hand, suddenly activated his original Great Tao. His strength rose to the extreme, and he suddenly attacked Bailey Qiantu. Although Bailey Qiantu was trapped here, his combat power wasn't gone. Unfortunately, he was limited by the hellfire and couldn't exert his full combat power. In a moment, Han Fei and Bailey Qiantu had fought fiercely for nearly 10,000 rounds. Finally, with his full strength, Han Fei managed to suppress Bailey Qiantu. This made him sigh in his heart. This guy was indeed a peak-level Extreme Tao Great Monarch. If it weren't for his sneak attack before, he might not have been able to take him down. For example, at this moment, when Bailey Qiantu fought him under the burning of the hellfire, he could only exert 80% of his strength. However, he still felt that he was evenly matched and couldn't suppress Bailey Qiantu. This meant that a peak-level Extreme Tao Great Monarch was still stronger than him. However, Bailey Qiantu couldn't unleash his full combat power in the end. At this moment, a broken hand was grabbed by Han Fei. Han Fei smiled and said, "I'll take your origin star. Well, you're already a great monarch. You can live without your origin star, right?" Roar. Bailey Qiantu rushed at Han Fei crazily, but Han Fei had already stepped out of the prison. "Han Fei, if the gods of our race find out what you did today, they will definitely tear you into pieces." Han Fei said lazily, "You and Bailey Qingfeng are talking the same nonsense. Don't worry, they don't have to come to me. If there's a chance in the future, I'll kill your gods. Chapter 3299. Little junior brother, bring me the wine. 23299. Little junior brother, bring me the wine. Han Fei walked lazily in the monarch's jail. At this moment, there were still 4 people suppressed in the prison. Except for Sai Hongye, the other 3 were all from the Central Sea Divine Realm. At this moment, they didn't speak. It was so quiet as if they were air. They had just heard what Han Fei and Bailey Qiantu said. Because in the Creation Divine Prison, they couldn't be connected to their origin stars, Han Fei wanted to refine Bailey Qiantu's origin star into resources. In the Great Monarch Realm, although they had to have origin stars, they had spent a lot of effort to build their origin stars after all. Furthermore, their origin stars could feed them a lot of power every day, which was the foundation of Great Monarch's enduring combat power. Besides, in the Great Monarch realm, most of one's soul had turned into the law of the heavenly Tao of his origin star, and some world origin had even been born in his origin star. Once Han Fei took it away, even if he didn't die, his strength would be greatly reduced by 30%, and he would never be able to become a god. However, they pretended to be air, not real air. When Han Fei passed by the sword cultivator from the heaven-worshipping palace, he hesitated for a moment and then walked past it. He walked in without hesitation. Immediately, the great monarch in the prison said, "Now that I'm trapped in the Creation Divine Prison, I can fight for you. Only with my origin star can I help you better." Han Fei chuckled. "Unfortunately, I don't need your help. You are too weak." Han Fei tore off one of his arms and walked out of the prison. Then, in the next room, he also took off an arm. In the end, when he came to Si Hongye's prison, Han Fei said, "Are you going to give it to me, or should I take it?" Si Hongye had been burned by hellfire for decades and was about to go crazy. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked at Han Fei coldly. Han Fei looked at her with a smile. "Take it." Si Hongye flicked her finger, and a mass of essence blood flew to Han Fei. Han Fei reached out and grabbed it, then said casually, "Right choice." After taking the flesh and blood of 4 great monarchs in a row, Han Fei estimated that he could earn more than 400,000 refined stars. Although this was a huge loss for the great monarchs, they were his enemies. Han Fei was about to go to the next floor of the Creation Divine Prison when he heard Tan Jian, a sword cultivator from the heaven-worshipping palace, ask, "Why do you not take my flesh and blood?" Without looking back or stopping, Han Fei said lazily, "Your crime is the least serious. I will give you a chance to get out." Tan Jian was silent and sighed in his heart. Now that he thought about it, maybe the Central Sea Divine Realm had really decayed. Arriving at the second floor of the Creation Divine Prison, Han Fei saw Bailey Qingfeng locked in midair by chains. The law enforcement divine whip happened to whip him. Han Fei only felt a large amount of the power of laws penetrate Bailey Qingfeng, but the ordinary creatures in the sea were completely fine. The control of this power amazed Han Fei. Xuanhuan, on the other hand, was sitting on the sea, surrounded by millions of blood beads. These blood beads were disassembled and fused by themselves. Han Fei asked, "Elder Chu, are you busy studying something?" Xuanhuan said, "Isn't that obvious? We agreed on 3 years. I've just started. Why are you here?" Han Fei asked. "Well, can you tear some flesh and blood from Bailey Qingfeng?" Xuanhuan couldn't help but look at Han Fei. "Do you want to go to his origin star?" Han Fei nodded. It wasn't easy to catch a god. God knew how many resources were waiting for him. It would be a waste not to take them. Xuanhuan said, "Can't you cut off a piece of flesh yourself?" Han Fei said, "If I take action, all the fish and shrimp here might die." Immediately, Xuanhuan stopped studying and nodded slightly. "That's true. The small fish and shrimp here can't withstand your torture. Let me do it." Xuanhuan reached out and flicked his finger. Bailey Qingfeng glared at him, but a wisp of soul was extracted from his body. Xuanhuan said, "By the way, let me remind you that the cultivator of Soul Extreme Tao can absorb the soul at will. However, you have the demon purification pot, so you're not afraid of this. Soul cultivators may not be as strong as body cultivators in head-on combat, but their area of effect combat power exceeds body cultivators." Xuanhuan removed a wisp of Bailey Qingfeng's soul so easily and refined his spiritual will in an instant, leaving only the ownerless remnant soul. This was the first time Han Fei had seen such a means. Han Fei said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior. Take your time to study it. I'm leaving." 2 months later, Han Fei obtained 480,000 refined stars from the origin stars of the 4 great monarchs. Among them, Bailey Qiantu had the most, totaling 170,000. At the same time, Han Fei gave the refined stars of the heaven-concealing divine race to Hong Ye. Otherwise, it would occupy a lot of space if he left it on his origin star. On this day, after Han Fei found Bailey Qingfeng's origin star with the vast ocean navigator, he came in and was immediately stunned. This was clearly a galaxy. Yes, the coverage of this huge galaxy seemed to be too large. Han Fei scanned it with his perception and found that there were as many as 30 million stars. However, not all of these 30 million stars were qualified, refined stars. Among them, there were many ordinary stars and dead stars. They formed a certain coordinated relationship, like a spiral formed by 30 million stars. Chapter 3300, Little Junior Brother, Bring Me the Wine, 3300. Little Junior Brother, Bring Me the Wine, 3 among them, there were nearly 1,000,000 refined stars that met the standard he needed. From this, it could be seen that the difference between gods and great monarchs was really huge. A god wasn't someone that a great monarch could cross realms to challenge casually. After all, his realm was higher than yours. He had more resources than you, had deeper insights than you, had cultivated longer than you, and surpassed you in every aspect. How could he be weaker than a great monarch? How rich? Apart from this galaxy, Han Fei found a mutated fluid life form on his origin star. Information popped up in front of him. All Nam-A all fusion fluid. All introduction. A magical liquid creature with consciousness and divinity that has fused with the consciousness and vitality of the heavenly Tao and can change and extend. This creature can transform into any form and simulate sound, body, breath, luck, suppressing pressure, great Tao, and all other powers that might exist in the natural world. In addition to the ability to change, all fusion fluid has devouring and unstable characteristics. After swallowing each other, all fusion fluid has a certain chance to evolve. A level 109 E realm. Sky opening realm A battle techniques. Unknown A collectible. None O unabsorbable A deduced E. This thing is actually a kind of life form? In Bailey Qingfeng's origin star, there was a large area full of this kind of fluid life form. When Han Fei grabbed a mass of all fusion fluid, countless all fusion fluid turned into Han Fei's appearance in unison. They all looked at Han Fei curiously, curious about this person who had never appeared here. This feeling was very strange. As an independent life form, no matter how strange it looked, it was still a life form. Han Fei came to harvest the origin star of the god, but he didn't have to kill all the creatures here. Besides, the characteristics of the all-fusion fluid were too similar to the heaven-concealing divine technique. If this was a life form created by Bailey Qingfeng himself, was there a possibility of further evolution of this life form? After all, for the first time, Han Fei saw a life form that could continue to be deduced. Of course, he wouldn't deduce this thing now, because he didn't know how many resources it would take to deduce it. After all, this was a new life race. If he wanted to strengthen these life races, the consumption would probably not be small. Han Fei simply put all the all-fusion fluid into his own origin star. When he had enough resources in the future, he would try deducing this thing. Perhaps he would have a chance to improve the divine concealment technique. After all, divine concealment technique had been deduced to the end and could no longer be deduced. In the end, Han Fei stayed here for nearly a year before he managed to collect all the resources in the origin star of this god. He obtained a total of 1.02 million refined stars. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, robbery was the fastest way to earn money. The refined stars he obtained from the sneak attack on the heaven-concealing divine race alone had reached 2.05 million. In addition to the origin stars of the 3 monarchs in the creation divine prison and the ones he already had, there were a total of 2.25 million refined stars. If he guessed right, this amount of resources should be enough for him to completely fuse with his origin star. Besides, this didn't include the strong masters who were about to be auctioned. If they could get the same high price as before, they should be able to obtain another hundreds of thousands of refined stars. Han Fei was about to return to his origin star to cultivate when he heard senior sister Shen Li's voice transmission in his mind. Unknowingly, it was time for a gathering again. As it happened, this was a 100-year gathering. Although everyone came to the last impromptu gathering, it was only temporary and was held by senior sister Shen Li. In fact, this time was a regular 100-year gathering. Buzz. The bronze door appeared, and Han Fei stepped in with a smile. Void Temple. Huh? Little junior brother, you haven't been coming often recently. It was senior sister Red Lotus who spoke. She and senior sister Green Lotus came the fastest. Han Fei smiled and said, Senior sister, I've been too busy recently and missed the time of gathering. Without eldest senior brother, Han Fei had thought that senior sister Shen Lei would have nowhere to stand and would fly in the sky. Unexpectedly, senior sister Shen Lei had found a huge pillar somewhere and stood on it. At this moment, there was a faint killing intent transmitted through the void mist, giving him a strange feeling. Han Fei said, Greetings, senior sister Shenla, is this pillar a weapon? It seems to be very murderous. Senior sister Shenla said lazily, Oh, yes, I just had a fight, so there was a strong smell of blood up there. I just stood on it temporarily. At this moment, everyone arrived one after another. As soon as Lei Hung appeared, he shouted, Little junior brother, you attacked fast enough. You actually wiped out the heaven-concealing divine race and fought a god? As soon as Feng Yu came in, she heard the shocking news and immediately shouted, Wow! Little junior brother, you can fight a god now? Han Fei smiled and said, No, I can't fight a god now, it's someone else. Senior brother Azure Dragon appeared. Little junior brother, why haven't you come to my dragon race yet? If you come in more than 200 years, you might not be able to see me. Han Fei cupped his hands. Senior Brother Azure Dragon, I'm too busy here. However, will it take me time to bathe in the dragon pool? Senior Brother Azure Dragon, 100 years at most. 100 years? Hanfei thought to himself. I only have 1,000 years in total. It's been 50 years. It will take me at least 100 years to cultivate in seclusion. It seems that after this seclusion, I have to go to the dragon race immediately. Chapter 3301, Little Junior Brother, Bring Me the Wine. 3301, Little Junior Brother, Bring Me the Wine. 4. Hanfei immediately said, Senior Brother Azure Dragon, I'll be there in 100 years. Okay, I'll wait for you. At this moment, Senior Brother Six God appeared on the mountain next to Hanfei and said, Little Junior Brother, your human race needs to be careful. You destroyed the heaven-concealing divine race. Although the Central Sea Divine Realm doesn't dare to attack rashly for the time being, there will definitely be harassment. Many insects in the Sky Spiderworm Valley tried to secretly enter the East Sea Divine Realm, but I blocked them. That's fine, but there are actually many strong masters of the heaven-concealing divine race outside. Be careful of them lurking into the human race. Hanfei said, Thank you for reminding me, Senior Brother Six God. I'll tend to it. Soon, Senior Brother Undead, Senior Sister Dark Shadow, and Fifth Senior Brother arrived one after another. Everyone greeted each other and listened to Senior Sister Shenlei's lecture one day later. Hanfei felt that his killing intent was overwhelming, and his understanding of the Tao of Slaughter God was even better. Senior Sister Shenle said, All right, there are no big secrets in the Sea Realm and the Sea of Stars now. Let's talk about our recent situation. Azure Dragon, when are you going to make a breakthrough? Senior Brother Azure Dragon hovered in the sky and replied, I still need to prepare for more than 200 years. After completing the entire breakthrough process, I will probably sleep for hundreds of years, so I won't appear for the next hundreds of years. Senior Sister Shenle nodded. What about old 5? Fifth Senior Brother said. I just need to make a breakthrough within 1,000 years. Senior Sister, don't push me too much, Shenle snorted. If I don't push you, you'll just drink and sleep every day. Little Junior Brother, what do you have to say? Me? Hanfei was stunned for a moment and immediately realized that Senior Sister Shenle must be reminding him. Hanfei immediately said, Fifth Senior Brother, I occasionally have a jar of peerless wine in the ferocious God Valley. I've already tasted it with my own mouth. It's unparalleled. Let me give it to you. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. Why did you all betray me after going to the ferocious God Valley? Little Junior Brother, don't forget I'm your dear Senior Brother. Fifth Senior Brother hurriedly refused, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Hanfei said solemnly, Fifth Senior Brother, I don't want to get involved in the matter between you and Senior Yuelinki. However, Senior Yue has helped me after all. She asked me to do such a small thing. How can I mess it up? Fifth Senior Brother picked up the wine calabash and took a few sips. Then, he said, she helped you, so you want to push your Senior Brother into mountains of knives and seas of fire? Hanfei rolled his eyes. Fifth Senior Brother, it's just a jar of wine. You don't have to go through mountains of knives and seas of fire. Besides, Senior Yue said that this is the last jar of wine she will give you in this life. There won't be another time. In this life, Senior Brother Azure Dragon emphasized the word and pretended to be deep in thought. Senior Brother Six God said, Little Junior Brother, have the divine descendants been forced to this point? Even Senior Yue is determined to die? Senior Brother? Six God instantly understood what he meant, and he sounded a little stunned. Lei Heng hurriedly asked, Little Junior Brother, did something happen in the ferocious God Valley? Alas, Fifth Senior Brother said with a buzz, Little Junior Brother, stop acting. Who do you put this show for? Hanfei said solemnly. Fifth Senior Brother, I know that Senior Brother Azure Dragon, Senior Brother Six God, and Senior Brother Lei Heng have all given you this jar of wine. However, this time, Senior Yue did say that. This wine is like a tribulation that must be transcended. Fifth Senior Brother, you planted a tribulation for her and tortured her for hundreds of thousands of years. How long do you still want to torture her? Accept this jar of wine. You don't have to drink it, but at least let each other go. Gulp, gulp. Everyone looked at Fifth Senior Brother, and Green Lotus, Red Lotus, and Feng Yu were the most excited, although Feng Yu didn't seem to know anything. Fifth Senior Brother drank crazily for a moment, and everyone waited for a moment. When Fifth Senior Brother was about to speak, Senior Brother Undead, who had always been taciturn and easygoing, suddenly spoke. His voice was like a bell, his aura was like a dragon, and his divine voice was resounding. It was like a heavy hammer striking everyone's heart. Let go. Ha, ha, ha. His voice was deafening. Hanfei didn't know how others felt, but he suddenly felt that his mind was clear, which was an unprecedented clarity. Hanfei suddenly had a strange feeling. He seemed to be a little lost. He came from the human race, from a small fishing village to this huge sea realm, carrying the rise and fall of an entire race and the expectations of billions of human beings. Why did he help the descendants of gods? Why did he come to the ferocious God Valley? Why did he resist the Central Sea Divine Realm? This was because the human race had to rise. He had to wipe out all the obstacles in front of him. This was because he had to let go of the human race. Only by letting it go could his true self return. At that moment, Hanfei seemed to comprehend. He seemed to see a peak that he could reach easily, which was to let go. At this moment, everyone fell silent. After a long time, Fifth Senior Brother seemed to come back to his senses in advance. For the first time, Han Fei saw fifth senior brother look so serious, he bowed deeply to senior brother Undead. Thank you for your teaching, third senior brother. With that, fifth senior brother's temperament seemed to have changed. He turned around, no longer as slovenly as before, and held his head high. Covered by the void mist, he stood on the top of the mountain, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Fifth senior brother said loud and clear, little junior brother, bring me the wine.